In order to prove that effort is greater than talent, you directly secluded yourself for 100 years. However, during this century, your cultivation not only did not grow, but you unexpectedly became a useless person with no cultivation at all. From then on, you lost all motivation and spent your days lying around in the sect. To your surprise, the more you slacked off, the more opportunities kept coming your way. Ultimately, under your idleness, the sect continued to grow stronger, and every disciple became a terrifying existence like a monster. Even the gatekeeper dog, with your luck, reached the level of an immortal emperor. This was all because you were chosen by the heavenly Tao during your seclusion and became its protector. From then on, everyone related to you would be blessed with fortune, yet you remained completely unaware of it. At this moment, you have just emerged from seclusion, only to find that the entire sect has become dilapidated due to a calamity, with the sect master and elders all dead. Now, only 80 disciples remain in the sect, and upon seeing you emerge, they immediately excitedly discuss, "Great! The senior brother has come out of seclusion. The sect finally has hope." But wasn't senior brother in seclusion for 100 years? Why does his aura seem so weak? Could it be that he practiced some hidden cultivation technique? Listening to the discussions of your junior brothers and sisters, you feel quite embarrassed. This time in seclusion, not only did you fail to break through, but you were also struck by a mysterious light sphere, turning you into a useless person. Seeing the current state of the Qingyun sect, you have thought about leaving the sect immediately, but given your situation, going out alone would be tantamount to seeking death. As the saying goes, even a broken ship has 3,000 nails, let alone a fallen sect. Secretly selling off some of its junk can still fetch a good amount of money. By then, with this money, you could find a place to invest in some industry, and wouldn't that make you a proper wealthy man? So, you pretended to agree to lead everyone in revitalizing the sect, while in reality, you were slacking off and secretly pocketing the sect's belongings. As for putting in effort, you would never believe in that again in your life. When faced with your junior brother's inquiries, you always had just one reply, "You all figure it out." However, that night, more than a dozen junior brothers and sisters surrounded you under the cover of darkness. Senior brother, you have been back for almost half a month. Seeing the current state of the sect, aren't you heartbroken? You quickly waved your hand awkwardly. Aren't I trying to think of a solution? Solutions can't be thought of in a short time. Before you could finish, your junior brother Xianhai interrupted you directly. Senior brother, you've said this 10 times already, but why do I feel like you have no intention of finding a solution at all? These days, you eat whenever there is food and sleep whenever there is a bed. Did you know that ever since the spiritual fields of the sect have withered, the junior brothers and sisters can only eat some mundane grains, and all the little spiritual grains we managed to save have been eaten by you? We don't want to wait any longer. Today you must give everyone a clear answer. You sighed helplessly. Alright, it's just about revitalizing the sect, right? You all go and clean up the back mountain first. Let's leave it at that for now. I need to rest. Just after you finished speaking, you noticed that everyone was staring at you blankly, as if they had seen something strange. You cleared your throat and said, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" When you asked this, everyone exchanged glances, and the confusion in their eyes deepened. The leading junior brother, Xianhai, cautiously asked, "Senior brother, are you alright?" Now it was your turn to be confused. You looked at yourself and then said doubtfully, "Me? I'm fine." After hearing your response, Xianhai nodded. Since senior brother has already assigned the task, we'll head back first and not disturb your rest. After giving everyone a look, Xianhai quickly exited the room. Seeing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, you felt puzzled but didn't think much of it. On the other side, Xianhai led everyone to a secluded corner. After confirming that no one was around, he cautiously asked, "Did you all see that?" Just for a moment, a golden light suddenly radiated from the senior brother. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. That golden light lasted too briefly. At first, I thought I was mistaken. After pondering for a while, Xianhai murmured to himself, "Could it be that the senior brother is hiding something from us?" The next day, you continued to lie in bed, enjoying a wonderful lazy life. Meanwhile, on the back mountain, the disciples of Qingyun sect were busily cleaning up. However, after spending the entire morning, they had only cleared less than half of the area. At this point, the disciples were already furious, and they complained, "What does cleaning the back mountain have to do with revitalizing the sect? Yeah, I think the senior brother is just wasting our time." The more they talked, the angrier they became, and some even sat down on the ground and refused to continue. Seeing the situation, Xianhai sighed. "Stop complaining, after all, this is the first task assigned by the senior brother, and we must do it well no matter what." Hearing this, several disciples could only reluctantly start working again. Soon, 7 hours passed, and the cleaning work finally came to an end. Standing at a high place, Xianhai took a deep breath. Although the back mountain had been completely transformed, the disciples' complaints were becoming increasingly evident. He was determined to ask about your intentions when he returned to the sect. Just then, a golden light suddenly emerged from the ground, hovering in the air for a moment before suddenly flying in a certain direction. Everyone focused their eyes, and that direction was precisely the inner hall of your sect. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly chased after the light spot. However, after the golden light entered the inner hall suddenly burst into brilliant golden light. In the next second, the golden light shrank into a beam, passing through countless buildings, heading straight for the abandoned spiritual field. When everyone arrived at the spiritual field again, they were stunned into silence by the scene before them. The once abandoned field had now become vibrant with life, and the seeds that had long lost their vitality were visibly growing at an astonishing speed. Xianhai stepped forward, picked up a mature grain, and began to chew it. A rich spiritual energy instantly entered his body. As he widened his eyes, he hurried to the well and took a sip of the well water, a gentle power immediately coursing through his entire body. Xianhai was astonished to find that the beast toxins in his body had miraculously disappeared. What on earth is going on? The other disciples also exclaimed in surprise at the effects of these grains and well water. At this moment, a disciple who had previously been responsible for irrigating the spiritual field suddenly slapped himself hard, saying, "The source spirit seed. Only the source spirit seed has such miraculous abilities in the world." Hearing this name, everyone was instantly stunned in place. According to legend, the source spirit seed only comes into existence when a certain person reaches the peak of affinity with nature. So who exactly is this person? One person suddenly shouted, "It's the senior brother." That light point just now flew to the inner hall before coming to the spiritual field. Upon hearing this, Xianhai immediately ordered everyone to guard the spiritual field, while he took a few people to your residence. As soon as they arrived at the door, they were dazzled by the light radiating from inside the house and couldn't open their eyes. They saw that the light point had drilled into your body and disappeared. At this moment, you were emanating a powerful life energy all over. Xianhai quietly closed the door, and the next second he suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that after 100 years of seclusion, the senior brother would actually gain the recognition of the source spirit seed. Truly worthy of being the senior brother. Simply unfathomable." Everyone looked at your room with envy upon hearing Xianhai's words. Then, Xianhai sighed again and said with embarrassment, "It's really laughable that we actually doubted the senior brother. Before the master brother entered seclusion, his realm was already far beyond ours, let alone after being in seclusion for a full 100 years. After Xianhai said this, everyone began to recall your behavior over the past few days, and in an instant, your image in their minds became that of someone who stayed indoors every day, peering into the secrets of heaven day and night. Go tell everyone that today's events must not be disclosed to anyone. With the current strength of our sect, we are still not capable of protecting this spiritual field. Additionally, some of the celestial grains produced by the spiritual field can be sold, but the quantity cannot be too much to avoid attracting others' attention." Half an hour later, you slowly woke up. At this moment, you had never felt so comfortable all over, as if all your meridians had been opened. At this time, Xianhai's voice suddenly came, "Congratulations, Master Brother. On receiving the gift of the source spirit seed, I also have another piece of good news to tell you." Listening to Xianhai's report, you were completely stunned, not expecting that you had made so many contributions to the sect. While speaking, Xianhai respectfully bowed down, filled with respect for you, while you stood by in a daze. For 3 consecutive days, you still haven't figured out what contributions you have made, but that doesn't matter. Nowadays, no matter where you walk in the sect, you can feel the admiration and respect in everyone's eyes. This feeling is something you truly enjoy. Soon, a few days passed, and at this moment, Xianhai looked at the large bag of spirit stones in front of him with great joy. There were a total of 3,500 spirit stones here. It is worth noting that before you returned, they might not have earned even 1,000 spirit stones in a year, which is a world of difference. A quarter of an hour later, Xianhai found you with that bag of spirit stones, saying, "Senior brother, where do you think these 3,500 spirit stones should be used?" Looking at the bag of spirit stones, a small thought arose in your heart. 3,500 spirit stones are indeed not a small amount, but they are not too much either. It could be said that it is a drop in the bucket for rebuilding the sect, but you also cannot directly pocket this money. After all, so many people are watching. So you smirked and said, "This batch of spirit stones is very crucial for the current sect. As for how to utilize them, in my opinion, it would be best to use them to buy some key materials." Upon hearing this, Xianhai immediately perked up. "Senior brother, what do you mean by key materials?" You reached out to take the spirit stones, shook your head, and said, "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed." Seeing that Qin Feng was unwilling to say more, Xianhai also stopped asking. But then, Xianhai took out a piece of paper and handed it to Qin Feng. "By the way, I suddenly remembered something. If you are passing by the Immortal market, senior brother, could you go and purchase some of the items on the form? These are the daily needs within the sect. Now that the spirit field site is just getting off the ground, I really can't spare the time. Let the other senior brothers and sisters go, but I'm afraid they don't have much experience and will be easily fooled. If senior brother is willing to do it for us, that would be great. As he spoke, Shinfeng took the paper and glanced at it. Indeed, the things needed on it were some of the daily necessities of the clan. Altogether, it would probably cost around 1,000 spirit stones. Thinking that after purchasing these things, he would still have 500 spirit stones left over, Shinfeng's mind immediately came alive. No problem. I just happened to be passing by the Immortal market, so I'll just pick up the things on this form. Seeing that Shinfeng agreed so readily, Xianhai hurriedly thanked him. After Xianhai left, Shinfeng immediately opened his spirit stone pouch. Feel the weight of that sinking. Shinfeng hemmed and hawed. I'm rich. I can finally go out and play. Returning to the Immortal market. This was the closest Immortal market to the Green Cloud Sect, and it was the third largest in the eastern continent. The city has 5 distinctive areas. They were the Elixir area, the Spirit Weapon area, the Spirit Beast area, and the Special Trading area, as well as the most patronized entertainment area. And naturally, the target of Qin Feng's trip was the entertainment district. A variety of programs are available in the entertainment district of Sun City, but to say the most attractive people, naturally, it's a favorite among male monks. The Falling Fairy Court. The pavilion is a place where the wind and the moon have no boundaries, except for the stunning female cultivator who had her cultivation abolished. There are even exotic dancers, but it is said that as long as you have enough spirit stones, whether it is the 9-tailed demon fox with a charming bone, or the bewitching demon girl who knows the way of dual cultivation, all are here to find and spend the night with you. The entrance to the Falling Fairy Pavilion. One had a face like an almond blossom, a thin dress, and a waist out of place. The stunning woman with her jade feet exposed. At some point, it had already circled around behind Qin Feng, while gently blowing in Qin Feng's ear. She lightly opened her red lips. The word said with boundless temptation, the upper fairy. If you have enough time, why don't you follow your slave for a little while? Although my slave's life is lowly, but I guarantee that I can make you tireless. Supreme Immortal. The girls of the Falling Fairy Court are all masters of charm power. There are more than 1,000,000 ways to seduce a man, not to mention Qin Feng. Even if the patriarch of the Qingyun sect were to appear in person, he was afraid that it would be difficult to resist. Sure enough, Qin Feng, who had intended to have some fun, was tempted by the beautiful woman. Immediately stated, "Stop it, elbow, follow me into the house." Soft and charming colors, soft jade. At dusk, when Qin Feng came out of the Falling Immortal Pavilion, people are faint, their hands are numb, their backs are sore, and their legs are weak. But even so, the rich smile on his face continued to show. You won't get tired of this fragrance-seeking trip 100 times over. The breeze was slightly cooler. Qin Feng sobered up a little and looked back with intent. Seeing that it was getting late, it was time to return to the sect. Humming a small song, Qin Feng strolled on his way back to the sect. But right at this moment, Qin Feng subconsciously touched his pocket and immediately gave a dark cry. It's bad. It's over. 005, sudden change. Qin Feng's remedial program? Original. Just now in the Falling Immortal Pavilion. Own time and time again to add the clock. Have long forgotten. Nowadays, 3,500 spirit stones, having been squandered by myself, there are less than 100 left. This is tragic. He himself came out this time with a buying mission. Purchasing those things that Xianhai had mentioned would require a full 1,000 spirit stones. Now let's not talk about 1,000 spirit stones. You can't even shell out 1/10 of that yourself. If we go back, how are we going to explain this to Master Xianhai? It can't always be told outright. Senior brothers and sisters, the first sum of money for our revitalization of the clan was taken by me to the Great Treasure Sword. The items needed for the clan. Wait until next time to buy them. Jumi, it's something you can do on your own, but that's something you can't really say yourself. Standing in place, Qin Feng was on fire with anxiety. The priority now is how to explain that the money was spent on itself. Sisters and brothers who are bent on revitalizing the clan. If only he had known that the first money after the clan's fall had been used by himself to eat flowery wine. I'm afraid I'll be able to tear myself apart on the spot. Thinking about it, Qin Feng hardened his head, finally came up with not a solution. He first used the remaining spirit stones to buy a bunch of things to eat and drink. Then on the way back to the clan he began to take stock. When we get back, we'll have a party for everyone first. What about when they're almost done eating? I'll tell them that the money was stolen. As the saying goes, you can't take what you want. I bought all the wine and meat and tea restaurants into my stomach, so I guess they're too embarrassed to bother with me. Besides, isn't the spiritual field still waiting for the next output of grains, and then take it out and sell some of it, isn't it? Right. I'm still the eldest brother after all. They should be able to give me that face all the way. Qin Feng kept simulating the lie in his mind to see what needed to be reworked, all the while praying that his 1,000 lies will never be broken. Until the night grows dark, Qin Feng stood in front of the mountain gate of the Qingyan sect. He knew that there was no way he could avoid this hurdle. The thought of sticking your head out is a knife, and shrinking your head is also a knife. Qin Feng closed his eyes tightly, then quickly adjusted his state and emotions, a big smile on his face with a little bit of weather and match. With great force, he pushed open the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect. It just so happens that all of the senior brothers and sisters are being guided by Xian Hai, sitting cross-legged outside the sect's main hall. He ran his energy to cultivate. Seeing Qin Feng return, everyone's faces immediately displayed a look of delight. Qin Feng gulped down his saliva, and an excited look immediately erupted on his face. Senior brothers and sisters, guess what I brought back for everyone? At Qin Feng's request, outside the sect hall, tables and chairs and benches were quickly set up. An assortment of wine, food and tea were placed on the table. Since all these food and drinks purchased by Qin Feng were mundane things that did not possess spiritual qi, so, after the remaining spirit stones were all spent, just enough to put together a fairly decent reception. Look at all this food. Although the crowd of the Green Cloud sect was puzzled, they did not voice out any questions. When everyone is seated, Qin Feng took the lead in serving a glass of wine. Senior brothers and sisters, for this first cup of wine today, I'm going to toast everyone first. To all of you for remaining steadfast and unswerving at a time when the clan is in such distress. After saying that, Qin Feng drank it all in one go and poured another glass full. This second cup, I'm going to toast my fifth senior brother, Xian Hai. During my absence, it's thanks to senior brother Xian Hai's best efforts that we were able to preserve the current situation. Hearing Qin Feng name himself, Xian Hai was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, and his eyes filled with tears as he thought of the decades of suffering he had endured. Eldest senior brother, with your words, Xian Hai is satisfied. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, he hastily raised a third glass. This third drink well. I'm going to go a little off topic. We are all cultivators, and on the path of cultivation, it is inevitable that we will make some wrong choices. But in my opinion, it's not scary to be in the wrong. It's scary to be unrepentant. As long as you can correct your mistakes and promise not to make them again in the future, you are still a good comrade. We must not completely crucify someone on the rack of shame because of, well, a momentary mistake. That's not right. That's wrong. That's never okay. Listening to Qin Feng's words, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you, not understanding the implications at all. Only Qin Feng himself, the more he talked, the more his heart became weak. After all, his words were all about setting the stage for a little while later. Seeing that there was no reaction from the crowd, Qin Feng drank his third glass of wine down timidly, then began to greet the crowd with food. As you can see, the wine is over and the food is over. Even when the tea had been made and was brought to the crowd, Qin Feng knew that it couldn't be delayed any longer. If one is no longer proactive and announces the whereabouts of the spirit stones, in a moment, if Xian Hai asked about it, his situation would be even more embarrassing. Licking his somewhat dry lips, Qin Feng took 3 deep breaths. Masters and sisters, I took the clan's 500 spirit stones with me today and went to the Immortal market. Seeing that Qin Feng had finally gotten to the point, everyone's ears all perked up, listening carefully to every word. What about me? Went to the fairy city, right? Why should I go? It's to buy some of the clan's necessities. But then again, there was a little accident on the way to purchase it. Halfway through stumbling over his words, Qin Feng suddenly thought of a key point. There is a sheriff's office in Senichi. Not only were there tracking and locking spells, but there were also many experts sitting in them. In order to do so, it is to protect the fairness and stability of trading in the fairy market. Take the spirit stones to the Immortal market by yourself. The spirit stone was stolen. The first thing one should do should be to report it to the police, right? And he or she didn't even leave any record of the report and just came back naked. If this lie continues to be used as a talking point, all Xian Hai needed to do was to bring someone to the Immortal city to check it out, and his own lies would be demolished. Drinking flowery wine by yourself and using up the clan's spirit stones is even better. And now you have to lie and cheat everyone. Once it is exposed, it is simply unbearable. Besides, it takes hundreds of lies to round out a lie. Instead of lying and cheating, it's better to be straightforward and give yourself a hard time. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's heart crossed and his teeth clenched. Loudly, he announced to the crowd, "Spirit stones, I've spent them all, but I didn't buy a single item needed by the clan. Empty, empty, empty." Quiet, absolute silence, outside the entire Green Cloud sect's main hall. Everyone, including Qin Feng, did not make a sound at all. With each other, even the sound of heartbeats and pulses were audible. After a long time, Genkai, who was the first to react, slowly turned his head. Doubtfully, he looked towards Qin Feng. Eldest senior brother. You're not kidding. If you didn't buy anything, what did you use these spirit stones for? At this moment, Qin Feng really wanted to find a crack in the ground. Think of yourself in the falling Immortal Pavilion, throwing your money around and witching around, and then look at the clan. One by one, the senior brothers and sisters, eyes full of hope and looking forward to the early rebuilding of the clan, was about to open up and confess everything and take the abuse from the crowd. Suddenly, one of the junior brothers, near the left-hand side, stood up violently. Everyone's eyes were instantly drawn to it. Qin Feng, on the other hand, subconsciously took a step back. He was afraid that this junior brother would lose control of his emotions and want to fight with himself on the spot. However, 10 seconds or so passed. This junior brother suddenly raised his head slowly, then muttered, "Water, I feel it. It is the water. It's the water in this heaven and earth, calling to me. This power, it's too massive." 006, Enlightened Immortal T. I admit, I have an element of gambling. At this point in the conversation, there was a sudden change. The senior brother who had just spoken suddenly emitted a turquoise blue aura around his body. The whole thing was as if it was wrapped in a water balloon. See this scene, Xian Hai and the others suddenly exclaimed. What? Surprisingly, it's a Skyfall spiritual root. Spiritual roots. It is the core product of the cultivator's resonance with the attributes of heaven and earth. Possessing a spiritual root, it means that the cultivator has the peak qualification to cultivate a certain attribute. Since ancient times, spiritual roots were all extremely difficult to obtain. Either you are born with it or you meet it by chance. Innate spiritual roots, great probability because of the inheritance of the family bloodline, and the difficulty of obtaining a spiritual root in the afterlife was comparable to ascending to the heavens. That's why it's called Skyfall by everyone. Now, not only was Qin Feng dumbfounded, everyone there was dumbfounded. It was because things like spiritual roots falling from the sky were something that people had only heard about and never seen with their own eyes. Now you get to see the immortal destiny. It is also extremely beneficial to one's eyes later in life. A moment later, the blue light slowly contracted and was slowly incorporated into the disciple's body. The disciple opened his eyes, incredulously feeling the changes in himself. Xian Hai spoke slowly. You, unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, the disciple rushed directly to Qin Feng's eyes. With a plop, he knelt in front of Qin Feng, 7th generation disciple of the Green Cloud Sect. Zhuanglan, thank you, eldest brother, for granting me supreme opportunities. In the future, everything in Zhuanglan will be decided by senior brother Qin Feng. Liver and brain, not enough to die for. Saying that, Zhuanglan even directly bit through his middle finger. Tap the blood between your fingers on your brow. I would like to make a Yuanshan blood oath. In this life and in this world, even if my body falls into oblivion, and will never do anything to disobey eldest brother, will take eldest brother Qin Feng, the head of the horse, to look forward to. A genuflection blood oath? The crowd present sucked in a breath of cool air. This was the most stringent oath that a cultivator could make. The most stringent oath. Once there is a half-hearted violation, the heavenly Tao will immediately execute this person. But things have come to a head. The question marks in the crowd's heads became more numerous. This Zhuanglan, how did he get a spiritual root from heaven? And why, with such a heavy oath, did he have to pledge his allegiance to senior brother Qin Feng? Luckily, Zhuanglan was quick to give an answer, only to see him pick up a teacup and say respectfully to Qin Feng, if it wasn't for you, eldest brother, bringing this cup of the Lu Sect's enlightenment immortal tea, with a cultivator like me, Zhuanglan, who is so ordinary that he can't be any more ordinary, how could I possibly obtain a heavenly spiritual root? The Lu clan? Enlightened immortal tea? Boom! The entire outside of the Green Cloud Sect's main hall was instantly in chaos. All the people chattered and their voices rose and fell. Seeing this, Xian Hai immediately shouted, "Quiet, quiet." He then turned around and gave a deep salute to Qin Feng. Eldest senior brother, don't sell yourself short. Quickly tell everyone what's going on. Qin Feng, who was already completely in a state of confusion, had no idea how to reply. But looking at the situation, the crowd seemed to be caught up in some kind of misunderstanding. And this misunderstanding will not only cover up his mistake of drinking flowery wine, maybe, it would even raise his prestige in the hearts of the people again. Thinking about it, Qin Feng put away the embarrassed look on his face, putting on a worldly expression. He spoke faintly. I'll admit, I had an element of gambling in this one, but now it looks like I made the right bet. In the middle of the continent of the 9 states, there were many magical hidden sects. Such sects were mysterious and unusual, and powerful. It has been passed down through tens of thousands of years and continues to this day. Within its sect, it retained many of the complete immortal Dharma disciplines. At the same time, hidden sects rarely intervene in continental strife. The large and small immortal dynasties and sects on the continent didn't dare to mess with these ancient existences. The Luyu sect is one of the mysterious hidden sects. Legend has it that the old ancestors of the Luyu sect had laid down an iron law. Every few hundred years, a disciple would be dispatched with a very small amount of enlightenment immortal tea, and pretend to be a peddler and hawk it at any location. Gautama immortal tea, born from the tea tree planted by the tea sage Luyu himself. Those who are destined to drink the immortal tea. It can increase longevity by hundreds of years and purify and refine one's cultivation, lay a solid foundation for impacting higher realms in the future. Beyond that, there is a small group of exceptionally lucky people. After drinking the enlightened immortal tea, there is a very small chance that you will be blessed with immortal fate. These people might wash their marrow and change their bones, or they might comprehend the supreme Jedi. It is also said that there are people who drink the immortal tea and gain the magical ability to talk to everything in the world. And now, the 7th generation disciple of the Green Cloud sect, Zhuanglan. Then they became the beneficiaries of the enlightened immortal tea, obtained the blessing of cleansing the marrow and replacing the bones with a heavenly water spirit root. In the future, his cultivation and achievements in the water attribute would far exceed those of other cultivators. The heavenly descent of spiritual roots was no less than demonic beasts refining their inner pills, and sword cultivators comprehending sword intent. It's a big miracle that really changes destiny. So, when Zhuanglan realized, after drinking the tea that Qin Feng brought back himself, he was suddenly transformed. Hopefully, in the future, when they are among the ranks of the strongest people on the continent, this simple boy from an ordinary family had tears in his eyes and was filled with gratitude. On the spot, he made a Yuan Shan blood oath, offered his infinite loyalty to Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng understood. It's make or break if we can turn things around, so he coughed lightly to get the crowd's attention. Originally, I went to the Immortal market today because I was prepared to purchase some sect necessities, but I inadvertently found a strange tea merchant. This tea merchant gives off a very ordinary vibe, but my intuition tells me that he's no mortal. So, I used a large amount of spirit stones and purchased his tea, so much so, that the rest of the money can only buy mundane food and drink, and is incapable of buying what the clan needs. Speaking here, Qin Feng purposely glanced at the expressions of the crowd. Sure enough, there was confusion and surprise in the eyes of the siblings present, slowly turning into it. Eyes rounded, mouth slightly open, incredulity written all over his face. There were even a few younger ones, as if they had witnessed some miracle. The faces were all incomprehensible. Qin Feng relaxed a bit more in his heart and continued to add, now it seems that my intuition wasn't wrong. This time, the big gamble was the right one for me. Senior brothers and sisters, everyone quickly drink the enlightenment immortal tea while it's hot. Let's see if you all also have a chance to obtain a heavenly opportunity like senior brother Zhuanglan. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the crowd in the room was quiet at first, then immediately cheered. The excitement was overwhelming. Everyone held up their teacups and scrambled to drink the tea down. Then he began to meditate in order to get the benefits of the immortal tea with the best posture. But, the probability of immortal tea bestowing blessings is just too low. After an hour had passed, all the disciples of the Qinyin sect who drank the immortal tea, other than Zhuanglan, there still hadn't been a person with a heavenly descending spiritual root on the second day. But, the benefits of immortal tea increasing longevity and purifying cultivation still existed. This benefit alone was enough for the crowd to be ecstatic. Seeing this, Qin Feng secretly thanked God for helping. Let yourself hit the jackpot and make up for the big mess you made today. While sighing in relief, Qin Feng also picked up his teacup and drank the tea in one go. In an instant, the heavens and the earth shifted. The whole sky began to roar. The wind and thunder roared and the clouds turned to rain. This kind of heaven and earth phenomenon was simply unheard of by the crowd. In the sky, a crack was slowly torn open. Golden light, little by little, penetrated from the crack and shone directly onto Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who was standing in place at a loss for words, under the reflection of the golden light, it was like a true god of the ancient times, sacrosanct and inviolable. Then the mutation lasted less than a minute. All of it disappeared in an instant, and the whole sky was calm again. Next, all the disciples immediately rose and bowed deeply towards Qin Feng. Many thanks, eldest brother, for granting us the flood of qi. We swear by our future immortal path that we will worship eldest brother as the superior in our hearts, and will be at eldest brother's disposal. If there are any false words, you will be spurned by heaven and earth and executed by 5 thunderbolts. A dumbfounded Qin Feng, looking at the senior brothers and sisters who worshipped him, unconsciously scratched his head. Then off the top of my head. What are you guys doing? Just now, what happened? 007, the golden light reappears. Eldest brother intends to carry everything? Original. From the moment Qin Feng drank the tea, His entire consciousness then detached from his body. At the time, he was like an infant soaked in warm water. It was indescribably soothing. When he waited for his consciousness to clear, he saw the crowd bowing deeply to him. After waiting for Qin Feng to finish his explanation, Xian Hai went up and asked cautiously, "Eldest brother, can you feel any abnormalities in your body?" Qin Feng subconsciously touched himself, then shook his head affirmatively. "Not only is there no anomaly, and I'm in such good shape, it's almost too good to be true. It's like falling in love with a wild horse when my house is full of prairie." Regarding Qin Feng's explanation, the crowd studied it for half a day, but they didn't understand it. But seeing Qin Feng with a look of, well, complete disbelief, Genkai nodded as if he understood again. "Well, fellow disciples, eldest senior brother has been out all day today, so I'm sure he must have been exhausted long ago, and now we're bringing you all the enlightenment immortal tea, so that you can receive such a bountiful amount of chi." I'm sure that everyone's gratitude towards eldest senior brother has already been felt by eldest senior brother. Let eldest senior brother take a good rest today, and everyone put their enthusiasm into the work of rebuilding the clan more. The crowd listened and nodded in agreement. One by one, line up. As he passed in front of Qin Feng, he once again paid sincere obeisance. It then left in good order. After everyone has left, inside a certain secret room of the Green Cloud sect, with Xian Hai at the head, 7 other disciples gathered here. They were all helping Xian Hai, sharing for Qin Feng together, and dealing with the various chores of the sect. Nowadays, it was already considered a core member of the Green Cloud sect. Inside the chamber, a lamp like a bean swayed slightly. In the slightly dim light, Xian Hai slowly opened his mouth. "I should be right. Just now, the moment eldest brother drank the enlightenment immortal tea, while everyone else's attention was on the heaven and earth visions, my line of sight happened to be locked on eldest senior brother. Previously, that golden light that we jointly witnessed on eldest senior brother has appeared again. Only, this time, the golden color appeared in a state where it was attached to the entire circumference of eldest brother. For a hard analogy, it's like the body protection astral aura of a micro-body cultivation powerhouse. This golden light gives me a feeling of infinite majesty in addition to warmth and justice. I've only just ventured a peep and I'm already weak and in a cold sweat. Just now, because I was holding on with all my might in front of everyone's eyes, I just didn't want to make a fool of myself. But when I think back on it now, I still feel weak in the legs and two-fisted." Speaking of which, Xian Hai said as if he was laughing at himself and somewhat enviously, "It's so overbearing. Just the true chi within eldest senior brother's body was able to shock me into being defenseless by virtue of his own pressure. Although I can't figure out just what realm eldest brother's current strength has reached, but I think it should be described in 4 words. Terrifying as hell." Listening to Xian Hai's words, everyone nodded in agreement. One of them, the senior sister in white, whispered, "I don't know if you guys noticed, eldest senior brother. It seems that he always intentionally avoids the topic about the abnormality in him. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I just have this feeling." On the other side, the senior brother in the green tunic smiled. "That's something you don't understand, eldest brother. This is playing dumb with us, but I guess it's also protecting us in disguise." Hearing his statement, the remaining few people immediately became curious. Seeing that the crowd still didn't understand what he meant, the green-clothed senior said confidently, "We are all immortal cultivators. The moment you set foot on the path of immortality, it is to go against the heavens and seek a ray of life. But the road to immortal cultivation is not only long, it also contains countless dangers and killing opportunities. One of the things that scares everyone the most, it's the mind." Upon hearing the word heart demon, the crowd's expressions immediately became grave. The demon of the heart is all those who embark on the path of immortal cultivation, a test that must be faced. They are the embodiment of negative energy and desires, the ugliest aspects of yourself, for recklessness and lawlessness. That's why the power of the mind grows extraordinarily fast. From the birth of a heart demon to going off the deep end. If it's fast, it's just a matter of moments. But even when it comes to the word demon of the heart, everyone still didn't understand what senior brother Qingyi was trying to say. Seeing that the crowd still did not understand, the green-clothed senior brother shook his head. "Eldest brother Qin Feng, you've been back for most of a month, haven't you? First the seed of source spirit, followed by today's enlightened immortal tea. Guess what's next? And the point is, it's not about the next one, it's about elder brother Qin Feng. How did he pry into the heavens and learn the specifics of these wondrous encounters? You know, to encounter these great opportunities is not something that can be explained by luck and coincidence alone." Saying that, the green-clothed senior disciple used his hand on the table and drew an odd symbol. "Before there was a change in this clan, I have read the sect's Qin Yin Xin history, which records all the major and minor events since the sect's inception. According to the ancient scrolls, the second-generation patriarch of our Green Cloud sect was a very remarkable powerhouse in his time. But his specialty isn't the art of killing, it's the perpetual diffusion. This is a secret divination method that can peer into the opportunities of heaven and earth and overlook the destinies of others. But the interesting thing is, not only did this secret art not leave any heirs, it also disappeared completely with the fall of the second-generation patriarch. Speaking here, the green-clothed senior brother paused. But now, in combination with the situation of eldest senior brother, I have reason to suspect that eldest senior brother should be in the process of shutting down for 100 years. Got the sole inheritance of successive patriarchs. It is with this hand of the perpetual diffusion of heaven that eldest senior brother is constantly projecting heavenly chances and helping to rebuild the sect. When he finished his guess, the crowd, including Xianhai, frowned. All sorts of thoughts and memory fragments quickly crossed his mind. At that moment, Xianhai opened his mouth to inquire, so, what exactly is the relationship between the Zhou heavenly diffusion and the heart demon? The green-clothed disciple shook his head and smiled bitterly. Senior brother Xianhai, why don't you get it? Let me ask you. If there was a chance for you to obtain the perpetual diffusion, would you take it? I guess anyone would accept it. It's a top-secret divination technique. But why, with such a powerful secret method, did it not leave any heirs? That's the point. I suspect that practicing perpetual diffusion will have extremely strong side effects. As for what the side effects are, I'm not sure. But what is certain is that it must be very horrible, terrifying to the point that the second-generation patriarch would rather fall with the secret art than leave behind an heir. With that said, everyone in the chamber instantly understood. On their faces, a look of gravity immediately appeared. You mean, elder brother Qin Fenghe? Facing Xianhai's inquiry, the green-clothed senior brother nodded his head. That's right. In the face of the Zhou heavenly diffusion, anyone would be born with greed, and greed is one of the key reasons contributing to the heart demon. If it's light, your cultivation will be sharply reduced, and if it's heavy, you'll go up in smoke. Elder brother Qin Feng's act of pretending to be a fool is to conceal this concept and protect everyone from the root. Eliminate completely the possibility of us giving birth to a heart demon. Saying that, the green-clothed disciple's face showed sadness and tears had filled his eyes. Even more so, I suspect that senior brother Qin Feng is already fully aware of the side effects of the Zhou heavenly diffusion. I'm afraid that he's playing dumb in his behavior and saying nothing about it in order to follow the example of the second-generation patriarch. Use your immortal path and even your life to capture all sorts of opportunities and wonders for the Green Cloud sect and help us rebuild the sect. With those words, everyone in the chamber fell silent. For a while, the atmosphere in the room was heavy, full of being revered, sadness, and heartache. Eventually, Xianhai spoke faintly. The tone was laced with sadness. It seems, eldest senior brother is planning to hide everything from us and carry everything 008, woman in red. Dipper point life. 2 hours later, the crowd in the chamber was silent. Genkai tapped the table with his finger. Okay, if there are no comments, then do as I say. From today onwards, as long as it's something that we can do ourselves, we definitely shouldn't go bothering eldest brother to take action. But considering right now, revitalizing the Green Cloud sect is the most crucial and the common purpose of everyone. So, whenever it comes to revitalizing the clan, let's focus on the important things. Get another idea from Big Brother. Use the greatest possible extent to reduce the frequency of eldest brothers prying into the heavens and delay the possibility of side effects. With that, Genkai smiled again. The tone relaxed a little. Of course, don't get too psycho about it, people. All of the above is just our speculation at this point. Perhaps eldest brother's ability in divination has long surpassed the second-generation patriarch. There's even a solution for the side effects. All we're doing now is just one more insurance policy for peace of mind. After saying that, Xianhai's expression became serious once again. Alright, in the days to come, we shall do our best to assist eldest senior brother with all our might. When you go back, tell the other senior siblings as well. In today's Green Cloud sect, eldest brother's thoughts and will are always above all else. No matter what task senior brother Qin Feng sets out, even if we are told to die, we must die without any hesitation. Do you understand? The crowd inside the chamber nodded fiercely. Yes, understood. In the secret room, the crowd had completely deified Qin Feng. It could even be said that it had been treated as a new generation of patriarchs. But think about it. He stepped forward in the time of the clan's crisis and granted the spirit field a new lease of life. After ensuring that the people were fed and clothed, they were given the enlightenment Immortal tea. Qin Feng, who had laid a solid foundation for the strength of the sect's disciples. There is no excuse for being heartily admired by your mentor and mentee. Just, a confused Qin Feng was glad that he had muddled through again. When the crowd left, he too returned to his bedroom. Ever since he drank the enlightened Immortal tea just now, he felt that there was always an energy expanding within his body. I had thought that I was going to obtain a similar chance of a heavenly spiritual root, but after that energy expanded to a certain level, It unexpectedly disappeared without a sound. It's like it never existed. What was even more outrageous was when Qin Feng took off his clothes and prepared to go to bed. It was actually discovered that a layer of extremely fine skin had sprung up on the surface of his skin, and black and dirty. It was surprisingly fishy smelling when I went up to smell it. This made Qin Feng even more curious. Not to mention the fact that those who cultivate immortals are not tainted by mortal dust. Even if one's body is dirty, as long as one's aura is transported, one can be as polished as new. But so much dirt on myself. For most of the day, he hadn't even shown any signs of noticing it himself. Qin Feng, who really couldn't figure out the situation, had no choice but to simply wash up before going to bed. Yet just then, a flash of red crossed the sky. That red light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it was rushing towards the ground. Boom boom boom. A violent ringing accompanied the trembling of the entire Green Cloud sect. It immediately startled Qin Feng. Nima, is this the Earth Dragon turning over? When the vibration stabilized, Qin Feng immediately opened the door of the room, ready to check the exact situation. At this moment, people had long been standing outside Qin Feng's door. At the head of the group were Xian Hai and the others. They arranged themselves in a formation, protecting Qin Feng's residence tightly behind them. Seeing Qin Feng poking his head out, Xian Hai immediately stepped forward. Eldest brother, are you alright? Qin Feng shook his head, his eyes looking in the direction where the loud noise occurred in the distance. I'm fine. What the hell is going on here? Genkai shook his head. I'm not sure. We also just heard a loud noise before we immediately rushed over. However, the place where the rattling occurred seems to be not far from the sect. I've already sent someone forward to check it out. Half an hour passed. The people that Xian Hai had sent out had finally returned. Only, when they came back, they were waiting for another person. A woman dressed in red, drenched in blood and unconscious from serious injuries. Helping the woman aside, the disciple stepped forward and bowed to Qin Feng. Eldest brother, we found a large pit 20 miles away from the clan, and no one or nothing else was ever found in the pit except this woman. Qin Feng nodded and hurriedly inquired about the woman's situation. The disciple shook his head helplessly. She was very weakly alive when we found her. Coupled with the violent impact, the meridians and bones all over his body, all broke apart. Unless there is a great power at the divine separation stage who uses his own native aura to infuse his body for it. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't make it through this moment. When the people on the scene heard this, they immediately shook their heads helplessly. A powerhouse at the divine separation stage? Let's not talk about whether or not people would use their precious and incomparable native aura to save a woman they didn't know. Just the divine separation stage powerhouses alone were enough for ordinary cultivators like them to look up to for the rest of their lives. That was an absolute powerhouse who could directly seek lucrative positions in the various great immortal dynasties based on his strength. Hey, so poor this sister in the end suffered what calamity? By the looks of it, she's at most 18 or 19 years old. Even in our Green Cloud sect, she can only be considered a junior sister. After stepping onto the path of immortal cultivation, her fate is no longer in her hands. She's really miserable, listening to other people's words of emotion or regret. Qin Feng, accompanied by Xian Hai, arrived in front of the severely injured woman. With his fingers, he gently ruffled the strands of hair that were in the woman's way. At that moment, both Qin Feng and Xian Hai's old faces blushed. The reason is simple. Because the woman's appearance was just too gorgeous. It was a complete transcendence of the mortal world. Beauty that has been completely stripped down in temperament. The beauty is such that one has no evil thoughts at all, but wants to take a moment to enjoy it. Realizing that he was a bit out of line, Xian Hai immediately coughed. Pity, pity. Qin Feng also nodded with great approval. Just as Qin Feng withdrew his finger, he was about to order the woman to be sent to the medical center in the Immortal City. Let the woman fend for herself. Qin Feng's finger happened to cross the woman's brow. Next, the wind is rising from the flat earth. A purple divine light erupted from Qin Feng's fingertips. The expanding energy that he had felt when he was drinking tea earlier was now reappearing. This power traveled from Qin Feng's body to the position of his fingertips in no time. Instantly, the light shone brightly. The crowd at the scene hastily covered their eyes. Wait for the flare to fade. Qin Feng, who was the instigator, looked dumbfounded at his masterpiece, and the crowd that responded was silent at first. It then erupted into a flurry of shrieks and screams. Xian Hai, who had leaned in the closest, had a look of incredulity on his face. 4 words were repeated over and over again. Hokuto point life. Hokuto point life. 009. Who is she? The immortal Lu Mengyun. In the long history of the metaphysical world, there are always some heavenly wizards who like to go by the sword. While other people were constantly learning various types of mastery, they wanted to obtain the ability to pass through the heavens and through the sky. There is a group of people who favor a group of people who only seek the way of immortality. They did not emphasize the art of killing, and studied the mysteries of longevity day and night. I don't know how much time has passed. This group can't do immortality though. However, it has really researched many of them, and is able to increase longevity of untold secrets. Not only can you, yourself, travel the continent with a long lifespan, and also when others are dying, using the purest of longevity, mobilize the life potential of the opponent to bring them back to life. And this Jedi school that only recorded its name in the continent's various canonical books, without any more information, that is, the Big Dipper points to life. Before the Green Cloud sect fell from grace, it was considered a formal sect. A variety of canonical and ancient books are available. Although the disciples failed to refine their strength, these strange stories among the continent of Kyushu, people still haven't seen much of it. This hand of Qin Feng's just now had truly shocked everyone. For a time, no one in the entire clan dared to breathe. Everyone held their breath and waited for Qin Feng to speak first. But Qin Feng is now, really, full of mushrooms. He had clearly done nothing but lift his hair to look at the woman's appearance. How did this just glow again? Just as he was torn, the stunning woman suddenly opened her eyes, feeling the abundant longevity in his body. The expression on the woman's face was one of great joy, then it turned into great surprise. With a slight movement of his eyes, he saw Qin Feng in front of him, was using his finger, pressed against his brow. The woman stepped back in fear. Seeing that Qin Feng did not make any movements, the woman looked at her surroundings again. Next, she suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards Qin Feng. My daughter, Lu Mengyun, thanks the Immortal for giving me a chance to live. Qin Feng looked at the stunningly beautiful woman who was covered in blood but her body was already unharmed. Dumbfounded for a few seconds, he then finally came back to his senses at Gunkai's reminder. Ahem, MS, Willow, right? The one in front of you is Qin Feng, the Green Cloud Sect's senior brother, and the acting sect head of this sect. Just now, when I saw that your vitality was disorganized and you were only one step away from falling, it was my sect master who made a move to save your life. Xian Hai's words were tantamount to confirming Lu Mengyun's suspicions. This caused Lu Mengyun, once again, to bow 3 times to Qin Feng. However, in the next second, Lu Mengyun, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly turned pale, because she felt it. Although his own life was currently unharmed, his cultivation had fallen to the bottom. Nowadays, she might not even be able to defeat a child who had just stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation. For a while, Lu Mengyun's eyes were lifeless, as if she was caught up in boundless memories. Seeing her suddenly stop talking, on the side, Xian Hai spoke again. MS, Willow, since you have been saved by my senior brother, can you answer questions for my sect master? Where are you from? Why did you end up like this? And why did you crash land near my Green Cloud sect? Xian Hai's words pulled Lu Mengyun's thoughts back to reality. With a twinkle in her eye, Lu Mengyun hurriedly said, my little daughter was originally from the northern continent, and her family's power is weak and not worth mentioning. But before we knew it, an evil cultivator powerhouse discovered our family's trail when he was passing by. He wants to refine our entire clan and become his blood meal. The elders of the clan put their best foot forward and are no match for this evil cultivator. Just at the last minute, the elders used up the last of their strength and sent the ones that were already seriously injured. Unfortunately, as I was fleeing, I was still hit by the evil cultivator. Although he escaped the clutches of the devil, his life is already in danger. As for the latter, you should all know, the metaphysical world is just that. There is no reason for the strong to be strong. There is no way for anyone to avoid facing such an undeserved disaster. Hearing Lu Mengyun's miserable experience, everyone sighed and shook their heads. Even Qin Feng, who had always swung for the fences, couldn't help but ask one more question after hearing this story. So, the rest of your family? Lu Mengyun nodded sadly. It was. I saw it with my own eyes as I was being sent on my escape. The entire family has been refined in the palm of the demonic cultivator, and no one has ever escaped with their lives again. Said, Lu Mengyun's beautiful eyes were hanging down, and her crystalline teardrops were like rain leaks. Seeing that her emotions were so sad, Qin Feng also knew that it was not the right time to continue asking. He then asked his senior sister to first arrange a temporary residence for Lu Mengyun. Let's wait for Lu Mengyun to recover emotionally before we talk about other things. An accident that finally came to an end. Led by the female disciple, Lu Mengyun came to a secluded hut. She first nodded her thanks to the female disciple leading the way, then asked gently, Sister, the person who saved me today, is he your patriarch? Upon hearing this, the junior sister leading the way guffawed. The person who saved you is our Green Cloud sect's eldest senior brother. However, he is now similar to our sect leader. Our entire clan has long been treating him like a sect leader. These words doubly surprised Lu Mengyun. It's just a big senior brother. How come he's being treated like a sect leader? However, it was not convenient for her to ask more questions when she was new to the city. After a few moments of small talk, the lead sister was sent off. Sitting on the chair, Lu Mengyun looked at her slightly shaking hands, her thoughts once again cluttered. In the words spoken just now in the face of Qin Feng, everything but the name is fake. Lu Mengyun's true identity was a loose immortal who had failed to cross the threshold. In the entire continent of Kyushu, a loose immortal is a very special existence. They have to be stronger than the average cultivator. However, when a person who cultivates immortality succeeds in crossing the threshold, he or she can become a true immortal. The loose immortals, on the other hand, were those who escaped because they had failed to cross the threshold and dismantled their physical bodies. Although there would be an increase in strength, there was basically no hope of going further in this life. Lu Mengyun had been a maverick all her life, and not many people had heard of her great name except for family, friends, and enemies, and she managed to enter the transition stage not long ago, just when it mattered most. The enemy who got the news from somewhere killed her while she was in transit. Seeing the imminent failure of the tribulation, Lu Mengyun only had to dismantle her physical body in order to survive. But she had just become a loose immortal, and her realm had not yet been stabilized. Then he was once again hit hard by a number of enemies. After being fatally wounded multiple times, Ryu Man Yun realized, if he didn't run at this point, he would really be dead. So she turned to her last strength and escaped right across the continent. During that time, because of the severity of her injuries, she simply fainted. That's how it happened to crash land in the vicinity of the Green Cloud Sect. At this moment, Lu Mengyun, who had lost all her cultivation, didn't feel too disappointed. Lost realms could be restabilized, and lost cultivation could be reaccumulated. With your own experience, the speed at which one recovers strength is bound to be rapid, and the bottom line is that there is really only one life to live. In order to escape, he himself ended up burning his lifespan in a desperate attempt to break out of the hands of his enemies. The longevity that should have been left was now unusually abundant and full. It's like living your life over again, and it's all to do with the man who saved himself. It was related by the man known to the others as the Sect Master's senior brother, named Qin Feng. But, although one's realm had fallen, one's eyesight had not diminished. This man called Qin Feng was clearly not even as good as Foundation establishment in terms of cultivation. He didn't have the ability to cast it even if he was in possession of a secret technique. One doubt after another was instantly born in Lu Mengyun's mind. She decided, taking advantage of this miraculous escape from death, he first stabilized himself in the Green Cloud Sect. By the way, have a good poke around. Look at this guy named Qin Feng. Who the hell is 010, testing Qin Feng? Girl, don't blackmail me. Late night, inside the Green Cloud Sect's secret room, the core disciples, led by Xian Hai, gathered here once again. After everyone arrived, Xian Hai sighed. Senior brother Qin Feng just now was really a bit impulsive. That woman surnamed Lu, all her identities and origins, all came from her alone. Has not been able to distinguish the ins and outs of the situation. Senior brother Hey, the senior sister on the side also laughed bitterly and shook her head. Yes, I figured out that eldest brother's heart is just too good. A little too good. That's a secret method to replenish longevity, to be used so ostentatiously on a strange woman. If they are not present, they are all disciples of the sect. But whenever the news is released, I'm afraid that by tomorrow, outside our Green Cloud Sect's mountain gate, there will already be a line of people coming to renew their lives. Hearing this, the remaining few people suddenly frowned, because what senior sister said was the last thing they wanted to see at the moment. If it was a few days ago, they would definitely request Qin Feng to take action if they learned that he had this ability. Using his secret method of replenishing his longevity, he went to exchange favors and benefits with other forces, allowing the revitalization of the Green Cloud Sect to go even further. But, ever since they made their smart-ass projections, after the Iron Law of, the more eldest brother shows his strength, the more his body is overwhelmed. They then made a rule that they must find a way to make Qin Feng strike less. The crowd talked for half a day. Finally, Xian Hai spoke again. Starting tomorrow, send someone to keep an eye on that Lu Mengyun. For some reason, I always feel that this woman is not as simple as she says she is. In addition, the crops in the spirit field are growing well. In a few days, I'll bring people to the Immortal market to peddle them once more. The spirit stones exchanged this time. First use them to repair the various broken buildings within the sect. Early the next morning, the refreshed Qin Feng had just gotten dressed and was ready to sneak around the sect for a while. Suddenly, a scented breeze drilled down his nose. This fragrant breeze is like a young girl lightly starting her manhwa. Instantly, it made Qin Feng feel like he was in a fairyland. Qin, brother Qin. Following the voice, Qin Feng fixed his eyes on it. It turned out to be Lu Mengyun coming from the side. After Qin Feng had replenished her longevity and rested for another night, she had, although the strength has not recovered in any way, but the essence has been renewed. Seeing this, Qin Feng hastened to cheer up. So it's Miss Lu. Any physical discomfort after a night's rest? Lu Mengyun laughed lightly and shook her head, but she snorted coldly in her heart. Sure enough, this Qin Feng is definitely not as simple as he appears. No one knows the effects of Beidou Point life better than Qin Feng, the caster of the spell. But now he's inquiring like this, fearing that he's treating himself as an ordinary nobody. It's also good. Let me, Lu Mengyun, take this opportunity to see what this guy of yours is really all about. After thinking about it, Lu Mengyun hurriedly owed her body. Fortunately, thanks to Big Brother Qin Feng's divine benevolence, I'm now free of any serious injuries. It's just my cultivation. As soon as he talked about cultivation, Qin Feng's expression was also a bit sad. The Lu Mengyun in front of her had lost her cultivation due to an accident. But yourself, how could you not? 100 years in seclusion. I thought I could make a breakthrough. Who would have thought that a golden light from an unknown source would crash right on top of them? Not only did he knock himself unconscious, he also knocked his cultivation down drastically. Cultivating something like this may seem complicated, but it's not easy at all. Except for a few people, who were able to obtain the opportunity of heaven and earth and realize a sudden advancement in their cultivation in a short period of time. More people, who wanted to raise their cultivation level, still had to practice hard in a step-by-step manner. 100 years of cultivation, one step at a time. The bitterness of it can only be understood by oneself. Seeing that Qin Feng's thoughts were a bit sad, Lu Mengyun's eyes were puzzled. Is this guy taking pity on me? Brother Qin, what's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? Qin Feng took a deep breath and shook his head with a smile. No, I just thought of something else. It's just some frost. The two made small talk for a while longer. In the middle, Lu Mengyun again laid traps in and out of her words, launching multiple trials against Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng just replied as usual. This time, instead, Lu Mengyun was confused. So, Brother Qin, is what you are currently trying to do to revitalize your Qingyun sect? Seeing Qin Feng nod, Lu Mengyun's heart tightened. Lying. Let's not talk about whether this Qin Feng is deliberately hiding his strength, just by virtue of the means by which you saved yourself yesterday. As long as Qin Feng is willing, the top 10 sects in the entire eastern continent will immediately send people to make an alliance. And those other clans, if they also want a piece of the pie, they would even send the direct female disciples or disciples of the sect directly to Qin Feng, even as concubines, willingly. Thinking of this, Lu Mengyun was struck by an idea. Brother Qin, our family has an ancestral technique. This technique can indirectly deduce what others are most concerned about. Even though I've lost all my cultivation now, I don't need any spiritual energy to perform this technique. If Brother Qin agrees, I can help you speculate. Under your leadership, what will the Green Cloud sect develop into in the future? Ouch, isn't this the fortune-telling of the metaphysical world? Hearing Lu Mengyun say that, Qin Feng immediately became interested. Seeing Qin Feng agree, Lu Mengyun's brows flowed as she stretched out her white left hand. Please, Brother Qin, place your index finger at my palm. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately extended his index finger and touched Lu Mengyun's palm. He didn't know that this technique wasn't a secret Lu family tradition at all. Rather, after Lu Mengyun became a Lu's immortal, he took on disciples for his own future teachings. A secret method developed. As long as Qin Feng did what she said, then, Qin Feng's roots, aura, realm, and even the most insistent desires of his heart, it will all be known to her. Looking at Qin Feng's fingertips, the moment they made contact with his own palm, inside Lu Mengyun's heart, it was hard to hide the feeling of scheming success. Even the corners of his mouth curved slightly. However, just the next second, Lu Mengyun suddenly realized that the space and environment around him began to continuously distort. Just a moment ago, he was in the Green Cloud sect itself. It was as if he was now in a clearing that was completely empty, but bursting with golden light everywhere. The endless might of the laws pressed down on her, making it difficult for her to even breathe. Golden breaths continued to reach out from the surface of the earth, connecting with the sky. The entire space was sacred to the core, giving the mind a mood of worship and submission. Lu Mengyun had been a Lu's immortal after all. The strength on the soul was naturally quite a bit higher than ordinary cultivators. Faced with tremendous pressure, instinctively, she tried to mobilize her soul power, trying to create respite for herself. But just at the moment her heart resisted, the golden light within the space dissipated. In its place were dark, thick clouds and cracked, fire-breathing earth. The divine thunder in the sky fell like rain. Lu Mengyun, who had experienced the transitional hijacking, was clearly able to feel it. Every thunder in this space, all of them were much more terrifying and stronger than the divine thunder that he had encountered during his own tribulation. Click! Didn't wait for Lu Mengyun to make any reaction. A divine thunderbolt hit with precision. Without even a chance to let out a scream, Lu Mengyun instantly lost consciousness. And in the real world, Qin Feng, who was standing in place, had helplessness and embarrassment written all over his face. The great beauty who had just been talking and laughing with herself, Suddenly his body went limp, and the whole thing slumped in his arms as if he had no bones left. Qin Feng hugged her as he did so. One side spoke in an almost pleading motion. Miss Lu just touched the palm of her hand. Don't blackmail me, although we are all immortal cultivators. But men and women are not related, and there are so many people watching. You guys, TSK, don't just stand there. Come help. 011, stay. The protection money collectors are here? Miss Willow. Miss Willow? Hearing the call in her ears, Lu Mengyun opened her eyes with difficulty. That's when she realized, unbeknownst to himself, he had been taken by the Green Cloud Sect, carried back into her temporary quarters. Just as Lu Mengyun was about to get up, the memories from before the coma came flooding back in full force. The last image in her mind happened to be the moment she was struck by divine lightning. Just looking back, Lu Mengyun was sweating profusely, and a feeling of powerlessness assaulted her entire body. Even getting up from the bed seemed like an extra effort. Seeing that she had woken up, the female disciple in charge of taking care of her hurriedly brought over a cup of tea. Miss Lu, you're finally awake. 3 days ago, you inexplicably fainted in senior brother Qin Feng's arms. The whole thing kept convulsing and foaming at the mouth. It scared the hell out of us. Lu Mengyun, who was originally adjusting her breathing, hearing the words of the female disciple, shock and panic were instantly written all over his face. 3 days? He himself was just using a secret method, trying to peer into Qin Feng's heart. Didn't realize, you went straight into a coma for 3 days? This was also thanks to the fact that, after becoming a loose immortal himself, the strength of his soul had increased quite a bit. If it was any other cultivator, even if they possessed the strength of the divine separation stage, I'm afraid I'm going to have to redo my soul. Thinking of this, Lu Mengyun forced herself to calm down. Quickly, 2 answers came to her. First, Qin Feng had long since seen through her thoughts, and the result of this one was just a small application of punishment. Second, Qin Feng was warning himself not to do something useless. He can raise his hand to save, but he can also raise his hand to kill me without any effect. Whichever way it turns out, his own behavior of using a secret method to test Qin Feng this time was really too reckless, and Qin Feng hides his terrifying strength and hides within this dilapidated Qin Yin sect. Must be plotting some amazing secret. Analyze the situation as it is. As long as you don't cut any more corners and do something redundant, Qin Feng wouldn't care about himself. In his current situation, he had a strong enemy outside seeking revenge, and he himself did not have the power to defend himself. Staying in the Green Cloud Sect and waiting for his strength to recover was his best option. Stay? Lu Mengyun lightly bit her lip, pondering the feasibility of this option. The female disciple saw her deep in thought and carefully nudged her shoulder. Miss Willow, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Do you want me to call my senior brother, who specializes in medical skills, to come over and check you out? When Lu Mengyun heard the other party's words, she quickly smiled and shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, sister. An inspection is not necessary. I think this coma should be caused by my own body's failure. I guess, some more days of recuperation and I'll recover. As she spoke, Lu Mengyun straightened her temples, asked, feigning casualness. Right, I suddenly fainted. Did I scare big brother Qin Feng? I've only been here a few days and I've already bothered him twice. Is it convenient for you to take me to meet big brother Qin Feng? I want to thank him in person. Upon hearing that Lu Mengyun wanted to meet Qin Feng, the female disciple but suddenly shook her head. These few days, it is better not to go to see senior brother Qin Feng first. He's fretting about something else. Green Cloud Sect, the Great Hall. Since Qin Feng was currently the acting sect leader, he was naturally flocked to the main seat by everyone. The few core disciples led by Xianhai stood on the left and right. At this moment, the crowd frowned and wanted to speak. Eyes constantly swept over Qin Feng, expecting him to give some advice. But Qin Feng, at this moment, was also in a difficult situation. Looking at the letter in his hand, Qin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. How come I haven't heard of this before? There's some kind of scattered faction grand alliance in our eastern continent? And this league is a little too overbearing, isn't it? If you join the alliance, you'll have to pay 7,000 spirit stones every month. If you don't join, you will not be under the protection of the alliance. If there is a conflict with a clan in the alliance, they will not be able to receive mediation or help from the higher echelons of the alliance. Listening to Qin Feng read the letter, Xianhai's face was also particularly bitter. To watch the revival of the Qin Yin sect was expected, but now it was stuck with such a piece of dog skin. The so-called Eastern Continent Scattered Faction Alliance was basically a money-grubbing organization. The predecessor of this alliance was the infamous Human Clothes Sect of the Eastern Continent. Ever since this Human Clothes Sect's patriarch, promoted to the split stage, then he shifted and converted the Human Clothes Sect into the headquarters of the dispersed faction Grand Alliance. Clans with clan orders were sheltered by the Immortal dynasty. The Human Clothing Sect couldn't afford to mess with the Immortal dynasty. so they decided to put their blood-sucking teeth on the arteries of the folk dispersal sect. The scattered sects and clans that promise to join the alliance will be able to keep themselves safe by making their contributions on time every month, and clans that don't want to join, then they will be targeted in the shadows by the human clothes sect. They'll start by having some of the smaller clans clash with you, then by the agreement of the alliance, the main force of the human clothes sect will strike, bring some lessons or even heavy blows to uncooperative clans. Nowadays, in the entire eastern continent, more than 40% of the folk scattered factions have joined the ranks of the Grand Lodge. Before the Green Cloud sect suffered a change of heart, it also belonged to the Immortal dynasty's shelter, but ever since the clan order was taken back, it was targeted by the human clothes sect. Not long ago, Xian Hai and the others went to the Immortal market to sell crops from the spirit fields, and were discovered by scouts from the human clothes sect. The Qingyun sect, which was thought to be finished a long time ago, is now harvesting again. The People's Clothing sect naturally wouldn't let it go, so the letter inviting to join was quickly sent over. Facing the strength of the human clothes sect patriarch, Xian Hai and the others felt a huge headache. The divine separation stage was only considered medium in the continent of Kyushu, though, but it can already be counted as one of the best among the folklore schools. A cultivator's realm and strength, which were completely linked, simply couldn't be compensated for by quantity. It was impossible for 1,000 Jindan stage cultivators to defeat a single divine separation stage expert. Not to mention, the Green Cloud sect now, no matter the number of people or strength, it's all out of reach. Senior sect leader, what do you mean? Hearing Xian Hai ask himself once again, Qin Feng only felt that his head was 2 sizes too big. Crops from the spirit field were currently the main source of economy for the clan. Taking out 7,000 spirit stones a month to pay in, that would be like removing more than half of your monthly income. But if you don't promise the other side, turning back to the other party looking for trouble and discovering the mysterious aspects of this spiritual field, he was afraid that he would directly make a move to snatch it. With the current strength of the Green Cloud sect, it was simply unable to resist. Now that's a real dilemma. Just at the moment when the crowd was in a difficult situation, outside the sect's main hall, a clear and quiet voice suddenly came out. Big brother Qin Feng, I have a way to help you solve this dilemma. The moment the words came, Lu Mengyun laughed softly and walked in calmly from outside the great hall. Xian Hai frowned. Miss Lu, we're discussing internal clan matters. You, Lu Mengyun nodded. Big brother Xian Hai, my daughter is not trying to meddle in the internal affairs of your Qingyun sect, but in just a few days, I've already caused trouble for big brother Qin Feng twice. What's more, the mere gift of regeneration is more than I can repay. So, just now, after hearing from the sister who took care of it, about what you guys encountered, that's why I had the guts to run over here to offer my advice, so I can also take this opportunity to repay big brother Qin Feng. Lu Mingyun's words were incomparably sincere, and her eyes glowed with gratitude. The crowd of the Green Cloud sect looked at me and I looked at you. For a moment, I didn't know what to do, and Qin Feng, who was plagued by this dilemma to the point of having a headache, suddenly saw that there was someone who could help him solve his troubles. Immediately, he smiled and nodded. Miss Lu, what is your solution? But tell us. Lu Mengyun guffawed. The flavor of this smile sent a shiver down the spine of all the males in the room. Only Lu Mengyun's lips slightly opened. Big brother Qin Feng, have you ever heard of the Infinite Sword Sect? 012, close personal disciple. Here comes the one who is looking for a fight? The Infinite Sword Sect? Seeing themselves finish, the others fell silent. Lu Mengyun continued to speak. This Infinite Sword Sect is also an ancient sect in the eastern continent. A certain sword cultivation elder of that clan had left behind a set of all heaven's demon removing sword formation. You can combine the strength of all people and cross the level to resist an expert. Although the Green Cloud sect doesn't have many personnel available right now, it can barely catalyze this formation. As long as the formation is formed, it only needs to be supplied with some spiritual chi to support the operation of the grand formation. The upper limit of this formation isn't high, but it's still more than enough to be used to resist a divine separation stage expert. Xian Hai and the others obviously hadn't heard of the name of the sword formation. However, learning that in this world, there were such subtle formations, admiration unconsciously rose in his heart. But, Miss Willow, this sword formation you are talking about must be the greatest treasure of someone else's clan. How could we possibly? Facing an inquiry from one of the disciples, Lu Mengyun hurriedly shook the intensive in her hand gently as if she was offering a treasure. This is the heavenly demon removing sword formation. A certain elder in my family had the good fortune to be acquainted with the elder who created this formation when he traveled away from the continent. The two of them had a great conversation and ended up exchanging some secret books of techniques with each other. It's what I left behind. One of the few family legacies. Originally, I wasn't supposed to take it out, but big brother Qin Feng's kindness to me is too great. As long as I can help him out, this book of formations is really nothing. Saying that, Lu Mangyun directly submitted the intensive into Xianhai's hands. The crowd in the Great Hall was stunned. Anyone could see that Lu Mangyun didn't look like she was talking nonsense because it wouldn't do her any good. But she had put down such a huge amount of blood only to repay Qin Feng's favor? Does it say? Everyone's guesses about her the other day were all wrong? She was indeed a bitter little woman whose family had been destroyed and happened to flee to the Green Cloud Sect? This, Miss Lu, isn't this gift a bit too expensive? Facing Xianhai's question, Lu Mangyun lowered her head inside. Next, the corners of the eyes and eyebrows are indescribable, and a look of pity is written all over his face. It is very expensive, but in comparison, if Big Brother Qin Feng hadn't stepped in, Mangyun would already be in the Nine Springs today. Brother Qin could have saved my life without asking anything. I, Lu Mangyun, can likewise give up everything, only wishing that Brother Qin can no longer be filled with sorrow. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly looked at Qin Feng. Even Qin Feng himself could tell. Today's Lu Mangyun seemed a bit different. In and out of words, 3 sentences could not be separated from Qin Feng. And, I don't know if it's an illusion or just more thought. Everyone always felt that Lu Mangyun was talking, all the time, with her eyes. She was secretly sending out secret waves of fall at Qin Feng. It was an extremely pleasing and intense desire to be accepted. Actually, Xianhai and the others were indeed right in their feelings. After Lu Mangyun learned of Qin Feng's current doubts from the female disciple's mouth, she learned of Qin Feng's current doubts, though she was well aware of it. With Qin Feng's strength, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even need to blow on his breath to exterminate a small player like the Human Clothes Sect. But Qin Feng was now pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger for some reason. Since it was inconvenient for him to make a move and he himself wanted to stay and be sheltered by Qin Feng, the best way to do so was to show his availability and curry favor with Qin Feng. In this way, one's safety is completely guaranteed. The other side. Qin Feng was practically beaming when he saw that the difficult problem had been easily resolved. Hey, Miss Lu, I really don't know how to thank you. And this move, in Lu Mangyun's opinion, happened to be a hint from Qin Feng to himself. Little girl, you're smart, this is exactly what I want. Seeing that Qin Feng's mood was no longer low, Lu Mangyun hastened to strike while the iron was hot. Brother Qin, all the brothers and sisters of the Qin sect, our Lu family, now in the world, I'm the only one left alone. These days living within the Green Cloud Sect, all of my brothers and sisters have taken care of me in every way, as if they were treating me like a family member. Big Brother Qin Feng is even more, needless to say, directly giving me a second life. If it's possible, I want to join the Green Cloud Sect, even if I start from the lowest level as a handyman. Please give me a chance and a place to go, so that I can have a place to stay in the middle of this continent. The sudden request to enter the sect caused the crowd to be a bit confused. Qin Feng looked at Xianhai and whispered, "What do you think of this thing?" Xianhai smiled slightly. Unlike Qin Feng, just now he was worried about the power of this sword formation and whether it would protect him. After hearing that Lu Mangyun wanted to join the Qingyan sect, his heart finally sighed in relief. If the sword formation wasn't as effective as she said, Lu Mangyun wouldn't have chosen to stay. Within a few breaths, Xianhai arched his hand and bowed down to Qin Feng. Miss Lu is truly destined to be with my Green Cloud sect. Besides, her life was saved by your own hands, sect master. Nowadays, it's the time to use people within the sect. According to senior brother, Miss Lu's wish should be realized, and sect master you also need to have a close personal disciple who is responsible for taking care of your food, clothing, and shelter, so that we can devote ourselves to the task of rebuilding the clan with a better spirit. A personal disciple? And snug? Without waiting for Qin Feng to react, Lu Mangyun had already knelt down in front of the crowd. Looking at the situation in front of him, Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders. It looks like you can't even take it without it. Just, such a great beauty. Giving herself as a personal disciple? One should be more careful in the future, so as not to make any mistakes, and then spread the powerful news of a prodisciple, pregnant with his own flesh and blood. This is done. Lu Mangyun, who had gotten what she wanted, finally felt at ease and stayed in the Qingyun sect. On weekdays, apart from serving Qin Feng in his daily life, the rest of the time, she was secretly searching for a way to regain her strength, and the Green Cloud sect, which had gotten the sword array, was under Xianhai's selection. The 20 disciples with the highest strength of the moment were identified to become the executors of the sword array, although the highest realm among them was Xianhai, who only had the strength of the Yuaning stage. But after casting the sword formation for the first time and feeling the infinite power of the formation, Xianhai immediately told Qin Feng with joy, "Eldest senior brother, with this formation, it's definitely able to defend against a divine separation stage expert." Half a month later, inside the Eastern Continent Folk Dispersal Faction Grand Alliance, the headquarters of the original Human Clothes Sect, Black Python, one of the 4 great elders, was sitting in the great hall, resting his eyes on the side of the Green Cloud sect. Is there still no reply? The disciple beside him nodded. The letter inviting to join the alliance has been sent over for half a month, and there is no reply today. Disciple guesses that the Green Cloud sect should have rebuffed our good intentions. Hearing the disciple's analysis, Elder Black Python snorted coldly. Humph, something that gives no face. The Qingyan sect without Xianwei is nothing more than a bunch of dirt dogs. Go, notify the people from Bloodshed Mountain. Have them go send some congratulatory gifts to the Green Cloud sect in the next 2 days. Remember, don't make too much noise, but make them afraid. Understand? The disciple nodded and immediately transformed into a black gas and left. As for Elder Black Python, he once again resumed his initial relaxed demeanor, his mouth softly chanting, "If you don't obey, you're a dead." 013, Spirit Beasting, Qilin. Completely messed up Lu Meng Yun. How's it going with what you were told? Inside the Bloodbath Mountain, the chief, Jiao Nan, put down the wine glass in his hand and asked the junior brothers below, "Chief, I've found out everything, and it's absolutely reliable. That Green Cloud sect, now it's not even a flowery one. Ever since the sect leader and elder of the Green Cloud sect received orders from the Immortal dynasty and completely fell in the Immortal demon battlefield, the Green Cloud sect can be said to be getting worse by the day, but all the disciples who are somewhat capable have all changed their sects. The rest are all nobodies. The strongest is only at the Yuanying stage, with your cultivation that has just been promoted to the out-of-body stage, not to mention going looking for trouble. Even sweeping away the Green Cloud sect would be more than enough." Listening to his little brother's flattery, Jiao Nan nodded proudly. Then there's nothing that can be done about it. He deserves his Qingyan sect's bad luck. Broken inheritance, no shelter, and you still don't want to make offerings to the alliance? Under the sky, there's no such thing as a bargain. Inform the others, leave tonight and follow me to cause havoc in the Green Cloud sect. When the little brother heard this, he quickly hemmed and hawed and smiled grimly. Head, we have to have a reason to go and cause trouble, right? Jiao Nan sked. I have to come up with a solution for such a trivial matter. What are you guys doing? As the words came out, Jiao Nan suddenly raised his eyebrows, pointing in a direction not far away. He said to his little brother, by the way, use that as an excuse. In this way, not only do we have a name for our division, maybe, we can even take advantage of the chaos to sweep away the wind. Looking at the direction of Jiao Nan's finger, the little brother hurriedly nodded his head. That location was the beast prison of Bloodshed Mountain. The one imprisoned inside was an ink Qilin that Jiao Nan had met by chance after his promotion to the outbreathing stage. The ink griffin is not a pure-blood griffin, but a hybrid species. However, because of its own unicorn essence blood, the destructive power used is extremely strong, and its nature is difficult to tame. Although he had been captured by Jiao Nan, the ink Qilin had no intention of giving in at all. Nowadays, Jiao Nan decided to use the ink Qilin to make a statement, deliberately making it appear in the vicinity of the Qingyun sect. When the time comes, take a bite out of yourself. Let's just say that it was someone from the Green Cloud sect who wanted to abduct his spirit beast. Either make reparations or go big. The little brother who comprehended the meaning hurriedly followed Jiao Nan's meaning. Dusk, the disciples of the Green Cloud sect were making their rounds in accordance with their usual practice. Suddenly, Xian Hai, who was standing at the very front, felt a strong and violent force. Ow! A beastly roar came from not far away. The crowd of the Green Cloud sect covered their ears. As for the less powerful ones, their legs trembled and they almost couldn't stabilize themselves. Alert! Everyone cast aura protection. On the bodies of all the disciples, they were immediately flooded with aura light shields. Just the moment they had just stabilized themselves, a black figure had come close to them. Xian Hai, who saw the incoming object, sucked in a breath of cold air. No way! How could there be an ink Qilin present around the Green Cloud sect? When the elders were still around, they clearly drove away all the spirit beasts that had the ability to threaten the clan. The ink unicorn? Upon hearing this name, the disciples in the back immediately stirred. The realm of the ink Qilin was usually at the half-step out-of-body state. Moreover, this kind of spirit beast also possessed an innate divine ability. Can do a breath lock now. Prey that was targeted by it would never be able to escape unless their strength was higher than it. From the moment the ink Kirin appeared, Xian Hai then secretly gave orders for the crowd to find a chance to retreat. But now, because of the breath lock, the disciples of the Green Cloud sect had no possibility of escaping. If you can't beat them head-on, running away is even more deadly. One moment, the situation is then at its worst. Ow ow ow. The eyes of the ink Kirin stared at the crowd with a deadly stare. Ever since it was captured by Jiao Nan, in order to force it to yield and recognize its master, Jiao Nan already didn't know how many kinds of torture methods he had used on it. Now, the ink Kirin's resentment towards people had completely reached its peak. It didn't care at all who was in front of it. It just wanted to instinctively tear apart those people in front of it and use it to vent its anger on itself. Run! Accompanied by Xianhai's shout, the disciples fled frantically. Although he knew that running away would be of little use, it was better than waiting to die where he was. There was only one hope left in everyone's mind. As long as we can escape back to the clan, as long as Sect Master Qinfeng makes a move, then there is a hope of surviving on your own. Same time, inside the Green Cloud Sect, sitting on the stone steps of the main hall, the beautiful loose Immortal Lu Mengyun stood on one side, teapot and snacks in hand. Not far away on the soft couch, Qinfeng was lying on his side like an old member of the staff. Ouch! Stretching hard, Qinfeng sat up, somewhat bored. He moved his neck, his eyes looking towards the location of the mountain gate. Why aren't Xianhai and the others back yet? I'm starving. Seeing the situation, Lu Mengyun rushed forward. Master, would you like to have another snack? Qinfeng waved his hand. Forget it, it's not a good idea to just eat snacks. Just as the two were chatting, a violent ringing sound instantly came from outside the mountain gate. What's going on here? Lu Mengyun hurriedly put down the things in her hands and prepared to go outside to check things out. But before she could move, a disciple who was covered in blood and whose clothes had long been tattered and torn, stumbled in. Master Sect's senior brother. Something big is wrong. Shen! Senior brother Xianhai and the others, they have encountered an extremely ferocious spirit beast. The situation is critical. I beg you, Sect Master, to save. The words were not finished. The seriously injured disciple directly fainted on the ground. This scene scared Qinfeng. To know, in terms of strength, his current situation wasn't even as good as Xianhai's. The Genkai are all at stake. If you go yourself, you'll do nothing but add to the chaos. At most, it was just an extra bite of meat for that ferocious spirit beast. At this moment, Lu Mengyun, who was standing on the side, was constantly observing Qinfeng's changes. Now the great enemy is at hand. Xianhai couldn't even resist a spirit beast. If Qinfeng still pretended and insisted on not making a move, then the Green Cloud Sect will definitely be in great trouble. But if Qinfeng makes a move, then, with your own eyesight, you can naturally see something. Thus, it was easier to deduce Qinfeng's identity and strength. In a flash of inspiration, Lu Mengyun immediately knelt down on one knee. Master, Senior Uncle Xianhai and the others are caught in a bitter battle, so please hurry up and save the group. Master, these words reached Qinfeng's ears, causing him to frustrate his teeth anxiously. It is not that he does not want to save Ah. Himself is not strong enough to save Ah. Knock knock. The rattling outside grew louder. Vaguely, the furious hissing of the spirit beasts could still be heard. Unexpectedly, that spirit beast was continuously pushing towards the vicinity of the Green Cloud Sect. The hard-won life of leisure was about to fall apart. Qinfeng was so anxious that he almost died in place. Eventually, the instinct to live and die still overcame the impulse. Qinfeng understood very well that he didn't have the strength to save people. He turned around and was ready to go back inside and pack his things, intending to escape first. But just at this moment when Qinfeng turned around, the powerful oppressive force suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even the low roar of the beast came to an abrupt end. In the meantime, kneeling on the ground, Lu Mengyun, who was expecting Qinfeng to make a move, completely messed up. 014, who's guilty? Anyway, the bloodshed mountain is coming. When the thoughts that had been frozen because of the shock turned again, Lu Mengyun only felt as if she had already died once. Qinfeng's anxiety and nervousness just now was completely lost on her, because in her perspective, when the spirit beast outside the mountain gate kept approaching, Qinfeng just shook his head inside, then turned around indifferently. There was mere disdain in his eyes. What emanated from his body, on the other hand, was an aura that could interfere with the life and death of all things. Just one turn, it was as if he and everything around him had been pulled into another dimension. In that dimension, cultivation, realm, emotions, thinking, all of them are in vain. What can be felt? Only the purest suppression and fear. One time, the weaknesses in yourself are like being magnified 1,000,000 times over, and one's own weaknesses are rightly exposed to a natural enemy. It was irresistibly great terror. It is an absolute moment that can only be described as submissive no matter what. Support the ground with both hands. Bean-sized beads of sweat kept dripping down his face. Lu Mengyun, who was once a loose immortal, had always thought that she was considered to have survived the test of life and death. But just now, Qinfeng just turned around. The oppressive feeling that comes with it. I'm afraid that the most terrifying everything in the world combined can't even be compared to it. Strength. This was Qinfeng's strength. One is too stupid and shallow. I can't believe I just mistook it myself. This level of crisis would prompt Qinfeng to strike. How can one be so foolish as this? The strength of this man in front of him was, in the true sense of the word, an existence that surpassed his own perceptions countless times. Maybe someday, even in the immortal realm, there might not be an existence of this level. I'm afraid that only a legendary divine realm powerhouse would be qualified to compete with Qin Feng. At this point, just was about to wipe the oil from his feet. Qin Feng, inwardly still in the middle of self-blame, speak with a conscience. Since returning to the Green Cloud sect, the people had really taken care of him and honored him in every way. But now, knowing that the clan is in a difficult situation, I can't believe that I'm ready to walk away from it. Regardless, however, one didn't want to fall just like that for no apparent reason. After all, a good death is better than a bad one. Just as Qin Feng's heart suffered from self-blame and guilt, suddenly it felt as if everything around me had gone quiet. He stopped the steps he had taken and slowly twisted his head to look at Lu Mengyun, only to see Lu Mengyun's entire body lying on the ground. The plump, firm buttocks outlined the lines of the infinite wind. The sweat-dampened clothes made Lu Mengyun's beautiful back, hidden under the light veil. When an ordinary man sees this, I'm afraid that he would have already sprayed his nose with blood and died of anemia. Nay, Qin Feng had other things on his mind right now and couldn't even think about this. He coughed in a huff and straightened his comportment a little. It's over? Originally it was a question mark. In Lu Mengyun's ears, it turned into Qin Feng's test of her. Lightly wiping the sweat from her forehead, Lu Mengyun hurriedly got up to reply. Yes, master. It's over. Disciples will go out to check the situation. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Mengyun had returned, and along with her, there were Xian Hai and the others. Everyone had some injuries, large and small, but fortunately, relying on his familiarity with the terrain around the Green Cloud sect, there were no casualties among the disciples patrolling the mountain. Xian Hai came before Qin Feng and stood quietly. Suddenly, pa! In the moment when the crowd didn't react, Genkai fiercely gave himself a resounding slap, because just now, Lu Mengyun had already told him the truth of the matter. Xian Hai and the others who originally didn't want Qin Feng to make a move and didn't want Qin Feng to pay another price, when they heard that they were in danger, it was Qin Feng who saved them by exercising his Xian Gong again. A sense of shame that hated his own incompetence exploded in his heart. Senior Xian Hai, what are you doing? Qin Feng was shocked by Xian Hai's behavior. He hurriedly pulled on Genkai's arm, fearing that he would slap himself again. Whoever thought? Xian Hai's eyes were glistening with tears, and he had already sobbed uncontrollably. Senior, it's senior brother's incompetence. It's senior brother's lack of strength. Since elder brother's return, the great burden has all been placed on your shoulders. Xian Hai knows how many pounds and how many tails he has. He doesn't dare to ask for compliments from senior brother. He only seeks to share senior brother's worries in small matters. But now it is incompetent. This operation gave Qin Feng a complete dry spell of confusion. If you want to talk about shame and guilt, I'm afraid no one in the audience could guilt themselves. But now, how the tables have turned. Qin Feng, who did not understand the situation for the time being, had no choice but to comfort Xian Hai first. When Xian Hai's emotions calmed down, he immediately had someone carry the ink Qilin forward. Report to Sect Master. We were forced into a desperate situation by this during our routine patrol of the mountain today. Lu Mengyun fixed her eyes and hurriedly said in confusion. Weird. How come this ink Qilin has the mark of a beast circle on its neck? You guys, look. It still has a lot of old wounds on it. Can't it be that this ink Qilin has an owner? Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Lu Mengyun hurriedly looked for a compliment. Oh, before the clan was destroyed, I had seen some books in the clan's library. Among them is an introduction to spirit animals. After receiving Lu Mengyun's edition, Xian Hai became even more puzzled. Senior brother, I think this matter is too fishy, but what exactly is the problem? I haven't got a clue. Qin Feng waved his hand. He didn't care about that. What state is this ink Qilin in now? It won't suddenly awaken and then attack us once more, right? Xian Hai immediately shook his head. No, it won't. Its spinal spirit bone has been broken. There's no chance for it to make a fuss. Hearing that the trouble had been completely resolved, Qin Feng was finally relieved. Just as the people were discussing how to accept this ink Qilin, the sound of beating drums came from the sky. A blood-red flag, falling from the sky. It just happened to land at the entrance of the Green Cloud sect. On the banner, a black word for break indicated who the visitor was. Next, a voice came from the sky. A voice that was so gloomy and cold that it doubled people's fear. I am a member of the Eastern Continent's dispersed faction Grand Alliance, the leader of Bloodshed Mountain, Jiaonan. I have been notified by my disciples that the ink Kirin, the spirit beast within the sect, has been compelled to come here by your disciples of the Green Cloud sect. In order to avoid trouble, you are ordered to hand over the spirit beast as soon as possible in one incense stick of time. If not, Mr. Jiao will personally come to my door to ask for an explanation. The words fell and the dark clouds dispersed. The crowd of the Green Cloud sect was filled with panic written all over their faces. Transfiguration Dhamma. This was a technique that could transmit sound into the ear when a person was thousands of miles away, and the only condition for practicing this technique was to advance to the out-of-body stage. Out-of-body stage? Xianhai only felt his scalp go numb. A half step out of body Ink Kirin. If it wasn't for senior brother Qin Feng's intervention, I'm afraid that there would be no Qinyan sect today. Now that's good. The owner of this Ink Qilin has come to the door, and it's still an orthodox out-of-body stage. Right now, his side had broken the spine of someone's spirit beast, the equivalent of having put a vendetta in place. Positively angering an expert at the out-of-body stage would be 10 times more difficult than fighting a ferocious beast. Could it be that the Green Cloud sect really had a fate to commit cheating, doomed to be completely swept into the dust of the continent after the successive fall of the sect masters and elders? However, just when the crowd didn't know what to do with it, in front of everyone, Lu Mengyun still took the lead and arrived at the location of the mountain gate. He then lifted his leg and kicked it, directly kicking the flag of Bloodshed Mountain flying, eyes looking not far away. In a voice just loud enough to be heard by the others, he spat out 2 words softly. Looking for death. 015, praying for copper? Oh no, the sword formation is not working. In the continent of Kyushu, though all the major clans have some rules that are unique to each clan, but there is no shortage of rules that everyone defaults to. Place the clan's token flag and plant it on the opposing clan's territory. This behavior is the same as writing the names of your enemies all over your territory. It is a provocative act in the absolute sense. Nowadays, the people from Bloodshed Mountain were using this method to provoke the Qingyun sect, coupled with the sound transmission feats just now. It was even more explicitly and implicitly trying to start from a position of strength, directly suppressing the Green Cloud sect, in Lu Mengyun's opinion. Whatever secrets Qin Feng has, but his current status, after all, was the acting sect leader of the Green Cloud sect. The stronger the person, the more self-respect they have, and the less they can tolerate others' insults. So, as Qin Feng's personal disciple himself, he had to break the situation first. Anyway, he had Qin Feng behind him, and as the opposite side had ridden face output, it was impossible for Qin Feng to swallow this humiliation. Right now one's behavior makes perfect sense. Perhaps, it could even curry a hint of Qin Feng's favor. Under the horrified eyes of the crowd, Lu Mengyun returned to Qin Feng's side and replied respectfully, Master, what Bloodshed Mountain is doing is simply bullying people too much. Moreover, I suspect that the sudden appearance of this Ink Qilin is also unrelated to this Bloodshed Mountain. Maybe, this is a self-made drama. By her saying that, Xianhai and the others also reacted immediately. Scattered Faction Alliance, Ink Kirin's sudden appearance, and Blood Fury Mountain's entrance. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? 99%. It was the opposite side that set up the Qingyun sect. After having the answer in his heart, Xianhai immediately called for the disciple who was manipulating the sword formation. The Green Cloud sect with its sword array was no soft touch. Although this sword formation could only be used for defense, it could not be used for active attacks. But, would a sword formation that could defend against the attacks of the Divine Separation stage still be afraid of the attacks of an out-of-body stage? Raise the formation immediately and protect every blade of grass and tree in the Green Cloud sect. Receiving Xianhai's order, the disciples immediately motioned to start the formation. When the formation was fully presented, Jiaonan, the leader of the Bloodshed Mountain, at this moment, he also happened to arrive outside the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect. After he came to this neighborhood, the first thing that happens is through your own unique seal, scouted out some of the Murky Griffin's location and situation. When he found out, the Ink Qilin was now within the Green Cloud sect and in a very poor state. Jiaonan, however, was unusually excited. After all, in his opinion, the Green Cloud sect has long been a scattered mess. By the Ink Qilin again so spoiled, even if the clan is not destroyed, it would also lose any negotiating terms that just suited its own hit and miss. But now it seems that he guessed wrong. I didn't expect that within the fallen Qingyun sect, there would still exist a strength to counteract the Ink Qilin. It seems that this time one is going to get more than one imagined. As for strength, Jiaonan wasn't worried at all. In his eyes, he himself is not even a fraction of a star stronger than the Ink Qilin. Even if the Green Cloud sect hid their strength, it would just be more work for them. Fixing his mind, Jiaonan pushed a flat palm through the air. Empty. The mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect immediately shattered into countless pieces. As his eyes swept over the crowd of the Qingyun sect, Jiaonan keenly captured their panic and uneasiness. Whoever is in charge, step forward. I have sensed that my ink unicorn is hidden by you in this neighborhood and is in very poor condition. Hurry up and hand over the spirit beasts. Don't try to pull any tricks. Jiaonan raised his head high and finished his sentence with a disdainful and proud face. But, instead, he realized that none of the people from the Green Cloud sect had moved. It was as if they hadn't heard him. Are all of you in the Green Cloud sect deaf? Or do you not intend to return the spirit beasts and intend to let me take them on my own? Seeing that the crowd was still unmoved, Jiaonan, who had been ignored twice in a row, was really a bit embarrassed on his face. With a frown, blood-red light erupted from his fingertips. Originally, He thought that this ray of light alone would let the people of the Green Cloud sect know how powerful they were. Pity. As the red light rays came straight at the Qin Yun sect's crowd, a sword light emerged from the body of the disciple who was in charge of the formation. The sword light and the red light crashed into each other, while in the next second they all disappeared. This one. The expressions of the personnel on both sides of the fence immediately switched. The people on the side of the Qin Yun sect, after seeing that the sword formation was indeed effective in resisting foreign enemies, immediately there was a mountain of screams. And on the side of Bloodshed Mountain, the boss of the out-of-body stage sends out an attack. Surprisingly, it was resisted by a fallen clan's formation? This is ridiculous, isn't it? Even more unexpected than them was Zhao Nan, who had struck out, although the strike just now was not his own full strength. However, it was not something that these people from the Green Cloud sect in front of them could resist. One's own eyes can't be wrong. The crowd from the Green Cloud sect was definitely inferior to themselves in terms of strength. The problem, then, could only be with this strange formation. Xian Hai and the others opened their mouths while maintaining the formation. My Green Cloud sect and you, Bloodshed Mountain, have never had any intercourse. Today, the matter of your clan's spirit beast suddenly arriving here and injuring my clan's disciples is still unresolved. You, as the head of Bloodshed Mountain, and indiscriminately come to the door to humiliate, and directly attack with your hands. You Bloodshed Mountain, what exactly are your intentions? Hearing Xian Hai's words, Zhao Nan looked at him with a cold smile. Yuaning Stage Jr., you don't deserve to hear my explanation yet. As he spoke, Zhao Nan suddenly snapped and attacked again. The attack, however, was still blocked by the sword formation. Ha, it's really funny. Truly a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. I can't imagine that the Qin Yun sect, which has fallen into such a state, still has such marvelous formations. Just, as long as you present the spirit beasts and formations together, I'll pretend that today never happened. I'll give you half an hour to take the test. Before Jianan finished his words, Xian Hai immediately retorted. Delusional. I see. You guys are here for a good reason today. I advise you, even if it's a blade of grass or a tree of the Green Cloud sect, unless we all die in battle. Otherwise, you'll never get your hands on half of it. Xian Hai's words caused Zhao Nan's anger to increase. How many years? Since the founding of Bloodbath Mountain itself, there hadn't been any Yuaning stage person who dared to speak to himself in such a tone in front of him. Zhao Nan laughed angrily and stopped pretending. Since we've all already torn our faces off, we might as well get straight to the point. Tough enough mouth, but I just don't know. Are your bones tough? Saying that, Zhao Nan suddenly pulled out a copper coin from his pocket. He casually threw the copper coin into midair, mouth full of words. Pray for the blessing of the copper coins. All formations should be forbidden here. The words just fell. Xian Hai and the others suddenly felt that the sword formation they were in charge of was being disintegrated little by little. The moment she saw the copper coins, Lu Mangyun was shocked in her heart. The origin of that copper coin was extraordinary. It was created by a great power who was proficient in smithing and spent his own effort to create it. The main function is to pray and bestow blessings. However, the function sought must not exceed the strength of the person who built the copper. The person who gave Zhao Nan the copper coins must have far surpassed him in terms of strength, not to mention how many levels beyond Xian Hai and the others. This one, the original plan to resist with the sword formation, was directly facing collapse. Seeing the light of the sword array gradually dissipate, Zhao Nan smiled with an unusually cruel smile. He stared at Xian Hai. The red light in his hand once again lit up with a murderous intent. Let's start with you. 016, Ink Chilan surprise. The beast of green smoke on the moon. The sword formation failed. Zhao Nan's killing move had already taken shape. The disciples of the Green Cloud sect instantly panicked. But here and now, Lu Mangyun, who was standing on the side, was somewhat calm and frightening, because she knows it well. With Qin Feng here, Zhao Nan of Bloodshed Mountain couldn't take any advantage at all. If Qin Feng hadn't intentionally hidden his strength, fearing that a single breath would be enough to kill Zhao Nan 1,000 times. On the other side, the moment the sword formation failed, although Xian Hai was flooded with fear in his heart, he still stabilized his body as much as possible. He gave the others a look, and they gradually drew closer to Qin Feng. When they shielded Qin Feng behind them, Xian Hai whispered, "Senior brother Qin Feng, there's a change in the situation at the moment. When the fight breaks out later, we will fight for our lives to give you a chance to escape from here. The other side is too strong, and we're not sure how long we can delay it. I also hope that senior brother will bear in mind the great cause of revitalizing the clan and reviving the glory of the Green Cloud sect." Hearing this, Qin Feng was going crazy. People are dying, but still revitalize the chicken hair Chunyan sect. Xian Hai was even within the sect, a relatively strong one, but when compared to the one across the street whose surname was Zhao, it was not in the same dimension at all. Qin Feng had no doubt, as long as Zhao Nan was willing, he could easily, just as easily, slaughter the current Qin Yun sect cleanly. That was why he was even less able to understand the mentality of Xian Hai and the others who wanted to fight for their lives. If you die, it's really the end of everything. It's only by living that we can see hope. He had the intention to persuade Xian Hai, but the situation at the scene simply couldn't wait for him to open his mouth. Seeing the killing move from Zhao Nan's fingertips, he was about to attack. In a pinch, Qin Feng hastily raised his hands. Don't do it. Nobody do it. Everybody calm down, shouted at by him. Zhao Nan, who was ready to strike in midair, really did stop. Seeing him stop moving, Qin Feng didn't dare to delay for even half a minute and hurriedly walked out from behind the crowd. Don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over. Inside? Elder Jiao, right? My name is Qin Feng. I'm the senior brother of the Green Cloud Sect and the current acting patriarch. What you just proposed, I am in total agreement with. Spirit beasts, formations, our Changyan sect offers them all together. Let's pretend that what happened today was a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, okay? Hearing Qin Feng declare his identity, the corners of Jiao Nan's mouth turned up slightly. After slowly falling from midair, he came to Qin Feng's side. Foundation stage strength? How did you become the acting sect leader of the Green Cloud Sect? Hearing Jiao Nan's question, Qin Feng hurriedly brought a smile to his face. Harm, it's a long story, but what I said is true. If you don't believe me you can ask them. Seeing that the others, indeed, did not refute Qin Feng's attitude, Jiao Nan waved his hand. That's just it. I don't want to hear the extra crap. Formations, spirit beasts, and 5,000 spirit stones. If you take it out, today's matter will end here. If you can't get it out, don't blame me for being ruthless. When Qin Feng heard this, he had another 5,000 spirit stones in his condition. Isn't this robbing the fire while it's still hot? But due to Jiao Nan's strength, Qin Feng dared to be angry. He laughed while ordering people to hurry up and carry out the Ink Qilin. Soon, right outside the Qingyan sect's main hall, the heavily injured Ink Qilin was lying on the ground in a dying state. As for Qin Feng, in his hand, he was holding the secret book on formations given by Lu Mengyun. Elder Jiao, everything you wanted is here. As for the 5,000 spirit stones, you can see, our Changyan sect really can't afford it right now. Why don't you open your mouth and we'll try our best. In terms of the number of spirit stones, let's reduce it a bit. Look, the spirit beasts and formations are all here. I'm really sincere. Looking at Qin Feng's fawning appearance, he also looked at the severely injured Mo Qilin. Jiao Nan thought naturally, this Ink Qilin's injuries must have been caused by resisting the sword formation. In that case, it seemed that a book of formations that could counteract a half-step out-of-body realm would be quite a boost to Bloodshed Mountain. He had indeed earned a lot by coming to the Green Cloud Sect this time. As for spirit stones, Jiao Nan didn't really care. Anyway, the Green Cloud Sect was already like this, so if he wanted anything in the future, he could just come straight to the door and grab it. 5,000 spirit stones, not a single cent less. But you're still sensible, so I guess that's it. I'll give you half a year to gather 6,000 spirit stones, then send someone to my Bloodshed Mountain. This money will be used as the cost of treating the spirit beasts. Although the number of spirit stones had risen by another 1,000, at least the other party had given half a year's respite. As for what will happen in the future, at least get over this hurdle in front of us. Qin Feng sighed helplessly and nodded with a bitter smile. He then walked over to the Ink Qilin and subconsciously patted its body. Yes. We will definitely gather the spirit stones within half a year and send them to you. This spirit beast is really blessed to be able to follow like you. Buzz off. The heavens and earth trembled, and the Qiankuan roared. The sudden movement caused everyone at the scene to, all of them, directly kneel on the ground. A powerful pressure filled the air. It was a primal killing intent, a dominance that was born to be a king. In the sky, a gash as if it had been ripped open. Two black pillars of light, rushing in. It happened to land right on the body of the murky Kirin. As for Qin Feng, who was on the side, he was completely as if he was fine, not feeling any discomfort at all. The wind rolls wildly and the smoke is thick. The bright moon that was originally high in the sky was obscured all of a sudden. Cyan-colored light, from the Ink Qilin's body, burst out inch by inch. The powerful life force, bit by bit, pooled into its body. Boom boom boom. A violet white light appeared suddenly, shielding everyone's sight. The white light spread so quickly that even the sounds around them disappeared. In the infinite silence, Qin Feng clearly heard a cold female voice, whispering in his ear. Thank you, Supreme Immortal, for purifying my bloodline. From this day forward, you are my master. Before Qin Feng could react, everything around them was instantly restored. Everyone rushed to check themselves. Even Jiao Nan was no exception. When everyone realized that the mutation just now did not affect them in any way, suddenly, someone from Bloodbath Mountain pointed ahead in panic. Boss, it's bad. The Ink Kirin is gone. When the crowd heard this, their eyes immediately locked over. Sure enough, the spot where the ink unicorn had been lying was now long empty, but to their greater horror, at some point, a woman's figure appeared beside Qin Feng. The woman was tall, with a cool face, and the words "do not approach" are written all over her face. The black gossamer veil showed brown skin, giving a very regal look. It was different from Lu Mangyun's voluptuousness. The woman carried her own label of coldness just by standing there, even with big watery eyes, shiny black hair, and a thin waist that was less than a handful, and absolutely proud bosoms. But just one look at her, your heart will never dare to exist. Half a bit of non-thinking. Qin Feng stared blankly at the woman in front of him. In the back of his mind, the only reasonable explanation slowly emerged. You are the one just now, the ink Karen? The woman nodded and shook her head again before kneeling on one knee at Qin Feng. Luckily, my master has elevated my bloodline, and I'm no longer a half-breed. Now, I have successfully returned to my ancestor and have been promoted to the moon-treading green smoke beast. In the future, my mission is to guard my master for the rest of my life, and my master's wish is the direction of my endeavor. The woman's voice was soft, but her words were powerful. Lu Mangyun, who was on the side, almost spat out her heart when she looked at the scene in front of her. Treading on the moon and smoke? Among the Karen clan, a hidden model that is rare to see in 100,000 years? Born of the king's species, even in the immortal realm, rare spirit beasts were very rare. Now in the mortal world, just watered down and appeared. 17 seconds to kill the out-of-body stage. Shao Qing's terrifying strength. Quiet. From the moment the moon-treading green smoke beast appeared, the main theme of the entire Green Cloud sect became quiet. But most people can clearly feel it. Right in the middle of this quietness, there were countless solemn feelings hidden. There are a few, though, who not only don't feel it, but have a head full of questions. At this moment, Qin Feng, who had a brain full of question marks, it had already surrounded the moon-treading green smoke beast and looked at it for half a day. Even if the facts are in front of you, but Qin Feng still couldn't believe it. How did that dying spirit beast just now turn into a big iceberg beauty? You are the ink unicorn from earlier? Yes. Are you all healed? Right. The one who just called me master. Was it you? That's right. Do you have another name? Please master, give me a name. Qin Feng rubbed his chin, treading the moon green smoke beast. Well, what do you think of the name Green? How does it sound? Having been given a name by Qin Feng, she immediately knelt in front of him. From today on, I'll be called Greenie. Taking advantage of Qin Feng's conversation with Shao Qing, Jiao Nan, who had already won the battle and was planning how to gradually eat away at the Qin Yin sect. At this moment, his legs were trembling and his face was ugly as hell. From the moment Shao Qing appeared, he realized a very fatal situation. That's, Shao Qing's realm and cultivation could not even be penetrated by him as an outbreeder. This can only mean one thing. Green's intensity is a little off the charts. Maybe it's a sense of what's going on. Shao Qing's gaze shifted slightly before she spoke to Qin Feng with slight anger. Master above. You don't know. This person named Jiao Nan once inflicted 100 tortures on me in order to force me to recognize my master. Now, Little Green implores my master to grant me a chance to personally avenge myself. The situation is reversed. Just the moment Shao Qing uttered those words, Jiao Nan's body turned into a cloud of blood mist and immediately fled into the distance. At his realm, his alertness and sensitivity to danger was extremely high. Can't figure out Green's strength though, but Jiao Nan was clear. Something was definitely going to happen to him if he continued to stay here. Seeing Jiao Nan trying to run, Qin Feng couldn't care less. Revenge? Are you sure? Green sneered. It's under control. Seeing Qin Feng nodding his head, Shao Qing, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up, turning his head to face the location where Jiao Nan had fled. A jade hand was slightly raised. Draw the ground and you can't escape. Boom boom boom. A huge prohibition fell from the sky. The Jiao Nan, who had fled rapidly in mid-air, was crushed to death on the ground. Shao Qing's face was cold, unable to see any change in expression. Fingers like onion segments, a light grip, a huge suction force directly absorbed Jiao Nan. You this, I should have. In the first place, Shao Qing's eyes were full of anger as she stomped on Jiao Nan's head. Didn't see how hard she was pushing. Only the sound of watermelon breaking was heard. A breath later, the unbeatable out-of-body stage expert just now, Bloodshed Mountain's head master Jiao Nan. At this moment it has turned into a headless corpse. Just as Qin Feng was lamenting Shao Qing's strength, a small person emitting red light and shadow sprang out from Jiao Nan's corpse, and it was none other than his Yuanshan. However, this Yuanshan didn't fly far before it was grabbed in Shao Qing's hands. Pust! The villain was crushed into powder. Jiao Nan's soul was destroyed and completely disappeared from this world. Green, who had gotten his revenge, gently blew on his palm. He then came behind Qin Feng in a regimented manner and scanned with his eyes. The Bloodshed Mountain crowd had been stunned silly long ago. Patriarch Qin, Qin, you know what you're talking about. We are all Jiao Nan's juniors, and what we do is under his orders. If he hadn't ordered it, we wouldn't have dared to go against you or the Green Cloud Sect at all. Yes, Patriarch Qin, please be lenient and give us a way out. Patriarch Qin is generous. It's not easy for us to cultivate. We don't want to end up like Jiao Nan. Jiao Nan was dead, and his men immediately started begging for mercy. Let's not talk about avenging him. Some of them directly began to yell at Jiao Nan for being something he wasn't in order to survive. It was even suggested, as long as Qin Feng was able to bypass them, they could bring the people of the Qingyun sect and directly collect everything in Bloodshed Mountain. Xian Hai saw this. Disdain was written all over his face. Compared to these people, although these remaining disciples of the Green Cloud sect were somewhat low on strength, but when the dignity of the clan is insulted, everyone was prepared to put their lives on the line for the sake of the clan. That alone was enough to comfort him. Suddenly, Xian Hai used this to realize another layer of truth. It seems that Senior Qin Feng also wants to take this opportunity to see the hearts and minds of the Qingyun sect. No wonder everyone was so resolute in their stance. And when Senior Brother Qin Feng was told to leave first, he dawdled, thinking that it was everyone's performance that pleased him so much that he took the plunge. I just didn't realize that elder brother, he's already so strong that he can replenish the bloodline of a spirit beast at will. AI. No wonder our Qingyun sect was able to have a place in the righteous path even in its heyday. Elder brother, who is endowed with such great strength, has not thought of plundering other people's possessions when it comes to revitalizing the clan. How many people can live up to this insistence on justice and goodness? Not to mention strength. If one day, my state of mind can keep up with elder brothers, I'll be satisfied. Thinking about it, Xian Hai looked at Qin Feng with more or less a few moments of respect in his eyes. Fellow disciples, today's matter, it was Blood Fiend Mountain that provoked me first, and wanted to destroy my clan afterward. Fortunately, Senior Sect Leader has stepped in to repel the strong enemy externally and condense people's hearts internally. I propose that Senior Sect Leader's actions today be inscribed in the Sect's Chronicle of Events, for the descendants of the clan to read and comprehend. Hearing Xian Hai's proposal, the crowd instantly clapped their hands and shouted, Elder Brother's divine might, indestructible, strengthens my Qingyun, takes the credit. Hearing the slogans shouted by the crowd, Qin Feng's old face blushed, hastily finding an excuse to change the subject. Senior Brother, what do you think is the appropriate way to deal with these Bloodshed Mountain people? Genkai thought about it. Elder Brother means that it's useless to leave these people behind, so it's better to just do it. With that, Xian Hai made a neck-wiping motion. Once he heard what Xian Hai meant, the remaining members of the Bloodshed Mountain were dying of fear, hoping for half a day of begging for forgiveness just now, crying and begging for grandparents. The end result is still death? Well, Qin Feng shook his head in a hurry. No, I didn't mean that. I was thinking, aren't we going to rebuild the sect? Then isn't there a lack of handymen to rebuild the clan? How about this? Let them stay as handymen. They had a part to play in destroying the Green Cloud sect anyway. As for the materials for the repairs, and the expenses for the whole process, they'll pay for the spirit stones themselves. When it's fixed, let them go. Xian Hai looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. An admiring nod followed. Senior, how broad-minded you are. How compassionate your heart is. Worthy of being the leader of the Green Cloud sect. With that said, Xian Hai turned around with a serious expression and faced the crowd of Bloodshed Mountain. You guys should really be glad that you met my senior brother. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid you would have died long ago. From now on, all of you will reside uniformly in the back of the mountain, under the watchful eye of a special person. Before heading to the back of the mountain, turn in all the spirit stones and treasures on your body. As for the task of repair, I will have my sect disciples notify you when I've made the arrangements. The people of Bloodbath Mountain were visibly relieved to hear that they didn't have to die. With Xian Hai's order, the crowd immediately got busy. Qin Feng also finally had the opportunity to ask the question he was most concerned about. Little Green, what strength are you now? 018, Lu Mengyun's identity exposed? The person whom the heavenly Tao is dying for. Green's strength? Qin Feng wasn't the only one concerned about this issue. Even Lu Mengyun on the side was very curious. As a former powerhouse, with Lu Mengyun's eyesight as a loose immortal, she could tell that there were many problems the moment Xiao Qing struck. Jiao Nan was an out-of-body stage cultivator. This realm was not high or low on the continent. There were naturally many people who could kill him in seconds. But a punch or a kick can also be called a spike. Blowing on your breath can also be called a spike. It's the difference in strength between seconds and seconds that is more revealing. After a slight comparison in her mind, Lu Mengyun confirmed, even in his own heyday, wanting to kill Jiao Nan in seconds couldn't be as easy as it was for Qing. Does it say? The treading moon-green smoke beast, what with its ability to specialize in seconds? That's why it was so easy to destroy the souls of cultivators at the out-of-body stage. However, the moment Green answered, Lu Mengyun was stunned on the spot. Her mouth was even able to put down an egg. Master above. My current strength. If I were to make a comparison based on human cultivators, I should be at the late stage of the transitional succession. We, the Qilin clan, have been able to communicate with the aura of heaven and earth since we were young, and we are much faster than humans in terms of cultivation speed. Unsurprisingly, I just need to stay the way I am. Around 150 years, it will be able to successfully cross the tribulation and be promoted to an immortal beast. Late transition. Lu Mengyun's heart thumped. As a loose immortal, she had also gone through this stage. Only, she was a casual cultivator, so her cultivation base wasn't very good. This was also an objective factor in her failure to cross over. But Green is different. In her original form, she was a spirit beast that had been sheltered by heaven and earth. Again, Qin Feng made a move to purify her bloodline to its highest state. It's safe to say, Shao Qing's late stage of transition, in terms of strength, was definitely far superior to himself. Qin Feng has created such a strong heal. I'm afraid that's what it's all about, helping him to get rid of some unnecessary trouble. As her thoughts went deeper, Lu Mengyun only felt that a huge black vortex appeared before her eyes. The vortex kept spinning, powerful, constantly trying to tear her spirit apart. Qin Feng, in the end how strong, he has in the end is seeking what? In his plan, the little followers who cleaned up his troubles were all at the level of Shao Qing? Could it be that Qin Feng wasn't from the mortal realm at all? Or say, even the name Qin Feng is fictitious? At this moment, Lu Mengyun already had some regrets. She regretted that she was involved in Qin Feng's side and became a piece of gravel in the center of the storm. The center of the storm is safe, but you have to be careful where you step. One slip of the tongue and you're in for it. When the time comes, faced with such a big secret, I'm afraid I don't even know how to die. Ru. When he was considering whether he should continue to stay by Qin Feng's side, or whether he should stay away from it, suddenly, she heard Qin Feng calling her. Ha, yes, master, I am. Qin Feng nodded and pointed at Shao Cheng. The clan's spirit beast garden is so still in a completely deserted state. Besides, Little Green has already transformed into her form. It's not that great to have her living in the middle of nowhere. Let's put it this way. You first take Qing to find a clean and empty room to stay in. I'll rearrange your residences after the sect is rebuilt to a certain size. Lu Mengyun nodded her head in a hurry. Oh, Sister Cheng, come with me. Along the way, the two women were speechless. After Lu Mengyun brought Shao Cheng to an empty room, he enthusiastically introduced her. How about this location? You can see the creek from outside, and it's not far from where the Great Hall is. On top of that, no one has ever lived here. I'll have new bedding and pillows sent over later, and have them carefully cleaned, so you can move in tonight. Saying that, Lu Mengyun nodded with a smile and was about to leave. Bang! There was no wind around, but the open door of the room closed abruptly. Shao Qing was sitting on a chair, her face still cold and unrivaled. She blinked and the curtains fell around her. Tell me, why do you stay by your master's side, and do you have any designs? Don't try to deceive people. My Qilin clan has its own ability to distinguish truth from falsehood in words. If you have any ill intentions towards your master, here is where you will be buried. Suddenly being asked this by Qing, Lu Mengyun instantly panicked. What do you mean? Although Lu Mengyun was still pretending to be calm, her inner defenses had already cracked. Shao Cheng couldn't take her eyes off the ground, looking straight at Lu Mengyun. You're an interesting loose immortal. Those of you who choose to disarm should only have pure soul power left. But what's going on in this skin of yours that contains such powerful vitality? Speaking of this, Shao Cheng looked at Lu Mengyun with interest. After being blessed by Qin Feng and having his bloodline purified, Little Green's spiritual intelligence had also been greatly enhanced. The knowledge and abilities left by her ancestors in her bloodline were being fed into her mind little by little. Therefore, she quickly saw through Lu Mengyun's bottom card. As Qin Feng's spirit beast, Shao Qing felt that it was necessary for her to remove some potential risks for Qin Feng. So, while Lu Mengyun's strength had not recovered, opening up and talking to her herself was the best inadequate solution. And that's when, seeing his bottom card being seen through, Lu Mengyun simply stopped pretending. After all, it's the king's species, what poisonous eyes. However, you can rest assured that I won't do anything against Qin Feng. On the contrary, if I do recover my strength one day, I will have to thank him greatly. After saying that, Lu Mengyun told the truth about herself and what happened after she met Qin Feng. Briefly and succinctly, he told Green. When he heard that Lu Mengyun's tremendous vitality was actually Qin Feng's blessing as well, a trace of dismay finally appeared in Qing's eyes. Are you saying that? With a thought, my master used the Northern Dipper life-pointing technique to renew your lifespan? Seeing Lu Mengyun nod her head, Shao Qing suddenly covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Put, a loose immortal is a loose immortal. Really not much insight. Beidou point longevity? It's just a concealment method that depletes one's own lifespan and replenishes it for others. This kind of technique is worthy of my master? Ridiculous. With the pure Qilin bloodline, Little Ching's knowledge and insight reserves were rising at an astonishing rate. She quickly combined Lu Mingyun's words, as well as her own experience, and deduced some truth. What are you laughing at? All the continent has heard of Beidou's ability to order life. What else could it be if it wasn't the Beidou longevity that Qin Feng performed that day? Green got up slowly, smiling and shaking her head. My master had nothing. He just had a flash, in his mind, of an intention to save someone. So, your longevity was replenished, along with your physical body, which was completely destroyed when you were dismantled by the soldiers. It's also being reassembled little by little, only that the speed is a bit slow. Lu Mingyun was silent, just looking at Xiao Cheng. It was only recently that she felt that her fleshly body was regrouping at an extremely slow pace. It was slow enough to be negligible, but it surprised her. Having a physical body meant that one could continue to impact the tribulation. The path to immortality, which had been broken, was renewed once again. Although this might take thousands of years, the last thing a cultivator lacked was time. However, she was more concerned about something else. You're saying that Qin Feng's mind moved, so he saved me? I think you're the one being ridiculous. Is there something wrong with your unicorn clan's knowledge inheritance? Seeing that Lu Mingyun didn't understand his meaning at all, Green shrugged helplessly. Okay, let me rephrase that. Have you ever heard of the man who is dying in heaven? 019, reverse plundering of Bloodshed Mountain. Elder Black Python arrives at the door. Heaven's favor? This vocabulary was the first time for Lu Mingyun to hear it. Seeing her obvious lack of knowledge, Green changed to a comfortable position. Thanks to the knowledge passed down from my ancestors. A person who was favored by the heavenly Tao. I.e., a person who was recognized by heaven and earth, and whose fortune and chance have all broken through the upper limit. Although it was proven by countless great powers many years ago that the so-called heavens can only function like a machine, following a set trajectory, but the heavens are the heavens, and they are definitely not dead, but have infinite intelligence. When heaven senses danger, it seeks out the person whom heaven is dying for, and ties its fate to that person. Even if you analyze it literally, you should understand something, right? Got an explanation from Green. Lu Mingyun nodded slowly, but held out another finger. Do you mean to say that Qin Feng is being looked upon by heaven? Green shrugged hopelessly. You're still not listening to me properly. It's not heaven that has its eye on the master. It's heaven that needs the master. I don't know, though, what God actually predicted, but it is certain that only the master can get out of it. That's why this side of heaven and earth will do everything possible to help the master fulfill his wishes and ideas. Strike that. Green stood up and wandered slowly around the room, but the gaze was still locked on Lu Mingyun's body. Well, since you have no intention of harming your master, I don't want to ask too much about the rest. Anyway, I've made up my mind that I'll be by my master's side at all times. As for you, if you're smart, you should have an answer by now. Lu Mingyun took a deep breath. She had more than an answer inside her. She knew a shocking secret. God predicted that he was in danger, so he chose Qin Feng to help him? Wouldn't that be the same as, Qin Feng is the spokesman of the heavens? If that's the case, what's the point of walking yourself? Just stay by Qin Feng's side with just a few favors sprinkled through his fingers. It's better than 1,000 years of hard training on your own. A thigh of this caliber is not readily available. One must hold on firmly and not let go for a moment. Thinking of this, Lu Mingyun looked up at Xiao Cheng. So, what's next for you? Green fiddled with her fingers and made light of the situation. Naturally, I'm helping my lord to take care of some chores. For example, clean up Bloodshed Mountain, so that master can be more mindful and not have to worry too much about revitalizing the clan. 1 week later, Elder Black Python, who had arranged for the Bloodshed Mountain and went to the Green Cloud Sect to find fault, still hadn't gotten a response. He ordered his men to go pry for information, but unexpectedly, he got an answer that shocked him. Elder, when disciples rushed to Bloodshed Mountain, it was indeed empty of people and nothing was left. What's even stranger is, inside the Bloodbath Mountain, there are no traces left by half of the battle. As far as I can surmise, it shouldn't have been an attack by a strong enemy, at least from the scene. It is. Listening to his men's report, Elder Black Python's face remained unchanged. So, if there's something wrong in this matter, then it must have something to do with the Green Cloud Sect? The henchman nodded in silence. Cut it out. Black Python crushed the teacup in his hand and casually clapped his hands. I can't imagine that the old man has looked away. This lingering Qingyan sect still has a fighting chance left. It's really intriguing. That's just it. I'll give him this face. The matter of the Green Cloud sect joining the alliance. The old man will personally go and talk about it. Speaking, the black python transformed into rolling black smoke and dashed in the direction of the Green Cloud sect, and on the side of the Green Cloud sect, green was just a small show of strength. The remnants of Bloodshed Mountain then immediately gave up their resistance. Since then, all the wealth of the Bloodshed Mountain was incorporated into the Green Cloud Sect, and disciples who want to live are in a voluntary setting. He signed a soul contract and became the newest handyman of the Green Cloud Sect. This one, the person who was happiest was not Qin Feng, but Xian Hai. Looking at the entire backwoods labor force, and the slowly enriching sect treasury, Xian Hai was practically in tears with old age, so excited that he could hardly breathe. During the private meeting, Zhen Kai, who was in a good mood, even joked about it. I just hate that I'm not a daughter. I can't repay senior brother Qin Feng for all his kindnesses with my body. Actually, the not-so-girl disciples of the Green Cloud Sect had long had this idea. It's just a shame. Comics say they don't get a chance to express themselves. Even when it was hard to find the opportunity and just about ready to speak, only Qin Feng's left side was seen. The graceful, peach and apricot-colored, front convex and back exposed, physically enchanting Lu Mengyun, was feeding peeled grapes, one by one, into Qin Feng's mouth, and to Qin Feng's right, cold, rejecting, murderous, and explosively fit green, a pair of eyes alerted to everything around them, forever keeping a fist's distance from Qin Feng. With these two great beauties, the other senior sisters, whether it was beauty, body, or strength, in an instant, he was outclassed and thus embarrassed to speak, and in the meantime, Qin Feng was formally promoted from the acting patriarch of a fallen clan to a defeated man with a little money. Since the group of drudges from Bloodshed Mountain, the clan's spirit stones, then, began to show up in balances, Qin Feng didn't care that much. Compared to the progress of the clan's revitalization, he cared more about living a comfortable life. With spirit stones in his pocket, Lu Mengyun accompanied him, and Shao Qing secretly escorted him. Qin Feng was on the verge of living in the Immortal City during this time. Whether it's an aura spa or a high-end restaurant, the experience changes daily. If it was in another clan, just this behavior of Qin Feng's alone was going to be drowned in spittle by the disciples under his door. However, in the eyes of Xian Hai and the others, it became a good thing. As long as senior brother is still in the mood to enjoy life, I'm relieved. I'm truly afraid of elder brother. He, in order to catch up with the progress, doesn't think about himself at all and devotes himself to revitalizing the clan. Right now, everything is moving in a good direction, and it's all thanks to senior brother. Under this kind of moment, senior brother's body absolutely cannot go wrong. The rest of the disciples listened to Xian Hai's speech and nodded their heads in great recognition. But just then, the entire Green Cloud Sect suddenly shook violently. Not far, two red pillars of light directly enveloped the sky above the Green Cloud Sect. Xian Hai immediately ordered the crowd to be on guard, but before the disciples could disperse, their legs were paralyzed with fear by the situation before them. In the clouds, a black-scaled python that was hundreds of meters long plucked out of the clouds. The python's speed was extremely fast, and it instantly scurried out. He then placed his body, directly coiling around the Green Cloud Sect. The large head, scarlet eyes, and black and green letters were constantly spitting out. This spirit beasts brought a sense of oppression to the crowd. Surprisingly, it was even more terrifying than that Zhao Nan at the out-of-body stage. Yet more surprising, on top of the python's head, an old man in black stood against the wind. He first looked in the direction of the back of the mountain, then laughed out loud. True enough, I can't imagine that this group of dirtbags from your Green Cloud Sect would still have the ability to resist Zhao Nan. I'm really impressed. Xian Hai strongly resisted the pressure and fought to raise his head to look at the old man. Who are you and why have you come to my clan to demonstrate? The black python glanced at Xian Hai. The tone was not like an answer, but rather an order in general. I am the third elder of the Scattered Platoon Grand Alliance. Black Python, from today onwards, your Green Cloud Sect will become a vassal of my Heavenly Serpent Sect, subject to my orders and dispatches. Those who don't follow, their gods and souls will be destroyed. 020, a close call. Heavenly rank spiritual vein. Black Python, the Heavenly Serpent Sect, the third elder of the Scattered Faction Alliance? In an instant, Xian Hai knew the other party's intentions. The moment, Qin Feng and Shao Chang were not in the sect, and the strength of this black-clothed old man in front of him was definitely stronger than Zhao Nan. I'm afraid I'm no match at all if I play hardball with him, but on Xian Hai's side, it wasn't like he didn't have a fighting chance. After all, the sword formation provided by Lu Mengyun was still there. Even if it couldn't cause damage to the old man in black, it was still more than enough to last until Qin Feng returned. While the old man was speaking, Xian Hai immediately made a gesture. The disciples in charge of the sword formation immediately understood. Everyone looked for an opportunity and then prepared to activate the sword formation to defend the enemy. To create better opportunities for the crowd, Xian Hai hurriedly opened his mouth to attract the black-clothed old man's attention. Dare I ask, Elder Black Python, my clan has never had any grudges with your Heavenly Serpent Sect, but you have come to the door today, speaking out of turn in the first place and wanting to enslave us in the second. What kind of reasoning is that? The Black Python looked at Xianhai. The old man never reasoned about anything. Besides, you don't deserve to hear me reason. I don't like bull asterisk 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 asterisk. For the last time, attach or die. Black Python's words were so powerful that they simply did not allow for questioning in general. Right in this stall, Genkai shouted. All heaven's demon removing sword formation. Form. A sword soul shadow slowly appeared from the formation. With the soul of the sword expanding, the body of the giant python that was coiled around the Green Cloud clan unexpectedly began to be forced back. Seeing that the sword formation had an effect, Xianhai's heart finally let out a sigh of relief. However, the black python standing on top of the python's head, on the other hand, had some surprise in its eyes. The infinite sword sect's formation? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that your Green Cloud sect would be so downtrodden that you have to defend yourselves with someone else's skills. If your former patriarch were to see this scene, he would be afraid that he would be infuriated and come to life. Speaking, Black Python raised his hand slightly. Several black death chi struck the sword formation like poisonous snakes. The formation's shadow, gently shaking the sword, immediately crotched the attack of the death chi. Seeing the situation, Black Python actually applauded. Not bad, not bad. In the end, it's the infinite sword sect's formation that can actually withstand Laofu's cultivation at the divine separation stage. However, the Black Python suddenly turned his words around. Too bad your elders didn't tell you. When masters fight against each other, try not to fake external power. For example, this sword formation in front of us, although it can block the attack of the divine separation stage, it can't block the power of the soul. The words just fell. The Black Python then opened its bloody mouth. In his mouth, he unexpectedly spat out a pitch-black snake letter as well. Fizzle. The sound that accompanied the snake spitting out its letters grew stronger and stronger. Some of the disciples who were manipulating the sword array immediately showed abnormal reactions. Aha! Snake! Black snake! Asterisk 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 off. Then bite my leg. Ah, it hurts. Damn. This python is wrapped around my neck and I'm about to lose my breath. Ouch. That hurts. Everyone be careful. These snakes are poisonous. Xianhai looked at the abnormal senior brothers and sisters. He could be sure that these people were under an illusion. Pull yourself together. There's no viper attack. It's all an illusion. But even though Xianhai had already shouted at the top of his lungs, it still didn't help. The person who accompanied the first formation fainted directly to death. More disciples of the Green Cloud sect, unable to block the devilish voice, were stunned by the hallucinations. The sword formation's shadow that had originally protected the crowd's well-being began to become erratic, and finally slowly dissipated. See this, Elder Black Python, who was standing in mid-air, was not in a hurry to kill painfully. Instead, he continued to flirt. The infinite sword sect? A mess. I hope this isn't your card. Any more tricks? Hurry up and use them. As the sword formation dissipated, Xianhai was anxious and didn't know what to do. The greatest reliance is no longer valid. Next, once the old man's patience wore off, the crowd of the Qingyun sect would be completely turned into meat on a plate, to be chopped up and hacked off at the whim of others. Unconsciously, Xianhai looked towards the location of the Immortal market. The only one who could save the group today was perhaps Qin Feng. Seeing Xianhai and the others with ugly faces, Elder Black Python shook his head helplessly. It seems that you have no other tricks up your sleeves. From now on, I'll kill one person in 10 breaths, and I'll kill you until you say yes. Accompanying Black Python's words, everyone was in a deathly panic. 1 breath, 2 rests, 5 breaths, 7 breaths passed, and some of the Qingyun sect disciples with lower cultivation levels and weak wills, already shivering, his brain was taken over by fear. Alright, 10 breaths have passed. It looks like you guys are ready to not bow down until you see blood. Having said that, a black death aura was sent out again, heading straight for a female disciple. The crowd rushed to close their eyes. He didn't dare to look at the image of his fellow masters, dying tragically in front of his eyes, right here and now. A refreshing breeze, a gentle breeze. This gust of wind did not soothe the fear within the Qingyun sect's crowd. It also took that black death aura and easily dissolved it. A disciple quietly opened his eyes, wanted to see what happened. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was directly stunned, speechless. This, accompanied by this disciple's stuttering voice, the others also hastily opened their eyes. Right in front of everyone's eyes, a white circle of light surrounded the entire Qingyun sect, and the source of the white circle turned out to be underneath the Qingyun sect's Great Hall. This one, everyone froze. What's underneath the Great Hall of the Green Cloud sect? That was the Green Cloud sect's long-depleted Xian rank spirit vein. Spiritual veins, a product of a clan to gather spiritual qi and facilitate the cultivation of its disciples. But there are also segments of spiritual veins. It is said that of the 4 orders of spirit veins of heaven and earth, spiritual veins above the earth rank have the chance to give birth to self-awareness. At this point, the spiritual vein would be deeply rooted in the clan, absorbing nutrients from heaven and earth. It then gave off a rich aura that fed back to the cultivators in the sect. However, Genkai was very clear. The spirit vein of the Green Cloud sect was a Xian rank spirit vein until the time it dried up. Later on, it was because many disciples of the Qinyan sect broke away from the sect. The spiritual vein could not get the gathering of popularity and completely shriveled up and disappeared. But now, this white circle of light was the very symbol of the birth of a spirit vein, but Genkai couldn't figure it out. Although the sect now had the power to develop, it simply didn't have the ability to rewater the spirit veins. This spirit vein in front of us, where exactly did it get its sustenance from? Just as Xianhai was thinking, the white aperture suddenly began to change form, rolling the clouds in the sky, forming a swirl-like gesture. Black Python looked on. Unbelievably, the king's cloud, a heavenly rank spirit vein? How is this possible? However, the spirit veins were recovering and growing rapidly, not caring about the Black Python's questioning. Finally, as the white circle of light, softly dispersed, spread over every corner of the Green Cloud sect, dense spiritual chi continued to emerge from the spiritual veins. Next, the sky-rank spirit vein that had just been born was as if it had realized something. A white light gathered violently. To the Black Python that was still frozen, directly rushed over. 021, the various forces make their appearance. Qin Feng has returned. Legend. After a heavenly rank spiritual root was born in a certain clan, one would then see the entire clan as the place of one's own testimony. The cultivators within the sect continued to gather vitality to help the spirit vein grow, and the spirit vein would automatically defend everything in the clan because of this provision. This heavenly rank spirit vein of the Green Cloud sect was clearly doing just that. The moment the white light touched the Black Python, it directly erupted with violent energy. Seeing that the situation was not right, the Black Python immediately utilized its energy to resist. The two energies collided together. The outwardly turning waves of air continued to spread around until they were beyond the unobservable range of the naked eye. Same time, several mysterious figures quietly appeared in various parts of the eastern continent. Tianyan dynasty. Pass on this princess's orders and order the 12 golden guards to immediately set out to find out the origin of this heavenly rank spiritual vein. 8 will be viewed. Check. Make sure to find out where this heavenly great spirit vein was born. The Forgotten Sect. Jie. Can't imagine that here in the eastern continent, it's still possible to give birth to a heavenly rank spirit vein. It's really an eye-opener for me. One time, people from all forces moved quickly, darting towards the location of the Green Cloud sect. In mid-air, the Black Python that had blocked the attack of the spirit vein had a somewhat ugly expression at the moment. Based on the collision just now alone, he could feel it. It was already impossible for himself to continue taking down the Green Cloud sect against the attack of the spirit veins, but Black Python was already vicious and selfish. This time, he condescended to come himself. Strength prevailed again. Seeing that a cooked duck was about to arrive in his mouth, he was spoiled by a heaven-rank spirit vein. He was categorically resigned. But if you continue to delay, the situation will become even more unfavorable to you. One must know that this heavenly rank spirit vein can continue to grow. Right now, this spirit vein had just been born, and one could still barely cope with it for a moment or two. If we waited for some time, or if we delayed until other forces came to make trouble, then you won't be able to take advantage of it at all. The Black Python, who had planned to take it all for himself, was like dripping blood inside at the moment. He was 10,000 times more reluctant, if there was any other way, to share the benefits with others. The issue at hand can be taken into account. Black Python cursed. Then he pulled out a charm from his pocket. One step away. Open. With the charm in action, 3 glowing doorframes emerged from midair. When the doorframe disappears, in the scattered faction alliance, the other 3 of the 4 great elders had appeared in front of the crowd. Like Black Python, all of them were in the early stage of distraction. The 4 divine separation stage experts, in terms of aura, instantly crushed the nerves of the crowd of the Green Cloud sect. Just one Black Python was more than they could handle. But now, for such experts came out at once. Does it say, is the sky trying to destroy my clan? Right in this gap, Black Python had already synchronized the situation in front of him to the other 3 elders. The other 3 also understood that if Black Python didn't have the ability to take it all for himself, would never have invited the 3 of them. After this is accomplished, the spirit vein will be divided into 4. What do the 3 of you think? Hearing Black Python's words, the 3 old guys smiled grimly. Without any hesitation, he immediately struck out to attack the heavenly rank spirit vein below. Knock knock. Sure enough, due to the sky rank spirit vein of the Green Cloud sect, it had just been born not long ago. The root is basically less stable in the absence of offerings. Dealing with one Black Python was fine, but dealing with 4 experts at the same time would be very overwhelming. One time, the white aura protecting the green cloud sect also began to slowly fade. Seeing that the attack was effective, in order to avoid extraneous matters, the four elders directly gathered 80% of their power. By the looks of it, it's ready to go all the way. They coalesced into a ball of light that changed from black to purple and purple to red. At last, the bizarre ball of light bubbling with 7 colors finally coalesced. Even if Xianhai is not strong enough, however, the destructive power carried in that terrifying light mass could be clearly felt by anyone. Watching the light mass slowly descend, it was on the verge of colliding with the spirit vein. Xianhai suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, somewhat as if he was relieved. At this juncture of certain death, the corner of Xianhai's mouth turned up slightly as he thought inwardly. Luckily, senior brother is not in the clan, and has dodged this bullet. It is our duty to protect the clan with our lives, so I hope that senior brother does not need to be sentimental for us. It's a pity that I won't have the chance to see the Green Cloud sect that you've rebuilt with my own eyes. If there is really a reincarnation, Xianhai still wants to be a senior brother to you. Ha ha ha, I don't know if I, Xianhai, have such a deep blessing. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 10 whole breaths passed. Imagine the situation where berserk energy was declared and ravaged, and the top and bottom of the Qin Yun sect were wiped out. It didn't happen at all. Genkai immediately opened his eyes, wanting to know what had happened. This look doesn't matter. In mid-air, a dozen people had inexplicably appeared. Some wore military armor, some wore Taoist garb, and there were even a few women, clad only in small shirts. No surprises, the raging energy just now was dispelled by them. At that moment, a man in armor suddenly stepped forward. After glancing at the others, he locked his gaze on the black python. Old black devil, I can't believe I'm seeing you here. It's not a good time to be hiding, is it? The crimes you committed in the Eastern continent can be recorded clearly in the Immortal dynasty. I heard that you later joined the human clothes sex bull ***** alliance? How ridiculous. The heavenly serpent sect master is getting more and more unproductive. He's even mixed up as an elder of someone else's sect. TSK. Black Python looked at the armored man with a cold gaze and gritted his teeth. Gene Brokenwood, you hawk of the Immortal dynasty, what qualifications do you have to talk about me? I'm only asking you one thing, are you going to intervene in today's matter? This statement was made. An old man in the shape of a Taoist priest suddenly interjected. Black Python, that's just not true. As officials of the Immortal dynasty, Lord Jean and the others found out that there was a situation in their jurisdiction, so it's only normal that they came here to check things out. It's you instead. But I've heard that your bull ***** alliance has been characterized by the Immortal dynasty as a non-compliant organization. The two of you are soldiers and thieves. If Lord Jean wants to arrest you, it's his job to do so. So how can you call it meddling? The Black Python immediately turned around and spat at the old Taoist. Old bastard from the 8 generals' view. I'm not talking to you, so shut up. The old Tao was scolded to not be angry, just a face to see a good show expression, smiling and shaking his head. Several people's attitudes were not obvious, but their eyes drifted downward. Anyone with eyes can see that. Their purpose of coming here was not for the Black Python, but for this heavenly grade spirit vein below. At that moment, the woman in the small shirt slowly spoke. Here, turns out to be the Qingyun clan of his day. I thought that after Xian Weizi's death, his disciples had long since found their own way out. The following disciples of the Green Cloud sect. I am the Divine Feminine sect patriarch's personal disciple, Chun Jiangyu. Who is in charge of your Green Cloud sect now? Can you come out to meet me? Hearing this, Xianhai was about to get up. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from a short distance outside the mountain gate. Xiao Chang, Meng Yun, did you two remember the wrong way home? 022, kill and be killed. What do you think? What should I do about it? Hearing Qin Feng's voice, the disciples of the Green Cloud sect were so close to crying out. They never had any moment, even more than now. Qin Feng was needed, and Qin Feng sighed, looking at the various parties in the sky, as well as the vicinity of the Qin Yun sect. Before it was fully built, the various door walls and brickwork were destroyed again. Spare the Qin Feng who just wants to swing for the fences. There was also a slight feeling born inside that his efforts were being spoiled. However, it was this slight hint of anger that was precisely felt by Little Green. Looking at the several people floating in mid-air, Xiao Qing frowned slightly. Xianhai also stood up at this moment and hurriedly came to Qin Feng's side, wanting to talk to him about the situation at hand. Seeing the crowd of the Qin Yin sect, they all looked at Qin Feng's position in unison. The Divine Feminine sect's personal disciple spoke again. So, you are. But she hadn't finished her sentence. Xiao Chang, who was on the side, then immediately erupted with a terrifying pressure. At the late stage of the transition, Xiao Chang, one step forward, would be a half step to the immortal beast realm. The gap between the others in the room and her. It's going to be a bigger gap than even between a dog and a human. Boom! a powerful oppressive force fell from the sky. A moment ago, the several forces that had been so powerful and dignified, it was instantly crushed to the ground. One could only even take the position of kneeling on one knee to barely stabilize his body. Unbridled. How dare you be in a high position when talking to my master? I think you guys have a death wish. Cold eyes swept over a few people. Xiao Qing's absolute strength instantly chilled their hearts. Inside, there was even more doubt. Didn't the Green Cloud sect end decades ago? Then what is the origin of this fierce man in front of you? Green takes control of the scene straight away. Qin Feng looked at Xian Hai and hurriedly inquired about the situation. After Xian Hai had told Qin Feng everything that had happened, Qin Feng finally nodded. That means this black-clothed one, and the three around him, are here to bully us. These other guys, although they stepped in at the critical moment, I wonder what they came for. Actually, what's not to know about this coming? When Xian Hai spoke of the birth of a heaven-rank spirit vein within the sect, Qin Feng had already guessed the motives of these people. However, I just wanted to come and see if this heavenly rank spirit vein could change ownership, but they certainly won't admit it now. After all, Green was right here, and all it took was a word from himself to screw them over. Qin Feng took a deep breath. During this period of time, he did nothing but eat, drink and sleep every day, just playing and having fun. Haven't really worried about anything in the clan, now that his side had taken the initiative, and he had little Green to give him courage. Qin Feng immediately decided to make a good show of his prowess in front of the crowd. The Scattered Faction Alliance? Mr. Qin has heard about it long ago. I've heard that if the small folk sects are from you, they become slaves who offer up their offerings to you. If you don't obey you will destroy the others' clans as you have done. When people told me, I didn't believe that under the sky there would be such a group of people, but now it seems that, on the contrary, I was a bit naive. The previously unbeatable Black Python was now dying of regret in his heart. He hated this group of bulls and horses from Bloodshed Mountain like crazy. There existed a character like Xiao Qing in the Qingyan sect. Why didn't he say hello to himself when Bloodshed Mountain went out? Isn't this pushing yourself into the fire? If he knew that the Green Cloud sect had this kind of strength, if he had given himself 10,000 guts, he wouldn't have come. Just as Black Python was thinking about how to save his life, as soon as he looked up, Qin Feng was standing right in front of him. Patriarch Qin. Qin, I have eyes. I'm not a thing. I'm the dumbest idiot under the sun. Patriarch Qin, you're a generous man. Just let me go. I would like to pledge money, treasures, and all kinds of feats just to win you over and leave me a little life. It wasn't that Black Python was quick to change his face. It was really that little Green's strength was too surging. Just an eye contact. Black Python knew it. If this little woman wanted to kill herself, I'm afraid she wouldn't even need to blow air. At this very moment, what dignity of a strong man, what honor of generation can all be discarded? The only thing that is true is to live. Looking at the Black Python that was crying in pain and constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy, Qin Feng turned his head to inquire about Lu Mengyun. Mengyun, what do you think should be done with this person? The main reason why Qin Feng asked this was because he wanted to delay a bit of time so that the Black Python would spit out some more favors. After all, he is now in the hands of a powerful bodyguard. In this case, it would be a shame not to have more benefits. But when these words reached Lu Mengyun's ears, they turned into another meaning. Lu Mengyun, do you think this person can still live? Suddenly being questioned by Qin Feng, Lu Mengyun immediately turned her brain. In an instant, she understood Qin Feng's meaning. A high-ranking person of Qin Feng's strength was never to be touched by karma, not to stir up mortal dust, and not to be humiliated. Moreover, Qin Feng had been hiding his strength for special reasons. The image left for the rest of the clan was also great and bright. Nowadays, Black Python and the others dared to fight their way up to the Green Cloud sect. This was tantamount to giving Qin Feng a slap in front of everyone. If that's tolerable, it really doesn't make sense. The dignity of the strong must be maintained with the blood of the enemy. Having figured this out, Lu Mengyun immediately shook her head. Master, this person trespassed on the mountain gate and destroyed most of the effort you and your senior brothers and sisters put in. As for those things he promised, when he dies, he will naturally compensate us. He is clearly making a fool of you by exchanging his own dog's life for the property he should have compensated for. Qin Feng directly froze when he heard her say that. But before Qin Feng could speak again, poof, Green just blinked. The unstoppable Black Python directly exploded and died. Not even his soul was left. Green flicked away, splattering beads of blood on his clothes. Master, I think Mengyun has a point. As for those things he promised, I have just now used the soul-searching technique to find the location of the stash. You can send for it when things are over here. Qin Feng opened his mouth, tried to say something, but shook his head. All right, that's it. Once the Black Python is dead, the other three elders who were summoned by him instantly panicked. Qin Feng, who didn't have the strength, was able to casually command this cold beauty with strong strength. Can't read the combo though. but at this moment, they also realized that Qin Feng was the one in charge. However, not waiting for them to beg for mercy, Qin Feng then pointed at the three of them and said to Xiao Cheng, "1 is also a kill, 4 is also a kill. Aren't they all together, or what are the 4 great elders? Anyway, the vendetta is made. If we leave the 3 of them, definitely going to go back and complain and then find a chance to get back at us. Deal with it all together." Green nodded. "Master is holy." Moment. The 4 elders of the scattered faction alliance, all of them died, and there was no trace of them in the world. After dealing with these 4 major scourges, Qin Feng looked at the other forces. At this moment, he turned his head to inquire about Lu Mengyun again. "Mengyun, what do you think I should do with these people?" Shasta. Crowd in a cold sweat. 023, people really do laugh when they are speechless. How is it handled? Black Python and the others died horribly as if it was only a few seconds ago. Now, the same choice fell to others. By the looks of it, as long as Qin Feng casually nodded his head, the one called Green would have killed himself immediately, and there will be no psychological burden at all. Between life and death, the initiative should never be placed in someone else's hands. What about even trying to fight for it on your own? Wait, we are the Tianyan dynasty, members of the 12 Golden Guards. This time, I came to the vicinity of your clan, not to spy on any of your clan's belongings. Your Highness, the dynasty's Rapunzel, sensed the birth of a heavenly rank spirit vein here in your sect. That's why we were specially ordered to come, to check and congratulate. The Tianyan dynasty of the Eastern continent? A heavenly vein? Before Qin Feng could ask carefully, the members of the other several forces, there was also a sample explanation. In order to figure out because so, Qin Feng had to call Shen Hai again, and come away from the others. The heavenly rank spirit vein they're talking about. What exactly is going on? Shen Hai hurriedly explained the reason for Qin Feng's arrival. Don't worry, Senior Sect Master. I've already had someone go and find out what's going on just now. The clan's original spirit vein had long since dried up, but now it has been reborn and is showing signs of protecting the clan. All signs indicate that the root of this spirit vein should have regrown elsewhere in this clan. Speaking, the disciple Xian Hai sent to check it out had already returned. When the disciple explained the situation he had explored to Xian Hai, the expression on Gunkai's face, there was shock, then a surge of joy, and finally a helpless shake of the head. At this moment, Xian Hai looked like a middle-aged male who had a hard time speaking. He walked next to Qin Feng and spoke in a serious tone. Senior Sect Leader, you're really saving for a rainy day. But, you can't carry everything yourself. With that, Xian Hai sighed and gently hammered Qin Feng's chest with his fist. Yes, of course I'm aware of that. From your perspective, senior brother, the people up and down the Qinyan sect can barely help with what you're considering. But more people involved is more power. Even if it's just to help you document the changes, you used your instinctive true essence to rehydrate and revive the clan's originally depleted spirit vein, cultivating it into a heavenly rank spirit vein again. You can't even tell me about something this big. I can't help you with anything else, but at least I can let you prepare some more nourishing food for you. Qin Feng nodded sheepishly. It's me who's in lack of consideration, and I wasn't originally thinking. Wait, Qin Feng, who was already accustomed to going down the slope, was about to put off a couple of sentences, but as he listened, he realized something was wrong. No, I didn't hear you earlier. This heavenly rank spirit vein, how did it become my cultivation? Without waiting for Qin Feng to finish his words, Xian Hai interrupted with some dissatisfaction. Alright, senior brother, do you really think that we don't know anything? Which of the big and small things you've done for the clan is not something that everyone has seen? I wasn't blaming you for what I just said, much less blaming you. I'm just afraid that you're suffering yourself and that you're too tired. Saying that, Xian Hai called over the person he had just sent out. Tell Senior Sect Leader the results of your exploration of the spirit veins. The young disciple's face was proud and glowing. It was as if being able to stand in front of Qin Feng and report was a very honorable thing. To the acting patriarch, I've already found the exact location of the root system of this heaven-rank spirit vein. This location, right behind the clan hall, that is, your current residence, and the exact location is under your bed. When he finished, Xian Hai waved his hand and then rolled his eyes at Qin Feng. Senior, do you still want to keep pretending? It's hard not to. This spirit vein, I quietly cultivated it every night while you were asleep. Seeing that Qin Feng wanted to say something else, however Genkai no longer had the heart to listen. Okay senior, the key right now is not the heavenly rank spirit veins anymore, but the disposition of these outsiders. These people can find their way here. It must be for the heavenly rank spirit veins, friend or foe. Should we leave it at that? Or should we keep up the communication? All these things are waiting for you to make a decision. People really do laugh when they are speechless. However, hearing Xian Hai say so, Qin Feng nodded. But he had never really been involved in the internal affairs of the sect, and he was even more clueless when faced with this kind of thing. The two of them returned to the outside of the sect's main hall. The other forces are still here waiting to be sent off. Seeing that Qin Feng had returned, there were still some of them who wanted to explain. However, Qin Feng violently raised his hand. Everyone's hearts were immediately in their throats. Green. Yes, master. Untie them and let them stand up and speak. Master. As Little Green dispersed her pressure, the personnel from the other forces immediately felt as if they were relieved. After rising slowly from the ground, everyone simply couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly arched their hands at Qin Feng. Thank you for Patriarch Qin's generosity. We will certainly remember today's events. Sitting on a stone bench aside, Qin Feng spoke. Since you all aren't here for trouble, I won't make it difficult. Now that it is getting late, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you all go to your homes? The crowd sniffed. Everyone in the room knew it. Although those of them, and those of Black Python came with different intentions, but they are also, by their very nature, coming over to play the fall. It was only Black Python and the others who were first, while the other forces couldn't take the situation. That's why I didn't make a rash move at the time. Nowadays, Qin Feng had the absolute advantage and could even be described as having the power of life and death, though the power behind each force is also a reference. But no matter what, Qin Feng wouldn't let go of the crowd so easily. Even Xian Hai, who was on the side, hurriedly came to Qin Feng's body and reminded him in a low voice, "Senior brother, you just let them go?" However, in Qin Feng's opinion, for myself, more is better than less, and less is better than nothing. This is an important time to do more, do less, and do nothing. He himself wants money, and he wants power, and it is the strength and the fact that there is still Shaoqing by his side. One's life can simply be comfortable as long as one doesn't get into unnecessary trouble. Since the people from these forces didn't make a move against the Green Cloud sect, plus, they had already experienced Shaoqing's strength, letting them go and everyone never seeing them again would be the best ending. Thinking of this, Qin Feng nodded his head. No need to say more. That's it. Everyone, the clan has quite a lot of business, so I won't be transporting them, so be my guest. With that, Qin Feng just looked at the crowd. The other forces, each looked at each other. He then hurriedly thanked Qin Feng. He then immediately transformed into a ray of light and quickly left the Green Cloud sect. Half a day later, 100 miles away from the Green Cloud sect in a dense forest, the various forces that had just left converged back here. The boss of the 12 Golden Guards, Jean Brokenwood, was the first to speak. I think everyone has read that Qin Feng's meaning. 024, the crowd with their own thoughts. Go out and get rid of the demons. With Jean Brokenwood's question, the Divine Feminine Sex man replied, all of you are also veterans. That Qin Feng said something so obvious. Who could not understand? I really didn't see it coming. Though, this Qingyan Sex generation clearly gives off a very wonky feeling. Even the realm is low, but he has such a powerful helper by his side, and calls him master. Tell me, guys, what's going on here? The old Taoist from the 8 Generals' view gently stroked his beard. What's so difficult to understand? This sect's supreme forgetfulness technique. After cultivating it to great completion, one can then hide one's true cultivation in front of the same realm. That person beside Qin Feng can kill that old pimp Black Python in seconds with a raise of his hand. As her master, I'm afraid that this Qin Feng's realm and strength is only higher. The crowd was in a state of disbelief. The old Taoist coughed lightly. This time they let us go. It's obvious that they want to see if we're on board or not. Although all of you have backers behind you, this Qingyun sect, obviously, is not in conflict with us. Qin Feng let us go because he wanted to see how we had to perform. Since that's the case, I think it's still necessary to maintain a good relationship with the Green Cloud sect. If there's nothing else, I'll return to the temple. Old Taoist, after I pack up some belongings, I will come to pay my respects to the Green Cloud sect once again. The others nodded their heads in agreement, both for dynasties and other sects. Perhaps in terms of hiding their strength, they didn't fear Shaoqing, but there is no such thing as hate in heaven without a reason. In their opinion, the Qingyun sect was facing reconstruction and Qin Feng was another person who was quite capable. To go and give them the opportunity to show goodwill towards the Green Cloud sect now would be laying a good foundation for each other. Why become enemies when you can be friends or both sides that are at peace with each other? And for dynasty, in this land of the Eastern continent, the power possessed by the dynasty was by no means something that the Qingyun sect could resist. However, the dynasty is not ironclad. At least, the 12 Golden Guards who listen to the Rapunzel may not listen to the other princes. Then, the various clans in the Eastern continent became the objects that these princes and princesses fought for. Although the Green Cloud sect is not good, this Qin Feng seems to be very good. After making friends with them, whether it's taking it under your wing or maintaining a relationship, for both Dynasty and Rapunzel, it was a no-lose deal. The moment, the people, each with their own thoughts, parted for good in the dense forest, Green Cloud sect, inside the Grand Hall, at Qin Feng's temporary residence. This time, as soon as I fall asleep, this spirit vein will lay on me. It's soft and kinda cozy. I feel now that I don't even need to cover myself in bed. Listening to Qin Feng's words, Xiao Qing nodded her head. Master, the heavenly rank spirit vein will inspire divine wisdom on its own, and naturally seeks out what it believes to be the divine order. Based on what you described, Master, it means that this heavenly rank spiritual vein has a very high affinity with you. As long as the status quo is maintained, perhaps this spirit vein will grow to unimaginable heights. Qin Feng nodded, then threw a piece of pastry into his mouth. Ever since there was a heavenly rank spirit vein, the disciples of the entire Green Cloud sect were more than twice as fast in their cultivation progress. The rich spiritual qi made the back of the mountain, which was originally occupied by withered grass, now become a bird's nest. Even the bloodshed mountain members who were serving as odd jobs in the back of the mountain couldn't help but lament. Although our current status is that of the Green Cloud sect's handymen, but why do I get the feeling that this doesn't seem like a bad thing? With the aid of the spirit veins, Xianhai had also successfully promoted to Jindan a week ago. Originally, I thought that I would never have the chance to see the Yuaning stage in this life. It seems to be becoming, now, not so unattainable. Senior brother, Xianhai has something to ask for. Hearing Xianhai's voice, Qin Feng hurriedly swallowed the pastry. After arriving at the Grand Hall, Xianhai immediately gave Qin Feng a report, the development of the clan in recent times. Senior brother, the situation within the sect is now changing almost day by day. Nowadays, we have also accumulated some spirit stones. I think it's time we can restore a main peak. Do you think that we should start with the spirit medicine peak or the spirit beast peak first? Just as Qin Feng was thinking, Xianhai hastily tapped his head. Egu, I almost forgot. Elder brother, take a look at this. Receiving the letter handed over by Xianhai, Qin Feng read it word by word. Original, not far from the Green Cloud sect, in a small place called Falling Water Village. I don't know when, but a fish demon appeared out of nowhere. This fish demon does not do much harm, but only steals and eats some livestock raised by the villagers. But over time, it has added to the already poor village's woes. However, this constantly escapes sanction with the help of the waters between several villages. The village elders, employing several groups of cultivators, failed to put them to death. Qin Feng asked casually after reading it. So, this elder of Falling Water Village wants us to step in and help? Genkai smiled and nodded. Senior, this is a good thing. This means that the mortals in the vicinity are beginning to recognize our Qin Yin sect again. If handled properly, it will be helpful in revitalizing the clan's reputation. Seeing this, Qin Feng put away the letter. Alright, then go and help the others. Little Green, you're, now. Hearing that Qin Feng was preparing to let Xiao Qing make a move, Xianhai nearly fell over in shock. Elder brother, you are also too big a hand. I estimate that this fish demon is at most in the early Jindan stage. Letting little green girl handle it, that's not chopping rotten firewood with an immortal weapon. I mean, this period of time, the strength of all the people in the sect has increased. It's a good thing that the fish demon's strength is also average. So why don't you name a few disciples and let them go with you? In this way, we can both subdue the demons and eliminate the devils, and raise the prestige for the clan. It's another exercise for them, an instant check to see if they've been slacking off all this time. Upon hearing Xianhai's proposal, Qin Feng was immediately delighted. Yeah, it's still a good way to go. Pick a few disciples and go out on a mission. Hey, I'm really a bit of a master now. Heaving a smile, Qin Feng took out the clan roster. This, well, let's see. After selecting 3 people, Qin Feng was considering the choice of captain. Suddenly, a familiar name fell into Qin Feng's eyes. Zhuanglan. This person was the same disciple who had received the heavenly water spiritual root after drinking the immortal tea. With the heavenly spiritual root, his cultivation speed had long surpassed that of his fellow disciples. Nowadays, his strength was already on par with Xianhai. Let Zhuanglan lead the team. He's not bad and I can feel more at ease. Seeing that Qin Feng had settled on a candidate, Xianhai hurriedly notified the others. The disciples who were selected were immediately geared up. Before leaving, Xianhai patted Zhuanglan's shoulder. Xiao Zhuang, you, the captain, were personally arranged by the sect master. This trip to Falling Water Village, don't lose the face of the Green Cloud sect. Zhuanglan gave a faint nod. Please inform the acting patriarch. On this mission, Zhuanglan will go all out. 025, Spirit Weapon breaks seal. Qin Feng who cannot be possessed. Falling Waters Village outlying waters. Looking at the fish demon that fell to the ground and was no longer alive, Zhuanglan felt something strange. According to the elders of the nearby villages, they had invited a number of monks to come and get rid of demons before. Among them, there was no shortage of them, whose strength was not on par with his own. However, It had been less than 30 breaths of effort since he had fought the fish demon. The fish demon was then decapitated by himself. Does it say? Those cultivators who came to get rid of the demons before, lied about their cultivation? With questions in mind, Zhuanglan put away his sword. The other 3 disciples rushed forward to congratulate him. Senior brother Zhuang, that sword move of yours just now was awesome. It subdued the fish demon in one go. Yeah, if you ask me, the most powerful one is still senior brother Zhuang's water prison method. Even the fish demon, who is sitting on its home turf, is trapped and unable to move. It's just too overbearing. Cut. Did you guys forget? Senior brother Zhuang is a heavenly water spirit root. The water domain is the fish demon's home turf. So why wouldn't it be senior brother Zhuang's home turf? If you ask me, with senior brother Zhuang's ability, sooner or later he can become one of the elders of our Green Cloud sect. Pretty words are for anyone who wants to hear them, and Zhuanglan naturally wasn't surprised. Still, he waved his hand modestly. You can't say that. I am where I am today thanks to acting patriarch Qinfeng. Without him, I, Zhuanglan, would be nothing more than a nobody. Therefore, it is all the more important for you to cultivate well during the weekdays, and strive to let the acting patriarch see your efforts. Maybe next time, it'll be you guys who get blessed by the acting patriarch. Between even talking and laughing, the 3 disciples carried the fish demon's body up. The group was preparing to go back to the village to give an explanation and then return to the Green Cloud sect. But just then, the space around the 4 of them slowly began to darken. It was like being covered by a black blanket. From the head up, Zhuanglan was the first to react and hurriedly looked at the 3 people behind him. This look startled Zhuanglan. The 3 disciples stood in place, not moving a muscle. It was as if its own time was imprisoned. You are. The words were not finished. The corpse of the fish demon, which was already dead, suddenly shook strangely. Subsequently, a sword that shimmered with a turquoise light. Surprisingly, it broke out of the fish demon's body. The sword hovered in mid-air, then suddenly fell to the ground. Zhuanglan curiously tried to pick it up, but just the moment Zhuanglan touched the sword, Zhuanglan's consciousness suddenly went completely blank. Then, his eyes flashed a green light. Apparently, he was possessed. Zhuanglan, possessed state, moved his physical body and looked at the fish demon behind him. He spat in indignation. Damn assholes, how dare they seal this lord in the belly of a fish demon. Those damn old mongrels, but they haven't come looking for me again for so many years, so I'm afraid they're all dead already. Ha ha ha, guilty as charged. After saying that, Zhuanglan, possessed state, looked towards the sky with some emotion in his eyes. To think that my Buyuan sword, an immortal artifact, has now fallen to such a state. That's just it. Luckily, this kid is a heavenly spirit root body, much better than the previous few losers who exploded and died as soon as they touched me. Since I'm now seeing the light of day again, it's time to plan for the future. When I return to the immortal realm, let's see if I don't kill all those old bastard disciples. Speaking, with a casual wave of his hand, Zhuanglan, possessed state, restored the fish demon's corpse to its original state. Then let time begin to turn again. The 3 disciples did not notice anything unusual. After bringing Zhuanglan back to the Falling Water Village to explain the mission, the crowd flew in the direction of the Green Cloud sect. Disciple Zhuanglan, fortunately, has completely killed the fish demon that was causing trouble in Falling Water Village. Looking at the fish demon corpses they presented, Qinfeng nodded with great satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It seems that Xiao Zhuan can already stand on his own. What a relief. Zhuanglan, possessed state, smiled faintly. While executing the fish demon this time, I also discovered a strange thing that I need to report to you alone. Facing Zhuanglan's sudden request, Qinfeng had no reason to refuse. How could one know that this was simply that Bai Yuan Sword's treacherous plan? When it learned that Qinfeng was the patriarch of this Qingyan sect, it immediately thought of an idea. That is, to take down Qinfeng as well through spiritual power. Subsequently, while enjoying the flesh of the heavenly water spirit root, he enjoyed the offerings of the entire clan. As long as the plan works, in time, it won't get you back to the top, though, but it was enough to recover 5 or 6 layers of strength. Seeing Qinfeng nod his head in agreement, the Bai Yuan sword hurriedly maneuvered Zhuanglan's body. He held out his hand as a gesture to block the others from eavesdropping, but as long as his hand, the moment it touched Qin Feng's skin, the Bai Yuan sword would be able to penetrate directly into Qin Feng's body through his spiritual power. Patriarch, the thing I found out is, After gently touching Qin Feng with his palm, Bai Yuan Jian really couldn't help but laugh out. I didn't realize that my plan was going so well. Lesson the next second. A voice that sent chills down the spine of the Buyuan sword rang in his ears. Xiao Zhuang, don't you have a secret to tell me? What are you, laughing at all of a sudden? Quiet, absolute silence. At this moment, the Buyuan sword didn't know what the hell it was doing. By all accounts, the moment he touched Qin Feng just now, his space of consciousness should have been overrun by his own power. But how come it doesn't seem to be working now? Zhuanglan, possessed state, once again raised his hand and gently touched Qin Feng's face. This time, it startled Qin Feng. Xiao Zhuang, you have something to say. What's this for? When he saw that Qin Feng was so frightened that he wanted to retreat, but his soul and consciousness were not affected in any way at all. The Biyuan sword was almost going crazy. Stop it. He himself is a spirit weapon of the immortal realm. Even if one's strength is greatly damaged, one's spiritual power is still absolutely absolute. Now in the mortal world, could it be that one's own spiritual power could not cover an ordinary cultivator? Thinking of this, the Baiyuan sword manipulated Zhuanglan and simply hugged Qin Feng directly. Being hugged like that, Qin Feng was also a bit confused. Subconsciously, he patted Zhuanglan's back. Xiao Zhuang, you take it easy. I understand that being on your first mission might be a little hyper for you, but look, how unattractive it is for us to be like this in front of a big crowd. Seeing that Qin Feng was completely unaffected by his spiritual power, the Biyuan sword was directly enraged. He couldn't care less about the 3 7s and 20, and directly prepared to give his full strength. Next, Zhuanglan instantly lost consciousness and directly went limp in Qin Feng's arms, and in a state of soul the BB sword, with a flash of green light, it struck Qin Feng squarely in the depths of his brow. The sudden rise of the change startled the crowd. Who knows what the hell is going on? Xian Hai's face was tense. He was the closest and saw it for what it was. Eyes wide open. A green light was directly ingested into Qin Feng's brow. It would be really strange if something didn't happen to this. But what made the crowd's jaws drop was this. Just 2 seconds after the green light burrowed in, the green light flew backwards out of his brow again. With that, the green light dispersed and the Biyuan sword offered its true form. Just, at this moment, the Biyuan sword had already broken into two, lying on the ground like broken iron. Afterward, Qin Feng opened his eyes and asked in an unhurried manner, "What's happening?" 026, Qin Feng bestows a sword. Xian Hai's top brain circuit. The crowd looked at Qin Feng. He also looked at the Biyuan sword that was lying on the ground, broken in two. Xian Hai immediately ordered someone and brought the broken sword to Qin Feng. However, just the moment Qin Feng touched his sword, the originally broken Biyuan sword unexpectedly began to repair itself and became intact as such. A sword intent emerged from the Biyuan sword, slowly transforming into human form. He knelt down towards Qin Feng. "Many thanks, Supreme Immortal, for removing the evil thoughts within my artifact spirit. This time, I was able to realize the sword intent and transform my body, thanks to the gift of the Immortal." The spirit of the device? Swordsmanship? Xiao Chang, who was at the side, immediately stared with wide eyes, asking in complete disbelief, You're an immortal weapon?" The sword spirit emanated golden light and slowly nodded its head. Subsequently, under the sword spirit's explanation, it took the crowd a moment to realize what was going on. The Biyuan sword was indeed an immortal artifact, and it had also awakened itself divine intelligence, but from the very beginning of its birth, the Biyuan sword has been a mere object of plunder. Not a few of them, either, had it briefly, but the Biyuan sword in the hands of these people, in addition to good bravery, is a futile killing, plus all the subsequent experiences of being imprisoned and sealed. Slowly, the Biyuan sword spirit developed evil thoughts, and step by step, they are dominated by evil thoughts, thinking only of revenge against others, until just now, the moment it utilized its spiritual power and tried to control Qin Feng. It was completely shattered by countless heavenly rules. It was then recondensed by the Supreme Tao rhythm with the help of Qin Feng's hand. The Supreme Immortal expresses himself. "Today I am in a state of complete purity. There will be absolutely no ill will or malice." Xiao Chang and Lu Mengyun were about to go crazy. It was because it was also the first time that the two of them, had seen an immortal weapon in the true sense of the word. From the strength alone, it was enough to judge that it was a genuine immortal weapon. But what shocked the two women the most was not the fact that immortal weapons had been released. Rather, in the immortal realm, it could cause countless experts to fight and kill each other, or even an immortal weapon that destroys clans and sects. In Qin Feng's hands, it was as fragile as a plaything. Life and death are as simple as looking at a pattern in the back of your hand. If it was said that before this, the only impression they had of Qin Feng was the word tough, then moments ago, the two women finally had some substantial feelings about Qin Feng's toughness. Listening to Bai Yuanjian's statement, Qin Feng scratched his head. Honestly, he couldn't tell the difference between a spiritual artifact, an immortal artifact, and a divine artifact, but it was really the first time he had seen a sword that could talk and communicate. Gripping the hilt of the sword tightly, Qin Feng attempted to swing it a few times. Somehow, Qin Feng always felt very awkward. It was as if what he held in his hand was not a sword at all, but a burning stick. However, Xiao Chang, who had outstanding eyesight, subconsciously looked at the Baiyuan sword. It was merely swung a few times by Qin Feng. On top of the sword's body, Unexpectedly, fine cracks had already appeared. Master, put down this sword, it's going to break. Hearing Shao Qing's words, Qin Feng was so frightened that he hastily threw the Biyuan sword onto the table. Detached from Qin Feng's hands, the sword spirit of the Biyuan sword finally got a chance to catch its breath. I really can't withstand the pressure in your body. If you want to manipulate me, can you put away this pressure? The pressure of the power? Qin Feng was even more numb this time. One never felt, by oneself, any kind of intimidation in one's body. How can I charge myself for this? Originally getting an immortal artifact sounded bluffing, even though he didn't know how powerful it was. But now it's good. You can't use it yourself, can you? Just then, Zhuanglan, who had fainted, woke up in the crowd. After being told by the others what had just happened, Zhuanglan wanted to die. Blame yourself for being useless. Blame yourself for being in a low realm. Surprisingly, he had brought such a great danger back to the sect between his unconsciousness. If Qin Feng had acted on behalf of the patriarch, the Green Cloud sect would definitely be indirectly destroyed in their own hands. Zhuanglan, what have you done? Saying that, Zhuanglan slapped his backhand to his own brow, intending to die in gratitude. Fortunately, he was now weak and was immediately stopped by the other disciples. Seeing Zhuanglan wake up, Qin Feng suddenly came up with an idea. Xiaozhuang. Seeing Qin Feng call out to himself, Zhuanglan was helped up by the crowd and stumbled to kneel in front of Qin Feng. Acting patriarch, Zhuanglan is ashamed of the clan, of your guidance and kindness. Zhuanglan is ashamed of the successive generations of predecessors of the Qingyun sect, and he is ashamed of. Qin Feng hastily raised his hand. Stop. I just asked Shang, do you know what this sword is from? Immortal weapon, 99%, rare. You're only during your Jindan period. You were counted by an immortal weapon. What's there to feel guilty about? If you really took the immortal weapon, that's what puzzles me. Said, Qin Feng took the Biyuan sword back into its scabbard. Then in the air, it drew a perfect parabola and threw it directly into Zhuanglan's hands. This immortal artifact already has divine intelligence. From now on, this will be your sword. But it can't be called the Biyuan sword anymore. I think we should change the name. Touching his chin, Qin Feng spoke tentatively. Since it's our clan's first immortal weapon, let's call it the Green Cloud Sword. Zhuanglan at the moment, it just felt like the brain had been reloaded by something hard. He couldn't even hear the sounds around him. Qin Feng's words just now constantly echoed in his mind. From now on, this will be your sword. Tears, unconsciously welling up. At this moment, Zhuanglan had been moved beyond his control. He carried the Green Cloud sword with both hands, puts his head hard against the ground. Acting patriarch's great kindness, Zhuanglan has no way of repaying it in this life. I wish to make a great wish. Serve this sword with this body, and protect my Green Cloud sect with this sword for 10,000 years. Seeing Zhuanglan's attitude, Qin Feng nodded with great satisfaction. Although Qin Feng swung for the fences, he also knew the preciousness of immortal weapons. Therefore, it was not a whim for him to bestow this sword on Zhuanglan. First of all, Zhuanglan was the most loyal of the many disciples. After all, his spiritual root still had an unspoken relationship with himself. Moreover, last time, Zhuanglan had used his Yuanshan to make a vow to guard himself for the rest of his life. This was tantamount to the fact that in terms of loyalty, Zhuanglan had perfectly stood the test, totally usable by myself. Although he now had Qing by his side, who would mind having more experts around him? Now that he had given the immortal artifact to Zhuanglan, coupled with his heavenly water spirit root, in the future, his achievements might be even higher than green. At that point, at your own command, the two great masters unconditionally gave themselves their lives, while they just had to sit back and enjoy the benefits. It's a day to think about. Lu Mengyun looked at Qin Feng incredulously, then sucked in a mouthful of cool air. As a former loose immortal, Lu Mengli still had a very specific understanding of immortal weapons, so she couldn't understand it even more. Just how terrifying is Qin Feng? Such a powerful immortal artifact. Just like that he changed hands and gave it to a Jindan stage cultivator? I am afraid that this approach cannot be described as bold and arrogant, can it? That feeling. It was as if Qin Feng, who was looking down on this immortal armament. When Qin Feng and the others left, the disciples within the sect immediately gathered together, and there came a flurry of commotion. Zhuanglan was first given a heavenly spiritual root, and then an immortal weapon, a sword. This kind of chance and fortune could no longer be described in words. The bottom line is this. The people who bestowed the two great gifts to Zhuanglan happened to be both Qin Feng again. Watching the crowd murmur, Zhenkai smiled helplessly. He came to Zhuanglan and gently tapped his shoulder. Xiao Zhuang, you child, you still don't see the deeper meaning of Sect Master. 027, The Future of the Green Cloud Sect? Princess Sky by Moon. Qin Feng's deeper meaning? Hearing Xianhai say that, Zhuanglan thought about it for half a day. But nay, he really didn't have a clue, so he could only look at Xianhai awkwardly. Seeing that Zhuanglan didn't come up with an answer, the great clever Genkai smiled faintly. Don't you just see it? This mission was meant to be a test for you by Sect Master. A test? Hearing Xianhai say that, not only did Zhuanglan not understand, even the other disciples did not understand. Seeing this, Xianhai further explained. Initially, when I reported this mission to the Sect Master, Master Sect Leader had intended for Miss Xiaoqing to go. As for Miss Xiaoqing's strength, I don't need to say more. Everyone should have seen it before. It was at that time. Senior Sect Master then already guessed that there must be something fishy behind this mission. Speaking of which, Genkai even shook his head in self-reproach. Pity. I didn't hear the deeper meaning in Elder Brother's words at the time either, so I declined his offer. But what I didn't expect was that Elder Brother he took this opportunity to directly change his mind. Why don't you just take this mission and put it in your hands? Hearing Xianhai say that, among the other disciples, some came to a realization, while some remained confused, and Zhuanglan, who was the party involved, whispered, but I still don't understand. Xianhai laughed. Of course you don't understand. Senior Sect Leader is unpredictable. His thoughts are unpredictable to gods and ghosts. It's going to be hard to guess his intentions just with you. Even I, after lining up all the clues, only just realized it. At that moment, Xianhai turned around and said to the other disciples outside the hall, ever since Xiao Zhuang obtained the heavenly water spirit root, he hasn't relaxed for a moment, and, in doing so, abstain from arrogance. Never because you are endowed with a spiritual root. You are arrogant and brash, and act as a bully in front of other people. In the face of other fellow disciples' inquiries and requests for advice, one also never fails to know what to say. Do you think? These things, the headmaster Elder Brother did not see it. As he spoke, Genkai sighed. There is an account in the heart of the Sect Master. No one's performance within the clan can escape his eyes. After Xiao Zhuang obtained the heavenly spiritual root, he understood even more what it means to be humble and prudent. It is precisely because of this point that Senior Sect Leader believes that Xiao Zhuang is indeed a worthy candidate for cultivation. Everyone has seen the intentions and downfall of that immortal weapon just now, right? With Senior Sect Leader's strength today, I'm afraid that he doesn't need this kind of thing at all. So from the very beginning, Master Sect Leader had already planned it, to hand over this immortal weapon to Xiao Zhuang, and at the same time, to hand over the future safety of the clan to you. Senior Sect Master is such a person, great goodness and truthfulness, and he never drags his feet when doing things, as long as you are willing to treat the clan and the Sect Master with single-mindedness, and he will be sure to give you a corresponding reward. The words were finished. Everyone froze in place. Zhuanglan, who bore the brunt of the attack, didn't say a word, just looking at the immortal weapon in his hand. He was a little lost in thought. After a long time, Zhuanglan suddenly knelt down in the direction Qin Feng had left, acting Patriarch's great favor. Zhuanglan will never be able to repay it in 10,000 lifetimes. From today onwards, Zhuanglan will train 100 times harder, in order to be able to dedicate my small contribution to the clan, to the acting Patriarch. Xianhai smiled and patted Zhuanglan's shoulder. Get up. You think that senior brother Qin Feng gave you a spiritual root and an immortal armament because he's trying to show you gratitude? It's not just Xiaozhuang, it includes the rest of you as well. If, in the future, you are fortunate enough to receive a gift from Master Sect Leader, pretty words are no better than actually doing something so that Senior Sect Master can have an easier time. At the same time, this is also telling Senior Sect Leader that he has not entrusted the future of the sect to anyone else. Click, click, click. The entire hall erupted in fierce applause, obviously forcing her emotions under control. Zhuanglan was still moved to sob uncontrollably by what Qin Feng had done. Qin Feng, who was already lying on the soft couch, enjoying the service of Lu Mingyun's leg pounding. A sudden sneeze. Master, are you catching a cold? No, not catching a cold at all. I just feel like so many people are talking about me behind my back. East Continent, Tianyan Dynasty. Somewhere in the back garden, eldest Princess Tian Yuyue sat on a stone bench. The attendant at his side was none other than the leader of the 12 golden guards who had been let go by Qin Feng earlier. Jean Brimu. Tian Yuyue picked a grape and gently put it into his mouth. The sour taste of her stomach made her brow furrow slightly. She then casually waved her hand at her subordinate. Your reward, take it down. The underlings hurriedly carried the grapes away and left the back garden at a quick pace. Fiddling with his fiery red hair, Tian Yuyue slowly got up. Are you sure you're right? But as far as I know, ever since the Green Cloud sect was struck by a change of heart, even the sect order has been withdrawn. The officials who manage the sect in the dynasty have also said that this sect will never rise again. But now, out of nowhere, An acting patriarch has appeared, and there's a very strong female family member by his side? Golden Brokenwood nodded his head in a hurry. Princess Mingjian, my subordinate doesn't dare to make any false statements. On that day, besides my subordinates, members of the 8 Generals View, the Divine Feminine Sect, and the 3 Rivers Sect were all present. That woman named Shao Chang, just by slowly emitting her pressure, she bound everyone present. My subordinate boldly guesses that this woman's strength should be far above the divine separation stage, or at least the great circle of conjugation. More likely, it's a half-step Mahayana. A half-step Mahayana? Hearing this, Tian Yu's eyes snapped open. After the Mahayana stage, it could be a time to cross the threshold. So from the Mahayana stage onwards, no matter which continent one was on, one could be considered an absolute expert. Right now, it's on the Eastern continent. Surprisingly, there was an expert of this caliber, hiding under his nose without being detected by anyone. That's if it's earned. Subsequently, you will be able to add more chances of success to your program. Tell me, what do you think of this woman, and the relationship between that Cheng Yun Sect's acting patriarch? Do we have a chance to divide them and pull this woman in? Goldbreaker shook his head. According to my subordinate's observation, this woman's relationship with that acting patriarch is not ordinary. That acting patriarch's name is Qin Feng, and his true strength should have been concealed. But what is certain is that the woman addressed him as master. I'm afraid, his true strength is not beneath that woman. Master? Hearing this, Sky by Moon seemed a bit excited. She slowly raised her hand and carefully stroked her pale, tender cheek, breeze blowing through, like a willow-like waist. The curves present a natural charm and attraction. Outstanding body proportions, nice size curves, hidden under the clothes, a pair of jade legs long and straight, lightly walk a step, skirt swaying with the wind out of 1,000 kinds of flavor. Master? Interesting. If this Qin Feng is really as amazing as you say, I'd really like to get on that. If it works for me, it's not like we can't give him a taste of his own medicine if necessary. Saying that, Tian Yu's suddenly made a mental movement. Pass on my order to add the name of the Qin Yun sect to the invitations of the Mountain and Sea Ming House. 028, Qin Feng's unique hobby. Who to bring to attend? The inner hall of the Green Cloud sect. As the first building to be completely renovated and completed after the rebuilding of the clan, the inner hall had now become Qin Feng's exclusive room. To enhance the Qin Feng stay experience, even the displays and home furnishings in the inner sanctum were replaced with top-quality goods. At this point, as he was about to take a nap Qin Feng, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Enter. It's Meng Yun. What's wrong? Lu Meng Yun nodded her head shallowly. Master, we have a visitor. Guests? Qin Feng pondered over it and determined that he didn't know any acquaintances out there. But still, he quickly put on his clothes and went out with Lu Meng Yun to check it out. Come near the mountain gate. The gatekeeper disciple hurriedly saluted Qin Feng. Greetings to the acting patriarch. Qin Feng waved his hand. Get up. Where are the guests? Following the direction of the disciple's finger, Qin Feng then saw who the guest was. Sovereign Qin Feng. Goodbye. Little man Tianyan dynasty, the leader of the 12 golden guards. Jin Brimu. In the name of Princess Yeye of the dynasty, I've come to deliver a thin gift, and I hope that Patriarch Qin Feng will accept it with a smile. Give yourself a gift? Without waiting for Qin Feng to open his mouth, Jin Brimu hurriedly explained. Last time, thanks to you, Patriarch Qin, for raising your hand. When I returned, I reported the matter to Her Highness. Your Highness believes that there is a reason for sending us to check it out though, but it's true that we didn't inform you, the head of the family, when we came, and we were reckless in this matter. Speaking, Jin Brimu pointed behind him, 2 large carts full of belongings. So, once again, Her Highness names me to come. First, naturally, to give thanks. As for this second, well, at this moment, Jin Brimu took out a hot gold invitation from his bosom and respectfully handed it over to Qin Feng. Princess Moon by Moon is the eldest princess of the dynasty. Over the years, the princess has been inviting young talents from all sides of the eastern continent every year to meet at the dynasty. This year is no exception and the specs are the biggest in recent years. The venue was arranged at the Mountain and Sea Ming building, just so we can still watch the wonders of the mirror flower and moon. I've delivered the invitation, so I won't bother Patriarch Qin anymore. At that time, I hope you will be there. Having said that, Jin Brimu struck his hand and had the belongings on the carriage moved down. With a cupped fist at Qin Feng, he left in a hurry. The reason why they left in such a hurry was so as not to give Qin Feng a chance to refuse. Moment. The only people left outside the sect gate were the personnel of the Qin Yun sect. Looking at the spirit stones, jewelry, jade and other belongings all over the ground, Qin Feng spread his hands helplessly. Don't look. It's rare that people are kind. Move in. Ordering the others to carry their belongings, Qin Feng sat on the sidelines and looked at the invitation letter repeatedly. The notes on the letter, in beautiful handwriting, look like they are from a woman's hand. I don't know if it's a special pen and ink, or if the writing rubs off on the lipstick. This invitation constantly exuded a light fragrance that was refreshing to the mind. Xin Feng took a deep breath. In his mind, he actually slowly surfaced a manly and stunning woman. Good lord, what is this thing that can make me hallucinate through flavor? On the side, Lu Mengyun took the letter. A light sniff followed by a look of disdain on his face. Charming fragrance unrivaled. This is a special kind of natural spirit stone, ground by a secret process and made into a water powder. It is said that no matter how determined a man is at heart, he is attracted to the smell. However, this water powder is not for everyone. Only a woman of great beauty can apply this watery powder to her face. If one's face is a little less than perfect, this water powder will turn into a poison of corrosion and burn the whole face. After saying that, Lu Mengyun rolled her eyes at Xin Feng. Master, it seems that this Princess Moon by Moon is a great beauty. Big beautiful girl invited you to a party. Are you going or not? Ben thought. To a high-level person like Xin Feng, attending a party was a waste of time, but who knew that Xin Feng would nod his head violently? Go on. Why don't you? Lu Mengyun nodded alone. Yeah, I told you that the master is definitely not. Ah, what? Xin Feng used his chin and gently nodded towards the ground where the belongings were piled up. Didn't you hear me? She is a princess of a dynasty, rich and powerful. Look at all this stuff, and it's still just a gift to make amends. She can be so out of her depth. There's no telling how many favors this will take if we go to the party. Lu Mengyun covered her forehead helplessly. Yes, you are right. In Lu Mengyun's heart, Xin Feng, a great expert, was really good at everything, but there was just one thing that made Lu Mengyun completely unacceptable. That's the love of money. Although Lu Mengyun guessed that this love of money, it was likely that Xin Feng was putting on a protective color, but Xin Feng's acting skills were just too superb. Every time I hear there's money to be made, the kind of longing that radiated from within. Even Lu Meng couldn't tell if it was true or not. After returning to the sect, Xin Feng told Xian Hai and the others about his idea. Numerous core disciples, one after another, expressed their support. Yeah, this is heavenly. I can't imagine that the heavens are on our side, that they would let the sect and the dynasty get in touch with each other. Once again, senior brother, you couldn't have made this plan when you let that group of theirs go, could you? Xin Feng didn't know how to reply and could only smile awkwardly. Seeing Xin Feng's effect, Xian Hai hurriedly put on a, I understand, expression. Understood. What you don't say in the future. I won't say much. Just, senior brother, there is something I really need to say more. Xin Feng scratched his head and looked at Xian Hai in confusion. Going to a party, or a bunch of young talents together, and it's organized by a member of the dynasty's royal family. There's a lot to be aware of. However, if there is a little green girl following around, the safety aspect would be a complete non-issue. But look at yourself in the mirror. You don't just want to wear the outfit in front of you and meet the dynasty princess, do you? Being said so, Xin Feng's old face slightly reddened. Indeed, in the beginning the clan had no money, and they themselves were not so careful in what they wore. But now, the clan's assets are getting richer by the day. The living conditions of the disciples have improved very significantly. However, only Xin Feng, still in plain clothes every day, never changed. Seeing that every time Xin Feng took the two girls, he would go to the Immortal City for several days. The money that was brought out was spent, but when I came back, I didn't even pick up a new dress and shoes. Some of the female disciples were even heartbroken and in tears. Acting patriarch he must have gone to the Immortal market again, seeking opportunities for the clan. Large amounts of spirit stones were scattered, all for the development and reconstruction of the sect. A titular acting patriarch, yet he refuses to even buy himself a new coat. This is really, ooh-hoo. Yet the truth is, every time Xin Feng went to the Immortal market, he had to go to the Four Seas gambling house to try his luck. But alas, he basically lost 9 out of 10 bets, and one was a draw. If this matter was known by others, I'm afraid Xin Feng's persona would completely collapse. Also, senior brother, you went ahead to the party this time, preferably with an entourage of 3. 2 men will take care of food and clothing, while the other will have to take on escort duties. This kind of configuration is already a common knowledge in the continent. In most sects, Xin Feng nodded and pointed at Xian Hai. Then there's no need to choose. Outside of Shao Chang and Meng Yun, won't you just follow me? Zhen Kai cried out. I really wanted to go, but didn't have the fortune. The rebuilding of Spirit Pill Peak is imminent, and many things have been arranged down personally, requiring me to keep an eye on them. In my opinion, it's better to send another person this time. Once he heard this, Xin Feng simply continued to ask Xian Hai for his opinion. I think it's better to let Xiuzhuan go. Heavenly spiritual roots, holding immortal weapons. This talent that you left for the Green Cloud sect, senior brother, I have always wanted to cultivate it with all my heart. this is a good opportunity. It's good to take him out to see the world right then and there. Listening to Xian Hai's explanation, Qin Feng also felt that it made sense. Okay, then the last candidate will be Zhuanlan. 029, the banquet begins. Elder brother, stop it. The yellow set, honorable with a slight air of luxury, is very kingly. No, 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 I think it's better to have the white set. It's more in line with master's light personality. Well, this purple color I picked out for my master doesn't feel too bad either. Before Qin Feng's eyes, Xian Hai, Xiao Chang, Lu Meng Yun, the three of them took the various clothes they had picked out and kept comparing them on Qin Feng's body. Trying it on from daytime to dusk, Qin Feng felt like his lumbar vertebrae were about to protrude. In order to avoid torture, Qin Feng decisively picked up a set of black and gold-colored clothes. Don't even pick. I'll wear this one. Xian Hai looked at the clothes Qin Feng had picked out. Senior, what you're going to this time is a banquet organized by the princess of the dynasty. Even though the dress has a few gold threads, it's always mainly black and not eye-catching enough. Qin Feng's head tilted. Attract eyeballs? Whose eyeballs am I attracting? Hearing this answer from Qin Feng, Xian Hai knew. He hadn't listened to half of what he had explained to Qin Feng earlier. Senior, do you think this party is really just a normal party? With that, Xian Hai handed Qin Feng a superstitious letter. Here's some information I've inquired about, and it's about as close as I can guess. Ever since the dynasty emperor's health went awry 15 years ago and he began to focus on recuperating from his illness, the large and small affairs of the Tianyan dynasty will be taken care of by the Grand Prince, the Second Prince, and the eldest princess respectively. The first and second emperors control most of the dynasty's internal forces such as the army, finances, and officials, and this Rapunzel has taken a different approach, starting from the outside and securing the support of many clans and families. The three of them, their fight in the dynasty is already an open matter, and it's gradually going to enter white heat. The eldest princess invited elder brother to the banquet for no other reason than that she sees your strength and wants to rope you in to stand under her camp. My strength? Looking at Green beside him, Qin Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. However, hearing Xian Hai say that, Qin Feng hurriedly asked a question. So, this party is for me to take sides? Then what am I going to go to? This kind of thing is most troublesome. Seeing Qin Feng immediately about to take off his clothes, Xian Hai hurriedly stopped it. Senior, don't make fun of me when big things are at stake. You saw the intent of this thing a long time ago, didn't you? Isn't the reason why you agreed to do this is to get back the Qingyan sect order, clan order? In the continent of Kyushu, any clan with a reputation would be recognized by the dynasties in the region. Give a piece of the clan order. This token was not only a symbol of identity and status, but also represented the legitimacy of the sect. Most importantly, the clan order was born until today, and gradually became one of the symbols of an orthodox clan. Without a clan order, even if your clan is big, you won't be able to take in many disciples, because at the root of it, you are not officially recognized at all. Compared to this feature, the small amount of offerings that the dynasty sent down to the sect every month was, in turn, not the most important thing. Qin Feng suddenly realized, thanks to Xian Hai's reminder. Otherwise he really didn't know that he had originally thought so. With an awkward smile, Qin Feng patted Xian Hai's shoulder. Look at you, teasing you. Don't worry, I won't forget this kind of business. Hearing Qin Feng's reply, Xian Hai was quite relieved. In that case, I won't dwell on the rest. Anyway, just follow the original plan. Senior brother, Xian Hai's sentence, again, gave Qin Feng dry no electricity. The original plan? Where did he have any original plan? He didn't have a plan at all. But after the exchange just now, Qin Feng didn't dare to show any more timidity, so he had to slowly guide Xian Hai. Well, yes, that's for sure. But, Zhen Kai, do you think there's anything to add to the original plan? Hearing this, Xian Hai immediately began to think seriously. A moment later, Xian Hai slowly spoke. With your strength today, senior brother, I really can't think of any reason for us to participate in the battle for royalty. Clans are inextricably linked to dynasties, though, but on the other hand, dynasties and clans are independent of each other unless they all share a common interest. Since you, elder brother, are planning to take only favors but never take a stand at this banquet, might just need to show a little strength. At least let them know that befriending us is definitely not a loss. As for whether or not we take sides, or whose sides we take, that's all our own business. We don't need outsiders to get involved. When Xian Hai said a sentence, Qin Feng memorized it into his head. When he encountered a place that was difficult to understand, he had to ask Xian Hai to talk about it one more time, fearing that he would understand it incorrectly. After Xian Hai had finished all of his speech, Qin Feng shook his head and stated, Yeah, I'm just going to tell them this time that our Green Cloud sect only wants to rebuild our home silently and doesn't want to follow and get involved in anything else. We recognize the leadership of the dynasty. but we don't get involved in the dynasty's infighting. If someone wants to force us to take a stand, then we have to see if they have the strength. Genkai nodded in satisfaction. Elder brother's words are very true. Just follow this meaning you have formulated. It will be foolproof. To say that the eastern continent is full of wondrous attractions is an understatement. But speaking of the most unique of them all, that was bound to be the mountain and sea bright tower artificially created by the Tianyan dynasty. This place was surrounded by rich spiritual qi all year round, and the surrounding area was peaceful and often quiet. Inside the 6-story building, entertainment is completely different on each floor. The most amazing thing is, every few years, the Shanghai Minglu will display a spectacle known as the Mirror's Moon at a specific time. This is a type of a wide range of illusions that are completely harmless to people. It can make everyone feel as if they are in the fairy world and enjoy themselves. Arriving at the vicinity of the Shanghai Minglu, Qin Feng took out the invitation he had prepared long ago. The officer in charge of validation took one look at it and then shouted in a loud voice. He, acting patriarch of the Green Cloud Sect, His Excellency Qin Feng, please ascend. At this time, some guests had already sporadically arrived in the building. After hearing the shouts from below, some curious people looked over. Green Cloud Sect? I remember that Patriarch Xin Weizi and the 4 great elders have all fallen. Such a downtrodden sect can also receive an invitation from Princess Yeye? Hey, you're lagging behind in your news, aren't you? I did hear that laborious alliance organized by the men in clothing was smashed by the Green Cloud Sect. Even the 4 higher-ups within the alliance all died in the Qinyan sect. It's ridiculous that the old ghosts of the people's clothes got the news, but they didn't even have the intention of seeking revenge. Instead, they dissolved the alliance and acted as if nothing had happened. The idle words of a few people immediately aroused the curiosity of those around them. They unconsciously came up and joined the discussion instantly. Those few executives, they're all at the divine separation stage realm. Able to kill a divine separation stage? It seems that this acting patriarch named Qin Feng is at least at the divine separation great perfection realm. At that moment, a handsome young man holding a folding fan suddenly smiled. The glass of wine was then poured into his stomach. I thought it was such a great character. So, it's just a matter of dealing with a few stinkers. Simply uninformed. 030, Mountain and Sea Minglu, Cave of Heavenly Bliss. Shao Qing's deterrence. Following the voice, the crowd then looked over. However, when they got a good look at the face of the person who spoke, a fawning smile immediately showed on his face. So it's young Master Qi. Yes, I've heard that young Master Qi stepped into the great perfection of divine separation as early as 10 years ago. I guess it's only one step away from a breakthrough now, right? Right. How's Matriarch Qi doing these days? If there's a chance, we'd really like to pay a visit. Qi Shan, the eldest son of the Qi family of the Eastern Continent. The Qi family could be considered a top 10 family in the entire Eastern Continent. The reason was simple. It was because the contemporary clan head, Qi Wansheng, was already at the late Mahayana realm. It even vaguely had the intention of advancing to the transition stage. Raising the realm was not an easy task. Not only do you need the finances, couple, the law, the ground, more than anything else, it takes plenty of luck. From the divine separation stage onwards, the difficulty of advancing in each of the minor realms was terrifying. Correspondingly, the increase in strength brought about is also very powerful. After listening to the compliments of the crowd and sensing that everyone's attention was back on him, Qi Shan, who loved to be in the limelight, nodded contentedly. My father is usually busy with clan affairs and already rarely sees guests. Still, if I go and beg him, there is some chance. As far as when, go with the flow, folks. In a few words, Qi Shan was able to hold a group of people by virtue of his own power. Of course, in the midst of this, there were a few that weren't crazy about Qi Shan. Xiao Rou is one of them. As a personal great disciple of the manifestation sect, her clan, in terms of strength and influence, was not weaker than the Qi family. Therefore, Xiao Rou naturally didn't need to bite Qi Shan's face. The moment, Xiao Rou's gaze was always locked onto Qin Feng. Xiao Rou was very puzzled. With his own strength in the middle stage of divine separation, he could tell at a glance, this Qingyun sect's acting patriarch, Qin Feng, had very little strength of his own. It could even be described as pathetically weak, but considering that he had decapitated Black Python and the others, it meant that this fellow was intentionally hiding his strength. But, what made Xiao Rou care even more was, of these 2 women and 1 man beside Qin Feng, the woman dressed in black always gave herself a very dangerous feeling. Xiao Rou's thoughts were still spinning. Suddenly, a gaze shot vaguely over. The owner of this gaze was none other than Xiao Qing beside Qin Feng. Xiao Rou and Xiao Qing looked at each other. In just one breath, Xiao Rou felt like she was about to suffocate. The powerful sense of oppression made her feel as if she had fallen into an abyss. Memory. Even his own master didn't have such a strong pressure. Qin Feng was about to stroll through each floor. Suddenly he realized that Green beside him had stopped in his tracks. Green, what's wrong? Green shook his head. It's okay, master. Someone has been spying on us just now. I taught her a little lesson. Qin Feng helplessly covered his forehead. Come on, didn't I say? Wait for your chance. It's not time yet. Little Green nodded and immediately withdrew her gaze and pressure. And all of this fell into Xiao Rou's eyes. This Qin Feng stopped that woman in black with just a few simple words? Could it be that this Qin Feng is an existence of greater strength? Lu Mangyun, who was once a loose immortal, looked around before coming to Qin Feng's side. Master, this mountain and sea bright house really is somewhat magical. If I'm not mistaken, this entire structure is actually a large cavern. I can't imagine that there is such a magical place in the dynasty of the Eastern continent. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't interested in these things. Whatever. Nah, I'll repeat the plan I made. Our mission is simple, except to eat and drink. Anyway, someone is paying, so everyone mustn't be polite. Especially Xiao Zhuang. You don't always have a guarded look on your face. This is a dynasty an upper-class place. How could an enemy pop up out of nowhere? Relax and be natural. After I've eaten and drunk enough, I'll find a chance to meet with that moon by moon princess, and then mention the clan order. If she asks us to show our strength, then show her a little. Got it? Qin Feng was very satisfied with the days he had lived during this period of time. After trying so many times but his own realm remained unchanged, Qin Feng's mindset had been completely skewed towards swinging for the fences. In this continent full of crises, no one else is strong enough to replace oneself. Therefore, Qin Feng simply decided that as long as he could maintain his current days, he would be a great success. That was why he didn't let Green come down on the spot. Once it was discovered that the Green Cloud sect had an existence of Shao Qing's caliber, from now on, one's days of peace and quiet would be over for good. Countless interests, collaborations, disputes, conflicts, and even backstabbing, all will follow. If things evolved like that, Qin Feng felt that he was afraid that he would die of regret. The group made their way to the fourth floor, which was the main venue for the evening's banquet. After finding an empty seat and sitting down, Qin Feng greeted the attendant. Sweets and treats, tea and wine, serve whatever you have. There's still more than half an hour to go before the time set in the invitation, so I have to be given something to polish my time, right? The squire smiled awkwardly and quickly nodded his head to do so. It's hard for the squire, too. In previous years, the princess invited the young talents of the Eastern continent to this place, and everyone could not wait to start climbing relationships and pulling friendships immediately. Find friends who can bind their interests together in the shortest possible time, or they may gather together and discuss all the great things that are happening in the area. No more, they would simply compete in strength and discuss their insights on cultivation. Like Qin Feng, who came and started asking for food and drink. This was really the first time he had seen it. However, this couldn't really be blamed on Qin Feng. He didn't recognize any of the people at the scene, except for the three around him. Even if you want to talk, you don't know who to talk to. Looking at the exquisite messing points in the tray, Qin Feng unconsciously shook his head. AI, the things in this palace are better than those in the Immortal market. Look at this people, this craftsmanship and color. This is going to be placed in the Immortal market. How much do you think it can be sold? Qin Feng was eating and messing around with some points and was chatting with Lu Mangyun. A silhouette came in style and brought with it a light floral scent. Xiao Rou of the 10,000 Laws Sect. Uninvited? Qin Feng held the half-eaten pastry in his hand and looked at Xiao Rou blankly for 2 seconds. Finally reacting, he hastily swallowed the food in his mouth. Oh, dare not, dare not. Acting patriarch of the Green Cloud Sect, Qin Feng. The two men looked at each other and nodded at each other in greeting. However, what Qin Feng did not expect was, Xiao Rou, who had greeted him, actually sat directly on the empty seat next to Qin Feng. The body was turned sideways. Not only did it not mean to go, by the looks of it, it seemed like it was still interested in Qin Feng. Patriarch Qin, what are you? Qin Feng wiped the pastry crust on his fingers and smiled with embarrassment. Boat ride, boat ride. It's also mainly because the pastries are so well made that I just couldn't hold back and took a few more bites. Upon hearing this answer, Xiao Rou, who had a cold face, suddenly covered her mouth and laughed lightly. The laugh was slightly sweet and the movements were heartwarming. Patriarch Qin is truly a wonderful man. This is the first time Xiao Rou has heard this kind of realistic answer. Qin Feng smiled helplessly. Harm, what's wrong with that? It's good to be sincere. Besides, the pastries here are indeed more delicate and delicious than what I usually eat. Would Ms. Xiao like to try it? Looking at the pastries Qin Feng handed over, Xiao Rou's eyes lit up. Qin Feng, this move. It is hard not to be intended to try me. 031, this is Qin Feng's test? Aura transforms into a sea. Most monks, when they come together, the most common thing to do is to explore and cut up, and among them, in order not to hurt the piece, or afraid of not being able to handle the weight of the hand. The way the cuts were made slowly shifted from what started as a real fight to something else. Again, The two sides looked at each other in all directions. There seemed to be no signs, but in reality, the aura was secretly surging and had already formed a confrontational stance, or maybe a simple handshake. As soon as their hands came into contact, the two sides' mighty pressures were secretly battling each other. Beyond that, a more civilized approach would be means such as toasting tea. A cup of tea was handed over, but the other party has already done something to the tea or hands, in some way. If you have the ability to drink the tea or next, then you'll be considered to have passed. Xiao Rou looked at the pastries Qin Feng handed over. Another look at Qin Feng's face full of smiles. She naturally thought that this was Qin Feng extending another invitation to her. Coincidentally, Xiao Rou was already curious about Qin Feng and was worried about not having a chance to test the waters. Seeing that Qin Feng took the initiative to create an opportunity, Xiao Rou hurriedly operated her entire body's aura. Yes, today, Xiao Rou will have the audacity to come and taste the pastries that Patriarch Qin shared. Xiao Rou's hand slowly reached over. The rich purple aura constantly swam around the position of the arms and palms. Along with Xiao Rou's movements, the gazes of the surrounding crowd were also naturally attracted. Even Qi Shan, who, just now, had completely looked down on Qin Feng. At the moment, he was also watching with his afterglow, wanting to see the outcome of this cut. I've heard that Xin Weizi, the previous patriarch of the Qingyun sect, has a technique called the transfer of 10 directions. Once struck, all of your senses, orientation, and consciousness will be greatly deviated. If this move is learned by this one called Qin Feng, then in my opinion, this piece of pastry of his is not too good to receive. At this point, the other man shook his head. That's not true. As the 10,000 Methods sect, a rare talent in 1,000 years, Xiao Rou is not made of clay. Don't look at her now. She's only in the middle stage of divine separation. But I heard that it's because of a problem with the gong method that she's delayed in breaking through. I'm afraid her true strength has long been on par with young Master Qi. As the saying goes, the momentum is great. The 10,000 Methods sect is about the 10,000 ways of responding. Unless this Qin Feng's strength can far exceed Xiao Rou's. Otherwise, just as the crowd nervously watched, speculated, and analyzed, Xiao Rou's hand finally touched the pastry. However, right at this instant, Xiao Rou directly froze. Seeing Xiao Rou catch the pastry, Qin Feng consciously drew back his hand. Try it, it tastes really good. Clams? Including Xiao Rou. Imagining a cut that contained countless dark moves simply didn't happen. Qin Feng did not do anything at all. He was literally handing himself a snack. Xiao Chang and Lu Mengyun, who were standing on either side, were forcibly pinching their thighs at the moment. Suppress your laughter with pain. After all, the two of them had been following Qin Feng for too long and had long since seen the problem. Seeing Xiao Rou's face reddened, Xiao Qing even made up for it. Miss Xiao, try it. My master has never been forthright and innocent. Simple at heart. If he says the pastry is good, then it must be good. The subtext of this statement is, baby, are you stupid? You're worthy of being tested by my master? Eat the pastry, don't think twice. Xiao Rou looked at the piece of pastry in her hand. A feeling of being toyed with arose within. However, she really had a hard time saying it. After all, so far, all of it was just from her own deductions. Wanting to blame Qin Feng, he really didn't have any decent excuse. In an instant, Xiao Rou's eyes went cold. The tone was not as polite as before. I've been taught, Patriarch Qin. I will savor this pastry with all my heart. With those words, Xiao Rou gently took a bite of the pastry. But just the next second, Xiao Rou only felt the aura of her entire body jumping, a stagnant realm seal due to a bottleneck in the feet. Surprisingly, it slowly began to loosen up. Gulp! A droplet of water fell from Xiao Rou's divine sense space. The water droplets then changed into clear water. It continuously moisturized Xiao Rou's entire body's meridians. The warm spring water, spreading continuously, even filled the entire divine sense space. This is? Xiao Rou stared incredulously. The aura transforms into a sea. Bang, bang, bang. The three major strange scriptures that were sealed due to the bottleneck problem of the gong method. All of them broke through the shackles in an instant. Xiao Rou was clearly able to feel that she had been practicing painstakingly for many years, but for a feat that had not been perfected. Just a moment ago, it had fully entered the state of great fulfillment. At the same time, it means she could make a breakthrough at any time and officially raise her realm to the divine separation great perfection. Mobilizing her aura, Xiao Rou forcibly suppressed her excitement. She looked at the pastries in her hand and then at Qin Feng, who was still all smiles. Miss Xiao, what do you think of the flavor? Qin Feng's casual words. At this moment, when it reached Xiao Rou's ears, it appeared to possess infinite deep meaning. Yes, the flavor of this pastry is excellent, and it's the first time I've eaten such a superior product. Patriarch Qin, this pastry is yours. After thinking about it, Xiao Rou changed her words again. Patriarch Qin, why didn't you share the pastries with anyone else but me? In Xiao Rou's opinion, since Qin Feng had been playing wit in his words, there must be a reason for what happened. Besides, if this pastry was really tampered with by Qin Feng, an expert who could help others at will and carry out aura transformation into a sea must be given enough respect by himself. It was only that he was completely unfamiliar with Qin Feng and had only just met him today. So, one has to figure it out. Why had Qin Feng given himself such a great opportunity? Qin Feng, who was completely unaware of the truth, heard Xiao Rou's words and momentarily didn't know what to say. Couldn't tell Xiao Rou. I don't recognize any of the people here, and by the looks of them, they don't seem to want to interact with me very much. As the first person to come over and talk to me, is it wrong for me to take a piece of pastry and share it with you? Truth be told, there's really nothing wrong with it, but it's not too direct. And again, this Xiao Rou was considered a great beauty in every aspect. It is still more important to make a good impression on a beautiful woman when you are out here on your own. Thus, Qin Feng spoke slowly. I was looking at Miss Xiao's figure. It's really a bit thin, which is a sign of not being too healthy. It's just a pastry. It won't get out of shape. Thin? Xiao Rou nodded. Indeed, ever since the Gongfu had entered its bottleneck, one's speed of absorbing aura was getting slower and slower, so much so that one's own spirit sea was never replenished. What Qin Feng said was not wrong at all. It seems that he really did see his problem afterward. That's why I used this pastry to help myself out of a successful situation. The question in his mind was answered, but Xiao Rong did not relax. Himself and Qin Feng have no relatives. Qin Feng gave this chance. Even his own master teacher might not be able to do it. Let's not talk about how terrifying Qin Feng's strength was. What was his purpose in doing this? And did he need himself to do anything for him? Thinking of this, Xiao Rou guffawed. I'm afraid that Patriarch Qin didn't come here this time just to participate in a banquet. 032, Heaven by Moon's Temptation. The banquet is officially opened. I'm afraid I'm not just participating in the feast. Hearing these words from Xiao Rou, Qin Feng, who was eating pastries, suddenly choked and coughed. He hastily pounded his chest a few times and took another sip of tea to smooth it out. At this point, Qin Feng was already completely drenched in sweat. He didn't even think about it. Xiao Rou would ask such a question. It's broken. Could it be that eating too many pastries has shown this woman that I haven't actually seen much of the world? Or is it that, here are enough pastries to manage, and people of status will not share them with others? Is it hard to believe that she already knows that the Qingyun sect is currently rebuilding and is in dire need of obtaining sect orders and dynasty offerings? For a while, Qin Feng's mind immediately began to wander. Seeing Qin Feng not speaking, Xiao Rou came slightly closer and spoke in a low voice. Patriarch Qin doesn't have to mind. I, Xiao Rou, was born with the nature to say one thing at a time. I'll take this chance. I'll take this favor too. I realize that I may not be able to repay this favor with my current abilities alone, but in this eastern continent, my 10,000 methods sect is still considered to have some substance. If Patriarch Qin's matter is something that we of the 10,000 laws sect can help with, you can speak to me with confidence. I will go all out, and if necessary, I can even ask my master to make a move. This promise is valid at all times. Just send someone to contact me when you need it. When Qin Feng heard this, he only felt that his head was full of mushrooms. What favor? How is it that the manifestation sect needs to be repaid? This sister looked quite good for one person, with a good figure and a handsome appearance. But it seems, there's something wrong with the brain. At this point, the others were also talking about what had just happened. What's going on here? Why do I feel that Xiao Rou's face carries a bit of flattery? Yeah, just now, Xiao Rou and that Qin surnamed one even moved closer when they spoke. This is simply unheard of. Back then, the boss of the Western Mountains' three extremities was only trying to have a few more words with Xiao Rou, and he was beaten to death by Xiao Rou. Now it's good. She even took the initiative to come to the side of this surname Qin. It seems that the little white boy does have some ability. At least this appearance is good enough. Most of the people who seek immortality are seeking extreme power. In time, they are geared to be mindful, and Qin Feng is not. He just swings for the fences and goes through the motions every day. Plus, the entire clan admired him, and there was never any collusion. As time passed, Qin Feng's heart began to change. It slowly became this now big, sunny, cheerful boy. It's like a capybara popping up in the middle of a ferocious school of sharks. People will look at it with curiosity, but that's all there is to look at. After half an hour had passed, the sky gradually darkened. The entire Shanhai Minglu was but as bright as day. It was accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums in the distance, and the sound of neatly organized footsteps. The rightful owner who organized this banquet, Sky by Moon. Finally, it was now in front of the crowd. The 12 golden guards flew in and spread the red carpet below. Subsequently, Sky by Moon wore dynastic attire. In the midst of the splendor, there was a charm that made it difficult to avert one's eyes. The phoenix swings the lotus leaf and the rain moistens the banana. With light footsteps, He walked into the middle of the mountain and sea Ming building. One time, wherever she went, thunderous applause and cheers erupted, until Sky by Moon came to the fourth floor. Her gaze appeared to be leveled at the crowd. However, in reality, it was secretly searching for Qin Feng's figure. Winking at Qin Feng, the heavenly fragrance secret technique was immediately activated. This secret method is not offensive in any way. However, it can cause severe mental domination over creatures of the opposite sex. This secret method was left in the lower realm by a fox demon from the immortal realm before he ascended, and it's awesome. The more you run against it, the more the phantom in your head will grow. Only those who have cultivated their minds to a certain extent can completely ignore its effects, though there is an introduction to gold-breaking wood. However, Sky by Moon still thought that it would be safer if he went out to test the waters himself. The pink-colored aperture slowly flew towards Qin Feng. When the aperture hit Qin Feng squarely, Tian Yu's pupils obviously contracted sharply, but it quickly returned to its original form. One's best secret method, one's most confident secret method. Even when encountering an expert of the harmonization stage, it would still cause a certain amount of impact in the situation. Qin Feng, who was locked by the secret method, acted as if he was nothing. Instead, with boredom written all over his face, he followed the crowd's example and applauded absently. This reaction made Tian Yue unusually surprised. She truly did not expect Qin Feng's state of mind to be at this level. I'm afraid, only in the Zen sect of the southern continent, those few bald asses, one could break bread with Qin Feng in terms of state of mind. But, after Tian Yue was shocked, his first reaction was excitement. Funny, dang funny. I can't imagine that the already fallen Shinyun sect still has such characters in existence. This is a blessing for their clan, and for me as well. Faintly murmuring in his heart, Tian Yue accompanied the cheers of the crowd and finally arrived at the main seat. The 12 golden guards stood to the left and right, shouting in succession. Quiet. For a time, the entire Shanhai Ming building was silent. Immediately afterward, Tian Yue smiled charmingly and said in a sweet and soft voice, "This year's Mountain and Sea Minor Gathering, as expected, welcome all the young talents of the Eastern Continent, welcome and congratulations. I say it every time and I'm sure you've heard enough, but there's a real joyous occasion this year that I want to share with you here. This matter, too, is closely related to our event tonight." Saying that, Tai Yaya pulled out a letter. 15 days ago, the dynasty's allied forces, at the divine and demonic frontline, completely smashed an extraterrestrial heavenly demon habitat. The treasures and possessions seized are countless, and among them, there was even a broken immortal artifact that was successfully protected. This broken immortal artifact, I have brought to the scene, and I asked Lord Zhao of the Artifact Division and received a clear answer. As long as we find the relevant materials, we can restore this immortal weapon again. The word is out. Some of the people below had clenched their fists, excited. Their eyes began to fill with blood and their skin was taut. Some people even immediately began to calculate what their chances of taking this immortal artifact were. See this condition. Tian Yue smiled cheekily and clapped his hands at the crowd in fear. There are 10 treasures in total. Let's follow the same rules as in previous years. Those who pass one level will be able to redeem it with 100% of their clan merit. Those who pass 2 levels will be able to redeem 70% of their clan merit. If you pass the 3, you can exchange it for 50% of the clan merit. Qin Feng was listening to the clouds. What passing the 3 hurdles? What total gate merit? But before he could inquire, Sky by Moon had already announced the first level's quest. Level 1, Ascending the Stairway to Heaven. 033, Strong Heavenly Stairs. Arrogant Qi Shan. With a command from Sky by Moon, the 12 golden guards beside him immediately pulled out tokens from their arms. The moment the 12 tokens glowed at the same time, a staircase that went straight up to the clouds just appeared out of nowhere in front of everyone's eyes. I've long heard that the 4 major dynasties on the continent have channels of communication with the immortal world. I originally thought it was a rumor. Today, I see that it is not false. Nonsense. Don't forget that the main force above the divine and demonic battlefield currently is still the armies of the 4 great dynasties. There's no need for me to say more about how powerful those extraterrestrial heavenly demons are, right? To be able to tangle with them for so long, the roots of the 4 great dynasties are bound to be beyond our imagination. Listening to the crowd, Tian Yue smiled faintly. There is no need for everyone to speculate. The origin of this heavenly ladder is indeed related to the immortal realm. However, the greatest function of this heavenly ladder is to temper the flesh. The heavenly ladder has a total of 1,000 steps. For every step you ascend, the gravity you endure will increase exponentially. The current holder of the highest record is still the previous patriarch of the Vajra sect, the 501st floor. Whether or not this record will be broken depends on what you all do today. As long as you can step onto the 100th floor, you will be considered to have passed, Tian Yue said, sweeping over the crowd with his eyes. Immediately after hearing the request, the crowd was riveted to try it. However, no one in the room was a cutie. People are still hoping that someone will take the lead, whether it's to give a sample or to help with the scouting. Anyway, it never hurts to learn more from others. After about a quarter of an hour, seeing that no one had yet ascended the heavenly ladder, Tian Yue was just about to open his mouth to provoke a bit when he did so. A young man with a full head of white hair slowly walked out from the crowd. The Yama monarch lineage. Yan Pingshang, let me throw in the towel today and help you all gauge the reality. With that, Yan Pingshang flew up, stepping directly on the first floor of the heavenly ladder. Instantly, he felt as if a large Buddha statue had been placed on his back. The moment the pressure suddenly increased, the white-haired youth immediately mobilized his aura, only to see that he, who had just been in some discomfort, quickly straightened his back. The crowd below, too, immediately applauded him. Not bad. The Yama monarch lineage hasn't produced a capable person for hundreds of years. No wonder this Yan Pingshang was able to get an invitation from the eldest princess. It turns out that he has already practiced his family's yin-yang judgment. It seems like it won't take 50 years for the reputation of Yama monarch to spread across the eastern continent once again. However, there are some dissenting views. The yin-yang judgment is indeed miraculous, but it's not a body-refining technique after all. Speculative tricks might be somewhat useful at lower levels. As the steps of the heavenly ladder get higher, the more the strength of the physical body itself is tested. I'm looking at the kid. It's hard to get within 100 floors. Accompanied by the crowd's discussion, Yan Pingshang, who was walking on the heavenly ladder, was also struggling to walk at the moment, like most people think. Ever since he stepped into the 40th floor, Yan Pingshang was a bit overwhelmed. The pressure on his back slowly turned from the weight of a Buddha statue to a small mountain. Although he could still handle it, he was basically at his limit. However, which of the people who could be invited here by heaven by moon was not, on a normal day, called a genius? Perhaps in front of their elders, the arrogance in their hearts will still be curbed a bit, but in the midst of today's occasion, even in a Buddhist personality, you want to make a splash. By all means, let the crowd remember their floating figures. Of course, except Qin Feng, looking at Yan Pingshang, who had stopped on the heavenly ladder and was panting heavily against the pressure. Qin Feng unconsciously sked, though he couldn't experience that kind of pressure. But just by looking at Yan Pingshang's bloodshot eyes, he was already in a tense state. Just realize how much pain he is suffering right now. Just then, Yan Pingshang took a deep breath and slowly raised his left leg. It looks like it's ready to put its best foot forward and take it to the next level. But the moment he was about to ascend, boom! The powerful gravity instantly pressed him on top of the heavenly ladder. He could no longer stabilize his body. From a standing position, he went to both knees at once. Next, Yan Pingshang shook his head with a bitter smile and gently raised his hand to wipe the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, one of the 12 golden guards threw out the token in his hand. It was then feared that the gravity would instantly dissipate. Although Yan Pingshang had suffered internal injuries, his posture was still elegant. He owed a slight bow to Tian Yue, and nodded to the others. After that, he walked into the crowd and began to run his energy to adjust. Yama monarch's yin-yang judgment is worthy of being one of the eastern continent's 10 most amazing feats. It's amazing that it can counteract the gravity of matter itself by transforming its attitude. What an eye-opener to see today. After saying that, Tian Yue smiled. Mr. Yen stopped at the 46th floor. I wonder if the next guest can break this record? After Yan Pingshang's first try, the crowd below had basically seen the workings and changes of the heavenly ladder. No fancy stuff, just the most direct collision of energy. Each step up requires a corresponding strength to diffuse the greater gravity. Some people who did not focus on physical cultivation immediately gave up on this level, and some of those who have confidence in themselves are slowly starting to step up. 2E Gate, Ren Fei, 44 floor, Song Family, Song Listening Cloud, 51 floor, Flying Snow Chalet, Easy in Smoke, 62 layer. After Yan Pingshang, a total of 30 to 40 people came forward to challenge one after another. One of the best of them, however, only stopped at the 78th floor. In the face of this result, Sky by Moon didn't seem to be dissatisfied, because all these people who are coming forward now are just bricks in a throwback. Don't look at the group of people invited today. They seem to be very different in terms of realm, but true strength is about improvement in many ways. Spiritual roots and veins, solid foundation, elixir aids, introduction to Qigong, mind cultivation, and so on. One of these things is missing, and those who were coddled by their elders or looked for shortcuts and were plucked up. Empty realm, but little substance. In real combat, it simply cannot be compared to the former. 10,000 flowers pie, Azalea Rue, 61 layer. As another cultivator fell, a figure suddenly sprang out from the crowd. Upon seeing his appearance, everyone was shocked. Young Master Qi, is he finally going to make a move? Seeing that the person who stepped forward was Qi Shan, Tian Yuyue was also a bit curious. As the eldest son of the Qi family, and the next head of the Qi family's inner circle, the Qi family's cultivation of him could be described as absolutely all-encompassing. Although, everyone had heard of Qi Shan's unseemly and arrogant personality, but it's undeniable. His strength and his personality are perfectly matched. Rapunzel, I'm very disappointed today. I would have thought that the East Continent's talented people should keep popping up like the rain, but after half a day's looking, there's literally nothing that catches my eye. I reckon that you, Rapunzel, are also a bit bored, aren't you? Why don't I, Qi Shan, take over and add some surprises for you? Gathering his folding fan, Qi Shan strides forward. After arriving at the location on the first floor, Qi Shan looked back at the crowd, his eyes filled with contempt. He then began to laugh uncontrollably. 100 floors of the heavenly ladder. It's just a matter of taking a step to get there. So what's so hard about it? The words just fell. Under the differing gazes of the crowd, Qi Shan leapt up and flew directly at the top of the heavenly ladder. Those unseen gravitational forces were constantly superimposed on his body, but these gravity forces, it seemed, couldn't have any effect on him. Tai. The moment Qi Shan landed on his feet, the crowd below was even more dumbfounded. Dozens of geniuses put their best foot forward, all still unable to reach the 100th floor. Qi Shan just stepped on it with an easy leap, gently unfolding his folding fan. Qi Shan had a relaxed and disdainful look on his face. Speaking to the crowd below, he said, "The ladder of heaven, but 034, Xiao Zhuang, take it easy, Xiao Zhuang, I hate you, stairway to heaven, but Qi Shan's words were just too crazy. Below all those who have participated in the challenge, when they heard this, their faces flushed slightly. However, they are really not in a position to refute it, because the results are in front of us. Qi Shan's ability was, indeed, stronger than theirs, and by more than 1 star. Seeing the others scowling, Qi Shan slightly arched his hand at Tian Yuyue. The strength of strength is not only revealed in the realm. It's a pity that too many people don't understand the meaning of it and misinterpret the word strength. My Qi family is likewise not body refining oriented. But how did I manage to get here? There are strata in everything, even the heavenly ladder. Those whose strength is less than 100 layers should not come back to disgrace themselves, so as not to waste our time. Qi Shan's words had been wild to the point of no return. Sky by Moon, however, was laughing quite happily, with Qi Shan as a big gun barrel, helping her to sift through the people she could enlist. You get your own affordable talent and you don't have to ruffle feathers. It couldn't have turned out better. Really? Qi Shan on the celestial ladder shook his head and put away his folding fan to continue walking upwards. Finally, on the 311th floor, Qi Shan felt a hint of pressure, but in the spirit of, pretend X to pretend to the end of the personality. Qi Shan immediately mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy to the maximum. Resist with all your might the gravity bearing down on your body. Finally, when Qi Shan stepped into the 400th floor of steps with 1 foot, he felt that he had reached the limit of the gravity he could fight against. Thinking for a moment in his mind, he then rolled over and slowly descended from the celestial ladder. The moment the gravity was removed, Qi Shan happened to land on the ground. Without waiting for the recorder to speak, he volunteered. 399 layers. It seems that there is still too much of a gap between me and those seniors of the past. If I am given another 20 years, this record of 501 floors is not unbreakable. Qi Shan's words were a way of saving face for his predecessor, but his cocky personality, as well as his outstanding strength, still gave the others at the scene impressed. Standing at Qin Fang's side, Lu Mengyun snorted softly. I really don't know what this Qi Shan is so arrogant about, but it's just that at the early stages of cultivation, a large amount of spirit elixir is used to replenish the divine mansion, an artificially created, innately perfect physique. There are no fewer than 1,000 disciples of the world who have been built with the same technique, and those who asked for the 4 continents, the 3 clans and 9 sects, even more so, have long since not used such a way to cultivate their descendants. Just a dude with a bit more family resources. What's so godly about it? The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Lu Mingyun's words did not attract the attention of Qin Feng and the others, but these words fell on the ears of Xiao Rou, who was on the side. Straight away, she was in a cold sweat. Since the beginning, Xiao Rou's attention was focused on Qin Feng and Xiao Qing. Qin Feng gave her the feeling of being elusive by pretending to be a pig, and the feeling that Xiao Qing gave her was dark and dangerous. However, right after hearing Lu Mingyun's words, the expression on Xiao Rou's face immediately showed a subtle change. This character who was like Qin Feng's maid. Surprisingly, in just a few words, he was able to point out the fundamental reason why Qi Shan was so strong. Even, surprisingly, she knew that there were other lineages that were also using this method to train their disciples. The most incredible thing is, as a personal great disciple of the 10,000 Methods sect, He himself had only heard of the great names of the 3 sects and 9 factions, only in books. But this maid listened to her and seemed to know the 3 sects and 9 schools very well. This maid, is she really a maid? What kind of people are around Qin Feng? As it happened, Qin Feng turned around to look at Zhuanglan, who hadn't said anything, being the first time she went out with Qin Feng, and showing her face in such a big occasion. For Zhuanglan, he is very nervous at the moment, especially after seeing so many amazing scenes while climbing the ladder. Another moment of witnessing Qishan satirizing the crowd with his absolute strength. Zhuanglan, who was already a bit agitated, was even more at a loss for words at this moment. Before I left the Green Cloud sect, Zhuanglan's heart hadn't yet produced so many afflictions, but now, Zhuanglan suddenly had a feeling of powerlessness, and this powerlessness, bursting from within, stems even more from one's vows. Zhuanglan, take a good look. These are the geniuses of the Eastern continent. In comparison, what kind of clown are you? Zhuanglan, with your 3-legged strength, how dare you swear to protect acting patriarch Qin Feng? If there's really any danger, it's not certain who will protect who. The acting patriarch gave you a spiritual root and attached an immortal weapon. But how come your strength is rising so slowly? If there really comes a day when the acting patriarch needs you to honor your promise, what kind of strength will you have to guard your oath? Seeing Zhuanglan's frown, his lips pursed to death. How could Qin Feng not know what Zhuanglan was thinking? Waving at him, he called to his side. Qin Feng said in a serious tone, Xiao Zhuang, you relax, we're here to see the world. Look, this is a high-class place, everyone is civilized. You don't tense up all the time. I know, of course I know. After seeing these demonic existences, you feel so much worse than them, but why don't you think about how many years they've been settling? Saying that, Qin Feng broke his fingers and talked to Zhuanglan piece by piece. Look, it hasn't even been half a year since I returned to the Green Cloud sect, right? 6 months ago, did you ever eat a meal made of all Rada grains? Half a year ago, where did you get your spirit root and where did you get your sword? I remember you once said that if you could break through the foundation establishment in this life, you'd be showing your parents' face. Look at you now. This is going to be Yuaning soon, almost surpassing your senior brother Xianhai. Without waiting for Zhuanglan to reply, Qin Feng gently patted his shoulder. Don't be in a hurry. If you want to go fast, you can't go fast. Everything can be slowed down. There's no harm in slowing down. Don't always think about fighting and killing. What's wrong with eating, drinking and having fun like me? Zhuanglan lightly bit his lips. He knew that Qin Feng was relieving himself, so a slight nod was given. Seeing that he slightly understood, Qin Feng smiled and laughed, and his tone lightened up a bit. Look at this scene today, with the presence of so many powerful people. This is good for us. If the sky is falling, there's a taller man to hold it up. Why should we bother? Let's not talk about faraway things. Let's just talk about this heavenly ladder. Even if I don't climb the heavenly ladder, could it be that if I return to the Green Cloud sect, you guys will disown me? Zhuanglan was shocked at his words and quickly shook his head to explain. No, acting patriarch, Zhuanglan has never had such thoughts. Qin Feng snorted. Anan, of course I know you don't think that way. I was just making an analogy. Our goal at the moment is for the clan to slowly become better, so that everyone can live a good life. After having the conditions, whether you guys like to cultivate and improve, or if you like to be idle, you can all choose. In my opinion, having choices is the most important thing in life. It's 100 times more important than climbing that ladder to the sky with no head in sight. Yet just then, after Qishan had finished pretending to be X, he returned to his seat and wrapped his arms around the beautiful woman and started drinking tea. Sky by Moon just happened to start inquiring, wanting to see if anyone wanted to continue the challenge when they did. Just see the crowd. Qin Feng wore a smile on his face and casually pointed to the location of the heavenly ladder. Tian Yuyue was inwardly delighted and immediately said, Oh, if I'm not mistaken, this one with his hand up is the acting patriarch of the Green Cloud sect, His Excellency Qin Feng, right? It looks like Your Excellency Qin Feng is quite interested in this heavenly ladder. Instantly, all eyes turned, and Qin Feng froze in place, awkwardly holding it, pointing his finger in the direction of the heavenly ladder. Ryoko. Qin Feng turned to Zhuanglan and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Xiao Zhuang, I hate you. 035, Qin Feng ascends the heavenly stairs. Shocked crowd. Shanghai Minglu. At this moment, Qin Feng was being baptized by the gazes of the crowd. Adoration, doubt, disdain, distress, and under the eyes of all the people, Qin Feng slowly drew back his raised arm. If he could see a crack in the ground right now, he would definitely be the first to get in. What? These people aren't going to have a sudden fit and really want me to climb the heavenly ladder, are they? With his own current strength. Let's not talk about sparring with that Chi guy. It was the results of those eliminated people in front of them that were feared to be far superior to their own. That's if you let yourself be rushed. When the time comes, It's disgraceful and presentable. The matter of the clan's order could be really hard to talk about. Perhaps he could tell that Qin Feng was not interested in the heavenly ladder. Xing inquired in a low voice from the sidelines. Master, I think I'll take over the matter of ascending the heavenly stairs? Qin Feng immediately nodded, but quickly shook his head again. It doesn't work. If I let you attend in my place, let's not talk about the outcome. That would really give people something to talk about. On the other side, Tian Yuyue was still continuously introducing Qin Feng, but this introduction, too, is a disguised form of prodding. Facing more and more stairs, Qin Feng walked out stiffly. Everyone, Qin Feng was still trying to stall for a bit of time with the spectacle to see if he could find another way when he did. Qi Shan, who was on the side, spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Since you can get an invitation from the eldest princess, I'm sure Patriarch Qin's strength is recognized. However, looking at Patriarch Qin's thin figure, he doesn't seem to be someone who refines his body all year round. When you get on the heavenly ladder in a while, don't fall too quickly. Qi Shan finished his words. Those who were intent on currying favor with him immediately erupted in laughter, though that was said in a conciliatory manner. But those present could hear the irony in the words. Qin Feng helplessly looked up at Tian Yuyue. Tian Yuyue, on the other hand, slowly raised her jade arm and made a gesture of invitation. When it came down to it, Qin Feng also understood. Today's hurdle, one can't avoid it by the looks of it. He only hoped that after he ascended the heavenly ladder, he could last a little longer, as Qi Shan had said. Arriving right in front of the heavenly ladder, Qin Feng adjusted his breathing. The first step was then taken in the midst of much anticipation. However, after Qin Feng ascended the first step, but he suddenly froze. Imagine that the pressure, which was like a mountain tipping over, did not appear at all. This heavenly staircase felt as natural to himself as ascending an ordinary staircase. Qin Feng, who was nervous in the last second, suddenly relieved. It is not known, though, what caused this situation, but at the very least, one would not be eliminated at the first level. With the first step to try, Qin Feng's boldness gradually grew. The rhythm of each of his steps, though, was unusually slow. In terms of movement, it could even be described as clumsy. But, every layer of the heavenly ladder that Qin Feng ascended, it was the real deal. Like waking up from a nap and doing a fasted stair climb, Qin Feng just walked up one layer at a time. The ladder of heaven that puts pressure on the crowd. However, it was like walking on the ground under Qin Feng's feet. How is this possible? What did he use and why did he climb so easily? This pace, this breathing? It seems very clumsy, but it's actually a hidden mystery. What a powerful Jingong! I didn't expect that this Qin Feng, at his young age, would have cultivated a heart of silent shadow sinking. Are you saying that Qin Feng's Jingong has been greatly accomplished, and also exercised the immortal heart? While the crowd was discussing, Sky by Moon whispered to ask Jean Brokenwood beside him. What do you think? Golden Brokenwood bowed his head slightly and replied respectfully. Back to the princess. Forgive my subordinate for speaking frankly. The technique that Patriarch Qin has performed is simple to say the least and difficult to say the least. And this is what the immortal heart adds to a cultivator. A state of mind that any cultivator can only dream of. At the same time, Lu Mangyun was also explaining for Zhuanglan, who was on the side. The reason why you feel pressure when climbing the heavenly ladder is entirely due to the influence of this cavernous blessed land. The cave Heavenly Bliss, also known as the Immortal's Courtyard, possesses a certain degree of defensiveness in itself. Once certain mechanisms are penalized, the aura within the cave will fight against the person who triggered the mechanism. That's where the stress comes from. Saying that, Lu Mangyun pointed at Qin Feng. But you see, the state of Master's father when he climbed was completely relaxed. It's a posture that's all natural and unadulterated by the slightest distraction. And that's what the mind can bring after it reaches a certain level. Control your emotions and breath through an extremely high state of mind. Let the cave of heavenly bliss mistake you for a part of it. In this case, the pressure is naturally not conveyed to you. Only, the method is easier said than done. During the process, as soon as some thoughts appear in the mind, they are immediately countered. Zhuanglan listened with understanding and couldn't stop nodding his head, and Green on the other side added for him. More than that, you watch the master's movements carefully. There's actually something underneath the clumsy movements. While the left leg is straightened, the right leg does not fire, but is withdrawn back half a point. The cycle then goes on, forming a set of movements. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Cloud Misty Immortal steps. As far as I can remember, this is an extremely difficult stance technique. The reason why it became the mystical immortal steps is because after it is in motion, not even an immortal can decipher this mysterious pace. Use it to escape, chase, ambush, or just look for opportunities in a sparring match. It's just not good enough. Zhuanglan's eyes were glowing, and the adoration was written all over his face. Acting patriarch he is really unfathomable. Likewise, The same answer was given on the side of Kim Brokenwood. Princess, my subordinate's family has done some research on feats such as figure in war, but with my eyesight, I can only barely tell that Qin Feng is using his pace to circumvent the rules of the heavenly ladder. To that, I stand by my previous comments. With regards to Qin Feng, he must be drawn in. Never let him stand against us. Right now, we are close to the water. If, in another day, the Grand Prince and the Second Prince know about Qin Feng, they'll surely make a bloody bid to recruit him. Tian Yuyue raised his hand, signaling that Jean Brimu didn't need to say anything. An accompanying female family member with a superb realm, a great heart realm, and a young generation of patriarchs who also possess mysterious feats. This Qin Feng seems to have a bit too many secrets on him. It's not that I don't want to pull him, and I'm just afraid that what I pull in won't be a helper, but a big trouble. Look again. If you want something from me, you have to exchange it with a corresponding skill. Whether he can take it or not, and how much he can take, depends on his Qin Feng's ability. 036, Xiao Rou's decision. Like a child's play. Amidst all the speculation and discussion, Qin Feng had already climbed to the 390th floor. Wiping the sweat from his head, Qin Feng stood as straight as he could, lest it be seen that he is not sporting because of the long swing, and sore and trembling legs. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Why did I come to climb this damn staircase? Climbing the stairs even if it's not enough. How can you climb to such a high position? How am I going to come down later? Carefully glancing downwards, Qin Feng hastily retracted his head. Perhaps it was a side effect of the fallen realm. He suddenly felt a little afraid of heights. A quick glance down the road was panicky. This action, however, was a different gesture to those below. Only Qin Feng stood on top of the mid-air celestial ladder and silently tilted his head to look at the crowd below. The king is overflowing. Though a single look down made the person who had just satirized and mocked him want to bury his head in the dirt. Among them, the one with the ugliest face was Qi Shan. Although Qin Feng hadn't broken his record yet, judging from the situation at hand, as long as Qin Feng reasons, breaking the record is just a matter of minutes. The most irritating time. Those guys who had flattered themselves earlier, after seeing Qin Feng's performance, the words that came out of his mouth, surprisingly, began to take on a seesaw attitude as well. Qi Shan tightly squeezed the cup, his eyes dead set on Qin Feng. Click, click, click. With the cup in his hand, it shattered in response. Indignation and jealousy also came through Qi Shan's eyes, because just this instant ago, Qin Feng not only broke his record, but also went up to the 400th floor without any problems. The crowd below immediately erupted into screams and applause. Marvelous, truly a hero is a young man. I can't imagine that the Green Cloud sect would be able to obtain such a heavenly pride after several decades. Earlier, the disciples under my sect came to report that the Green Cloud sect was rebuilding too quickly. At first, I thought that some other sect was ready to take over. Now it seems that with this generation of patriarchs, revitalizing Qin Yun is just a matter of time. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. This Qin Feng's Jinggong is so profound. It's an innate talent. The girls of my Red Candle Immortal Division's realms have been stagnant for too long, all because they are stuck above their minds. Looks like I'll have to find some time to pay a visit to this acting patriarch Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who had already forgotten how long he had been climbing, only wanted to find an excuse to return to the place at the moment. As the saying goes, a cold wind blows in high places. Standing in mid-air, the strong wind around him was like a knife in winter. The blowing Qin Feng was painful and cold. Qin Feng really regretted it now. If he was given another chance, he was convinced, even if he was looked down upon, he wouldn't climb the heavenly ladder to suffer this sin. Just then, the heavenly ladder, which was originally shaped as a staircase, suddenly began to produce a change in form. Moment. A spiral slide appears. Without waiting for Qin Feng to react, the powerful falling force carried Qin Feng to quickly slide down. The ladder then returned to its original state. The moment Qin Feng stood on the ground, the entire Shanghai Minglu was simply terrifyingly quiet. The recording officer, who was on the sidelines, was the first to react. He looked at Qin Feng incredulously, his mouth growing wide. The Qing Yun sect's generation patriarch, Qin Feng, Golem, 401 floor. At this moment, no one cared about Qin Feng's layers at all, because the crowd was still shocked at the amazing situation they had just been in. How did a good ladder suddenly turn into a slide? However, this was all in the eyes of Green. She laughed softly. Master is really too playful. Obviously he can reach the top instantly, but he has to step on the 401st floor. It just so happened that the record was broken while at the same time changing the shape of the heavenly ladder with the use of the influence of the mind on the cave. I guess the others should see it too. If the master wanted to, he could even lay the celestial ladder flat on the ground and come to the end as if rolling. Hearing this, Lu Mengyun shrugged helplessly. Zhuang Lun, on the other hand, had even more admiration in his eyes. But, Xiao Qing did not deliberately avoid Xiao Rou when she said this. This led to Xiao Rou, who heard this. The expression on his face converted from shock to horror. It turns out that what Qin Feng did just now was nothing more than playfulness. This latter trial that has tested countless geniuses. I can't imagine that in Qin Feng's eyes. It's like a child's play. No way. Regarding Qin Feng's matter, we must report it to Master immediately, and we must strengthen our ties with the Green Cloud Sect. I have heard that the Green Cloud Sect is being rebuilt at the moment, and is waiting to be rebuilt. Well, it's always better to send charcoal in the snow than to add flowers to the brocade. Amidst the applause and cheers of the crowd, Qin Feng finally returned to his position. Taking a fierce sip of hot tea, Qin Feng finally felt better. Acting Patriarch Divine Might. Qin Feng looked at Zhuang Lan in a helpless manner and waved his hand helplessly. Divine Might and Eggplant. Next time there's a chance, it's your turn to perform Divine Might, and I'll be down here shouting slogans for you. At this moment's scene, Qin Feng was the absolute center of attention. All the discussions are closely related to him. Seeing this, Tian Yuyue maintained order while guiding the crowd to continue ascending the heavenly stairs. Finally, after 3 hours had passed, no one accepted the challenge anymore. As a final result, only 17 people were able to climb above the 100th floor, and this result seemed to satisfy Sky by Moon. It's good. It's so much better than last year's result. Saying that, Tian Yuyue let the 12 golden guards withdraw from the heavenly ladder. 17 of you who passed the first level. You now have the right to choose whether or not to participate in the second level of the test. After watching for a while and no one abstained, Sky by Moon said softly, the second level of the mission is a bit purer than the first. The words just fell. A maximum yellow bell, falling from the sky, landed straight on the open space outside. The big bell was at least 10 meters high, and at its thickest point, I'm afraid a few hundred people couldn't encircle it. Such an unusually shaped big clock just appeared. Some people who know what they are doing then exclaimed. Surprisingly, it's a heavenly flame dynasty treasure, the 4 C's of life bell. It's said that if you want to ring this great bell, you can't just do it the hard way with your realm. Each time the bell rings, it creates a series of illusions swayed by. Only those who are not corrupted by illusions and who keep their hearts can knock more times. At the same time, each knock will also add a piece of favorable soil to the random location of the Tianyan dynasty. It was accompanied by a large bell that was slowly carried into the chamber and then suspended. After briefly explaining the rules Sky by Moon, he pointed at the big clock and said, the higher the count, the better the grade. The third generation patriarch of the transformation sect once rang 5 times. I was really looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing if someone could ring the 6th one today. 037, Wicked Shishan. Overrate yourself. Looking at the huge treasure bell in front of him, and look at the bell spine that is hundreds of pounds, Qin Feng made up his mind. This time, even if the King of Heaven came, he would definitely not participate. Other than Qin Feng, the dozen or so cultivators who passed the first level, it is also being secretly estimated at this time. With your own ability, you can knock a few times. As the wind was supposed to be their own in the previous ascending the ladder session, it was all snatched away by Qin Feng. Shi Shan, who had long been looking at Qin Feng with displeasure, was trying to get his face back quickly. Immediately, he stepped forward. It is said that this 4C's birth bell of the dynasty is struck every time it is struck. It will then bring countless negative effects to the one who knocks, and even make one fall into the middle of the illusion. Such a strange treasure. I really want to experience it. As he spoke, Shi Shan had already arrived in front of the clock. Raising his eyes, he looked at Qin Feng and then at the others. Shi Shan steeply powered up. With a light lift of his finger, he made the extremely heavy bell spine rise out of thin air. Under the operation of Qi Shan, the bell spine was like a flying sword, casually maneuvered in Qi Shan's hands. The scene drew applause from the surrounding spectators. What a great move to use Qi to control things. I'm afraid that the subtlety of young Master Qi's hand can only be seen by those who have practiced the Tao of the Imperial Sword for years, manipulating large physical weights with precision and force. No wonder the Qi clan's 2-embodied Imperial Sword technique is regarded as a divine feat by the Imperial Sword cultivators of the Eastern continent. It doesn't seem unreasonable today. Listening to the compliments from the people around him, Shi Shan felt like he had gotten some of his face back. However, this is not enough. Shi Shan is very conceited. He knew his own strength very well. So no matter how much others praised this aspect, it wouldn't make him particularly care. What he really wanted to do was to astonish the audience with his skills and at the same time make Qin Feng suffer. In this way, it not only manifests itself. Again, he could use Qin Feng's incompetence to continue to raise his price for himself. Knock. Manipulating the bell cone. Shi Shan flicked his fingers. The bell cone then immediately crashed on top of the big bell. At the same time, the sound wave went back into gear. Dizziness, pain, claustrophobia, unconsciousness, sleep, freezing and a dozen other negative effects. Immediately, it manifested itself in Qishan. However, just as the crowd was concentrating, wanting to see how Qishan was able to defuse the situation, I didn't realize that Qishan had topped all this negativity. Once again, choose to ring the bell. Knock. After ringing the big bell for the second time, the negative impact on Qishan's body, the force of action went straight up a notch. The dark mass of energy continued to spread over his body, but Qishan acted as if he wasn't affected in the slightest. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he looked at Qin Feng with provocative eyes. At this point, Lu Mengyun, who was on the side, seemed to have found something wrong. After looking carefully for a moment, he whispered to Qin Feng, "Senior, I suspect that this person should be wearing some sort of talisman on his body, and the efficacy of these talismans just happens to isolate all kinds of negative influences, which is why he can be so emboldened." Qin Feng secretly scared when he heard this. A cultivator's ability is reflected in many ways. At the most basic level, there are 4 feats, weapons, beasts, and roots. However, there are many secondary direction props beyond these 4. Amulets, spells to ward off evil spirits, orders to return to the mountain, seals to summon soldiers, and so on. Which of the people who came to the site today were not fully prepared and confident? And himself, like Mix 1, nothing. You're already behind in preparation alone. Although the latter just now was a fluke, would luck favor him twice in a row? So, listening to Lu Mengyun's analysis, the drum of retreat in Qin Feng's heart became even louder. It was during this time when Qin Feng was thinking. Qishan struck 4 times in a row. Around him, he was already flooded with black negative energy. These negative energies, however, just couldn't contaminate his body and could only stay on the surface. With the help of the transmigration divine incantation, Qishan was now full of confidence. Breaking the records of his predecessors is no longer a problem for him. From the very beginning, he had planned to give Qin Feng the whole big one. So, as he was about to ring for the 5th time, he suddenly paused. I once heard my third uncle say that Qi, the transformation sect and my Qi family, are considered old friends. Although we have rarely traveled in the last 100 years, the friendship is still there. Today, I, Qishan, am about to break the records left by my predecessors, not for the sake of making a splash. Rather, I want to take this rare opportunity to try out how much weight I have. Next, I will call on all my Qi. Whether I can break through 6 times depends on luck. Qishan's words appeared to be self-effacing. In effect, he was laying the groundwork for his next act. If I, Qishan, want to break the record, I must show all my strength. In case something goes wrong in the process, don't blame me. People, it can't be helped. Who made me have no power left? Knock. The 5th bell rang, and at this point, Qishan had already tied the record of his predecessor. Just at the critical moment when the crowd was praising it, the bell cone, which hadn't yet stabilized, suddenly slammed towards the large bell. Knock. The 6th bell rang and the black negative energy was too much because of the buildup. The color had begun to change from black to purple and was flowing with an eerie glow. In the next second, just as the crowd was staggered, Qishan seemed to suddenly give up his strength and fell down from midair. In an instant when no one was looking, all of the negative energy that was still pent up in his body suddenly dispersed. A bizarre purple air mass rushed towards Qin Feng and ran directly at him. At this time, Qishan, who had already landed smoothly, immediately pretended to be greatly shocked. No good. I really ventured a bit further just now and forgot to leave any residual energy to deal with these negative energies. Put your best foot forward and break the records of those who came before you. At this moment, Qishan, who was pretending to have an empty body again, had malice welling up inside. The negative energy accumulated from ringing the big bell 6 times. Unless more than half of the people present made a move, a full dissolution could be achieved. Unfortunately, one doesn't give them any time to prepare. By the time they reacted, Qin Feng would inevitably have already been struck. Surname Qin, you're not to blame for anyone. Blame it on the fact that you shouldn't have gotten in my way. It was just as Qishan had guessed. From the moment he spoke, even if the crowd wanted to intercept, it was already too late. So dense with negative energy, even if it didn't kill Qin Feng, it would still cause him to suffer a great deal of vitality. As the eldest princess, Tian Yu's eyes flashed with a cold color. She immediately gained insight into Qishan's little trick, and that was the main thing that made her angry. Using a little ingenuity to victimize other guests at a party you're hosting. At that time, whether Qin Feng was dead or alive, it would adversely affect his reputation. 12 golden guards, go to, immediately. Tian Yu's words were just in the middle of his sentence. The negative energy had knotted up and crashed into Qin Feng's body. The moment. Some were overjoyed, some were horrified, and others were at a loss for words. However, Xiao Cheng, who was standing beside Qin Feng without a single expression on her face, suddenly in a voice that only a few people around him could hear, he said 4 words faintly. Overrated. 038, shocking the entire audience. Qin Feng becomes famous in the Eastern continent. Warm. This was Qin Feng's truest feeling after being hit by the negative energy. After many accumulations and mixed with various hallucinogenic factors in the negative energy, pick one at random and use it on someone else. Both may cause the other person's nerves to be momentarily deranged, or their heart to immediately go crazy. But this energy, the moment it hit Qin Feng's body, it was like a puff of green smoke that was directly sucked into Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng did not have any expression, as if the person who was hit by the negative energy was not him. This is not composure. Rather, it was because everything happened so fast. Qin Feng didn't even understand what was happening right now. Quiet, absolute silence. At this moment, heaven and earth, time, and everything seemed to have all come to a standstill. The spectators' mouths dropped open. His eyes did not stray from one another as he looked at Qin Feng, and his mind was nothing but shocked and puzzled. The person who started it, Qi Shan, was already pale at this point. This is not to create the illusion that you are off the hook. Rather, he was frightened by this performance of Qin Feng. As Xiao Qing opened her mouth, Lu Mengyun also suddenly covered her mouth and laughed lightly. With a puzzled face, Zhuanglan really wanted to ask what was going on, but didn't quite dare to open his mouth. On the contrary, it was Xiao Rou who had been beside them. At this point, there was already a complete disregard for his identity, and he turned his head incredulously to look at Qin Feng. Qin, Patriarch Qin, you, don't, what have you done? Hearing this question, Qin Feng simply had two big heads. What did I do? I'll just sit. Wasn't Qi Shan the one who had the accident? You should care about him. Why are you looking at me? Seeing this, Zhuanglan rushed forward. Acting patriarch, are you unwell? Qin Feng touched his face and shook his head woodenly. Nope, it just feels kinda cozy, kinda like when you're sunbathing. In the face of this answer, Zhuanglan opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. After a few moments, the crowd finally slowed down. They immediately began to parse and make guesses in response to what had just happened. And not far away, because of Qi Shan's excessive approach, the eldest Princess Tian Yuyu, who was a bit infuriated, tightened brows, but suddenly slowly stretched. Afterward, she unexpectedly smiled faintly at Qin Feng as if she was overjoyed. This smile, not to say that it was flavorful, but it was also considered to be 1,000 charming. Seeing this, Imabuki, who was on the side, hurriedly inquired in a low voice, Princess, what are you? Tian Yuyue retracted his smile, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was answering for Imabari. This Qin Feng, it's just as you said, he's definitely worth me pulling in, even if we can't pull it together. We must maintain a good relationship and not let him get on the other two's team. What a move to wish to purify the body. It's hard to imagine just how many good deeds he has done to accumulate such a majestic heaven and earth righteousness. I should not be wrong to dissolve such a huge amount of negative energy in a single moment. The only way to do so is to use the wishing power of all things. This Qin Feng, not immortal, definitely not immortal. Imabiki was listening to the clouds, but always understood what the princess meant. Still, he asked more carefully, Princess, then what you said before, the secret on Qin Feng? Sky by Moon slowly opened his mouth. It doesn't matter. With the abilities Qin Feng has shown so far, I can accept whatever secrets he has on him. I have a hunch. If I want to outsmart my two untalented brothers and ascend to the throne of the 9 and 5, I will have to get Qin Feng's assistance. With those words, Imabuki immediately nodded his head. Understood. After the banquet is over, my subordinate will immediately go and do it. Sky by Moon smiled and nodded. Remember, be gradual. Don't rush it. Let's start by building a good relationship. The shock that Qin Feng had brought about still hadn't cancelled out in the hearts of the crowd, and Qi Shan was on the verge of vomiting blood from anger at this moment. Come up with such a great one on your own and pull it all together with a vengeance. But this had no effect on Qin Feng? Could it be that the negative energy is hitting off the mark? Or did himself just fall into a hallucination brought on by the bells? Just as he was puzzled, Sky by Moon had already arrived in front of him. Without waiting for Qi Shan to speak, Tian Yuyue was the first to speak. Prince Qi is truly divine. To have broken the record set by his predecessors at such an early age, truly congratulatory. However, Mr. Qi is also too reckless. The so-called 3 passes are nothing more than a platform for everyone to try out and for everyone to use to cheer up during the banquet. It's too dangerous for Mr. Qi to suddenly let go of his hand. Speaking here, Tian Yuyue's tone chilled by 3 points. Gently attaching himself, he whispered in Qi Shan's ear, I hope that in the future, Mr. Qi can properly change his character and never be impulsive. Also, there are people outside of people, and there are people outside of people. If you are capricious without getting to the bottom of it, it's easy to cause boundless calamities. I hope Mr. Qi will think twice. Qi Shan stared blankly at Tian Yuyue. Her words just now, It was clear that she was trying to help Qin Feng out. It's also a warning in disguise. This time, Shan really panicked a bit. Looking at Tian Yu's serious look, Shan was still ready to explain a few things, unable to do anything about it. Sky by Moon had turned around and left, with a farce that slowly falls away. The rest of those who passed the first hurdle had no desire to go back to the bell-ringing session. After all, that scene just now was still fresh in everyone's mind. Taking a step forward, he certainly couldn't ring the bell 6 times as well as Shan. Taking a step back, he himself did not have the ability to be like Qin Feng, dissolve that terrifying negative energy in a matter of moments. But, a thought that surfaced in the minds of all of them at the same time. It's incredible. On the Eastern continent, when did such a fierce man emerge, with such profound strength? The point is, this person is actually a part of the Qinyan sect? Could it be that the Green Cloud sect secretly cultivated them years ago? It doesn't make sense. If there was such a heavenly pride, how could the Green Cloud sect have fallen so far? Or is Green Cloud sect's situation today all arranged? Regardless of the crowd's rambling thoughts, everyone had the same mind at the moment. The Green Cloud sect must show goodwill. Qin Feng must be befriended. This son is by no means an ordinary person. If he ever attains the Tao and ascends to the upper realm, then on his own side, perhaps there would be one more channel to connect to the upper world. The other side. Learning that the others already had no desire to participate in the level, Sky by Moon expressed his understanding. However, the banquet at the Mountain in Si Minglu was originally an invitation for talented people from the Eastern continent to meet. Now, it was just over halfway through the day, and the subsequent merit auction hadn't begun. If he couldn't think of any other way, then this session of the banquet was going to be a laughingstock. Luckily, Sky by Moon had already had a plan. Everyone, today's situation is really unexpected by the month. However, the purpose of the Feast of the Mountain and Sea Bright House is not to separate the stronger from the weaker. In my opinion, all those who pass the first level can participate in the final treasure auction with 70% of their clan merit, and cancel the third level, the Battle of the Ring. Later on, those of you who meet the criteria can be led by the attendants to the Tianyan Gathering Pavilion. As for now, and please continue to enjoy the wine and food and a quick moment. Saying that, Tian Yue raised his wine cup high and looked at the crowd with a smile. The glass was then drained. Those present felt very satisfied with this proposal of hers. That's all. During this next period of time, the confused Qin Feng, every second is spent in a state of being toasted. Patriarch Qin, my daughter is the purple clothes of the 100 Fragrance Pavilion. Patriarch Qin, I, son Haoran, toast to you, my son family though. Brother Qin, I come from the Danxiang Palace. If Brother Qin has any needs in pills in the future. The line that could not be seen at a glance was full of people waiting to make a little contact with Qin Feng. Qin Feng drank one cup after another, muttering continuously. It's time, isn't it? Shouldn't we go to the treasure pavilion? Where's Princess Moon by Moon? Save it. 039, Sect order. Just like that? Tianyan hidden treasure. Instead, it's a collection of treasures. Rather, it's a fairground for the eyes. Kind of in the imagination. Countless treasures piled up on one side. The sight of countless treasures on display on the shelves on either side was not there. In its place, one blazed display case after another with consistent specifications. The different colors of the cabinets represent the different attributes of the treasures. Immortal herbs, elixirs, battle armor, weapons, and protective treasures. Even the rare, complete skeletons of spirit beasts could appear here. The dynasty can be really big. A rough estimate of this area alone suggests that the collection here is at least 3,000. Hearing this, Tian Yue, who was standing in front of the crowd, gently shook his head. Because of the dynasty's regulations, the location we're in now is only the outermost level of the treasure pavilion, and this is as far as I can take you within my power. The most honorable place in the dynasty, in Tianyan, other than father himself, there is no one who is qualified to open the other floors of the treasure pavilion, said. Tian Yu's eyes flashed with a glint. Honestly, after all these years, I'd love to know what's stored on the other floors. It's just a shame. Things don't work out the way they should. From a certain perspective, these words from Sky by Moon were already somewhat revealing. Anyone with a little bit of brains can hear it. She definitely wants to fight for the throne. However, among the people on the scene, apart from Qin Feng, it wasn't the first time anyone else had come to the party. Perhaps a hint of something like this. Sky by Moon had long ago done this to them countless times. Today it's just a matter of picking up some of the pieces again. And there was another benefit to doing this for Sky by Moon. That was an indirect way of telling Qin Feng, look, it's so important, I'm saying it to your face. I, Tian Yue, really don't treat you as an outsider. Day by day, month by month, I believe, with Qin Feng's strength in mind, coupled with his own expression just now, Qin Feng must be able to understand what he meant. It's just a shame. From the moment he entered the treasure pavilion, Qin Feng's gaze was drawn over to the wide array of various treasures. At this point, he was figuring out what they were worth. Fantasizing, if all these things were your own, then the quality of life in the future wouldn't just take off. Patriarch Qin, hearing Tian Yuyue call out to himself, Qin Feng hurriedly withdrew his envious eyes. What's the matter with the Rapunzel? Tian Yuyue opened his mouth and swallowed back his words. Nothing. It's just that I saw you a bit mesmerized just now and thought that Patriarch Qin had discovered something. Letting Tian Yuyue say this, Qin Feng's old face suddenly reddened. TSK. He was also the head of a clan in his own size. How did he leak out that kind of look just now? And was even discovered by the rightful owner of the house. While smiling awkwardly, Qin Feng had to force himself to show it. No, I'm just marveling at the dynasty's collection, both in quantity and quality. It just blows me away. Oh, yeah? Tian Yuyue's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Qin Feng with a keen line of sight. In her opinion, an expert like Qin Feng wouldn't talk some nonsense. So, naturally, every one of his words is full of meaning. I heard that the Green Cloud sect is being rebuilt, and the resources needed to rebuild a sect could be considered astronomical. Qin Feng had just mentioned the quantity and quality of treasures. Is it hard to ask for money? Thinking of this, Sky by Moon said tentatively, Patriarch Qin has brought me too many surprises and accidents during this banquet. If Patriarch Qin doesn't mind, Yaya can make the decision on his behalf and allow Patriarch Qin to pick a treasure in this treasure pavilion. It's also, sort of, a personal meet and greet gift from me for Patriarch Qin. When those words came out, everyone looked at Tian Yuyue in surprise. Right now, the auction hasn't even started yet. The Rapunzel was about to give Qin Feng treasures, or was she just picking them out at random in the treasure pavilion? It seemed that the Rapunzel's meaning was clear. She was trying to win Qin Feng over to her camp. Damn, this damnable Qin Feng, even if he made a big splash, he still took advantage of the situation for nothing. Feeling the hot eyes of the others, Qin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. I thank the princess for her kindness. As for your offer, I think I'll pass. Saying that, Qin Feng's small hands were paralyzed and he simply told the truth. Currently, the Green Cloud sect is in the stall of rebuilding. My personal gains and losses, it doesn't really matter if it's more or less, but rebuilding the clan is not something that can be done overnight. The treasure that the princess bestowed on me is bound to be of great value, but in my future, I guess I'll rarely have to use it. If we take it out and sell it for money and use it to rebuild the clan, we are afraid that you, princess, will blame us. Ha ha, it's a bit unkind to say that, but that's really what I intended. In fact, Qin Feng hadn't really lied. After his realm fell, his need for treasures declined with each passing day. It wasn't that he wasn't interested, but he simply couldn't use it. Take the immortal artifact sword he bestowed on Zhuang Lan as an example. In Zhuang Lan's hands, it was a supreme immortal weapon. In Qin Feng's hands, it was just a broken copper and iron, completely useless. In this regard, Qin Feng was also very distressed, but he just couldn't find the reason. If it was obtained by chance, Qin Feng could still take it out and sell it. But if the princess rewarded it, don't say who dares to buy it. Even if someone did buy it, in case this got out, the dynasty would then label themselves as disrespectful to the princess. There's really no place to reason with yourself. Listening to Qin Feng's explanation, Tian Yuyue took a deep breath. She did not hear any sophistry or deception from Qin Feng's tone. That means that one's guess was right, no matter what the reason was. What Qin Feng wanted to do now was to revitalize the Qinyan sect. So, he is indeed short of money. At the mention of money, Tian Yuyue suddenly felt doubly relaxed. With the financial power of the dynasty, it was impossible for a sect to be built out of thin air though, but giving some support on time and as needed would be a breeze. Thinking of this, Tian Yuyue suddenly whispered a few words into the ears of the subordinate beside him. By the time the underling returned, he had an extra tray in his hand. Uncovering the red cloth on the tray, a token engraved with the word Zong appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Patriarch Qin, I don't need to go into too much detail about the usefulness of this sect order, do I? As a member of the Eastern continent, I have heard a little about the proud deeds of the Qinyan sect at one time when I was young. Nowadays, it's 100 times worse, but as I see it, there are capable people like Patriarch Qin leading the way, let alone revitalizing the Green Cloud sect. Perhaps the history of the Green Cloud sect will have to be split into 2 segments to start writing. Since Patriarch Qin doesn't want the treasure, then I will bestow the clan order to the Qinyan sect. I also hope that Patriarch Qin can lead his disciples to rebuild their homeland as soon as possible with honor and glory. Qin Feng slowly picked up the sect order and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. His mind said darkly, the clan order, it just arrived so easily. 040, Mysterious Scrolls, Immortal Weapons Contest. Overjoyed, Qin Feng immediately put the clan order away. The original thought was that he would have to pull some strings with the princess first, then find an opportunity for Green to come out and show her strength a little. In the end, the clan order can only be obtained after the interests of both parties have been determined. In turn, they receive a monthly salary provided by the dynasty, but now it seems, it's really a great way to get your money's worth. What's more, Green's strength hadn't been revealed in advance. This was tantamount to the fact that one could still rely on the original plan and talk to the princess about the conditions again. Touching his chin, Shinfeng put away his smile and immediately began to think. After himself, what should he use Green's leverage for? In exchange for something? All of Qin Feng's expressions fell in Tian Yu's eyes. Seeing Qin Feng seeing the clan order, he was first delighted, then suddenly calmed down again. Sky by Moon guessed. It seemed that Qin Feng's demand for money was real. It was only that the little bit of money that the clan order could provide, he shouldn't be able to look at it. If you were a normal person, you would start adding to the price tag at this point. However, Tian Yu was, after all, the eldest princess and someone who had been plotting and scheming for years. If you raise the stakes now on your own, you won't be able to get the most out of it. Didn't you Qin Feng want to raise the stakes? You can. However, you need to show a little more to convince me that investing in you is the right choice. Otherwise, that's probably as far as I can go in helping you. With a light smile, Tian Yu invited everyone to take their seats. While the crowd was seated, the 10 treasures that had already been selected were presented to the scene one by the attendants. Among them, offensive mana accounted for 6 items. Other than that, a Dan furnace made by a famous artist and a piece of armor made from glacier-cold cicada silk, a painted picture of a shocking wave, as well as the most striking piece, the remains of the immortal weapon. Snap! Tian Yu clapped his hands to attract the crowd's attention. These 10 treasures are the ones that I have handpicked from the many treasures. Next to each treasure, the relevant usage and introduction is written for you to make reference. Of course, not including the remains of this immortal weapon. I asked the best artisan of the dynasty, and the other party said that unless this immortal artifact is repaired, I can't see what it can do at all. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes began to move away from the immortal weapon mutilation. True, immortal weapons are indeed very attractive, but an immortal weapon that doesn't know any purpose and requires a lot of resources to repair, the appeal to everyone, naturally, is greatly diminished. As Tian Yu pointed to the first treasure, the subordinate immediately said in a loud voice, "Fiery Jade Battle Axe. The entire body is made from the extreme inferno or from the red extreme volcano. Starting price, 3,000 merit badges. Each increase in price, 500 merit badges." Immediately after the words were spoken, people began to raise their hands. Immediately after that, another person joined in the grabbing. 5,000, 6,500, 8,000, 10,500. Battle Frenzy House, Battle Boy, 411,000 clan merits. Auctioning off the Flaming Jade Battle Axe. The first treasure has just been auctioned. The people from Sky by Moon then hurriedly began to ring out the auction process for the second treasure. After the previous test, the crowd was very decisive in their bidding this time. 500 and 500 plus is too much of a delay. A few people who were interested in competing for it directly quoted their highest price, ready to get there in one step. Subsequently, 3rd, 5th, 7th, until the Dan furnace was also auctioned off. The only treasures available for auction were the scroll and the remains of the immortal weapon. In the process, Qin Feng had been watching from the side. No matter how lively the others were arguing, he had no intention of getting involved. The reason is simple. Green Cloud Sect, 0 merits. Seeing a piece of good things, all fall into the hands of others. Qin Feng's heart was dripping blood and his kidneys were crying. However, for the sake of face, and for the sake of the Green Cloud Sect's reputation, Qin Feng had to pretend to lean back in his chair and slightly close his eyes, disguised in a closed-eye stance. And that's when Qi Shan, who had already taken off his armor, squinted at Qin Feng, who was leaning back in his chair. Although Qin Feng had stolen his own thunder at the auction, however, there was no action. This was a relief to Qi Shan, but even then, he didn't have any intention of appreciating it. Instead, he quietly spat and cursed. Bah! Pretending to be some kind of worldly master, but just some strange encounters. Not to mention comparing you to my father. Even a few of my uncles could easily take you down. Don't surprise yourself by actually outsmarting me. Face, I am definitely going to get back. Definitely. At this moment, Qin Feng did not know that Qi Shan was still holding a grudge against him and even wanted to take revenge on him. Qin Feng could currently only sit awkwardly in his chair, expecting the auction to end earlier, then find some time to talk to the Rapunzel alone. When the auction item came to this scroll, he didn't wait for the people from the dynasty to open their mouths. A woman on Qin Feng's right-hand side was surprisingly the first to ask a question. Dare I ask the princess? Is the efficacy of the scroll in front of us similar to that of the Immortals in pictures of the Chiemo school? Hearing the other person ask that, Sky by Moon nodded. That's right. According to the specialist's confirmation, there is a small world hidden among this painting. As for what is hidden in this little world, I don't know. After all, there is only one chance to enter the world in the painting. If we don't find anything, the painting will really just be a painting. Gamble. Being told this, everyone understood the significance of the painting. The world in the painting is often used as a warehouse by some high-profile people. Also, because the security of the world in the painting is much higher than the carry-on storage. So, if something is really stored inside, of course, it is above average in terms of value. However, if it's a gamble, it's natural that there will be losers and winners. The merits of each clan can be hard to come by. On a smaller scale, it was necessary to help the king suppress evil cultivators and demonic beasts everywhere. On a larger scale, one must be closely related to the dynasty, or be assigned by the dynasty to take care of certain things. Suffice it to say that every point was earned with blood and sweat. Something so precious to gamble on an unknown possibility. That's for the guys in front of us, who are more focused on real-world benefits, more or less risky. Seeing everyone slowing down and not opening their mouths, Sky by Moon slowly said, "What? Is there no one willing to take this treasure?" It seems that it was overthinking when picking by the moon. I thought the scroll was popular. Tell you what, I'll do the honors. Take this scroll down and bring up a different one. I don't believe anyone should have intended. Just as Heaven by Moon asked the crowd for their opinions. Buzz off. The remains of the immortal weapon, which was at the very back, suddenly began to emit a violent humming sound. The voice was not offensive in nature, nor did it have any negative impact on the congregation. Hard to describe in words. It should be joyful, excited, and amazed. The crowd felt the buzz hard, trying to figure out where the source of the problem was. Suddenly, ding, a crisp, sharp sound broke the buzz. Everyone froze. They hadn't yet figured out the cause of the buzzing sound, and right now how another sharp sound appeared. Just as everyone was quiet, Zhuang Lun, who was behind Xin Feng, had a somewhat less than normal face. He felt it clearly. Just now, that sound of a sharp edge ringing came out from the sword Xin Feng had given himself. 041, the outer mind of the Sky by the Moon. The real hair dream. The two voices suddenly intersected. The vibrations that erupted from the mutual collision caused the people at the scene to change their expression. Wait for the aftermath of the shaking to slowly recede. At that moment, all eyes had shifted to Hairdream in unison. Hiran, who was already a bit nervous, had never received the gaze of so many masters. The moment he was locked in a multitude of gazes, he even had some urge to back away. But just then, a force, however, suddenly appeared behind him, forcibly dragging him down. Subsequently, Green's voice came slowly in Hairland's ears. Stand up straight. Never disgrace your master. Hiran froze for a moment, realizing that only he seemed to be able to hear what Green had just said. Immediately afterward, Haran's brain lurched and his spirit cleared. Right. This time, he followed the patriarch out to see the world. It's not a disgrace to the patriarch. Hiran straightened his back as he thought. Inwardly, he kept encouraging himself, rushing over to respond to the others' glances. Hoo. The crowd at the scene saw Hairdream's reaction, and their breath caught in their throat. They believe in their vision. Also, there is more trust in the experience and teachings left behind by the elders. When two immortal weapons appeared at the same time, mutual breaths will constantly be tested and influenced, until one side falls and puts its own aura away completely. This temptation will only end. So, just now, and the remains of the immortal weapon tried to test each other. It's this young disciple behind Xin Feng, the sword he wears around his waist? This sword is actually an immortal weapon. Tian Yuyue immediately looked towards Jean Brokenwood, who was not far away. However, Jean Brimu only shook his head slowly, indicating that he had no knowledge of it. Seeing this, Tian Yuyue gently bit her lips and secretly said in her heart, "Really look away." One's attention has always been on Xin Feng. I didn't realize that I had left out this young man behind him. Looking at his realm, he's only in the Jindan realm, but he actually possesses a genuine immortal weapon? Unbelievable. In the hearts of the others, similar thoughts to those of Tian Yuyue were immediately born. Patriarch Jean, your sect really has hidden tigers and dragons. Ha. Feng, I really thought I had looked away. I didn't expect. At Tian Yuyue's eye gesture, a player who was already attached to the dynasty immediately initiated a test against Qin Feng. He was seen pointing at the sword that Huron was wearing. The tone of his voice was kind to Qin Feng. I wonder if Patriarch Qin, could you let this little brother tell us about the origin of this sword? At the same time, the others locked their eyes over. After all, the number of publicly available immortal weapons in the entire continent of the 9 states was only close to 100. More than 80% of them were also left behind by the predecessors of some families and clans. On this side of the eastern continent, there were less than 20 immortal weapons that could be named. Now there's one more out of nowhere, and it's right in front of everyone's eyes. Figuring out the origin of this immortal weapon was something that was very necessary for everyone. Hearing the question, Qin Feng nodded indifferently. Then he said to Hair Dream behind him, Xiao Zhuang, everyone is waiting for you to answer, so just say something. With Qin Feng's acceptance of the initials, Hiran took a step forward and held his sword in his hand. This sword is called the Green Cloud Sword. The sword is 3 feet and 7 inches long, and is crafted from an unknown extraterrestrial starstone. The sword's body is engraved with Seizen Gonzan, lingering in the clouds and penetrating the sun, as if it were a dragon swimming in the air. Hearing this, the people present immediately looked at each other. Oh, so that's it. I don't know where you're from, Mr. Haircare? Hairlon listened to the question and continued to reply. I'm from the East Continent's Jingquan village, and I'm currently practicing in the Qingyun sect. What he said afterward, however, the others no longer had the heart to hear, because they're thinking about something else. Green Cloud Sword. It seemed that it should have been left behind by the predecessors of the Green Cloud sect. It was said that the immortal weapon inheritance within the clan was not a designated candidate. Rather, the next owner will be determined based on the immortal weapon's own choices. It seems, the Green Cloud Sword should have chosen this young man named Hairdream. I can't imagine that the tiny Green Cloud sect really has some claims. At this point, Tian Yu's eyes also glowed slightly as she seemed to see another path. Owners of immortal weapons? If Hairdream was allowed to develop normally, along with the power and nourishment of the immortal weapon, as long as Hairlon succeeded in entering the divine separation stage, he could become a very strong fighting force, compared to a player like Qin Feng, whose strength was so mysterious that he was completely unsure of controlling it. Perhaps it would be a good idea to invest in this young man called Hairdream himself. Besides, being in the same clan, let's not talk about how Hairlon will develop in the future. At least from this perspective now, Hairlon was not in any position to compete with Qin Feng. However, cultivating immortality is inherently something that goes against the grain. As long as the thinking is normal, no one is willing to be on the downside and always be behind, and he or she can do just the right thing with it. Use dynasties help to strengthen your relationship with Hairdream. If it went well, it even divided Hairlon and allowed him to join the dynasty directly. It's not impossible to become a member of your own command. For a while, everyone had their own little plans in their hearts. Seeing that there were no more questions from the crowd, Hiran nodded shallowly, relieved. He was celebrating that he should not have disgraced Qin Feng with his performance just now. Tian Yu suddenly looked at Hairlon and inquired with a light smile. To think that there are so many surprises hidden in my eastern continent, Patriarch Qin. This is your fault. Anymore, this Hairdream Jr. is also an immortal weapon holder. Such an important person. When placed in other sects, it would be cultivated as a senior member of the sect, but you let him serve as a follower. Isn't this a waste of his chance and fortune? Tian Yu's words were seemingly uttered in a joking tone. In reality, this was the first step in dividing the relationship between Hairlon and Qin Feng. If you want to mess up the relationship between the two, you have to make Hairdream realize that he is a very important character. The others heard this and thought darkly in their minds. This Tian Yu is ruthless enough, coming up with a straight ball, not giving Qin Feng a chance to explain himself at all. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a most poisonous woman. Hearing this, Qin Feng was also a bit embarrassed. In fact, whether it was the personnel training of the sect, or the weekday cultivation of these senior siblings, Qin Feng hadn't cared about it at all. He had long ago thrown a brain to Xian Hai. As for their kind, whether or not anyone could become successful, Qin Feng was even more open to the attitude of letting God decide, never asking or interfering too much. Just as he was racking his brain and was about to excuse himself for a couple of minutes, Horan, who had just stood behind him, suddenly spoke. Hairdream has no desire to become a senior member of any sect, nor does he care if he is cultivated as a core. As far as I am concerned, the direction that the acting patriarch is pointing to is the goal that Hairdream keeps working towards. The Rapunzel may not know. Ever since the acting patriarch bestowed the spiritual roots and gifted me with the immortal artifacts, I made a soul blood vow. In life and in death, I will only serve the acting patriarch. Even if I have to lead a horse in the stirrups or serve tea, I, Hairdream, will not complain. Haran's words were not only full of passion, but also righteousness. This, on the contrary, made Tian Yu, who was attempting to provoke a relationship, a little embarrassed. Ah, so it is. I can't imagine that Hairdream your heart of loyalty to Patriarch Qin is so, etc. Boom! Tian Yu suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked certain points. By the time she reacted, her entire face had become bloodshot, and her body actually began to tremble slightly. What you just said is, this immortal weapon, it was gifted by Patriarch Qin. Looking at Tian Yu's stuttering appearance, Hiran nodded blankly. Yeah, this immortal artifact was indeed gifted to me by the acting patriarch. Moment. There was only one feeling left in Sky by Moon. The sky is falling. 042, 100,000 spirit stones. Heaven by Moon's request? How cold is it in the extreme cold? Sky by Moon doesn't know. But she knew that no matter how cold the land of extreme cold was, nor can it be colder than your own heart right now. Because of his own misjudgment, a straight ball went past him, ready to put Qin Feng and Hairlan's relationship in jeopardy. Originally, the plan and the way it was implemented was perfect. But now, Sky by Moon only wished that he could take a red nose with him and report to the nearest circus as soon as possible. Joker, clowns in the absolute sense of the word. Half a day's worth of planning. Under the light words of Hairan, it was completely shattered. Immortal weapons and spiritual roots, both given to me by the acting patriarch. Look at Hairdream's face full of pride, and then look at nothing. Qin Feng, who was sitting there peacefully. Inside Tian Yu's heart, there was only one thought left. Remediation. One had to come up with enough chips to use to remedy the relationship between himself and Qin Feng, an expert who could freely give away immortal weapons to others. One must adjust the division of interests in the face of such people. Even Sky by Moon herself didn't notice that her lips were hard from the force of her teeth. Surprisingly, it's already bitten through a bit, but she couldn't be bothered to care about the pain right now. She understands. If she didn't come up with something that could attract Qin Feng in the next second, then all the work she had done on Qin Feng before would be scrapped. Even, it will make the relationship between the two sides go to deterioration because of his own smartness just now. Countless words flew through Tian Yu's mind as he thought hard. Right, that's right. Qin Feng is here to ask for money. Just give him the money yourself. Give him a sum, enough for a short period of time. Money to advance the progress of the Green Cloud Sect. Taking a deep breath, Tian Yu forced down his nervousness. Patriarch Qin, your great selflessness of mind is truly appreciated month by month. Moon by Moon also believes that within the Green Cloud Sect, there are many other disciples who are just like Hairdream, loyal to you, even ready to give up everything for you. Hey, the reconstruction of a clan, apart from possessions, what is needed more than anything else is hearts and minds. Qin Feng looked at Tian Yu strangely, really unable to figure out what she was going to say, until the day by the month indication. I hope that I can also use my small contribution to support the rebuilding and development of the Green Cloud Sect. Later on, I will order someone to allocate 100,000 spirit stones and have someone special send them to the Green Cloud Sect immediately. I hope that the Green Cloud Sect can recover sooner and revitalize its reputation for the dynasty, as well as for the entire Eastern Great Road. Hearing this, Qin Feng almost stood up without a breath of fresh air. How much? 100,000 spirit stones? Did he or she hear it wrong? I had thought that with the clan order, the several thousand spirit stone offerings each month, it was already enough for the clan to build in the future and still be able to feed and entertain themselves. Now that's good. This day by month is simply the god of wealth descending to the earth to provide disaster relief. The big hand is $100,000. This is really going to take off on its own. At this point, the eyes of the others, too, began to change. 100,000 spirit stones. These spirit stones were not a small amount even if they were placed in a medium-sized sect. Unexpectedly, Heaven by Moon was trying to pull Qin Feng in. I can't believe I put down so much money. It seems that when he goes back, he will have to discuss this with his elders as well. Look at it as a way to elevate the connection between yourself and the Green Cloud Sect, or simply make a deep binding with the Green Cloud Sect. Many thanks to the princess for her generous offer. The spirit stones gifted by the princess, Qin Feng will definitely make good use of them. Let the Green Cloud Sect complete its reconstruction faster and better. It wasn't until Qin Feng said these words that Tian Yu slowly sighed in relief. It looked like Qin Feng had accepted his apology. As for the smartassery just now, as long as you don't bring it up again, it's in the past. A series of situations caused by immortal weapons fighting each other. Here, it's all over. However, the auction did not end at this moment. That mysterious scroll, as well as the remains of the immortal weapon, still no one was ready to make a move. Actually, the people in the room understood. If the remains of the immortal weapon were to be photographed by himself, he would be doing a favor to someone else. Let's not forget that the wreckage will take a lot of resources to repair, and the person who fixes it is still a dynasty. I believe that in the process of restoration, dynasty will definitely be able to figure out the exact use of this immortal weapon. When you do the math like this, it's the equivalent of leaving a backdoor in an immortal weapon. The immortal weapon that was supposed to be used as a base card at critical moments lost its maximum effect at once. And that scroll, people are literally not betting on it. After all, everything came from within the immortal and demon battlefield. In that kind of mess, the stuff in this scroll, if it's a resource, it must have been taken by the original owner long ago. Worse times, if it wasn't a resource stored in this scroll, rather, it's a trap left by the extraterrestrial demon. then if you buy it back yourself, you're paying to take away a hidden danger, which is a total loss. After many inquiries from Sky by Moon, the crowd just laughed and remained non-responsive. Probably understanding what the others were saying, Sky by Moon then began to make the announcement. In that case, then this auction, the scroll and the remains of the immortal artifact are considered to have been aborted. Though those two things, they didn't get your attention, but by the looks of everyone, they should have gotten their favorite treasures as well. Once again, congratulations to all of you. Month by month, the auction is over. Qin Feng was about to leave after the crowd. Jean Brokenwood, of the 12 Golden Guards, suddenly walked over. Patriarch Jean, Her Highness invites you to the back garden to discuss important matters. Qin Feng nodded and was about to follow Jean Brimu to the back garden. Instead, the other man suddenly laughed. Gentlemen, I'm terribly sorry. His Highness has only invited Patriarch Qin Feng alone. All of you can take a short rest in the side hall and wait for Patriarch Qin to return. Hearing this, Green was the first to be dissatisfied. Then, before she could have a seizure, Jean Brokenwood, who had long since experienced her strength, hurriedly arched his hand and smiled. Patriarch Qin, you mustn't misunderstand. This is where the dynasty is, and everything is under the watchful eye of the dynasty. I swear on my life that His Highness only sought you out to talk about things, and has absolutely no other intentions. Besides, I'm just a messenger, so don't give me a hard time. This was said with great sincerity, and it was also Jean Brokenwood's current true thoughts. Qin Feng looked around and then waved his hand. Yeah, well, this is dynasty. It's not like I'm going far. Nothing's going to happen. Why don't you guys go wait for me in the side room and I'll come out when we're done talking. Only after hearing Qin Feng's order did little Chang slowly lower her palms. Jean Brimu wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and smiled awkwardly at Qin Feng. Please. After walking through a small path, Qin Feng finally arrived at the location of the back garden. Not far, Tian Yuyue, who had already changed into her regular clothes, was less dignified and had more of a light flavor. Seeing Qin Feng arrive, she turned around lightly, bringing up a fragrant breeze. With a smile like a spring breeze on his face, his pace was much lighter. Patriarch Qin, you're here? Qin Feng, who was still intoxicated by the fragrant breeze, hurriedly came to his senses. Yes, I wonder what your highness called me here for. Seeing that Qin Feng was getting straight to the point, Tian Yuyue did not speak nonsense. A wave of the sleeve, the scrolls that had just been auctioned off, as well as the remains of the immortal weapons, then all appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng looked down in confusion and was about to open his mouth to ask. Suddenly seeing the Sky by Moon in front of him, his eyes reddened slightly. A teardrop, actually slowly gathered at the eyelid, instantly about to slide down the cheek. In the face of Tian Yuyue, whose mood had suddenly shifted so drastically, Qin Feng was directly puzzled. Before he could say anything, Sky by Moon said in the most sincere tone, Patriarch Qin, can I ask you for something? Beg? What are you doing, princess? Tian Yuyue slowly raised his head, as if he had made some major decision. Patriarch Qin, I implore you to take these two treasures away. As for how you handle it, Moon by Moon will never ask. Qin Feng nodded. That's it. No problem. I promise to help. Ah, what? 043, sincere Sky by Moon? It doesn't matter. I'll make a move. Qin Feng never expected it. The person who had thought that he had taken the clan order and had gotten an additional 100,000 spirit stones had taken an additional 100,000 spirit stones. It's already overbooked. But now, Tian Yuyue's words were going to add 2 more strokes to his credit book. Granted, the value of that scroll is incalculable, but the remains of this immortal weapon are real. Seeing that Qin Feng was obviously a bit puzzled, Tian Yuyue's aggrieved little expression became a bit more specific. Patriarch Qin, please rest assured. Moon by Moon entrusts these 2 treasures to you. There's both the intention to help the Green Cloud sect and a bit of selfishness of my own. Since the auction ended, Tian Yuyue then began to repeatedly plan how to deeply bind with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who had an unfathomable strength and was surrounded by experts. It's just so worth pulling yourself together. However, what Tian Yuyue knew better was that if he wanted to accomplish his purpose, he had to obtain Qin Feng's consent. Facing someone who could even give away an immortal weapon, the benefits that one could provide to Qin Feng within one's own authority were too little. Instead of gaming each other, we should be doing the opposite. Directly speaking his true thoughts to Qin Feng, allowing Qin Feng and himself to fulfill each other. In the process, play up the aggravation and tears offense a little more yourself. I believe that with Qin Feng's character, it should be seriously considered. Gently wiping the corners of his eyes, Sky by Sky sat down. Since my father's illness, the internal matters of the dynasty have been taken over by my 3 siblings. I have asked myself many times if I have any intention of vying for the throne, but the results have all been negative. Until one day, my personal maid, who I regarded as my sister, I realized it when I was personally brought a cup of poison wine. The battle for the throne is not something you can avoid by shaking your head. As long as you're qualified to participate, even if it's just a little bit of qualification, your opponent won't let you have a good time. Patriarch Qin, you must understand what I'm saying, right? Qin Feng smiled awkwardly and nodded silently. Since ancient times, royalty has been the most ruthless, especially in this current situation. An alternate period where the old dragon is powerless and the new dragon has not yet risen. In order to be the final winner, poisoning, assassination, and other means have been considered more civilized, though not having experienced this kind of fight. However, just based on Tian Yu's narration, Qin Feng could sense the hidden dangers and killing opportunities. Rapunzel, but I still don't understand. Seeing that Qin Feng wanted to ask a question, Tian Yu gently tapped the stone table with his finger. Patriarch Qin, I know what you want to say. You can tell you responsibly, if these two treasures are really auctioned off today, soon, those two will send someone to come and take these two treasures away. If it was just the scroll, I would be fine, but the remains of this immortal artifact can never fall into their hands. Hearing her say that, Qin Feng came to a realization. It turned out that Tian Yu was afraid of his two younger brothers, forcing the remains of the immortal weapon away. Again, a role that the dynasty can talk about. Her two younger brothers, if she sends someone to finish repairing the immortal weapon, it would be an invisible addition to their strength. That would make life even more difficult for the already disadvantaged Sky by Moon. Honestly, such a thing as royal infighting is not a trivial matter of going through the motions. To involve himself in this kind of thing, Qin Feng was simply 10,000 times unwilling. But now, one is standing here. I've heard what I shouldn't have heard, and I've understood what I shouldn't have understood. It's hard to pretend that you don't know what you're talking about. I'm afraid that in the future, I will really be on the opposite side of the dynasty. Besides, although people outside said that the eldest princess, Tian Yu, was the most skillful at calculating people's hearts, but he didn't feel that way after he had some contact with Sky by Moon. Not only that, but they also gave themselves the clan order, and 100,000 spirit stones. To himself, Sky by Moon could already be considered a great benefactor. One should share the worries of others when one has taken the benefits. It's just that the battle for the throne is a little too big. On the one hand, Qin Feng didn't want to spit out the benefits that came to him. On the other hand, Qin Feng was unwilling to push the Qingyan sect to the tip of the knife. Just when Qin Feng was having trouble deciding, a foolproof idea arose. Aha! Qin Feng sighed for a moment and nodded heavily. Seeing this action of his, Tian Yu was overjoyed. It seemed that his sincere offense had worked. But the next second, Qin Feng then immediately added, Princess, I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to make my thoughts clear too. Yes, there's no harm in speaking up. Patriarch Qin. Qin Feng licked his lips, recalling his thoughts just now. By taking these two items, does it mean that the Green Cloud sect is on your side? Sky by Moon nodded. Good. I can take these two treasures, but I have a request. If it wasn't an extremely important juncture, the Green Cloud sect wouldn't have made a move. Qin Feng's meaning was simple. I'll take the treasure. I'm sure I can't hide this from the two emperors. This thunder, the Green Cloud sect has topped it, but you can't count on us for anything else big or small, unless it comes to a time of crisis. However, it really comes to that time. No one else can protect you, and if we, a rebuilt and unfinished Qingyan sect, can't help you either, I don't think you can blame us for that either. Can you? However, these words fell on Tian Yu's ears and almost shocked her into standing up in place. In her understanding, Qin Feng's statement of shirking his responsibility had directly turned into a final card. I'll take the stuff from the Green Cloud sect, but you must remember, don't bother me with such trivial matters. I don't have the time. Of course, if there's a problem that you don't recognize or can't understand, it doesn't matter. I, Qin Feng, will make a move. A beautiful misunderstanding was created, and both Qin Feng and Tian Yu were very satisfied with the responses from both sides. In the side room, Lu Mangyun, who had already waited somewhat impatiently, was planning to get up and move her body. Suddenly not far away, Qin Feng and Tian Yu walked side by side. The two of them were talking and laughing like lovers who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Patriarch Qin, the month by moon only hates knowing each other too late. After some days, when the trivial matters at hand are properly taken care of, I will definitely pay a visit in person. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. You're too kind, Princess. Don't worry, you are always welcome at the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect. You will always be a valued guest of my clan. The sharp-eyed Xiao Cheng didn't bother to look at Qin Feng and Tian Yu. Instead, he scanned with his eyes, following behind Qin Feng, the two attendants holding trays. The corners of Xiao Qing's mouth rose as her divine sense probed. It's the master after all. Without any effort, we'll be able to take the remains of that immortal artifact. Look at that princess's attitude towards her master now. I think it should be that her master has shown a small strength. After the people converged, under the eyes of Sky by Moon, Qin Feng and the others left the mountain and sea bright building and departed for the Qingyun sect. However, what Qin Feng didn't know was, at this moment, at the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect, Xianhai led a dozen or so core disciples, and each of them had their nerves tightened. All the auras in his body were mobilized. Everyone's eyes were glued to the front, as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Subconsciously, he glanced at the sky. Xian Yuanhai thought silently in his heart, "Elder brother, you must come back quickly. I really can't hold out." 044, 1,000 people pay their respects. Did you give it to her? Outside the Qingyun sect's main hall, the younger disciples were shielded behind by the older ones. At the mountain gate, disciples below the Jindan stage were not allowed to approach at all. Xianhai stood on the outermost side of the room, his expression stony as he looked ahead. The entire mountain gate beyond, there were thousands of people in the black, and in the middle, at the top of the row, were dozens of Yuaning stage cultivators. That means, if they hadn't reached the Yuaning stage yet, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to come and line up at the entrance of the Qingyun sect. Genkai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Repeatedly, the various shouts that had been heard for an entire day were drilled into the ears. The heir of the Gao family of Mount Nameboat has come to seek an audience with Patriarch Qin Feng of the Qingyun sect. Jade Sun Cave True Cultivation disciple Xing Wuya, with a congratulatory gift, pays his respects to Patriarch Qin. Disciples of the Nine Heavens Lotus sect, in the name of eldest senior sister, implore Patriarch Qin to take a look. Manifest Destiny, Vajrapani, Falling Dragon House, Sun Family, Zhao Family, Li Family, Wang Family. Among those people in front of him, there were some faces that Xianhai barely recognized, but it's also just recognition. After all, they were all in the Eastern continent, and the Green Cloud sect used to be quite famous. Faced with some of the people who had reported their homes, Genkai did have some impressions, but there were even more clans and families that Xianhai had never heard of at all. What was most important for Genkai to be speechless? The three who were closest to the doorway were clearly at the half-step divine separation realm in terms of strength. This was considered a minor master in the Eastern continent. But now, these three people were equally full of smiles, stating that they wanted to pay homage to Qin Feng. Ever since the last time, the heavenly rank spirit vein was targeted, Xianhai then made many brand new plans for the protection of the clan. But, this plan, however perfectly formulated, can't stop thousands of people from charging. The group began to gather in the morning and then grew in number. Xianhai was already a bit flustered, and after seeing the number of people skyrocket, he was even more disorganized. Now that Qin Feng had yet to return, he simply didn't dare to let such an outsider enter the Qingyun sect all at once. No matter what reason the other party said, Genkai didn't listen to any of it. Solemnly, he brought his core disciples to guard the entrance. The sun was about to set. Qin Feng and the others finally arrived at the Qingyun sect's territory. Just after walking near the mountain gate, Qin Feng saw a black crowd in front of him. We have only been out for a few days. How did the clan change to a big set? At first, Genkai thought he was hallucinating, but when he looked into the distance and saw that it was really Qin Feng, Genkai's tears almost flowed. Sect Master, you're back. What the hell is going on? Brother Master? Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily turned their heads to look. Looking at the fiery eyes of the crowd, Qin Feng couldn't help but get a wicked chill down his spine. He quickly stepped forward and hurried to Xianhai's side. What's going on? Who has our Qingyun sect offended again? Half an hour later, when Xianhai finished explaining the cause of everything, on the side, Lu Mengyun spread her hands helplessly. No need to guess. Must be those people at the banquet chant. They may not be able to get away, but they can have others in their families and clans come over ahead of time to make good relations with Master. Xianhai looked at Lu Mengyun in disbelief. Playing nice? Why would they do that? Lu Mengyun shook her head helplessly and abducted Zhuanglan with her arm. Afterwards, Zhuanglan took in Qin Feng's various behaviors during the banquet, telling it one by one to Xianhai, and the other disciples present. Next it becomes, heavens, acting patriarch, you really did walk hundreds of floors of the heavenly ladder. It's simply unheard of. Really, so much negative energy and you, acting patriarch, destroyed it in one go? Good man. The princess personally ushered in the princess? Ha. My Green Cloud sect is really honored. Acting patriarch, please, tell us more about the banquet. Qin Feng scat his mouth, completely at a loss as to where to begin, but he suddenly reacted. There's a group of people waiting to be received somewhere in front of their own house. After saying a few words to Zhuanglan, Qin Feng quickly ducked into the sect hall. Zhuanglan nodded at Xianhai and gently pushed the mountain door open. The people lined up outside the door were about to swarm, and when Zhuanglan shouted, "The acting patriarch has an order. Thank you to all of our immortal friends and guests who are here today. It's just that the acting patriarch has just finished attending the elder princess's banquet and is now very tired and labored. On behalf of the patriarch, I've thanked everyone for their kindness, so everyone please go back first. If you have time later, just come back and visit again. Proper reasoning, reasonable tone. Involving the royal family in a fight is troublesome enough, so Qin Feng really didn't want to get involved with various sects anymore. But these clans aren't made of clay either. Didn't you Qin Feng not want to see the guests? Well said. If you don't see a guest, you have to accept a gift. So the first one put the gift in place, and left his home, and then turned away. The man appeared. Jiuhua Sect, Immortal du Agar. I hope that Patriarch Qin will accept it. Celestial Fragrance Pavilion. Colorful Tau Gold Silk 300 meters. A small token of appreciation. Lingyun Cave. Spruce Fire Beef Concentrate. 500 pounds. Chef King's Division. Zaosian Cuisine in 13 courses. Clothing, food, shelter, food, drink, real money, spiritual silk and fairy shoes. Gifts that encompassed almost all aspects of life were just placed directly outside the door of the Green Cloud sect. Until the last one leaves, everyone, including Xian Hai, had completely closed their mouths, looking at the gifts and treasures all over the floor. Xian Hai helplessly scratched his head. Why are you looking at me? It's a piece of someone's heart after all. Hurry up and put it away. Moving and recording work until midnight. Xian Hai took the pamphlet and carefully matched it around before finally coming to Qin Feng's side. Elder brother, can you notify me in advance the next time you make a big deal like this? This whole thing today. How humiliating. You see, those converted into spirit stones. It's more than 60,000, but we didn't even prepare a cup of tea for others. Turning back, will people think that our Qinyan sect, too arrogant? Qin Feng shrugged helplessly. I didn't know it would look like this. An accident. Really an accident. And the other thing is, you don't write 60,000 on your entry. You write 160,000. Hear that? Gunkai's eyes immediately widened. A serious face followed. Elder brother, what do you mean by this? TCH, I really have to say something about you. It is true that such things as courtesy need not be said. But look, people give a total of 60,000 and we have to pay back 100,000 in gifts. Isn't that too much of an injustice? Senior brother, don't forget that we haven't even started rebuilding our pill garden, beast garden, the 3 main peaks, and the various cultivation places. If you really want to return the favor, I think that giving half would be enough. Seeing that Xian Hai was going to say more, Qin Feng hurriedly waved his hand. No. Returning gifts? What gift? Why should I return it? It's not like they gave it to me voluntarily. Why should I give it back? This time, Xian Hai was confused instead. Then what did you mean when you asked me to deposit 160,000 spirit stones just now? Qin Feng realized in a flash and hastily stated. I mean, the princess rewarded me with 100,000 spirit stones and this clan order. Since you're going into the books, write it in together. Receiving the clan order handed over by Qin Feng, Xian Hai was a little emotional for a moment. With this token, it meant that the revitalization of the Green Cloud sect was truly expected. However, upon hearing that Qin Feng had taken back an additional 100,000 spirit stones in addition to the token, Xian Hai carefully looked at Qin Feng and asked in a low voice, Senior brother, there are no outsiders here, so tell me the truth. Why did the princess give you so many favors? Did you give her? 045, exploring the secret painting. Shocking alteration. After nearly an hour of Qin Feng's patient explanation, plus 2 big mouths later, Genkai finally believed. His own senior brother did not go through the motions of selling his sex in exchange for the support of the elder princess. Rubbed the slap mark on his face. Genkai sighed. Senior, isn't it from this moment on everyone in our Green Cloud sect, and it's all going to be engraved with the label of Princess Moonwalker? Perhaps feeling that his words were a bit off, Xian Hai hurriedly explained again. Don't misunderstand, senior brother. I'm not blaming you. I've thought about it differently, and the choices you could have made in that situation would have been the optimal solution. It's just that in this way, our clan, inevitably, will have to form an opposition with some forces. Qin Feng nodded silently. Xian Hai's worries were not lost on him. In the entire sect, there was no one who yearned for the days when there was nothing to do more than Qin Feng. Only, something like clan reconstruction was just too huge for a fallen clan. And dynasties with a lot of resources at hand are inherently in an advantageous position in this regard. That's why it was possible to exchange a small price for Qin Feng's big reward. Forget it, take a step and see what happens. At least, things are looking up now. There is a give and take. You can't just take the benefits without paying a dime. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't really want to talk about this topic, Xian Hai then immediately interrupted. That's right, senior. Did you just say that in addition to that money, the princess also gave you the 2 treasures that were auctioned off? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately became interested. That's right. One is a scroll that possesses a mysterious space, and the other is the remains of the immortal weapon I mentioned earlier. With that, Qin Feng placed the 2 treasures on the table. Xianhai couldn't help but marvel as he carefully observed it. After all, it's the remains of an immortal artifact. Just the scattered and drifting energies on this alone make my heart skip a beat. If it's mended, it'll bring our Green Cloud sect to a higher level of strength. However, Qin Feng said helplessly, "Don't be ridiculous. I asked around sideways when I left the party. Do you know the resources needed to repair an immortal weapon? How much? If converted into spirit stones, I'm afraid it would be several $1,000,000. What's more, some of the precious materials needed in the repair process can't be bought even with money. With the little we have, it's simply impossible to repair an immortal weapon on our own. This is also why Princess Ye would be relieved to hand over the remains of the immortal artifact to me. Her meaning is obvious. When we've tried everything but still can't fix it, we're definitely going to have to work with her again." Xianhai sniffed and nodded as well. With that, he shifted his gaze back to the middle of the scroll. "So the only thing that really means something to us is this scroll?" Qin Feng's small hands were spread out. "That's right. I've gone ahead and sent Green to rest, waiting for tomorrow when Green is back to her best. Let's just go to the secret realm in the painting and find out what's going on." Noon the next day, inside the Qingyun sect's main hall, Shao Qing stood on the side, looking at Qin Feng in silence, and with a helpless face. Qin Feng looked at Lu Mangyun, who was tugging at his arm and constantly shaking it. "Master teacher, why can't I go to the secret realm in the painting? TSK, didn't you hear Princess Ye say that there might be danger inside?" Whatever, I'm going to go. Don't be afraid of danger. Sister Chang will protect us." The once loose immortal Lu Mangyun, since she changed her face and set up camp in the Qingyun sect. "Whenever I think of the decision I made, I feel very wise, especially during the period of time when he recognized Qin Feng as his master and followed him around at all times. There was no increase in strength though. However, the originally shattered soul was rapidly healing at an unfathomable speed. The physical body was originally nothing more than a skin to a loose immortal, and it is the integrity of the soul that is the foundation of a loose immortal's strength. Now, Lu Mangyun's soul had basically returned to its full state. With this perfect foundation, with her experience and eyesight, it was only a matter of time before she wanted to return to the scattered immortal realm. However, no one under the sun is too good for too many benefits. Upon hearing Shao Qing's explanation, he learned of Qin Feng's status as a person favored by the heavenly Tao. Lu Mangyun was close to tying herself to Qin Feng. Just now, after hearing about Qin Feng and Shao Qing, they were prepared to go check out the world in the painting. Without saying a word, Lu Mangyun immediately pestered Qin Feng, stating that she wanted to go as well. Faced with this request, Qin Feng was also in a bit of a dilemma. Although Lu Mangyun called out Master Teacher every day, but from the first day of worship, he had never taught her anything. Now, his own little disciple just wanted to follow him to see the world. Would it not be a sign of some dereliction of duty if he did not agree to do the same? Thinking of this, Qin Feng turned his head to look at Shao Qing, seemingly understanding Qin Feng's meaning. Shao Qing nodded her head faintly. "Security-wise, there should be no problem. Even if an unmanageable enemy appears, I have a way out." With this answer from little Qing, Qin Feng was finally relieved. Afterwards, he admonished Xianhai and the others. Qin Feng, Lu Mangyun, Shao Qing. A group of 3 people then opened the scroll and were incorporated into the painting by a powerful suction. It seemed like only a few seconds had passed. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, he realized that he was in a cave. Front and back, left and right, all various passages, completely unknown where they lead to. The complexity was so great that Qin Feng didn't even know where to go. Green, Mangyun. After shouting at the surrounding area for half a day, Qin Feng still didn't get a ding response. This moment directly caused Qin Feng's heart to cool halfway. It was expected that the 3 would act together. With Green's strength crushed, basically nothing would go wrong. Now it's so bad that you have to fend for yourself. Just then, Qin Feng realized that not far away, there was a shining point of light. The point of light flickered and danced like a firefly. Following the light source, Qin Feng was overjoyed. As it turned out, this point of light actually existed in the depths of some passageway. It seems that this should be the guidance from the heavens in the underworld. Briefly checked his status. Subsequently, Qin Feng shot to his feet. Follow the direction of the light source and slowly go deeper in towards a passage. Walked for about half an hour. Qin Feng already felt his legs a bit sore. Well, at that moment, the light in front of the passage grew and the view opened up. The moment he stepped out of the passageway, Qin Feng unconsciously marveled. What a clean lake! As it turns out, what this passageway connects to is a lakeside location. Although there weren't any buildings around, the beautiful natural scenery still made Qin Feng feel relaxed for quite a while. Chang, Meng Yun, are you guys around? Qin Feng tried to call out to the two while enjoying the beautiful scenery. Right here and now. The center of the lake suddenly wore a strange movement. Qin Feng watched carefully. See, the moment he looked at the strange movement, his face was instantly whitened with fear. 046, terrifying golden bow Kenwood, divine thunderfall, the originally calm lake. Suddenly an ancient tree sprang up. The thickness of the ancient tree, I'm afraid that thousands of people may not be able to embrace. On top of that, there were two branches on the ancient tree that were golden, as if alive. It completely wrapped around the two men and placed them in a position at the top of the tree. And these two were Xiao Chang and Lu Mengyun. Green, are you two okay? Mengyun, say something, it's me. However, no matter how much Qin Feng shouted, Xiao Chang and Lu Mengyun acted as if they were unconscious. No response was given at all. However, after being shouted at by Qin Feng, the ancient tree seemed to have noticed Qin Feng's presence as well. Next, uncountable tree branches smashed down like rain. There was a rumbling sound, and the whole space was filled with smoke and dust. And in the smoke, Qin Feng hurriedly ducked behind cover. The mind raced, hoping to find a way to save the day. This was after Qin Feng returned to the sect. For the first time, I felt stressed out. All previous incidents would somehow be resolved, even with a bit of a payoff for themselves. But now, let alone help. You can't even think of a solution to the trouble yourself. It's not a rush, but Qin Feng couldn't even think of it. Right at the top of the ancient tree, right inside the trap too, Xiao Chang and Lu Mengyun, in their soul postures, were clearly watching what was happening in front of them. Are you sure? This is no time for jokes. Master needs my help. Hearing Green talk to himself with his soul, Lu Mengyun's face was ashen and she replied with her soul. Kinsey Kenwood, I won't be mistaken. This kind of Kenki will only be born in extra-dimensional space. It possesses 3 abilities: super speed regeneration, immunity to soul attacks, and soul stripping. These 2 golden branches, even if they touch a true loose immortal, will drag the other's soul out of their body. Then, it began to absorb the target's flesh and transform it into its own sustenance. Upon hearing this, Ching froze. You mean, stripped of our souls, we can't do anything now? Lu Mengyun nodded. We who are already in the state of souls will not work against the golden branch Kenki, no matter how we attack it. If you forcefully resist, even your soul will be injured by the golden branch. Lu Mengyun's tone was very calm. It was like describing something that had nothing to do with her. Now that I think about it, this scroll should be a trap designed by the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Unexpected, that I, Lu Mengyun, would fall in such a way. It's so pathetic. Hearing this, Qing hurriedly interrupted her. What, dead or not? Can't you see? The master is trying to save us. Lu Mengyun smiled bitterly for a moment, then once again brought Xiao Qing a desperate message. The recovery speed of the golden branch Jianmu can even be compared to the flesh Taiyans of the immortal realm. If there are tens of thousands of experts, constantly attacking from all directions, we might be able to barely tear an opening before the building would recovers. But that won't help. As long as Kenki doesn't die, there's no way you or I can escape. Hearing this, Cheng was really a bit anxious. According to you, we are bound to die? Lu Mengyun looked up at the dust and sand below that had yet to dissipate, then nodded again. This golden branch Jianmu, not a product of this heaven and earth, has bizarre and changeable abilities. I have seen with my own eyes in the immortal demon battlefield, the sight of a golden branch Jianmu tree that sucked 4 late Mahayana experts into dryness. Those 4 people's combined offense couldn't do anything to Kenki at all. Lu Mengyun slowly closed her eyes as she spoke. It was as if he had accepted what fate had set for him. Although Xiao Chung did not speak, she still clenched her teeth in anticipation of Qin Feng's strike, until the smoke slowly cleared. Xiao Qing's last flicker of hope was extinguished when she saw the scene in front of her. At the lake below, Qin Feng lay motionless on the ground, a large bloodstain on his back, a mark left by a tree branch at first glance. Qin Feng, who had lost his consciousness, was slowly rolled up by the tree branches in this manner, and slowly raise it. This instant, Qing completely collapsed. The master whose strength was already so terrifying had still lost to this extraterrestrial creature. At this moment, the top of the Jinmu, surprisingly, cracked open a large mouth. With one throw, the branch threw Qin Feng into his mouth. Along with the disappearance of Qin Feng's figure, Green slowly closed her eyes. Eating Qin Feng's golden branch of Jinmu didn't seem to be too much. The 2 golden branches kept swinging. Can't wait. Ready to enjoy the 2 main courses of Xiao Chang and Lu Mengyun. Rumble, rumble. Unnoticed in the corner, a dark cloud appeared out of nowhere and slowly floated over Kenwood. In the air, a zippy electric current, constantly conducting. In the lake below, a bead of vaporized water continued to converge into the black cloud. Click, a thunderclap rises, and black clouds cover the entire space. Lu Mengyun, who had long been waiting for death, instantly opened her eyes. As someone who had once stepped into the scattered immortal realm, she was extraordinarily familiar with this feeling. This, heavenly thunder guide, someone is here to cross the calamity? Nope. No, it's not the thundercloud of the fairy. This is an even more terrifying existence than the transitional thundercloud. In just an instant, Lu Mengyun dismissed her previous speculation. She hastened to look at the dark clouds above her. Sure enough, the black clouds, at this moment, had begun to change color. Black, red, white, blue, yellow, purple, a full 10 colors, constantly mingling together. What the hell is this? This power is too terrifying. Xiaoqing also opened her eyes at this moment. In her inherited memories, there was no record of the ever-changing clouds, either. Just as the two froze, the golden branch of Kenki suddenly went berserk. It twisted its huge body, trying to duck back into the middle of the lake, but just then, the clouds in the sky suddenly jolted. A thunderbolt that was uncatchable to the naked eye came straight towards the golden branch of Jianmu. Lightning struck the body of the ancient tree. Stirring currents of electricity quickly traveled all over the body, following the grain of the ancient tree. The current was getting stronger and stronger, and the golden branch of Kenwood was swinging all over the place. The two golden branches could no longer care about Xiaoqing and Lu Mengyun and directly threw the two of her out. Leaving Jianmu's control, Xiaoqing quickly regained control of his body and smoothly caught Lu Mengyun again. Standing not far away, he looked at the scene in front of him that was like a heavenly god removing demons. Xiaoqing and Lu Mengyun, unconsciously their legs went weak, but they both never expected it. The thunderbolt just now was just an appetizer. I don't know when. The thunderclouds gathered again. The temperature of the entire space was rapidly rising, and even the protective shield set up by Xiaoqing was on the verge of being melted. A red heavenly thunderbolt slowly emerged from the clouds. The raging force that was mixed with the prime flame heavily smashed into the golden branch of Jianmu. Click! A huge crack, starting at the top of the Kenwood, opened right up to the ground. Amidst the golden branch of Jianmu that had been split in half, a figure wrapped in golden light slowly floated in midair. Within the golden light, Qin Feng's demeanor was calm. His eyes slightly narrowed, like the transformation of a celestial being, the full gesture of God. Xiaoqing and Lu Mengyun looked out of their minds, and when they reacted, they suddenly felt the ground shake. Looking at the cracks on the ground, Xiaoqing immediately sensed that something was wrong. Not good. This painted secret realm is going to collapse. 047, breaking out of the painting. Xianhai's realm has broken through? Heaven's thunder hooks up with Earth's fire. With the complete shattering of the golden branch of Kenwood, the secret realm in the painting also began to break and tremble continuously. Xiaoqing's hands were quick and immediately tugged on Lu Mengyun by her side. At this very moment, Green didn't even have time to think. It was because of the berserk thunder and lightning that was being declared all around the secret territory, making her feel very scared. Right now, if there is another safe place, it would have to be Qin Feng's side. Flash and fly. Just as Xiaoqing brought Lu Mengyun, she arrived at the location where Qin Feng was in midair. The painted mystery realm had also reached the limit of what it could withstand. Everything around him began to distort, as if a complete mirror had shattered piece by piece. When the two women opened their eyes again, they were already within the great hall of the Green Cloud Sect. The trance that came and went made them feel a little misplaced in time. After stabilizing their minds, the two women suddenly realized. Qin Feng, who had guided the heavenly thunder to shatter the mysterious realm, stood quietly beside them. His eyes were tightly closed and his body was surrounded by golden light, making it impossible for anyone to get close. Same time, upon hearing the rattling inside the hall, the disciple in charge of guarding the entrance also immediately hurried to come. Green hastily reached out to block it. Stay away. Something is very wrong with the master right now. At this moment, deep within Qin Feng's soul, it was as if he had been washed through his body by a warm spring. As if he had been washed through his body, Qin Feng simply felt an indescribable sense of relief. He felt like he was stepping on top of a cloud and was tingling all over. Immerse yourself in this dreamy space. Qin Feng suddenly saw two golden threads that floated in front of his eyes. He subconsciously reached for it. These two golden threads, like in trying to play hide and seek with him, kept dodging around. Following the golden thread's escape route, Qin Feng's consciousness kept chasing forward. Finally, within reach, Qin Feng took the two golden threads and firmly grasped them in his hands. Just when he wanted to take a closer look at the two golden threads, a powerful sensation of falling caused Qin Feng's consciousness to quickly wake up. Next, he opened his eyes and the golden light around his body slowly dissipated. Look around you. Qin Feng, who was somewhat confused, slowly opened his mouth. Didn't we go to the painting? Hearing him say that, Xiaoqing and Lu Mengyun were also dumbfounded. Is it hard? Qin Feng's memories from the time he entered the scroll had all disappeared? After a triple check, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. All I remember is seeing a transparent lake. and then I don't remember any of it. As for what you guys said about ancient trees and thunder and lightning, I have no impression at all. Xiao Chang and Lu Mengyun looked at each other. For a moment, it was impossible to tell if what Qin Feng said was true or false. Yet just then, Qin Feng suddenly realized that his right hand had been in a clenched position. Lift your hand and gently release it. The two golden threads that he had just captured in the space of consciousness were now in his palm. But as soon as she saw this golden thread, Lu Mengyun immediately took several steps back. The aura on this golden thread, and the golden branch Jianmu exudes, are exactly the same. Speaking of which, Lu Mengyun directly froze. It doesn't make sense. If this is really a derivative of the golden Bao Kenwood, that Qin Feng now should have long been in the role of building wood, the soul disembodied to awe. After all, the products of the extraterritoriality did not belong to this world at all. Even the power of a loose immortal could not resist the properties of the golden Bao Jianmu. It was too late. Didn't wait for Qin Feng to react. The two golden lines slowly began to change. In the end, it really did turn into two golden-colored branches. Seeing this, Lu Mengyun was even more certain. These are the two golden branches. The two golden branches. On the golden branch Kenwood. After explaining to Qin Feng in detail the terrifying aspects of these two branches, Qin Feng, however, shook his head without feeling it. But I can't feel that I'm being affected in any way at all. The three of them were wide-eyed and fell directly into silence. After all, none of them knew what to do with the damned thing. But just then, a sudden sound came from beneath Qin Feng's bedpan. White pillars of light emerged from below. It changed to the thickness of a finger and immediately wrapped around Qin Feng. Fix your eyes. As it turned out, it was a heaven-ranked spirit vein rooted within the sect. The spirit vein clung to Qin Feng's body, but unexpectedly conveyed excitement. In the next second, the spirit vein transformed into a small hand. With a chubby finger, he gently nodded down towards the location of the two golden branches. Qin Feng immediately guessed that this was the heavenly ranked spiritual vein asking for something. You want this? The little chubby hands of the spirit chakra illusion immediately struck an okay pose. There is no extra communication. As if you should do it yourself. Qin Feng didn't even think about it before handing over the two branches to the heavenly ranked spirit vein. The spirit vein rolled up two branches before drilling back into the ground with a whoosh. Xiao Chang and Lu Mengyun, who were on the side, were simply about to look dumbfounded. In the immortal and demon battlefield, the golden branch of Jianmu that had pitted countless experts. Just like that, Qin Feng disposed of it? Master, you just now this is. Qin Feng shook his head. I don't know why, but a voice seems to be telling me. What I just did was exactly right. Qin Feng's words had just fallen. The entire surface of the green cloud sect then began to continuously sprout white gases. The gas was thick and overbearing, and it seemed to have a mysterious power mixed in with it. The entire green cloud sect's disciples, the moment they came into contact with this gas, the spirit sea within the body was immediately filled. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 1, 2, 3, disciple after disciple. They were meditating in place, their auras flying around them. This is a sign of an impending breakthrough in the realm, and is some very common phenomenon. But all of the people from a single clan all entered the state of realm breakthrough at this point in time just now. It would be a little too weird. In a blink of an eye, the entire green cloud sect was filled with people who had closed their eyes and rushed through the gate. Even Lu Mengyun sat down and entered a meditative state. Qin Feng looked left and right, and then looked at Xiao Chang, who didn't have any abnormalities. Xiao Chang also looked around speechlessly and finally managed to hold back a sentence. Maybe the gas doesn't work on us spirit animals? That's all. Qin Feng and Xiao Chang, at this moment, became the only two beings awake in the Qinyan sect. The two of them waited in peace and quiet, wanted to see what the end result really was. That look lasted a full 10 days, same as the other day. Qin Feng, who had been awakened by the sound of birds chirping, was about to change his position. A rushing wave of air impacted with a short distance outside the great hall. Qin Feng, sitting on the edge of the bed, was instantly flipped back into the comforter by the airwave. The head hit the wooden post at the head of the bed hard. With his hand covering the back of his head, the word pain had yet to come out of Qin Feng's mouth. A familiar voice then slowly approached himself. Senior, I've really become, Xian Hai, even have this kind of fortune. Didn't wait for Qin Feng to get up from the bed. Xian Hai, who was filled with excitement, flew to Qin Feng's bedside. He spoke incoherently for half a day. In the end, Qin Feng, who really couldn't understand, simply covered Xian Hai's mouth with his hand. Speak slowly and don't make it sound like you have something in your mouth. Instead, Xian Hai was even more delighted by Qin Feng's words. He stood at Qin Feng's eyes and shook his body slightly. One moment, two identical Xian Hai stood right in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Without waiting for Qin Feng to speak, Xian Hai shouted excitedly, out-of-body incarnation. It's out-of-body incarnation, senior brother. I've actually stepped into the divine separation stage. 048, all great breakthrough. Immortals caressing the top, remodeling the spiritual body. Qin Feng blinked. Incredulously, he circled around the Xianhai, turning around and around. Genkai also seemed intent on selling out, constantly mobilizing the aura in his body. He accomplished all sorts of things that only the divine separation stage realm could do. You, me, this is. Facing Qin Feng's doubts, Xianhai also shook his head. Ever since 10 days ago, the entire clan was moisturized by the breath of the spirit vein. My realm, which had been slowly rising, instantly filled up and immediately showed signs of breaking through. But this breakthrough of 3 great realms at once still happened to myself. Senior brother, I really have never heard of it. Just as Xianhai and Qin Feng were conversing, Xiaoqing also rushed over. As soon as she entered, she immediately noticed Xianhai's change in realm. He then nodded and said to Qin Feng, Master, now it seems that my initial anticipation was completely correct. Those 2 golden branches are definitely the key factor that allows everyone to break through the realm. Jinji already has a soul aspect and is a pure spiritual body. Moreover, who knows how many experts' flesh bodies that golden branch absorbed before meeting us. Saying that, Xiao Cheng pointed under Qin Feng's bed. Master, you fed the golden branch to the spirit vein, and it is estimated that the soul part of the power was absorbed by the spirit vein, and the excess flesh power. The spirit veins simply cannot digest it and can only be converted into the most primitive aura, and then feed back within the clan. Seeing Qin Feng nodding rather approvingly, Xiao Qing took a deep breath. Although these are still just guesses, the purity of the aura converted by such a massive force is just too high. That's why in a short period of time, the people in the sect will quickly enter a state of realm breakthrough. But I'm going to say one more thing. Raising the realm like this is certainly much faster, but this was all pulled out by you. If they don't want their own cultivation to stop, they have to strengthen their cultivation at a later stage, and they should never be greedy for comfort. Qin Feng subconsciously nodded his head. Ha, oh yeah, oh, okay. It just so happens that Xianhai is here. You heard what Xiao Qing said just now. You guys must. After that, before Qin Feng could finish his words, he realized that Xianhai was looking at himself a bit differently. Genkai, what's wrong with you? It's true. All of this, indeed, was still Senior's arrangement. Xianhai forced back his tears, then shook his head rather spontaneously and bowed to Qin Feng. Senior brother. Xianhai heard it. After the others have completed their breakthroughs, I will definitely have them strengthen their basic cultivation as requested by Miss Xiaoqing. Seeing Xianhai suddenly being so formal, Qin Feng was a bit puzzled. However, he was also in a daze right now and hadn't gotten his head around it yet. Good thing Genkai woke up. Leave the rest to his own honest senior brother. Afternoon. Upon receiving Qin Feng's instructions, Little Chang left the sect hall, prepared to go to the Immortal market and order good food and wine on the table for Qin Feng. However, just as she went out the door, she was stopped by Xianhai, who had long been waiting on the sidelines. Miss Green, please stay. Seeing that it was Xianhai, Xiao Cheng nodded politely. Although Little Green was an absolute representative of strength in the current Green Cloud sect, however, when facing the senior brother of Qin Feng, she was still more respectful. Mr. Genkai, did you call me for something? Genkai smiled and nodded. Seeing that there were no loiterers around, he stated his question directly. I want to know everything that has happened to you since you entered the secret realm of the painting. Green thought about it and didn't see anything wrong with the question. Then he spoke the entire process to Xianhai in concise words. However, after hearing the ins and outs, Xianhai's eyes instantly brightened. Look at the sky and keep shaking your head. After half a day, a deep breath was let out and 4 big words were written all over his face. I got it. Many thanks to Miss Xiaoqing for explaining. Right now, I still need to complete the tasks my senior brother has given me, and take care of my senior siblings who will be completing their breakthroughs at any time. When this matter is over, I will find you, as well as Miss Lu, for a complete discussion. Discussion? Xiao Qing looked at Xianhai in disbelief. However, Xianhai didn't explain too much, but turned around and left. 6 hours after completing the breakthrough from the Xianhai, the rest of the Green Cloud sect disciples also began to complete their promotions one after another. During this period of time, the disciples of the entire Green Cloud sect were like flowers vying to bloom first. The person on the left snapped his eyes open. Just as he was about to celebrate his promotion to the Jindan stage, the disciple on the right directly took off in place, signaling his breakthrough to the Yuaning stage. 3 whole days and 3 nights. In the entire Green Cloud sect, the disciple with the lowest realm originally. Nowadays, it is the state of Jindan great perfection. Out of the 81 disciples, there were 5 who had been promoted to the divine separation just like Xianhai, and so far, the one who has made the most progress and benefited the most is Zhuanglan. In combination with the heavenly water spirit root, everyone else needed to stabilize their foundation after raising their realm. However, He was blessed with a heavenly spiritual root, and his body had long been transformed by the spiritual root to be exceptionally solid. Even more outrageous, during the breakthrough, the sword spirit in the immortal weapon was also inexplicably activated, and he helped Zhuanglan adjust the ratio of absorbing aura, so that he could complete the breakthrough with the most perfect posture. Nowadays, he had even stepped past the divine separation stage and had directly arrived at the pre-Mahayana stage, feeling the constant flow of power in his body. Inside Zhuanglan's heart, he couldn't mention how excited he was. As an ordinary to ordinary cultivator, he really didn't expect it. He's gotten this far. Flipping through the record book in his hand, Genkai looked at it carefully. So the only one still in a state of breakthrough right now is Lu Mengyun, right? Only senior sister Lu is left. Good. You guys must guard it well and never make any mistakes. Maybe Xiao Zhuang's record will be broken by her. Hearing Xianhai say that, the disciple curiously stated, really? Senior brother Zhuanglan is at the Mahayana stage. Senior sister Lu's starting point doesn't seem to be as high as senior brother Zhuanglan's, so how could she break his record? Xianhai had a knowing expression and did not answer directly. Instead, he laughed and cursed. Where are all the questions? Go about your business. Also, don't forget to reinforce your basic cultivation. It's vital for you in the future. After saying that, Xianhai looked in the direction where Lu Mengyun was. There was anticipation and nervousness in his eyes. The side hall of the Green Cloud Sect's main hall. Lu Mengyun sat in place, the chi cyclone on her body increasing. Green, the only one who knew her secret, watched with real interest. Due to being a loose immortal, Lu Mengyun's flesh barely had any air holes. A large amount of pure, highly concentrated aura could not enter her body at all. This led to the fact that Lu Mengyun was now in a very awkward state. It's like a particularly thirsty person holds a large bottle of water in her hand, but she has no mouth. Xiao Qing had tried to intervene, but still couldn't help her send the aura into her body. After all, she was only at the strength of the transitional stage. It was a bit of a stretch to try to interfere with the rules of the scattered immortal realm. Has Mengyun not completed her breakthrough yet? Seeing that the visitor was Qin Feng, Xiao Qing shook her head helplessly. Qin Feng walked in and observed for a long time. This won't be an accident, will it? Xiao Qing didn't know how to answer this question, so she could only stand aside silently. At that moment, a leaf drifted in from nowhere. It just landed on top of Lu Mengyun's head. Qin Feng gently pinched the leaf with his hand and plucked it off of Lu Mengyun's head. Just as he was about to turn away, a purple light suddenly erupted from Lu Mengyun's body. The rushing purple light went straight through the dome. In an instant, all of the chi whirlpools that had been wandering around Lu Mengyun just a moment ago were sucked into her body. Qin Feng's movement stopped at exactly this moment, placing his hand on top of Lu Mengyun's head, and this action fell on Cyan's eyes, but it just happened to correspond to a legend in her mind. This is Immortal stroke the top and remake the spiritual body. 049, Lu Mengyun returns to transition. Green Cloud Sect Core Meeting. The moment Qin Feng took away the fallen leaves, the masterless chi cyclone around Lu Mengyun's body was as if it had suddenly received guidance. A large amount of aura poured into Lu Mengyun's body. The speed was so fast, the air was so big, and there was absolutely no intention of stopping. Until an hour later, Lu Mengyun suddenly opened her eyes. The space around it, the time, everything. It was as if it had stopped for a few seconds. Afterwards, the rushing waves of air slowly dissipated. Lu Mengyun was first confused, then alarmed. She subconsciously raised her palm and scrutinized it halfway. Suddenly, the surprise on his face changed to excitement. Just when she couldn't control her emotions, she suddenly realized that Qin Feng was standing right behind her. Seeing that Lu Mengyun had also completed her breakthrough, Qin Feng's heart was finally relieved. Mengyun, what are you? Bam! Lu Mengyun suddenly knelt in front of Qin Feng. Due to the action being too sudden, it directly startled Qin Feng. What is this for? Get up if you have something to say. Lu Mengyun shook her head. Instantly, clear tears fell to the ground in drops. Seeing her suddenly cry, Qin Feng was even more at a loss for words. I was about to help her up and ask what was going on. Lu Mengyun slowly spoke. Master, today's gift is as good as a new one. The favor of recasting the path of immortal seeking and questioning is something I simply can't repay. I only hope that in the future, Master Teacher will never dislike Mengyun's humble strength and be unable to be of great use. As long as Master is willing, I, Lu Mengyun, am willing to stay in the Green Cloud Sect forever and serve Master. This situation, it made Qin Feng unconsciously think of Zhuanglan. However, the conviction expressed by Lu Mengyun at this moment seemed to be even more formal and solemn than Zhuanglan. Qin Feng licked his lips, completely unable to guess the motives of Lu Mengyun's behavior. It was hard to persuade her to get up, and then he hastened to ask the question he was most concerned about. So, your current realm is? Lu Mengyun glanced at Xiao Cheng, then excitedly stated, nowadays, My realm is infinitely close to Little Green. It should be in the state of the transition stage as well. Transition period. Qin Feng almost jumped up in joy. The benefits that a single Little Green had brought to himself and the Green Cloud Sect were enough for him to enjoy for several lifetimes. Now that's good. One's own disciple, Lu Moyun, had also become a great power at the transition stage? This is a lot. Thinking of this, Qin Feng slightly blushed. One's current strength was simply miserable. But the strength of the subordinates, but one more than one fears. Where to reason thanks to his reputation, everyone is more convinced. If this were to be placed in other sects, I'm afraid that it would have already triggered a major problem of reformation. Shaking his head forcefully, Qin Feng put these troubles behind him. Immediately inform Xianhai of the news and tell him to prepare a fine banquet. We invite all the gatekeepers and everything to share in this joy and great gift. Between the seats, the disciples of the Qingyun sect took turns coming forward to toast Qin Feng. Qin Feng was also in an extraordinarily high mood because of the great increase in the sect's strength. It's basically a come-hither state. At the end of the day, when the feast was over, Qin Feng was quilted by Xianhai himself and let sent to the bed. The night is dark. The stars and the moon fill the sky. The Green Cloud sect at midnight seemed exceptionally quiet and peaceful. However, at this moment, within the Green Cloud sect's secret room, aside from Xianhai and a group of core disciples, there were also two stunningly beautiful figures that came into the secret room. Little Green Girl and Mengyun. I don't need to make more introductions with you all. From this day forward, the two of them will be added to the Green Cloud sect's core class. The others immediately applauded and congratulated. Xianhai pressed his hands in vain, and the crowd stopped their movements and looked at him in silence. I invite you all to come here today, mainly to make a few things clear. First up is the first one. I've already talked to my senior brother, and he clearly informed me that our Green Cloud sect is indeed on Princess Yu's boat. This means that everyone in our clan is marked with the Princess Gang's mark. Hearing this, the core disciple in charge of the clan's miscellaneous affairs interjected. Is it impossible to hide from the royal family after all? I really don't want to get involved in this mess if I can. Xianhai shook his head with a bitter smile. In the continent of the 9 states, there are 4 major dynasties. The heritage and accumulation of each dynasty is beyond what you and I can imagine. If we, the Qingyun sect, remain as broken bricks and mortar, naturally we won't have to be held hostage by the royal family. But if we want to get ahead and rebuild, we have to take sides and find a backer. I think, senior brother should also have weighed many things before choosing Princess Yu, and that, in turn, leads to the second thing I'm going to say. That is, why elder brother is skillfully laid out. The reason for using the things in the mysterious scrolls to enhance strength for us. Xianhai was about to speak down, but Xiao Qing suddenly interrupted him. You may be mistaken. This scroll was auctioned off in a stray auction, and no one knows what the space in the scroll hides. It can be said, this increase in the overall strength of the Green Cloud sect was a complete accident. I do not see that the master has any special plans in this matter. After Xiao Qing finished speaking, she suddenly realized that the others were looking at her strangely. Aside from Lu Mengyun, everyone's expressions seemed to be smiling, with a feeling of stifled laughter. Am I wrong? Zhen Kai nodded, but then shook his head. I'm to blame for this. After all, you and Mengyun are attending the sect core meeting for the first time. Some of the things we've explored before have not been shared with you in a timely manner, so it's normal that you have produced some wrong estimates. The more Qing heard, the more confused she became. So she simply asked directly, do you mean to say that the master has known what is in this scroll for a long time? All of it? He set it up? Xianhai laughed, then nodded solemnly and said very seriously, perhaps there really is something in this world that can be concealed from senior brother Qin Feng's eyes. But this incident today, from start to finish, was simply planned by senior brother. I can pack my bags. If you don't believe me, listen to my slow analysis. Xiao Chang and Lu Mengyun looked at each other. The two then shared a look at Xianhai. Zhen Kai tapped his hand on the table a bit and suddenly snapped. A clan where the rest of the disciples are at the bottom of the realm except for the acting patriarch. What kind of development can such a clan have even if it gets on the boat of a big shot? Nowadays, I don't dare to say that there are many spirit stones within the sect, but at least it's enough. Then all that's needed next is fame and a bottom line. Where does the bottom line come from? Naturally it's the realm. It's the cultivation. Look at today's scene. All the people are breaking through together. The sect's strength is rising. The reason why elder brother is doing this is so that we can fight for fame and fortune. Let the rebuilding of the Green Cloud sect not just be limited to a few spirit peaks and a few buildings. Rather, it's for the Green Cloud sect to regain a firm foothold in the eastern continent and become a respected sect. After Xianhai finished speaking, he looked at the crowd excitedly. As for the other core disciples, their eyes were also bursting with hope and anticipation. Respond to him with a sizzling look. Xiao Chang and Lu Mengyun exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. Said it seems, with some justification. 050, fighting the clan's reputation. Lu Mengyun shows her cards. Analyzing Xianhai's words, Green was lost in thought. Indeed, from the time Qin Feng traveled to the mountain and Sea Bright Tower until he returned to the sect with the 2 aborted treasures, this whole process is so smooth. It's as if everything has been set in motion. Qin Feng, who appeared to be non-competitive, had not only made a splash and made a name for himself in the sect, also got the most bang for your buck. It would be bull ***** to say that this is all a coincidence, but Green still couldn't understand. After all, the things in the middle of the scroll, if it wasn't for Lu Mengyun's reminder, even he himself hadn't seen them before. Faced with this domineering extraterrestrial thing, Qin Feng also counts nothing and has known for a long time that he can take it down? When Green voiced his doubts, Genkai sighed. With all due respect, Miss Green, you're in the same state as I was in the beginning. From senior brother guiding everyone, go to the back of the mountain to clear it and invoke the seed of spiritual origin, to later go to the immortal market and bring back the enlightened immortal tea, or even purifying the immortal weapons hidden inside the demons during a mission to rid the neighboring villages of demons. After all the series of operations, I realized a truth. Elder brother, he knows everything, he just doesn't say anything, he just does it silently. I'm sorry about that. The secret techniques of our clan's predecessors are involved here, and I don't understand them very well. One can only say that those who pry into the heavens take too many risks. An elder brother, who is proficient in the circumstantial great diffusion, is simply unwilling to allow others to bear the danger, choosing instead to carry it off all by himself. Speaking of this, Gunkai's eyes reddened a bit. The voice began to tremble involuntarily as well. As long as elder brother has taken the initiative to do something, that proves that he has already arranged all the possibilities. The rest is merely going through a process. All the results were already predetermined the moment elder brother decided. Do you guys really think that senior brother doesn't know what's hidden in the scroll? Do you guys really think that senior brother doesn't have the means to deal with the crisis in the scroll? Then I ask you, after the crisis arose, was elder brother in any distress or behind bars? Or is it, when the great danger appeared, elder brother quickly solved it? Xianhai's words immediately woke up Xiao Chang and Lu Mengyun. The 2 women thought carefully. From the moment they entered the painting, the 2 were captured by the golden branch Jianmu, but only Qin Feng was missing. And just as the 2 were about to resign themselves to their fate, Qin Feng happened to be near the lake again. It's like it came out of nowhere. Facing how many masters, the golden branch of Kenki was helpless. The strength of Qin Feng's attack was so strong that Jianmu did not even have the ability to resist. Even the secret realm in the painting couldn't withstand it and eventually collapsed away completely. In the end, not only did he manage to get out of the trap with both of them, it also took 2 of the most important golden branches with it. It boosted the clan's spiritual veins, and in turn boosted the strength of the entire clan's personnel. Tying it all together, Xiao Chang and Lu Mengyun instantly felt a coldness behind their backs, and their bodies began to tingle. It's human. That's just human beings in general. What Qin Feng possesses is really a human soul, well, taking seemingly unrelated things and tightly connecting them together, followed by non-stop stringing and sequencing. Finally, on a timeline of your own devising, strike decisively and hit the net. All danger excluded. All the benefits, as they are. If it was just 1 or 2 things, it could still be described as just right and unexpected. But so many coincidences and accidents appeared around Qin Feng at the same time. That's a little too fake. Sucking in a breath of cool air, Xiao Chang unconsciously looked towards Xianhai. So, you guys already knew. Genkai smiled and shook his head. We don't know. Nothing. We just believe. Believe in what senior brother Qin Feng has done. Elder brother, he looks lazy, but in reality he has arranged everything long ago. The big guys know that we can't share too much for him in the big picture, so we'll share our worries for senior brother in the minutiae. Right. Regarding elder brother's use of laziness and posing as a cover for his true intentions, you 2 must not poke holes in it. I know elder brother too well. He's thin-skinned, and he's alone in resisting the pressure. He just wants everyone to make peace and work together to live a good life in the sect, and doesn't want everyone to overly worship and deify him. You guys would be in trouble if you gave him a public poke in the face and let him down. Xiao Chang and Lu Mengyun, at this moment, were already entranced by what they were hearing. Consciously, for Xianhai's words, he also unconsciously trusted a few points more. Xianhai saw that the 2 were memorizing with their hearts, and smiled with relief. Okay, back to business. Elder brother has boosted our strength for the purpose of making a name for the Green Cloud sect. Therefore, in the days to come, I will dispatch my disciples and frequently participate in various activities in the eastern continent. In large and small villages, towns, and cities, we must also begin to gradually establish Green Cloud sect garrisons. The closest event to us right now is the Shuangxiong Pass rookie competition in half a year. At that time, I'll consult with senior brother to see if we're participating. Then, Xianhai's words changed. Nowadays, I am completely at ease with the security within the sect. Originally, I thought that with the heavenly rank Spirit Veins and Little Miss Green sitting in the center, the clan's internal security was already worry-free. Unexpectedly, Meng Yun, you've surprised us again by breaking through to the transitional succession stage. It's true that elder brother has personally trained them. Their enlightenment is extraordinary. To think that back then, your family was bullied by demonic cultivators, and you escaped in a panic all by yourself. Luckily, I met my senior brother who gave me a hand to save my life. How long has this been? In the blink of an eye. It's already an existence that can shake a party. Don't you worry. I reckon elder brother has his own arrangements. Or, when the time is right, I'll personally go and ask elder brother for you. The vengeance of the family's destruction cannot go unrewarded. At that time, we'll find the devil cultivator and escort him to you, so that you can carry his bones to ashes. The more Xian Hai said this, the more Lu Mengyun's face burned, because everything she said before was all false. At this point, it seemed to see her concerns and her heart. Green gently touched her with her arm. If what everyone says is true, then I think the master may have known about you for a long time. Knock. Inside, Lu Mengyun's heart felt like it had been hit by something. He himself used a lie, in exchange for a chance to live, and with the help of Qin Feng, regained strength and even. For a while, Lu Mengyun's heart was in a heavenly battle, not knowing what to do. After more silence, Lu Mengyun suddenly stood up. Sorry guys, I have to admit that it was me who deceived Master Teacher and everyone else. Seeing the crowd in a collective daze, on the side, Green, wrapping her arms around her, leaned back toward the chair. Lu Mengyun, once a loose cannon. 051, you, who have passed the test. New sovereign, scattered immortals. There was a time when this realm was for people like Xian Hai. It's a completely unattainable existence. Even after a full upgrade today, when they heard the term scattered immortal, their hearts still tightened. After Shao Qing finished speaking, she saw that everyone was shocked on the spot. It was followed by a direct poke at Lu Mengyun. What? You've decided to come clean. Do you want me to tell it all for you? Lu Mengyun smiled and shook her head, then spoke up. Green is right. I'm a loose immortal, but that was once upon a time. Next, under Lu Mengyun's description and explanation, only then did the crowd realize the true experience and origin of Lu Mengyun. When I was assassinated by my enemies, my life was in danger. I, who was fortunate enough to be rescued by my master, didn't have too many other ideas, but just wanted to settle down first. But then a series of things happened that were completely beyond my knowledge. His strength alone, master, has reached a state that I, for one, cannot comprehend at all. So, I changed my mind. I wish I could actually stay and make long-term plans in this safe place. But today, not waiting for Lu Mengyun to continue, Xian Hai suddenly slammed his head, then laughed out loud. No wonder. I just always felt something was wrong. Okay, now it all makes sense. Seeing Xian Hai suddenly interject, Lu Mengyun looked at him in confusion. Xian Hai pointed at Lu Mengyun and said with a confident face, in the beginning, the sect suffered a change of heart, and a large number of fellow disciples switched to other sects and became children of other sects. But among those who are willing to stay, there are a few whose temperament, disposition, and understanding are still good. At first I was wondering, if senior brother really wanted to find a disciple to pass on his legacy, surely it would be right to look for one of his own within the sect first. Now that I think about it, from the moment you fled to the vicinity of the Green Cloud sect, senior brother already knew all the answers, including later saving your life, taking you as a disciple, and keeping you around for observation. These are all part of elder brother's plan. Lu Mengyun stared at Xian Hai with wide eyes in disbelief. She asked herself, she and Qin Feng had definitely never met before. Can't speak to familiarity or lack thereof either. Not to mention, the place of her testimony was another continent that was far from here. But if what Genkai said was true, then this skill of Qin Feng to spy on the heavens was also too terrifying. Ryu Man Yun's confession. It happened to answer a huge mystery in Xian Hai's heart, and after confessing, Lu Mengyun began to suffer mentally. She wondered if she should take what she had just said, go in front of Qin Feng and say it again. Learning of this idea of hers, Genkai immediately objected. You forgot what I just said, elder brother. This person doesn't like to make things too clear. To put it nicely, it's called not expecting anything in return. In all seriousness, it's called watching for results. From the moment I saved you, perhaps elder brother's observation and test of you has already begun. Until you regained some strength just now and came here of your own accord to confess everything to us. This means that you have, in fact, passed senior brother's test. Green nodded in agreement. That's right, that's what I thought. What the master is doing should be telling you that the once loose immortal Lu Mengyun is gone, and now standing in front of us is one that can cross the tribulation normally. Qingyun sects Lu Mengyun. Hearing Shao Qing say this, Lu Mengyun froze. You see it? Green nodded. I was right next to it and saw it clearly. I would have thought that something like an immortal stroking the top and remodeling the spiritual body. It's just a story passed down from ancient times. I can't imagine that. Master has even mastered this kind of secret method hidden in the long river of time. Lu Mengyun nodded excitedly. Do you know how excited I was? This is tantamount to my path to immortal cultivation being reopened with another precious opportunity. The crowd gossiped for a few moments. Genkai cuts back to business. For the next while, try to let elder brother rest. Better yet, don't let him participate in matters big or small within the clan. Nowadays, the entire clan is equipped with a certain amount of strength. Funds to rebuild the clan will also be pumped in continuously. Since we've already guessed, senior brother is trying to use this opportunity to make a name for himself in the Green Cloud sect. Then let's follow this direction. And also let elder brother he can save his mind. The crowd nodded their heads, agreeing with Xian Hai's suggestion. But having said that, everything needs a specific program. Seeing this, Xian Hai directly took out the relevant deployment he had prepared. In the next 6 months, there are 3 main things that the disciples of the Green Cloud sect do. First, send disciples to station in the surrounding villages and towns to subdue the demons for free, as a way to reactivate the Green Cloud sect's reputation in the neighborhood, so that more people will know about the revitalization of the Green Cloud sect. At the same time, it also lays a certain foundation for us to re-recruit disciples in the future. With that said, Genkai rubbed his temples. Secondly, it's the matter of rebuilding Spirit Beast Peak. After much discussion, we agree. The first thing that needs to be repaired is the Spirit Beast Peak. After all, breeding and selling spirit beasts is also a stable source of income. What's more, spirit beasts are originally part of a cultivator's strength. Fixing the Spirit Beast Peak in advance will also be beneficial to the strength enhancement of the sect's disciples. So, in the coming days, we'll have to go to the Immortal market often to see if there are any high-quality Spirit Beast hatchlings. As for the last one, well, Xian Hai took a deep breath and said very solemnly, to this day, I think that senior brother Qin Feng can no longer hold the position of acting patriarch. Everyone was confused when these words came out. Xian Hai, Qin Feng's biggest diehard fan in the entire Chengyan sect, could even say such words. It made them not believe it at all. But fortunately, Xian Hai's next words made them immediately react. After all, it's Genkai, so thoughtful. Since I opened the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect in a big way, if we talk about prosperity, it can be said that each one of them is shining brightly. But if we look at the strength of the sect, and the true contribution to the sect, I've gone through all the chronicles of great events left behind within the sect, and there is no patriarch whose merits in this regard are greater than those of elder brother. Recovering spirit fields, repelling strong enemies, integrating mountain gates, binding dynasties, clan-wide breakthroughs, and more. Any one of these things taken individually would be a credit to the heavens. At first, we were too shallow and thought that senior brother didn't want to take over the clan's mess, which is why we used the position of acting patriarch to temporarily trap him. But to this day, it's too chilling if we're going to continue to call him acting patriarch for a person who has made countless contributions to the clan. Speaking of which, Genkai raised his hand directly. I propose that senior brother Qin Feng be removed from the name of acting sovereign and be directly promoted to the new sovereign of the Green Cloud sect. I'm done talking. Who's in favor? Who's against? 052, 1FA sect in trouble? Lu Mengyun strikes on behalf of the master. For the next 3 months, all the affairs of the Qingyun sect were developing according to the plan set by Xian Hai and the others, and the speed and quality of the development has completely exceeded the expectations of the crowd. In this, there was nothing but the efforts of the Qingyun sect's disciples. It is also inevitable that some of them are given the right to act cheaply by the Princess of the Moon. Elder, this month's granary inventory has ended, and the immortal grains produced by the spirit fields have a balance of 15,000 pounds. In addition, the matter of leasing stores in the Immortal market has also come to fruition, and is just waiting for you to personally go and check it out. Right, the reconstruction of the sect's backyard has basically ended. It's just those who were captured in the first place, the handymen from other sects. Xian Hai held his teacup and faintly opened his mouth to ask, what happened to them? The reporting disciple said with a helpless face. More than 90% of them said they weren't going to leave. If you want to stay directly within the sect, even if you can't become a disciple, you can continue to work as a handyman. Genkai sked. It's nice to think that they get all the good things. Back then, that what's his name, Elder Black Python, brought his disciples to bully my Green Cloud sect, with the intention of exterminating them. Now that these wallflowers have seen the growing prosperity of our clan, they have taken up the idea of changing their ways? Ridiculous. I know about this matter. Let's wait until I discuss it with the patriarch before deciding. Today's Qingyun sect was completely inferior to the formal. Xian Hai took over the position of elder, and a few core disciples had taken over the positions of deacons within the sect. As for Qin Feng, though his status, from acting patriarch, had officially changed to patriarch, the change didn't seem to make much difference to him, though, seeing the disciple who came to report, he had no intention of leaving. Xianhai snapped in a deep voice. Anything else? Yes, there is one more thing that needs to be decided by you personally, Elder. Saying that, the disciple took out a letter. The red paint on the epistle was particularly eye-catching, which was an unspoken rule between clans in the Eastern continent. Only when something big happens to your own clan and you want help from others, only then will you use this lacquer letter. Xianhai frowned and hurriedly opened the letter. After just a few glances, I immediately got a little angry. Asshole, why did you only just notify me of something so important? The disciple who had come to report had an aggravated look on his face. Elder, it's not that I didn't tell you. This epistle, we have just received it not long ago, too. Qin Feng read the letter and then looked at Xianhai. That is to say, the contemporary patriarch of the 10,000 Laws sect has suddenly appeared as a derivative personality? From an unquestioning cultivator to a bloodthirsty and murderous man? And, two personalities switching without half a sign? Genkai nodded. The message should be right. I just sent someone out to ask around again, though I don't know exactly. Yet it was learned that the 10,000 Laws sect has been closed for more than 60 consecutive days. Combined with this letter from Miss Xiao Rou, what was said is not false. The letter was from Xiao Rou of the Manifestation Sect. For this, the beautiful woman who had met with herself at the princess's banquet, Qin Feng still had a bit of an impression. Only, Qin Feng didn't quite understand. Why did Xiao Rou ask for help after such a big thing happened to the Manifestation Sect? Shouldn't this kind of thing logically go to Dynasty for help first? However, on second thought, Qin Feng understood. The Manifestation Sect patriarch suddenly had a drastic personality change. Dynasties and sects, a state of mutual checks and balances, and mutual utilization. If the dynasty intervened, perhaps the matter of the 10,000 Laws sect could be resolved. But the price was that the 10,000 Laws sect status would be in tatters from today onwards, and most of the benefits will be pocketed by the dynasty. In contrast, Xiao Rou, who had seen Qin Feng's power, was more willing to bet on this mysterious expert. At least, judging by Qin Feng's behavior during the banquet. Even if he could help the Manifestation Sect out, he wouldn't eat the Manifestation Sect dry. Patriarch. Patriarch? Hearing Xianhai gently call out to himself, Qin Feng pulled himself out of his messy thoughts. Patriarch, do you think we should go deal with it? Qin Feng shrugged helplessly. He didn't know, either, what decision he should make. After all, there is now nothing but these situations mentioned on paper. They weren't even informed of what was going on. Not to mention, does one have the ability to help the other person anymore? What do you think? Qin Feng changed his sitting position and then gave the question back to Xianhai. Genkai deserves to be honed in practice. Soon after, he took advantage of this matter and analyzed it for Qin Feng. So, in my humble opinion, if this matter can be accomplished, the increase in our Green Cloud sect's reputation will be tremendous. Even if we can't handle it, then we'll have an attitude and be kind. After all, we didn't promise them that we would be able to deal with the problem after we went there. Hearing Xianhai say that, Qin Feng scratched his head. You don't want me to go, do you? I'll talk to you first, ha. I am truly incapable of solving this mess. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Xianhai almost laughed out loud. The mind darkened. If you're not capable of it, senior brother, then no one under the heavens will be able to fix it. However, Xianhai, who had long predicted that Qin Feng would swing for the fences, immediately stated, in this matter, we definitely can't let the patriarch go first. At the very least, we need to probe some basic news before we can formulate a plan. Why don't we just let Lu Mengyun represent the clan and find out what's going on? Hearing that he didn't have to do it himself, Qin Feng was simply 100% in favor of it. Afterwards, the two of them discussed the details and informed Lu Mengyun of the matter. 3 days later, Eastern Continent, Heavenly Elephant Mountain, near the 10,000 Laws sect. Lu Mengyun landed here and first glanced around, then said softly, Xinyan sect's Lu Mengyun, by order of my master Qin Feng, has come to pay his respects. The words just fell. A few disciples who were responsible for keeping watch here immediately showed up. After a while, a figure walked out not far away, and this person was none other than the Wanfa sect patriarch's personal disciple, Xiao Rou. She and Lu Mengyun had met once at the Shanghai Minglu. Only, at that time, Lu Mengyun had not yet been able to recover her strength. So much so that Xiao Rou's attention was focused on Xiao Chang and Qin Feng. When she saw that the visitor was Lu Mengyun, her heart was lost. It was thought that the plea for help that he had sent out with great difficulty had been exchanged for Qin Feng's perfunctory. But when she gradually approached Lu Mengyun, she was directly shocked by the aura Lu Mengyun emitted. Lu Mengyun, who had once been a loose immortal, had knowledge of realm advancement and basic cultivation that was far superior to that of the average cultivator. This also meant that she was the only person in the entire Green Cloud sect who didn't need to stabilize her realm even after promotion. It was a true and genuine transitional master. Thinking that this was the first time Qin Feng had given himself a task, Lu Mengyun was already holding her breath, wanting to repay Qin Feng's kindness in a perfect way. So, she was extraordinarily on top of things at the moment. Miss Xiao, although my family master informed me of the general situation, but just so there are no mistakes, I'd still like you to tell me the story. As it is. Xiao Rou nodded and casually laid down a layer of soundproof nodules. It started 2.5 months ago. 053, the calamity of the 10,000 Laws sect, replaced sovereign. Under Xiao Rou's detailed explanation, Lu Mengyun finally learned the specifics of the internal situation of the manifestation sect. 2.5 months ago, the current patriarch of the manifestation sect suddenly sensed a spirit stone mine. Since spirit stone mines were particularly important materials throughout the entire continent of the 9 states, therefore, he only informed his personal disciple, Xiao Rou, about this matter. This matter concerns the future development of our sect, so Master has decided to check it out personally. Before I return, the news of the Spirit Stone mine must never leak half a bit. After saying that, the patriarch of the 10,000 Laws sect left. However, one day a month ago, the Wanfa sect patriarch, who had gone out to check out the Spirit Stone mine, suddenly returned to the sect during the night. But strangely enough, he went straight back to his room and didn't see anyone. After a week, the manifestation sect patriarch finally appeared in front of the public. But from this moment on, the strange events within the clan became more and more frequent. First, 3 disciples, inexplicably, died in their rooms. The body's chances and breath were all completely drained, and the death was exceptionally horrible. Subsequently, the spirit beasts in the spirit beast garden also disappeared in large numbers. Xiao Rou led a probe, but failed to find any trace, until one day, Xiao Rou decided to keep watch and hide all her scent, and hid inside an ancient tree in the spirit beast garden. Shortly afterward, she actually saw a scene that made her doubly afraid. In the spirit beast garden, a large hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The large hand grabbed a few spirit beasts at random and tore them apart completely. Next, the 5 fingertips of the large hand actually spread thin lines of blood red color. These thin threads were like parasites that quickly climbed onto the corpses of the spirit beasts. The dead spirit beasts were all digested. Not even a single piece of fur was left behind. After the big hand has eaten and drunk and disappeared into thin air, Xiao Rou, who was hiding in a tree, had her back drenched in sweat. What exactly had eaten the spirit animal? She couldn't be sure, but the large hand that appeared out of nowhere, she recognized clearly. That was the secret mastery of the successive generations of Wanfa sect patriarchs, the Qiankuan wonderful hands. From this moment on, Xiao Rou then targeted her master teacher and conducted a multi-directional observation and test, and the results that came in made her even more certain. This person in front of him was definitely not his own master teacher. Instead, it was a monster in the human skin of his own master. Xiao Rou was very clear. In terms of strength, he absolutely could not take the other party. What's more, the other disciples wouldn't stand firmly on their side just because of their words. If he was exposed in advance, he might have to face a very horrible result. That's why she thought of looking for a ride, and her thoughts were similar to what Qin Feng had deduced. Try to avoid the most powerful helpers in situations where dynasties are directly involved. There was only Qin Feng left. After listening to Xiao Rou, Lu Mengyun cocked her head and thought carefully for a while. Who else have you told about this? Or, how many people in the clan are on the same page as you now? Xiao Rou looked around with a bitter smile. That's all of them, less than 10. They're all the siblings I taught when I was a substitute teacher. Loyalty to me is still more believable. Lu Mengyun nodded. So, how do you expect me to help you? Should we just have a showdown with the guy pretending to be your master? Or should we do something else to lay the groundwork? Xiao Rou's face was expressionless and her tone was cold. If you, Miss Lu, have full control of the situation, then there's no need to pave the way. Let's just go straight to the showdown. All I want to know right now is the true whereabouts of my master. I don't care about any of the rest. Growing up in the 10,000 Laws sect and being raised by the patriarch himself, Xiao Rou viewed the patriarch as if she were seeing her own relatives. After learning of Xiao Rou's thoughts, Lu Mengyun nodded her head. Then let's have a showdown. It's also more direct and won't waste time. Xiao Rou, how dare you? This is the clan hall. You somehow brought an outsider in and spoke out against the patriarch. What the hell do you want? Facing the elder's accusation, Xiao Rou repeated what she had seen and deduced. Everyone in the room was shocked at these words. What? The patriarch in front of you was actually someone else impersonating him? This news is too bombastic. Hearing this, Luo Hui, the patriarch of the 10,000 Laws sect, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opening his eyes, he stared dead at Xiao Rou. As soon as his mouth opened, an accent that felt distinctly odd came out. If you had come here earlier, maybe I would have been able to buy you off. But I happen to have already eaten more than 20 kinds of blood food, and even if you don't run away, how dare you confront me head on? It seems that this is the will of heaven, that it's heaven that won't let you live. The words just fell. Luo Hui reached out violently, his arm instantly lengthening, and his palm just happened to pinch Xiao Rou's neck. I was going to save you for the end, and enjoy you after I've eaten all 30 types of blood food and practiced my immortal body. Now it seems that you don't have this blessing. As he spoke, Luo Hui's palm fiercely exerted force, preparing to crush Xiao Rou's neck. But the next second, the hand on Xiao Rou's neck fell right to the ground. After 2 slow twitches, it was completely lifeless. Lu Mingyun's beautiful eyes flowed as she faintly glanced at Xiao Rou by her side. After making sure she was okay, she spoke slowly. You were right, he's not your master anymore. The disentangled Xiao Rou gasped for air. Miss Lu, who is the one occupying my master's physical body? Lu Mangyun shook her head. I don't know, but just let him explain himself after you capture him. Hearing Lu Mangyun say that, Luo Hui smiled coldly. Capture me? Arrogant. In the next instant, the hand that was chopped off by Lu Mangyun returned to Luo Hui's wrist, a thin red line, as if countless maggots were wrapped around each other. In a matter of moments, the broken hand was attached. Since you like to mind your own business, let's start with you. Luo Hui's hand clenched hard. The huge fist rushed down at Lu Mangyun. However, Lu Mangyun avoided it without dodging. Her aura mobilized and she just stood in place and received several hard hits. 10 minutes passed, and Lu Mangyun shook her head in boredom. Looks like you don't have any more tricks up your sleeve. Saying that, his jade hand pinched his fingers. It directly formed a wave of light and heavily struck Luo Hui's body. Imaginable. The scene of being hit by the light wave and having your body in pieces didn't go away. In its place, a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of Luo Hui, absorbing all of the light waves that Lu Mangyun had struck into it. Lu Mangyun's eyes were filled with curiosity while Luo Hui roared arrogantly. Useless. 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 Although my undead body isn't perfect yet, your moves are no longer meaningful to me. In vain, you are still a cultivator of the ferrying stage, but you can only be drained of your spiritual energy by me and end up dying here. Ha 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 ha, no one under the sun can save you, no one. At the same time, Xin Feng, who was far away in the Qingyan sect, was planning to eat a bunch of grapes. A sudden sneeze caught him off guard. Wiping his nose with a piece of paper, Xin Feng looked out the window in confusion. TSK, why does it feel like someone is chanting at me? 054, Heavenly Mutilation. Wipe out the Qingyan sect. Half an hour passed. The more Lu Mangyun fought, the more alarmed he became. The monster in front of me was right. His own attacks couldn't do any damage to him at all. And others, in this case, can't help at all. Even Xiao Rou could only help herself to interfere with the other party on site. If the fight continues like this, the result was really the same as what his opponent had said, that he was going to be drained of his spiritual energy and die. One time, Lu Mingyun's mind flew up quickly. She wasn't particularly afraid of facing this opponent of unknown origin. After all, the legs are on their own. It's one thing to fight or not. Even when it comes to the most difficult juncture, no one will be able to stop themselves if they just walk away. But here's the thing. This was the first time Qin Feng had, for the first time, given himself the task of going out. This showed that Qin Feng valued himself. That's how it is when you work for the big guy, though you can't control your own destiny from then on, but just do what the big man tells you to do. What comes out of the fingers of a big man is enough to fight for himself for a long time. What's more, he had received a heavenly favor from Qin Feng. If the first mission ends in a runaway, this is if we go back. You'll make Green laugh at you. Think about it. Lu Mangyun put her heart in the right place, and the force in her hands increased by a few more points. I'm a former loose immortal. If you can't even take a small puppet, how can you have the face to mix in the road in the future? With that thought, she launched another round of offense. Only, it still doesn't do much good. 3 hours passed. Under the constant this and that, Lu Mangyun gradually felt some strain, and most troubling of all, she still hadn't figured out what exactly it was that had taken over the body of the manifestation sect patriarch. Why is it that one's offense is like mud in the sea? Obviously, the aura emanating from the other party, whether it was strength or realm, was below himself. After holding out for another half hour or so, Lu Mangyun had realized that something was wrong. If we keep hesitating like this, let's not talk about completing the mission. I'm afraid I'm in real danger. She looked for an opportunity and yanked Xiao Rou beside her. Retreat first. After saying that, Lu Mangyun quickly disappeared and escaped with Xiao Rou, more than 40 miles away from the manifestation sect. In the woods, Xiao Rou hurriedly asked Lu Mangyun, Miss Willow, are you okay? Lu Mangyun shook her head. I'm not hurt, just a little off my feet. The thing that took over your master's body is something I've never seen or heard of before. I reckon that it's definitely not a creature from this realm. It's most likely one that escaped from the immortal realm. And there are only a few creatures that know how to take the spirit. Compulsions, spell filaments, strong souls, or maybe spirit-harnessed puppets. From my understanding and guess, your master's father was most likely infested by some kind of compulsion and subsequently robbed of his physical body. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rou's expression instantly became eager. And my master? Lu Mengyun sighed and shook her head. In the immortal and mortal realms, there are more than 1,000 clans proficient in the compulsion Tao. But I have yet to hear of a compulsion that can take over someone's flesh after. The one that still keeps the host alive. That's saying a lot. Since the other party had taken over, it meant that Luo Hui, the patriarch of the 10,000 Laws sect, it's fallen. When Xiao Rou heard this, her body was shaken and she almost couldn't stabilize herself. She wanted to cry, but couldn't shed any tears at all. Because at the moment, her heart was already paved with the word revenge. She only hated that her strength was so low that she was unable to handily kill her enemy and avenge her master's death. Lu Mengyun patted her shoulder and gently comforted her. It's fate. It can't be argued with. But don't you worry, the compulsion Tao is not invincible, and there are many ways to restrain it. Knowing the bottom line, it's much easier to find a way to break the enemy. Hearing Lu Mengyun say that, he was about to give a response when he heard two pale voices from a short distance away. This girl doll is really intelligent. If it wasn't for the sake of the second master, I would have really wanted to take her as my disciple. To be able to deduce the identity of the bloodthirsty immortal compass based on just one encounter is indeed a good seedling. But it's a pity. When the two old men showed up, Lu Mengyun's pupils contracted rapidly. It turns out that the two old men, one has no legs and one has no hands, and both of their realms were in the late stage of the transitional succession. Heavens crippled. Hearing Lu Mengyun's words, Xiao Rou subconsciously asked, "What's that?" Lu Mengyun's tone gradually became serious. On the Western continent, the infamous two assholes who are rooted in mutilating other people's lives. God couldn't look away, so he set up a scheme to waste both their hands and feet. But I didn't think that these two didn't know how to repent. But instead, they intensified their efforts and directly began to turn to the evil cultivation secret method. It is said that the two of them are afraid of the heavenly Tao because they have committed too many sins, so they are hesitant to cross the tribulation. But their strength also accumulated. Seeing that Lu Mengyun had revealed her background, the two old men laughed out loud. The laughter was laced with eerie sound waves. Good wow. After all, it's a female doll of the transitional succession stage. She still has some insight. Where do you come from? What is your name? And who are the elders of your family? Lu Mengyun snorted coldly. If you want to fight, then fight. Where's all this nonsense? Sky Ruin shook his head. Fight? With your current strength, you may not be able to defeat the two of us even in your heyday. We can't bear to see you fall like this and are showing you a way to live. The ground lacked crutches, and his figure moved quickly to Lu Mengyun's side. Since you don't want to talk about it, we won't force you. It's just this gift, and please take it. The Earth Scarcity suddenly waved his hand, and two red lights flew out from his sleeve. Lu Mengyun drew back to dodge, but realized that the red light had actually followed him. In a trance, the thing in the red light showed its true form. It was actually a disgusting fusion parasite. The parasites opened their mouthparts and bit hard on Lu Mengyun's arm. On the other side, Xiao Rou was even worse, already standing in place, not moving a muscle, bitten by the parasites. Lu Mengyun immediately felt the erosion of her divine sense. She couldn't think of a better way to defend herself against it, so she could only tighten her mind. Protect your soul by actively falling into a deep sleep. A few moments later, after seeing Lu Mengyun and Xiao Rou, both of them had already been controlled by the parasites. Sky Ruin was able to smile. What's your name? Where are you from? And why did you come to help the manifestation sect? My name is Lu Mengyun, a disciple of the Qingyin sect, and I have come here to help one. In the name of the patriarch. Under the effect of the compulsion, the heavenly remnant finally learned the whole story. After the two of them looked at each other, Sky Ruin spoke. The second master gave us the immortal compasses, and there are still a dozen or so left, although I really don't want to use it anymore. Let's avoid making a fuss just to be on the safe side, shall we? Earthshift nodded. Well, anyway, just don't spoil the second master's big event. Then let's go and return quickly to that only one in the know. The Qingyin clan. Extinguish it completely. 055, plan failure. Yama Cricket. Green Cloud Sect Mountain Gate. Lu Mengyun and Xiao Rou, who were controlled by the parasites, had arrived at the mountain gate. Seeing this, the protector disciple hurriedly opened the door to welcome the two inside. At this moment, the divine souls of the children had been controlled by the heavenly remnant. Through the two women's physical bodies, the two of them finally saw the interior of the Green Cloud sect. Old thing, do you think this manifestation sect is sick and desperate? How come this Qingyun sect doesn't even have a single spirit peak? Is this really a sect? Groundhog laughed and shook his head. Of the 4 continents, The strength of the clans in the eastern continent is the most frail and weak, not to mention comparing it to our western continent. Even when compared to those bald heads in the southern continent, they are a slightly inferior existence. You can't hold them to too high an expectation. Sky Ruin nodded approvingly. TCH, second master is still a bit too cautious. With those immortal compasses, and then with the strength of the two of us, it's not that difficult to directly mess up those clans and families that support Princess Moon by Moon. Why get so sneaky? As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the location of the Sect's main hall. Groundhog gave a sarcastic laugh. Don't forget, this is in the end the eastern continent. Second master wants to control, not destroy. If you really want to break all these bottles and jars, won't it still be the second master who rebuilds them at the end of the day? At this moment, Xiao Chang, who heard the knock on the door, still opened the door of the room in the main hall. Seeing Lu Mengyun bring Xiao Rou back, Xiao Qing was a bit puzzled. That fast? Lu Mengyun nodded, then immediately inquired, "Where's the patriarch? I'm going to report the whole thing to him. There's an unknown secret hidden in this one. If Miss Xiao hadn't told me herself, we would have almost been hoodwinked." Green's brows furrowed, then stretched completely. "Yes, the patriarch is inside. You guys go in quickly." Controlling the two women's fleshly heavenly bodies, they smiled at each other. They also didn't expect the plan to go so well. As long as they were allowed to get close to the patriarch of the Green Cloud sect, the control could be completed. Subsequently, it would be possible to cover up the truth and destroy the Qingyun sect in the process. But just the moment Lu Mengyun turned around, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly swept up from behind her. Lu Mengli, who couldn't react in time, was slapped against the wall and came to a hard impact. As for Xiao Rou beside her, she had been trapped in place by the spell at the moment and was unable to move at all. Xiao Cheng suddenly struck out and then immediately pinched Lu Mengyun's neck. "Say, who the hell are you?" The heavenly remnant, who had thought that his plan had succeeded, was taken aback by this sudden change of heart. However, the duo quickly adjusted their minds and even joked about it. "Oh, a transformed spirit beast. Rare. I can't see that this Qingyun sect even has this kind of heritage. This makes sense for the request for help. I'm curious, though, how did you see the end of it?" Green sneered. "Lu Mengyun's name for my master has always been master, not patriarch." Xiao Qing's words just fell. Xiao Rou and Lu Mengyun's physical bodies suddenly paralyzed on the ground as if their souls had been drained away. Same time, outside the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect, the laughter of the heavenly remnant was heard. "Ha ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it. A bad move. However, this Qilin species that can take shape, I really like it. Little fellow, if you are willing to give us a mount, today, you won't have to die." The words fell and the figure appeared. At this moment, Heaven's remnant had landed in the center of the Green Cloud sect's square. Feeling the intimidating pressure emanating from the duo, Xiao Qing hurriedly stopped the sect disciples who wanted to come and help. "Stand down. You are no match for the two of them." Though the words are there, but Green was clear. "Not to mention those disciples, I'm afraid that I'm not a match for these two old men." The only hope at the moment, it was the expectation that Qin Feng, who had gone to the Immortal City to participate in the store's opening ceremony, would be able to return earlier. Xiao Qing's eyes were firm, and her spiritual energy surged. The heavenly remnant also leaned on each other, ready to strike at any time. The two great pressures collided together in an instant, setting off countless waves of air. After a short exchange of blows, Xiao Qing was inwardly shocked. "I had thought that I could at least hold these two for a while," but looking at the black gas that had inexplicably arisen in the palm of his hand, Xiao Qing's forehead gradually oozed sweat. "Crap, it's an evil cultivation expert who specializes in toxins, spell killing, and grudges. Even though he himself is a Qilin species, he has no means that can target these two. Now that it has been hit again, is no longer fit for a protracted battle. We must think of a way to find these two old men's breaks and weaknesses as soon as possible, or else we'll really die here." "Senior brother, you're in an exceptionally good mood today." "That's right. After all, we've got our own store too. That's kind of like being the boss, huh? TSK, just thinking that others will call me Boss Qin in the future makes me feel comfortable all over." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Xian Hai just smiled without saying anything. But just as the crowd was about to walk to the confines of the Green Cloud sect's mountain gate, there was a violent shaking that straight away made the crowd tense up. "Leave 10 disciples here to keep the patriarch safe. The rest of you, immediately follow back to the clan." Whoosh! After Xian Hai's words were finished, countless disciples immediately flew in the sky with their qi, rushing back to the sect for support. When Genkai returns, just see a heartbreaking scene. The rebuilt sect hall had been destroyed by a third at this moment. The heaven-rank spirit vein that came out to defend the enemy only had a tiny bit of life left in it, and the entire spirit vein had turned black and gray. The disciples of the sect, on the contrary, did not suffer any injuries, as they were all protected by Xiao Chang. But Green, who bore the brunt of the attack, was already stained with blood by this time. There's no intact skin on the body at all anymore. In the end, it's the Qilin species that is naturally resistant to poison. If it was an ordinary transformed spirit beast, it would have been dead at this point. I'm going to ask you once more if you're willing to be the mount of the two of us. Xiao Cheng spat out the blood in his mouth and looked at Sky Ruin with a cold smile. Delusional. Heaven's Residue's eyes went cold as he slowly nodded. Yes, have a backbone. I don't hate that character. However, those with backbone since ancient times have had to endure thousands of tortures. I don't know. Do you carry it? With that, he pulled out a small box. Upon gently opening the box, a tiny cricket popped out of the box. This cricket is hardly different from an ordinary songbird. From body type to appearance, it's basically the same. The only difference was that the back of this cricket was engraved with a yin and yang rotation pattern. This Yama cricket's favorite thing to eat is an expert like you who is covered in wounds. As the fifth transitional cultivator it has swallowed. You'd better leave some last words. Otherwise, you'll never get another chance. 056, a slap from Qin Feng. Xian Hai's top spit. Jeopardy. Life and death are on the line. Xian Hai immediately shouted. What kind of madman dares to destroy my Qingyan sect? But that was just finished. The crowd that should have come to their rescue suddenly felt as if they had been drained of their strength. From the sky, it fell heavily to the ground. Squeak, 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 squeak. The tiny Yama cricket, just lying on the ground, and it screamed like a howl from the depths of hell. Once in the ear, it begins to attack the sanity. In severe cases, it can even cause a person to bleed from all 7 orifices and die a horrible death on the spot. Squeak, squeak. Yama cricket looked around, then locked her eyes on Green. It seems to be in all this food on the scene. It's most eager to taste the little green ones. In the face of Yama cricket approaching with a bounce, Green had no ability to resist at all. Legend. The Yama cricket is a species formed by the convergence of countless grievous souls on the body of a worm. Once you lock eyes with it, you will be bound to the limbs by the spirits of the wrongdoers on all sides. But your consciousness, your nerves, and your senses are all still there. The end result was to be completely eaten up by this horrible bug, one bite at a time. That kind of pain and cruelty. It's scary just thinking about it. Green would love to break out of his physical shackles, but the more she resisted, the more she couldn't move. The moment Yama cricket had come to Green's side, sharp mouthparts sticking out of the mouth, it seemed ready to feast. Everyone watched this helplessly, but without the power to fight back in any way. In your eastern continent, there are less than 10 people who can resist this yen demon cricket. There are even only 5 people who can head on against the erosion of divine wisdom and kill them. Honestly, using this little thing against you guys is a bit of a bully, but you have yourselves to blame for meddling. The heavenly remnant is making a victory speech with his head held high. However, he did not know when, but a person unexpectedly walked out from within the Qin Yun sect's main hall. Learning that there was trouble within the clan, Qin Feng had long since gotten used to it, since hitching a ride on Princess Moon by Moon's ship. Some clans and families that were once next to none. Often, he would come to the Green Cloud sect. Some came to make alliances, some came to spy, and some came to flaunt their power. Qin Feng was simply annoyed with these things and simply closed the door. However, as time passed, Qin Feng realized that this was not a solution, because those people are really deadheads and will guard the door and wait for you one by one. For this reason, Qin Feng specifically allowed the spirit vein to dig an underground passage for himself. It could lead from the outside of the mountain gate, directly to the inside of the Qin Yun sect's grand hall. This way, no matter how much those people blocked the doorway, they wouldn't be in their way anymore. This time, Qin Feng was his usual self, used the channel to come back first. But just a moment later I looked at what was in front of me. Heaven's Residue looked at Earth's loss, and a hint of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. He asked in a small voice, when did this guy show up? Groundhog shook his head, didn't pay attention at all. But I'm sure he wasn't inside that big hall just now. You mean he can avoid our scent lock? It's quite possible. Be careful. This person might be an expert. Humph. So what if you're an expert? Once Yama cricket comes out, any expert will have to get down. Qin Feng naturally didn't hear their conversation. However, the situation in front of him made Qin Feng very frightened. He regretted a million times that he had come out at the wrong time. It's pretty obvious what's going on. The Green Cloud sect had been beaten by an unknown and powerful figure again. Are these two awesome people still? Or are they both disabled? Seeing Qin Feng appear behind her, Xiao Cheng braced herself for a breath and cried out in a loud voice. Master, quickly go. This yen demon cricket is an extremely sinister thing in heaven and earth. Once you look at each other, you will be trapped in your limbs by an unjust spirit and become a blood meal for the evil insects. Little Cheng's reminder was not because she didn't believe in Qin Feng's strength. Rather, it is because, for all things in heaven and earth, there exists the principle of mutual reproduction. What is so dark that it requires the wish of light to dissolve it? For example, the Zen sect disciples of the southern continent, or the Taoist sect disciples of the western continent, due to their abilities, most of which come from prayer and faith. So there is this aspect of their practice of accumulating aspiration. But ordinary monks don't focus on this aspect and occasionally do down one or two good deeds. The amount of wishful thinking that can be accumulated is also very limited. Once you encountered the likes of Yin Devil Cricket, a killing move that was both vicious and cold, it's really easy. 1,000 years of Taoist navigation is lost in a single day. Hearing about Green's size, the two of them laughed out loud. Too late to warn. From the moment he stepped out, he couldn't escape the palm of Yama Cricket. It seemed to be to verify that Heaven's disaster was right. The tiny Yama Cricket made a jump and landed directly on Green's face. The cricket opened its mouth and looked ready to bite down. Right at this juncture, a dull voice shattered Green's despair and broke the smile of the sky crippled. Also, killed this one too. The Yama Cricket that restrains countless masters. Bang. Qin Feng flicked a slap down. Qing only felt that her face was slightly warm. When Qin Feng removed his palm, Green suddenly realized that he could move. At this time, she subconsciously touched her face. All that was left of her face, however, was some slimy liquid in Cricket's crumbs. In shock, Xiao Qing slowly looked up at Qin Feng. Only Qin Feng spread out his palm and curled his finger with his other hand to aim. Biu's so bouncy. Right in the center of the hand, the body of Yama Cricket, which had already been slapped to pieces, bounced off, even more over the top. Qin Feng also aimed his palm at the wall to the side and rubbed it fiercely, muttering under his breath, "What's wrong with messing with bugs? Ouch. It's really disgusting." Introduced by the heavenly remnant, the so unbeatable Yama Cricket. It's just unexplained, unclear, somehow, died under Qin Feng's slap. The heavenly remnant, who had watched everything with his own eyes, only felt cold and indescribably chilled. As soon as the crickets died, the soul-invading squeak was gone. Xian Hai and the others immediately got up from the ground and quickly came to Qin Feng's side. "Senior brother." "No, patriarch. Are you alright?" In the heat of the moment, Xian Hai also forgot about the rules he had set and directly called out for senior brother. Qin Feng was all over the place when it came to name calling. Just kept hooking his hand at Zhen Kai. "I'm fine. Come and give me a piece of paper." "What kind of bug is this? Even if it's slimy, it also smells fishy." Xian Hai took a handkerchief and carefully wiped the traces left behind by Yin Demon Cricket for Qin Feng. "Elder brother, are you really okay? Dizzy or not? Are you nauseous? Do you want to die?" Qin Feng looked at Xian Hai without understanding. "Please, can there be some depth to the dialogue?" This time, in turn, Xian Hai broke his defense. He turned his head to look at Qing, the meaning in his eyes very clear. "Blow awesome nah? Didn't you say the bug was pretty raw when you were blowing 6 whistles just now? Another 5. Another 10. And can there be no one who can stand up to it? Where are the spirits? Where are the evil spirits? Where are the trapped limbs? What do you say? So powerful. But my brother got a slap in the face, right? My brother is not a human being? Is my senior brother a human being or not?" 057, powerful battle against the heavily disabled. Qin Feng is being counted? Xian Hai and Xiao Qing looked at each other. Despite all their brain power, they could not come up with a plausible explanation. But the heavenly remnant standing on the opposite side of the room was already covered in cold sweat at this point. Yama Cricket, a native evil insect born in the immortal world. Even some, who had just crossed the threshold and ascended. Cultivators who have successfully entered the immortal realm. If they are in a situation where they are not on guard, it's just as likely to fall prey to Yama Cricket. The reason why the heavenly remnant, the reason why this evil insect was used, it was to erase all traces left behind so that the Qingyun sect would be undetectable. Completely disappeared into the eastern continent. Just what they didn't expect. Yama Cricket, who they had used as their trump card, had retired in such a comical manner. Can you feel his wish? Hearing Heaven's remnant's words, Earthslack shook his head in silence. Damn, what the hell is going on here? Without any wishing power present, why was that Yama Cricket slapped to death? Could it be that this person's strength is already so high and deep that we can't even see through it with our realm? Earthlack took a deep breath. Don't worry, don't we still have the inner one? All that remains to be seen. If it really comes down to a fight, put that guy out. Even if it's probed by others, it's still better than messing up what the second master explained. While the two were discussing their plans, Qin Feng's side wasn't idle either. Zhen Kai and Green, in the most streamlined way possible, told Qin Feng all about what happened. At this moment, Qin Feng turned his head to look inside the grand hall. Sure enough, Lu Mengyun and Xiao Rou, who were controlled by the parasites, were still lying on the ground, unconscious, due to the invasion of toxins from the parasite itself. Lu Mengyun, who was in a slightly higher realm, was not yet in any serious trouble. Xiao Rou, who was on the side, already had purple lips and was in critical condition. Master, the antidote to most parasites is the parasite itself. Most of the problem can be counteracted by crushing it into pieces and taking it with an antidote tonic. Qin Feng nodded and then looked at the heavenly remnants standing in the distance. Qin Feng was thinking hard, how to get both of them to give up their compulsions without using force. Feeling Qin Feng's gaze, Heaven's remnant immediately tensed up. All fear stems from the unknown, and in both their eyes, Qin Feng is the unknown being. What are you two doing for? Qin Feng slowly opened his mouth and was about to use the name of Princess Yu to scare the two. The heavenly remnant suddenly moved his body. At the same time, they launched an attack on Qin Feng. Void Grudge Miasma Kill. White Bone Ren Poison Cloud. The two thick black auras were interspersed with energies that were the opposite of the power of life. This laced with death and toxin moves. The mere moment it was triggered, it began to have an effect on everything around it. Wherever the two black smoke passes, everything organic begins to wither and decay. And this move was the famous stance of the heavenly cripple. Double poisonous and evil killing formation. The two passed through releasing black smoke containing hundreds of toxins and curses. Wrap the enemy completely in it. No matter how skillful you are at detoxification, it is impossible to undo the harm of so many toxins and curses in an instant, unless you cultivate to the Zen sect's Vajra unbreakable body, or the Taoist sect's heavenly one induction body. Otherwise, they would only be devoured by the endless poisonous smoke and turned into a puddle of blood. Considering that Qin Feng had just slapped the Yen demon cricket to death, this time, Heaven's remnant did not have the slightest reservation and directly used his full strength. So much so that the two black smokes were destructive enough to affect inorganic matter. Eyes on the surrounding walls, lighthouses, and various other buildings, slowly rotting and collapsing under the influence of the toxic fumes. Qin Feng's heart was literally dripping blood. Money, it's all about money for money. It was so hard to rebuild, and now it's been destroyed all over again. All the money I spent before, it's all gone down the drain. However, although Qin Feng was heartbroken, he had no ability to stop it. In the heat of the moment, Qin Feng hurriedly shouted out, "No! Knock knock! Knock knock!" Qin Feng's voice seemed to be given substance at this moment. A huge wave of sound that transformed into countless symbols that made it impossible to read. Each of the symbols shone with 7-colored divine light. 2 channels of black smoke that had just collided with this wave of sound. It's like marshmallows being put into water. Without a sound, it disappeared cleanly, without a trace of having existed. But the sound wave, however, did not stop there. Instead, they continued to rush forward. The majestic power in it could simply be described as destructive. When all was calm again and the swirling dust and flying sand slowly dispersed, the crowd of the Green Cloud sect, each one of them opened their eyes wide. They'd only see, not long ago, he had spoken out of turn and was ready to overthrow the heavenly remnant of the Green Cloud sect. Now it was on the ground, with no more breath on it, and within the great hall, Lu Mangyun and Xiao Rou, after all, slowly awakened. Just as soon as the two men awoke, they began to spit out large mouthfuls of black blood. It took a closer look to realize that, in the black blood, there were surprisingly some crumbs of parasites. Apparently, it was completely shattered by the sound wave released by Qin Feng. Green froze straight away. As a unicorn species, much of her knowledge, she had inherited from the wisdom of her ancestors. And this creature, the Qilin, was one of the oldest native spirit beasts on the continent of the Kyushu. But still they are as old as ever and have seen as many scenes as ever. It had also never been heard that the poison of a parasite could be broken in such a way. What did the master just do? Hearing Xiao Qing's inquiry, Xian Hai shook his head. Just now, senior brother suddenly exerted his power, and although the target wasn't us, the force of that impact was too strong. I just vaguely heard Qin Feng yell out. It seems like, oh yeah, elder brother shouted. Nonsense. It's the first time I've seen elder brother use such harsh words. Nonsense? Green thought for a moment and looked at the scene again. Then surprisingly, he nodded and whispered to Xian Hai. It's no wonder the master said that. Since the beginning of time, evil cultivators have been a disreputable existence. With the master's ability, it would already be a blessing to their lives if they didn't exterminate all the evil cultivators in the world. But I didn't expect that they would dare to hold master's disciples hostage and come back to destroy master's mountain gate. That's a bit of nonsense really. At this moment, Xiao Qing's way of thinking was completely skewed by Xian Hai. The two nodded to each other and hurriedly came to Qin Feng, patriarch/master. What to do with the bodies of these two villains? Qin Feng didn't know how he did it though, but looking at it, the clan that had been in its infancy was now devastated. Qin Feng hated it so much that his teeth were about to be clenched. A quick jog brought him to the body of the Skywrecker. Dead? I had a hard time earning some money and even replaced the floor tiles. Now it's gone. It's all gone. I'll be ing. The more Qin Feng spoke, the angrier he became. He raised his left foot and kicked it at the body of the heavenly cripple. But just then, the corpses of Heaven's remnant and Earth's deficiency snapped their eyes open. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, grabbed both of Qin Feng's legs. With that, the two men hemmed and hawed, transforming into two large centipedes over 3 meters long. They directly surrounded Qin Feng. 100-foot transmutation compulsion. Soul-swallowing centipede curse. Boy, 100% of the time. Ha 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 ha. 058, astonishing ending? Activate the immortal weapon wreckage. 100-foot transmigration. Soul-swallowing centipede. The mutation happened so suddenly that everyone froze for a moment. By the time they were in a position to react, Qin Feng had been completely entangled by the two large centipedes. Lu Mengyun, who had just awakened but was weak, when he heard the voice outside, he hastily braced himself and stood up. When she was about to speak out to remind her, she saw the situation in front of her, and her eyes went black. Crap, they want to refine Master Teacher, to completely dominate his soul. Same time, Tianyan Dynasty, Great Hall's side hall. Tian Yuyue violently pushed the door to enter, and without even standing still, he immediately inquired, "How's it going?" One of the officials in charge of deduction and prediction hurriedly said to Sky by Moon, "It's not looking too good. It has now been verified that the two special auras just now came from the direction of the Green Cloud Sect." Speaking, the deduction officer casts a water mirror. This was a secret method belonging to the Tianyan dynasty, engraved within the clan order issued by the dynasty. Once the water mirror technique is activated, the party that releases the art will be able to see what is happening at the scene through a mirror that is suspended high in the air. As the day progressed by the moon, when he saw the interior of the Green Cloud Sect, two large centipedes appeared. Her expression froze instantly. This thing is called the soul-swallowing centipede, a vicious insectoid that has been named and erased in the immortal realm. Legend has it, once one is entangled in a soul-swallowing centipede, there are only two outcomes. Either they are completely refined of their souls and turned into the centipede's fleshly puppets, either reverse refine the centipede, but after successful refinement, the flesh will transform into an insect body, and permanently irreversible. Hearing this, Tian Yuyue's expression became even more tense. To know, Qin Feng was the one she had spent a lot of effort to pull to her side. Nowadays, she had already considered Qin Feng as one of her bottom cards, but she never expected it. Surprisingly, someone had launched an attack on this bottom card of theirs and used something from the immortal realm. Just as Heaven by Moon was thinking, the first and second emperors, who had long been sitting within the side hall, each wore a different expression on their faces. The Grand Prince was the first to speak. "This Qingyun sect is really unlucky. All of the senior members of the previous clan were killed in the immortal demon battlefield. I thought that the clan was going to fall in this way, but then a leader stood out and revitalized the whole situation instead. It's a pity that the good times don't last forever, and it's not known who was offended, but it was so targeted." The second prince, on the other hand, sneered. "It seems that God was never on their side. It's just a pity that Imperial Sister has a peace of mind for the Qingyun sect. I thought that this Qingyun sect could be motivated to share the worries of Imperial Sister at an early date. Now it seems, an empty shelf is an empty shelf. 1 foot up, poof, nothing." The Grand Prince's lack of so-called, the second prince's sighing and mocking were all seen by Tian Yuyue. It was just that she had no time to analyze anything else at the moment. For the moment she had to make a decision, whether or not to exert assistance on Qin Feng, or to completely give up this undercard. Once Qin Feng became an insect body, it meant that he lost his qualifications as a human being. Correspondingly, the worm body will slowly devour his humanity. Let him live on the continent inhumanly and unearthly. This kind of thing happening to any cultivator would be completely unacceptable. But, aid words? Tian Yuyue had thought for a long time, and she did have cards in her hand that could help Qin Feng, but the strength of this bottom card could even be called an ace by her. She would never use it until it was absolutely necessary. Tangent. Sky by Moon was now 10,000% torn. Seeing these two centipedes, they were emitting a weird light. It seemed to be about to digest Qin Feng. Tian Yuyue loosened his biting lips and said softly to the people around him, "Pass on my words. When this is over, send 10,000 spirit stones to the Green Cloud Sect. Also, have them return the remains of their previous immortal weapons to me." When these words came out, the two emperors looked at each other and smiled. Obviously, Tian Yuyue was preparing to completely abandon the Qingyun sect. Actually, it's true when you think about it. The situation at hand is simply a dead end. If this soul-swallowing centipede really had a solvable method, it wouldn't have been given the name of an evil insect in the immortal world. Imperial Sister, I really must advise you. I won't say anything more about the immortal artifact wreckage, but this spirit stone is not blown by the wind. A whole 10,000 how can you say give it? Since we've decided to give up, we might as well be thorough. 10,000 spirit stones to buy a good reputation. That's a bit too expensive, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Listening to the second prince's words, Tian Yu's face slowly darkened, was about to turn away. Suddenly the image in the water mirror technique took an unintelligible turn. Inside the Green Cloud sect, Qin Feng, who was trapped by the centipede to death, fell into a comatose state in an instant. And this provides the perfect conditions for a heavenly cripple. It allowed the two to enter Qin Feng's soul space almost effortlessly. However, what they both didn't realize was the suffering that belonged to them from this moment. It's just really starting. The East Pole, the fire of sunrise. West Pole, dark of sunset. Antarctica, life and death. The North Pole, the great cold of the icy realm. The most original power of the four worlds continuously alternated on the two heavenly remnants. Infinite quantities of life and death were instantly declared in the depths of the two men's souls. A breath of effort. Long dead. They have to go through tens of thousands of years after the destruction. It is only then that you can thaw out of the ice field of your soul and actually learn of your death. And before that happens, they need to continue to be torn, spliced, and repeated millions of times by the raging energy. A cold wind blew through his soul. Qin Feng involuntarily shivered and suddenly awoke. The two centipedes that had originally surrounded the area had also lost their lives at this moment. It went limp and shrunk into a ball. Qin Feng looked around and hurriedly stood up. He was about to say something when he suddenly felt that something was rapidly approaching him. Fixing his eyes on it, it turned out to be the remains of the immortal weapon that had been brought back from Princess Moon by Moon. At the moment, the wreckage emitted a faint white light. It circled around Qin Feng continuously. Qin Feng was uncertain and reached out to touch it. Unexpectedly, the wreckage suddenly clung to Qin Feng's hand and then turned into the shape of a bracelet. Immediately after, the two centipedes that were already dead on the ground were instantly absorbed by the bracelet. After absorbing the corpses of the two centipedes, the bracelet faintly emitted a green luminescence. But the next moment, it was like the bracelet had encountered something it was afraid of. It buzzed on Qin Feng's wrist. Afterward, it directly detached itself from Qin Feng's wrist. It snapped and fell to the floor. Having just obtained an immortal artifact bracelet, Qin Feng's heart hadn't yet had time to be happy. The result was the same as the last time he obtained an immortal weapon sword. This thing is not even close to yourself. Just as Qin Feng picked up the bracelet from the ground, his face full of wonder. Through the art of the water mirror, he looked at what was happening in front of him. The expressions of the three royals were frozen in the last second. The whole side room was awfully quiet. 059, Immortal Artifact Jade Bracelet. Heaven by Moon's coming. In the immortal world, the soul-swallowing centipede that is feared and feared. Now, it looked as if Qin Feng had swallowed his soul. Known as the most evil cultivator in the Western continent, the heavenly crippler who takes pleasure in destroying people's Taoism and breaking people's qi. Now it's even dead and completely unknown. Measured together by many famous craftsmen and recognized as apart from the dynasty, the immortal weapon that no one could activate and repair anymore was once again brought to life in Qin Feng's hands. Every single thing that happened within the Green Cloud sect did not follow the established process. Instead, in an unbelievable way, it gave a result that shocked the crowd the most. Slow. What I said just now is all null and void. Prepare the whiskey immediately. I want to head to the Green Cloud sect immediately. Princess Moon by Moon made an immediate decision. She knew that she had to be there right now, immediately. Although this is a bit late in the day to the point of missing out on a lot of opportunities. However, as long as one was physically present at the scene, that was tantamount to giving Qin Feng enough attitude and importance. And these things were precisely what a strong person like Qin Feng valued the most. After Tian Yue left, the two emperors were silent. A moment later, the Grand Prince stood up and slowly walked towards the door. Before he went out, he said irrelevantly, "The heart of whoever did what knows best. The tactics are too underhanded. I advise you, you'd better wipe your ass clean. This incident today is tantamount to tying the knot. If you suffer any accidents in the aftermath, you can't blame anyone else." The second prince didn't say anything, just listened quietly, but the ferocity in his eyes was completely hidden. Looking at the bracelet in his hand, Qin Feng really couldn't be happy. It was clear that the immortal weapon was right in front of him, but he just didn't seem to be related to the other side. After absorbing the two centipedes, a faint purple light began to emanate from the jade bracelet. At this moment, Qin Feng beckoned for Lu Mengyun to come forward. "Mengyun, look at this bracelet. What type of immortal weapon should it be?" Lu Mengyun took the bracelet and immediately noticed the majestic power on it. "Back to master. This bracelet is clearly a protective immortal artifact. It seems that because of the absorption of the soul-swallowing centipede, the energy on this bracelet can now effectively resist most spirit-type aggressions and threats. If I'm not mistaken, this bracelet can adjust the direction of its protection according to the ability of the object it absorbs. No wonder it's an immortal weapon. This ability, if used properly, can even perfectly restrain enemy personnel in battle." Qin Feng's eyes went wide. Isn't this gap between people a little too big? You can't even wear it yourself? But your own apprentice can even tell you the basic roles once he gets started? The bracelet is intentional, isn't it? Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Feng held back the feeling of heartache and said with difficulty, alright, then the bracelet is yours. Lu Mengyun was stunned. Kneeling immediately followed. Thank you, master. Putting the bracelet on, Lu Mengyun's mind was in a state of great joy at the moment. Suddenly, she looked at Xiao Rou in the back, which reminded her that there were still big things left to do. Master teacher, about the situation over at the manifestation sect is, under Lu Mengyun's explanation, Qin Feng and the others finally realized, what is the cause of all that is happening here today? Qin Feng stroked his chin, helplessness written all over his face. So, if I hadn't asked you to help, these two disabilities wouldn't have come to our Green Cloud sect? TSK. When he was about to say more, Qin Feng suddenly realized, Xiao Rou of the manifestation sect was still next to him. The other person's patriarch had just died not long ago, and the clan must be in chaos at this time. Although the Qingyun sect also suffered a lot of losses, but if one complained any further, it would seem as if one were blaming her a bit. Seeing Xiao Rou lower her head in shame, Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders. Miss Xiao, take it easy. Now that it's happened, we can only try to deal with it. I'll now have Little Green bring people and immediately accompany you to the 10,000 Laws sect to rescue the others. Xiao Rou hurriedly arched her hand and thanked her. Just as the crowd was getting ready and about to move, Princess Yu Yu, who was riding on the golden shuttle whiskey, just happened to rush over. She raised her show hand and immediately addressed the people behind her. 12 golden guards, at my command, immediately assist the sect members of the Green Cloud sect and head to the 10,000 Laws sect to help them resolve the crisis within the sect. The Golden Guard commander, Jean Broken Wood, nodded slightly at Xiao Chang and Xiao Rou. We will go together. Please lead the way. Among the entourage, there are experts who are proficient in the way of parasites, which can provide no small amount of help. Hearing him say that, Qing didn't say anything twice. Nodding, he agreed to join them. Seeing that the matter had already been arranged, Princess Yu Yu hurriedly entered within the Qingyun sect. Zhen Kai, who was recording the breakage, had not seen the princess herself. It was only thanks to the reminder of Zhuan Lan on the side that he learned the identity of the other party. Princess Moon by Moon gently smiled. Elder Xian Hai doesn't have to be concerned, hearing that the Green Cloud sect has been struck by a foreign enemy. Yeah, I should have come earlier. Nay, the palace is full of trivial matters, and the officials of the Department of Celestial Signs, the results of the deduction are much slower again. That's a long delay. Where Genkai knows the truth. It was really thought that it was a capable person in the dynasty who had projected that the Qingyun sect was in trouble. That's why the princess brought people to the rescue. Hearing this, Xian Hai's heart shook violently. What has the sovereign promised the princess that she would come to her rescue? What on earth did the sovereign promise the princess that she would come to her rescue in person? This is something that has never happened before in all the dynasties. Is it possible? What elder brother and the princess are talking about is not submission, but cooperation? It doesn't make sense. The clan is better off at the moment, but it's not qualified to talk to the princess about cooperation. Half of the clans and families in the eastern continent, combined, can't defeat the dynasty. An existence of someone's size is talking to you. Qingyun sect, about cooperation? Does that mean, elder brother lied to me? He sold his flesh? Just as Xian Hai was rambling on, Princess Yu Yu interrupted his thoughts. Elder? I don't know Patriarch Qin Feng. Where is he now? Xian Hai immediately came to his senses. Oh, Patriarch, he is in the inner hall. Princess, please follow me. When Tian Yu met Qin Feng, he was discussing with Lu Mengyun about other uses for the bracelet. After entering the house, Sky by Moon glanced at the bracelet with his eyes. She had already known that this was what the remains of the immortal weapon had been transformed into, so her eyes were very complicated. After all, immortal weapons were truly unattainable in the mortal realm. Himself, at first, had wanted to borrow the great pit of immortal artifact wreckage to exchange for Qin Feng's help, but now it seems that the deal is a lost cause. After a few simple words of courtesy from a few people, Tian Yu was very dry, indicating his intention to come. Truthfully, although I don't have sufficient evidence on hand, I can roughly deduce that. Who exactly is the person targeting the manifestation sect this time? 060, Sword to the Second Prince. Merge the 10,000 Laws sect? This statement was made. Everyone in the room perked up. Even Qin Feng, who had been swinging for the fences, was somewhat concerned. After all, nowadays, every brick and tile of the Green Cloud sect had been rebuilt with real money. It was mostly destroyed this time. Qin Feng, who was already stingy in the aspect, is even more tolerable. Seeing the crowd's interest mobilized, Sky by Moon slowly opened his mouth. According to some of my intel, the second prince, Tian Zhixing, started to net some outlaws from other continents a long time ago. He promises a great deal of wealth in exchange for these people's support for him. Not long ago, there were a few small clans that had originally been supporting me, wiped out in one night. The person who struck did a clean job, not a single clue left behind. I've always kept the news closed and have been investigating in the shadows so as not to spook anyone. Perhaps it is for this reason that the person who makes the strike feels that he is superior in his own means, and so he grows bolder and bolder. That's what led to them striking out at the 10,000 Laws sect and involving the Qing sect side. Hearing this analysis, Xian Hai was the first to speak. If it's just this level of speculation, it's a bit too much. With all due respect, Your Highness, you're leading us, in your words, to go to war with the second prince. Tian Yu smiled gently. If that's all the evidence, it's certainly not enough to complete the inference. As for leading to war, Elder Xian Hai, from the moment I set up an alliance with Patriarch Qin Feng, the Qingyan sect has stood against my two royal brothers. Even if I don't say anything more, a battle is inevitable between you. Speaking, Tian Yu pulled out a small bottle from his bosom, which contained a dead parasite. This worm, named the Shattered Heart Prisoner, it's some black market traders in the Immortal realm, privately carrying out the trafficking of parasites that are very expensive. And this insect corpse in my hand was found in the area of the second prince. And there are more kinds than just this one. It's just that because of time constraints, my people couldn't take too many of them with them. But from this we can guess that the second prince has been in contact with the upper realms and has privately purchased many contraband items. With that said, Sky by Moon put away the bottle, gently rubbing his temples. Over the years, the Grand Prince has been enlisting the group of civil officials and military generals with the intention of taking full control of the dynasty. The second prince's men are embedded in the dynasty's army. Over the years, it has also developed its own faction. In terms of motive and direction of treatment, I'm not wrong in analyzing it as the second prince. After all, people in the military can't just show up. You can only get some rats to step in and do it for them. That's why he would enlist the hands of other continents, just hoping to do it dead or alive. Hearing this, Qin Feng and the others nodded. Day by day, month by month, the analysis is still reasonable, though because of her position, her words are bound to be somewhat biased. But anyway, her words made sense and were so logical that it was hard not to believe them. Qin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. He was really not expecting it. After one banquet at the Shanghai Minglu, he himself was tied to the chariot of the dynastic struggle. And, before he could get himself on his feet, the struggle opened up. What Xian Hai was considering, on the other hand, was how to better and faster develop the Qingyan sect under these circumstances. Keep prompting the base strength without dishonoring the fame and prestige left by the predecessors. As for the Sky by the Moon, her stage purpose had been achieved, which was to make the Qingyan sect hold a grudge against the second prince, even if it's not the moment to do it. However, once Qin Feng chose to make a move, it was estimated that the second prince would completely fall. At that point, one smoothly takes over his military power. In this way, only then would one possess the true strength to go up against the Grand Prince. Seeing the crowd delving into deep thought, the corners of Tian Yu's mouth rose slightly. Right, I have come here for one more thing. Saying that, Tian Yu clapped his hands and had someone go to the golden shuttle to whisk up one of those packages. After placing the package on the table, Sky by Moon opened his mouth. Here's a reversion card with 50,000 spirit stones in it. Feel free to use it as you wish. Consider it a small token of my gratitude to help the Green Cloud sect rebuild their gate hall. Also, there are a couple of deeds to properties in the Immortal City in there. I've heard that the Green Cloud sect intends to do some business in the Immortal market, so I'll offer these gifts together. Xian Hai was shocked to hear this. Unexpectedly, the moment Heaven by Moon made a move, it was such a big one. With the strength of the Green Cloud sect today, it was categorically unable to obtain this kind of support. Therefore, the one who truly contributed to this behavior of Sky by Moon could only be his own senior brother. One way or another, an impossible thought popped into Xian Hai's head. Brother and princess, something wrong? Coincidentally, Sky by Moon was once again proposing an idea at this moment, and it is this idea. Make Genkai's thoughts completely and utterly real. Now here, there shouldn't be anyone from the manifestation sect, right? Patriarch Qin, I want to ask you, regarding the future path of the manifestation sect, what do you think? When Qin Feng heard this, he immediately scratched his head. Me? I don't have much of an opinion. Take a step? Princess Yeye stared at Qin Feng's eyes for a long time. Unfortunately, she did not see any change in Qin Feng's eyes, so she had to pick it apart again. After this, the strength of the 10,000 Methods sect will surely fall to pieces. From what I know of them, if there's nothing strange about them, within 30 years at the most, their clan orders will be withdrawn by the dynasty and they will become a folk dispersal sect. Saying that, Sky by Moon said with some pain, the 10,000 Laws sect counts as the earliest sect to show its support for me. Now that it's come to this, I'm really sad. But sadness is sadness. If we can help them find a way out, that would be great. Patriarch Qin, what do you think about merging the 10,000 Methods sect into the Qingyan sect? The idea? Is it feasible? Of course. Patriarch Qin doesn't need to worry about what the manifestation sect side thinks. As long as you nod your head here, I can take over the task of convincing them. Merge. Gollum. Xianhai was directly fixed on the spot. As soon as Princess Moon by Moon opened her mouth, just send a medium-sized clan. Straight over? And, still, she's the one who went out of her way to persuade? What kind of reward is this? No, it's no longer a reward. It's open robbery. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the 10,000 Methods sect was without its patriarch, at least the legacy and heritage was still there. If it was directly merged into the Green Cloud sect, then the strength of the Green Cloud sect would truly soar from the heavens, at least in terms of face mind. It can squeeze within the top 20 of the Eastern continent. It's a big pie in the sky that anyone with a brain would never turn down. But then, Qin Feng replied, but it was unexpected by all. Merge? I don't think that will be necessary. 061, Xuanhai's resolution. Manifestation sect's reaction. Qin Feng refused, turning down a great opportunity to boost the strength of the clan? His choice made the originally confident Sky by Moon froze in place on the spot. That's the 10,000 Laws sect. It's a complete sect. The wealth accumulated, the disciples trained, the strength gathered. It's what so many people dream of. If it were any other clan, Heaven by Moon believed it. As long as he said this program, the other party would immediately fall on his knees and be grateful to him. Seeing the crowd looking at him with puzzled faces, Qin Feng slowly explained, right now, all the matters of the Green Cloud sect, both large and small, are actually handled by my senior brother Xianhai. I, myself, am not an excellent talent for managing a clan. Merging the 10,000 Methods sect over all of a sudden, I simply don't know how to get them to behave themselves. Saying that, Qin Feng sighed again. What's more, someone else's 10,000 Laws sect suffered a huge change, and the patriarch died. This has not even passed the 7th day of the head. We go to hit people's ideas. This is also a little too, in my opinion. Let it go. Everything Qin Feng said was all the truth. But the more this kind of big truth, the more it made Tian Yuyue feel that there was a deep meaning. In the continent of the 9 states, there are thousands of clans and sects. Which one is not talking with strength? There is no strength. You don't even have the choice to die. Therefore, whether it was the patriarchs of the various sects or the heads of the lineages, we all have different styles of handling things in terms of details, but the general direction is the same. It's only about whether it's worth it or not, never about whether it's right or wrong. But Qin Feng's opinion was just the opposite. Could it be that he really wasn't interested in the manifestation sect at all? The conversation reached a point of minor awkwardness. Seeing that the crowd had nothing to talk about for the time being, Xianhai had someone send the princess to the side hall to rest. Tian Yuyue was about to refuse, but then she saw Xianhai suddenly give her a faint smile. Thinking that this should be a hint, I agreed to his request. A quarter of an hour later, Xianhai pushed open the door of the room in the side hall and hurriedly saluted Tian Yuyue. Exempt. Elder Xianhai asked me to wait again. I'm afraid I have something to mention, right? Xianhai hurriedly shook his head. How dare you? I'm just worried that you, Your Highness, just now, didn't understand the meaning of my senior brother's words. That's why I came out with this next book and came over here to explain it to you. Upon hearing this, Tian Yuyue immediately came to life. Oh, regarding my proposal, hasn't Patriarch Qin already rejected it obviously? Xianhai smiled slightly. That's right. The matter of allowing the Green Cloud sect to merge the 10,000 Laws sect, Patriarch he did refuse. But he didn't refuse the request of the 10,000 Laws sect to voluntarily return to the Qingyan sect. When Tian Yuyue heard this, his eyes lit up. You mean? Xianhai stood at the side and hurriedly explained. Your Highness, why don't we just open up? Your help and support for our clan is all because of senior brother, correct? Seeing Tian Yuyue nodding, Xianhai then continued. Elder brother although he is unpredictable in terms of strength, he has never changed anything in terms of character. This is also the reason why the disciples up and down the entire Green Cloud sect respect him but are not afraid of him. Taking a deep breath, Xianhai said in a deep voice, if my senior brother, Qin Feng, is truly the personality to achieve some dominance, then I can guarantee the entire Eastern continent sects, before they are completely annexed by the Qingyun sect, there will never be a day of peace. Elder brother he still has the same temperament and disposition he had when he was a teenager. Even though he's the patriarch, the words good with people were born for him. Such a man who never thinks only of others. How could one bear to annex a manifestation sect that has just suffered a great calamity? Hearing Xianhai say this, Tian Yuyue suddenly went into a trance. In the depths of his mind, Qin Feng's image also began to become more concrete. There were many things about Qin Feng before, and they were figured out in this instant. Seeing that Tian Yuyue was in deep thought, Xian Hai hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. To be able to merge the 10,000 Methods sect, this is indeed a great thing for my Green Cloud sect. It's just that, we can't talk about this matter, but we have to let the side of the 10,000 Laws sect mention it. It's not enough to mention it, you have to get a majority. After Elder Brother sees that the hearts and minds of the people are in the right place and things have been nailed down, with his character, he'll definitely nod his head yes. Tian Yuyue looked towards Xian Hai and smiled involuntarily. I can't imagine that Elder Xian Hai's mind is so delicate. Even his plan has been arranged. In the Green Cloud sect, there are even resourceful people like you. I'm really a bit worried about Patriarch Qin. Seemingly hearing the meaning in Tian Yuyue's words, Xian Hai laughed out loud. The princess is overly concerned, including me, all the official disciples of the Green Cloud sect. As long as my senior brother says so, we'll go through fire and water. Even if senior brother wants my life, I will gladly offer it, never resisting in any way. Looking Xian Hai up and down, Tian Yuyue did not speak for a long time. After a moment, she finally nodded. Okay, I'll give it a try then. But it's something I can't promise. If necessary, perhaps some strong-arm tactics will be necessary. Before he left, Tian Yuyue reminded Xian Hai once again. I will agree to this request because I hope that after the Green Cloud sect has raised its strength, it can bring me help when I need it. Elder Xian Hai, don't forget this prerequisite. Xian Hai nodded his head in a hurry. Regardless of whether this matter succeeds or fails, the efforts made by the princess will definitely be remembered by my Green Cloud sect. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? The meaning is simple. I want you to use your identity as a personal disciple of the 10,000 Laws sect's patriarch to convince the others within the sect. Let the majority of people be able to agree on the proposal to merge the 10,000 Methods sect into the Green Cloud sect. Looking at Tian Yuyue's serious expression, Xiao Rou was finally certain that Princess Yuyu's words were definitely not a joke. A week had passed since the civil unrest in the Manifestation sect. With the help of the 12 golden guards in green, the parasites on the patriarch of the Manifestation sect were completely put to death, and the results were just as previously stated. The patriarch of the 10,000 Laws sect had long since been completely devoured by the parasites, never to be resurrected again. After getting this result, the entire Manifestation sect was shrouded in a layer of gloom and frustration. Due to the lack of the sovereign's presence, many forces had already begun to test the waters and make their hands on some of the Manifestation sect's external resources. Though most of the forces, for now, are fairly disciplined, but we all know very well that once it's been a long time, no one could guarantee that they weren't thinking about the fragrant piece of fat meat that was the 10,000 Laws sect. As the sovereign's personal disciple, Xiao Rou had also strengthened her spirit in the past 2 days and discussed the matter with the 4 elders, and of the many suggestions they gave, only one was more feasible. That is, shrinking the clan's power and plotting for future development, though to do so would be to cut off an arm and give up a great deal of resources. But at the very least, the integrity of the clan could be guaranteed. Perhaps in a few hundred years, a genius would appear within the clan and be able to lead the entire clan out of the doldrums. But now, because of the arrival of Sky by Moon, the second path was laid out. It was just that after Xiao Rou passed this on to the 4 elders, in return, there was only one reply. Delusions of grandeur. 062, response. Qin Feng thanks for the invitation to the trip. 10,000 Dharma gates. Inside the council chamber, the 4 great elders are gathered together. Everyone was black-faced and just looked really pissed off. Xiao Rou, who was the sovereign's own heirloom, was currently sitting at the very end of the line, because this meeting today is also directly related to her. Seeing that the people were all together, the Grand Elder opened his eyes slightly. As soon as he opened his mouth, he chopped it off. My 10,000 Methods sect has experienced hundreds of changes, big and small, since the beginning of the sect. I also admit that this change is perhaps the most serious, even affecting the clan's foothold. But this can never be a reason for our clan to commit to another clan. The 3rd elder nodded at this moment as well. That's right. Although shrinking the clan's power will cause our Manifestation sect to decline, at least it retains the spark. But if it is merged into the Green Cloud sect, 1,000 years from now, who else will remember the 3 words 10,000 Methods sect? Bang! The 4th elder, who had the hottest temper, violently pounded the table. Right, that's the point. Zoe, just reply to the princess and say that we thank her for her kindness. As for the future development of the Manifestation sect, we don't need others to worry about it for us. Xiao Rou looked at the attitude of the 3 elders and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. And at this point, the 2nd elder, who hadn't said anything, suddenly sighed. Guys, you're forgetting one crucial thing. The reason why we were able to get out of the danger of the clan this time is entirely due to the help of the Green Cloud sect. If it wasn't for Roar's timely discovery, which allowed the Green Cloud sect's people to get involved, That parasite is controlling the patriarch's physical body, and there's no telling what kind of sect-destroying behavior he'll do in the future. Now, the other Qingyan sect has favored us. Let's categorically not mention repayment and only consider our own interests. If we really deal with it this way, I'm afraid that in the Eastern continent, there is no more place for the 10,000 Method sect to stand. Hearing this, the fourth elder immediately asked a question. So what do you say? Can it be that if he, the Qingyan sect, rescues us, we have to use our entire sect to thank each other? How in heaven's name? In the conference room, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you. For a while, no one could come up with an idea. A moment later, the second elder finally spoke. How about this? The four of us will jointly write a letter inviting Qin Feng and the princess from the Qingyan sect to come to the 1FA sect as guests. On the one hand, it's an expression of our gratitude. On the other hand, saying that, the second elder used his finger and wrote down the word, good, on the table. I've heard that this Qingyun sect's Qin Feng is a character who doesn't fight or rob. Perhaps the merging of the 10,000 Laws sect is nothing more than wishful thinking on Tian Yu's part. She's doing this to consolidate her power. If that's the case, then it's rather good. When Qin Feng comes to our manifestation sect, we'll push him towards the good guys one by one. Give me what I like. Give me what I want. Let's say whatever sounds good. However, let's keep our sentences to the 10,000 Dharma sect, with the integrity of the 10,000 Dharma sect interspersed in every sentence, in order to let Qin Feng know that the 10,000 Method sect absolutely must not be merged. Speaking of this, the Grand Elder's heavy frown gradually stretched out. Good idea. Use these words to bait Qin Feng, so that he's in an environment where he can't take a stand, as long as he's slightly moved and speaks out in favor of the manifestation sect's proposal. At that time, even if Princess Yeye thinks about it anymore, she'll be too embarrassed to mention it again. In this way, we won't offend the princess and will repay Qin Feng's favor. It's the best of both worlds. When the other two elders heard this, they were all smiles. However, Xiao Rou was embarrassed. For elders, this Qin Feng is not an ordinary character. His strength is deep and unknown, and his temperament is even a bit eccentric. With his insight, if we take out ordinary things to thank him, will it make him feel? When the four elders heard this, they immediately nodded in agreement. But think of the integrity and continuity of the clan. The Grand Elder immediately made a decision. No matter what, the Green Cloud sect has indeed been kind to my sect in this matter. At that time, the 3 peaks and 3 pavilions, all open to it. Let him pick it out for himself, and give him whatever he picks. 3 peaks, Spirit Medicine Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, and Spirit Mine Peak. 3 pavilions, the Forge Pavilion, the Book Collection Pavilion, and the Zone Formation Pavilion. These 6 places could be considered the most crucial locations of the manifestation sect. The clan's heritage and accumulation were all reflected here as well. Xiao Rou was very clear. The Grand Elder was completely open-minded when he did this, trying to trade everything in the clan for a dignity and face. Looking at the epistle, Qin Feng said helplessly, "Are we really going? Isn't it true that the manifestation sect is currently just stabilizing? Isn't it a bit that way for us to bother people at this time?" While listening to Qin Feng's consideration, Xian Hai shook his head. For them to send out this invitation means they've already deployed everything. Furthermore, if other clans had helped them, I'm afraid they would have passed over the list of reimbursements the next day. But what about us? 1 didn't talk about pay, 2 didn't talk about favors. It's like nothing happened. In my opinion, the manifestation sect side must also be a bit overjoyed, which is why they want to show their feelings. At this time, if we refuse again, it will instead make people think that our Green Cloud sect is too arrogant with no one in sight. Qin Feng sked. It's also harmful. We are just doing a favor. We haven't really thought about that much. Genkai smiled and nodded. Yeah, how many people under the sky can be like you, senior brother, and do everything without expecting anything in return? Alright, I'll do this for you. Let's say yes. Qin Feng changed his posture and casually waved his hand. Alright, as for the time of departure, as well as the arrangement of the entourage, you can arrange the whole thing. And so, half a month later, including Xian Hai, there were 10 people in the Qingyun sect's group. At the invitation of the 10,000 Laws sect, it came here in great numbers. Just as soon as he entered the range of the 10,000 Laws sect, countless fireworks and colorful stripes just suddenly flew into the air. A few female disciples of the manifestation sect, dressed in light veils and holding red cloths, leap into the air. The red cloth was pulled back, and the word welcome was printed in large, hot gold letters. Disciples of the manifestation sect, welcome sect leader Qin Feng of the Qingyun sect. Patriarch Qin has come to visit. All the disciples of the 10,000 Laws sect, congratulations and sincerity. Everyone who embarks on the path of immortal cultivation has a certain amount of self-respect. It would never have been possible to do such a thing as colorful clothing to entertain the crowd if they hadn't been ordered to do so. However, It could also be seen from here that the 10,000 Laws sect did attach great importance to this arrival of Qin Feng. He would rather have his disciples come to be jugglers than to win a smile from Qin Feng. But, just when everything was going right, accidents, but they happen. 063, shocking the 10,000 Laws sect. There are many kinds of dismounting. In a neat congratulatory procession, a female disciple of the manifestation sect was suddenly like a kite with broken strings, suddenly falling from mid-air. It was about to smash on Qin Feng's body. Fortunately, Xian Hai, who was quick on his feet, hurriedly used his spiritual energy to support the other party. That's what prevented a mess from happening. Placing the female disciple on the ground, Qin Feng took a curious look. Only this female disciple of the manifestation sect was seen to have turned her lips into a blackish-purple color. On his arms and lower legs, some cracks also began to surface. She herself, being unconscious, was not reacting at the moment. At this time, Xiao Rou caught up with him. First, he apologized to Qin Feng and the others, and then immediately checked the situation of his fellow disciples. But she just looked at it and immediately sighed and shook her head. It's too late. Hey, that's the fourth one. These words, which had no beginning or end, caused Qin Feng to instantly become curious. After careful questioning, I finally learned. It turned out that since the death of the patriarch of the manifestation sect, there had been discussions within the sect regarding the new patriarch. For those who cultivate immortals, strength is honored. Some of the disciples who wanted to keep the manifestation sect propped up and wanted to give everything they had to the sect. It just started a frenzy of hiking and practicing. But there was a huge problem hidden here. And that was the drawbacks of the 10,000 Laws sect technique. The manifestation sect's main cultivation techniques were all secretly mysterious. Only when enlightenment and strength were reached at the same time could one advance to the next stage. A single effort may not yield results. Instead, one can go off the deep end by going in the wrong direction. Qin Feng was secretly shocked by what he heard and unconsciously said, "Your clan's dong method is harsh enough." When these words came out, Xiao Rou hadn't even opened her mouth. The four elders in the distance then walked over and bowed to Qin Feng. Then, the Grand Elder slowly explained, "Patriarch Qin doesn't know. The first patriarch of my 10,000 Methods sect was an astonishingly heavenly and worldly prodigy. The strength and enlightenment of the people who came before us are not known to be any higher than us. That's why when these feats were created, only the power of the feats was taken into account, not the ability of the descendants. So much so, that the disciples of our clan are doubly cautious when practicing." After hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, Qin Feng also finally understood a little. His gaze once again returned to the unconscious female disciple. "And how long does she need to recuperate from this condition?" The Grand Elder shook his head sadly. "With the clan's care, she will soon recover from her trauma. But because she was too hasty, her meridians and acupoints have been irreversibly damaged. Even after fully recovering, her path of cultivation will remain at this current stage." With that, the Grand Elder ordered the unconscious female disciple to be carried inside. Qin Feng also nodded helplessly and gave a hand in passing, but it was such a brief contact. In Qin Feng's palm, a soft green halo suddenly glowed. The halo spread out in a circle, wrapping all the people around them in it. For a moment, everyone froze in place and unconsciously looked at Qin Feng. But Qin Feng, at this moment, acted as if he had done something very normal. Seeing that the crowd was staring at him, Qin Feng did not know what it was, for although he sensed something strange. "What are you guys looking at? I got something on my face? Patriarch Qin, just now this halo was you." Listening to Xiao Rou's words, Qin Feng's entire body was in a cloud. What halo?" Just then, Qin Feng's words had just landed. The female disciple of the 10,000 Laws sect who was carried on a stretcher unexpectedly woke up leisurely. She gently opened her small mouth and exhaled a mouthful of silty black air. As the black gas slowly exhaled, the cracks on her arms and calves began to miraculously fade. When the four great elders saw this, they were instantly frightened and bloodless. It is important to realize that these cracks are actually internal injuries left in the meridians and acupuncture points. The meridians and acupoints, on the other hand, only show such cracks when they are irreversibly damaged. But now, the cracks faded away, which meant that the female disciple's meridians and acupoints were repaired again. The second elder gulped and walked over impatiently. He placed his hand at the female disciple's wrist and quietly probed. Time passed by, and no one around them spoke. Only the second elder was the only one with bean-sized beads of sweat on his forehead, dripping down one after another. Reverse the meridian, and gather all the 100 points. While silently reciting these 8 words in his heart, the second elder looked at Qin Feng incredulously. The moment, in his eyes, Qin Feng, who had a confused face and was standing in place at a loss, the aura emanating from his body was so mysterious and profound. Those eyes weren't confused at all, but rather, they were bemused after seeing through everything. The second elder withdrew his hand and nodded heavily to the other 3 elders. The other three elders hastily sucked in a breath of cool air. Immediately go up and check it out for yourself. It was better not to check it out, but it was a direct shock. The female disciple, who had originally suffered serious internal injuries, was now in a situation that was simply too good to be true. The abundance of physical and spiritual energy signaled the integrity and health of her meridians and acupoints. The source spawned a breath that spoke of something even more terrifying. That is, the one that was supposed to send her over the edge. The pass where her meridian points were destroyed. Now it's surprising that they actually rushed through, and it brought a definite increase in strength. And all of this had absolutely everything to do with Qin Feng's blow just now. Behind Qin Feng, Xian Hai smiled gently. Seeing Tian Yue on the side, he wanted to open his mouth to inquire. Xian Hai quietly reached out and walked over to Tian Yue and whispered, "Please have some patience, Princess. Senior brother's actions just now should have been an attempt to bring a small shock to the manifestation sect. You should understand, there are many kinds of dismounts, too." Hearing this, Tian Yue immediately nodded, then gently raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this Qin Feng was really the kind of character who was not willing to hold a gun and bully the weak. Obviously you can go out and suppress and deter. Instead, they chose to use wistfulness to give the other side an unfathomable shock. About this character of his, it seems necessary to bear in mind himself. The four major elders of the manifestation sect were silenced at this moment, mainly because Qin Feng had just shown this hand. The pressure that was invariably brought to bear on them was too great. The original prepared series of sayings, trying to raise the 10,000 method sect's pushiness, making the Qin Yin sect have an extra layer of concern and other words and techniques. Under this heaven-defying means of Qin Feng just now, it completely lost its effect. Luckily, Sky by Moon reacted and hurriedly found a topic to reheat up the scene. Taking this opportunity, the four elders also stabilized their emotions, formally welcoming Qin Feng and the others inside the manifestation sect. At this time, the third elder walked over to Xiao Rou. Quietly, he said to Xiao Rou, "Go to the treasure pavilion and bring that thing you prepared earlier. We've fallen behind at the moment. If you want to communicate with Qin Feng on an equal footing, you have to give them a bit of a hard time to do so." 064, shocking the crowd again, completing the feats. Inside the manifest destiny, the people were seated in groups of guests and hosts, since it was not yet time for the banquet to open. So with the four elders taking the lead, they first took on Qin Feng for stepping in to help the manifestation sect. Some compliments and thanksgiving were performed. We of the 1FA sect will certainly remember the great kindness of Patriarch Qin. Although the sect has not elected a new patriarch right now, the four of us old guys have already discussed it. From now on, my 10,000 method sect will never put up a defense against the Qin Yin sect. Hearing that the Green Cloud sect is currently still in the stall of rebuilding, this matter is also on our minds. Spirit stones, immortal herbs, spirit beasts, and feats. As long as the Green Cloud sect has a need, the 10,000 method sect will provide it with all its might. Never a word of dishonor. Hearing this, Xian Hai, who was beside Qin Feng, immediately raised his eyebrows. Spirit stones, fairy herbs, spirit animals. These resources were all necessary to rebuild the clan and were valuable and precious. But feats? From a normal point of view, the gongfu of every clan or family was a top secret. After all, these feats were more or less engraved with the inheritance of the power. This time, the 10,000 Methods sect was actually willing to offer out their own techniques, so it seemed that they had indeed put down some money. Just thinking about the scene just before entering the door, Genkai shook his head helplessly again. Unfortunately, the 10,000 Methods sect's gong method was a bit too harsh, although in terms of power, it was a bit more outstanding than the same type of technique from the Qingyan sect. But the problems and difficulties encountered in cultivation were also a lot more than the Green Cloud sect's gongfu. In contrast, it's not really easy to say whether the deal is a loss or a gain. It was in the gap between Xian Hai's thoughts. Xiao Rou led the way. She held a tray and placed it in front of Qin Feng. Patriarch Qin has generously stepped in to save the entirety of my clan from the crisis. Here is a little token of appreciation. A treasure left behind by my predecessor from the 10,000 Method sect, and a few entry-level techniques. These feats have been carefully selected by the elders, and solutions have been found to the many problems in them. It's best used to cultivate a newcomer's physical and spiritual foundation. Please be sure to accept it. Patriarch Qin. This kind of thing, exchanging feats, was fairly common amongst the sects. The benefit of this is, on the one hand, a boost in strength. On the other hand, it was also possible to gain a certain amount of inspiration by studying the gong methods of other sects. Lifting the red cloth on the tray, a black iron ruler appeared in front of him. Next to the iron ruler were the books of feats that Xiao Rou had said. For the first time, Qin Feng did not look at the ruler. Instead, he curiously picked up the several feats and casually flipped through them. This rummage, however, gave Qin Feng a smile. It turned out that the 10,000 method Sect's techniques were not even written down in words, recorded in these books of feats. Surprisingly, it was made up of strange symbols, various cultivation movements. Seeing Qin Feng's expression change slightly, the second elder hurriedly joked, as we just said, these canonical books left behind by the primordial patriarch are almost all graphically drawn. Cultivating with his old man's qualifications is naturally easy and enjoyable, but we, the children and grandchildren who are not strong enough to cultivate, have really suffered a lot. Over the years, a few of us old guys have continued to delve into it, and we've only just patched up some of the difficult points in the cultivation process. In the canon, a combination of symbols make a villain. One moment he's posing standing on one leg, the next he's posing with his hands up in the air. It was exactly the same as the second elder's explanation, but, in Qin Feng's eyes, it was as if these symbols had a soul. Not only did it become active, but it was also a constant flashing reminder at certain key locations. With his eyes tracking the location of these flickers, Qin Feng was a bit mesmerized as he watched. Before long, he actually had his fingers on the tome, inexplicably scratching around. Seeing Qin Feng's behavior and actions was a bit strange. Several elders also looked at each other. However, they still hadn't guessed what Qin Feng was doing, just as a few people were coloring Xiao Rou to ask her to inquire about it. Outrageous things. Once again, the Gongfu tome in Qin Feng's hand unexpectedly began to flip through it automatically. At first, everyone thought it was the wind, but with a few other tomes, it also began to turn itself over without wind after. The expressions of the people at the scene directly became subtle. Patriarch Qin, what are you doing? At this moment, it was like Qin Feng had entered a strange state. He kept looking over the tome in his hands. With each page, the other tomes set aside followed suit. As for the words of the Grand Elder, Qin Feng completely acted as if he hadn't heard them. A moment later, Qin Feng put down the Gongfu tome in his hand and his eyes became clear again. Seeing that the crowd was looking at him again, Qin Feng looked to Xian Hai on the side. I hope Sifu can explain, but Xian Hai didn't know what exactly Qin Feng had just done. Solely, he picked up the tome that Qin Feng had just looked through. After casually flipping through 2 pages, Xian Hai's movements suddenly stood still. He violently put down the tome in his hands and looked at Qin Feng with unbelievable eyes. Senior brother, you are? This is no joke. Qin Feng was about to state that he knew nothing. Xiao Rou, who was standing in front of him, was suddenly shaken. She couldn't care less about her image and identity, and immediately picked up one of the feats to check it out. Purple Xian Gong. These few actions. Does it mean? So, the Denglong transformation of Qi method. So that's how this movement works. No wonder. Looking at Xiao Rou's expression, the Grand Elder seemed to have guessed something. He raised his hand slightly and took the Gongfu in Xiao Rou's hand. After going through it together with several other elders, he was stunned on the spot. Original. Qin Feng had just flipped through the merit law, but he had actually changed the pattern in it. There were several patterns whose original movements were directly altered in their entire form by Qin Feng. Genkai was clear. So to make changes to another person's clan's Gongfu was very impolite behavior. It could even be classified as a provocative move. He was just about to explain a couple of things, but then he saw the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Laws sect, unexpectedly standing up tremblingly. Patriarch Qin, I think I've seen too many talented people, but today, Patriarch Qin's 2 strikes really opened my eyes. As it turns out, the 4 of us old guys racked our brains to figure out the hard part of the feats. For Patriarch Qin to be like child's play, it's really admirable. Everyone was confused when the Grand Elder's words came out. The one who was most clueless was Tian Yuyue, who had followed Qin Feng here. It wasn't until this time that she realized Qin Feng's behavior just now. Surprisingly, he was complimenting the other sect's gong methods. To make such an operation in such a short time? This is incredible. There are simply no words or phrases to describe it. It was important to realize that the prerequisite for complementing and altering a technique was that one had to be very familiar with it. In addition to being very familiar with the technique, it was also necessary to figure out the thoughts and ideas of the person who had designed the technique. A Qin Feng that he had never seen before. Surprisingly, there was a connection with the predecessor of the 10,000 Laws sect in terms of enlightenment and philosophy? That's not possible. But if it's not possible, then the maturity of this gong method in front of him had actually reached a state of perfection under Qin Feng's tinkering. This Qin Feng, what kind of person is he? Following this train of thought, the more the 4 elders thought about it, the more their hearts became confused, even forgot to take control of the scene. They looked at Qin Feng in unison, and something strange was suddenly mixed in their originally resistant eyes. 065, the Great Elder's preemptive strike. The sky is the limit. Same time, the 1FA sect disciples on the scene were all shocked in place as well. Everyone had incredulity written all over their faces, couldn't care less about manners and rules, and frantically beeped up in a small voice. Did I hear you correctly? Just now the Grand Elder's words meant to say that Qin Feng has made up our 10,000 method sects techniques? That should be right. I heard it too. This can't be right. Although Qin Feng is the head of a clan, he and our 1FA sect have no relationship at all. Not necessarily. I once heard the third elder say that our 10,000 method sects techniques originally originated from the 10,000 techniques. It's a brand new technique that was deduced after continuously refining and streamlining other techniques. Since the origin of the merit law itself is traceable, then it's theoretically reasonable for Qin Feng to be able to supplement this gong method. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You mean to tell me that Qin Feng was able to guess where our clan's techniques came from just by flipping through 2 pages? Or else, then explain how he did it? The crowd had a heated discussion as you spoke and I spoke. As for the 4 great elders of the manifestation sect, their faces began to change as they listened to the crowd's discussion. The high level of enlightenment of Patriarch Qin is truly something that I have never seen in my life. No wonder the Green Cloud sect can return to the center of power in the Eastern continent once again in a short period of time. I'm sure that this must be due to Patriarch Qin's credit. Qin Feng didn't know how to explain, and could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Seeing that Qin Feng was unwilling to answer, the 4 elders did not say anything more, setting the feats in his hand aside, then said softly, "Since things have come to this point, then we old guys won't hide anything. Patriarch Qin, you have such profound enlightenment and cultivation at such a young age. Such strength is truly enviable to us. I'm sure that after years of polishing and baptizing, not to mention the Eastern continent, I'm afraid that the entire continent of the 9 states will also spread your great name." The Grand Elder suddenly paused when he said this. He then smiled and pointed at the crowd of the manifestation sect behind him. "Now, my 10,000 method sect has suffered a huge change, and the sect's power is declining by the day. But, my 10,000 method sect is not rootless water, and has its own heritage and dignity. Let's open up. Regarding the merger of the 2 clans, please forgive us for really not being able to agree, because, it's not only about the continuation of the clan, but also about the clan's reputation over the past 100 years. Princess Yeye's proposal is certainly very good, but my 10,000 method sect also has its own insistence and pride. However, you can rest assured, Sect Master Qin, my 10,000 method sect is by no means an ungrateful person. You have helped us tremendously by stepping in and helping us in this one. So, our reward is definitely not going to be any lighter." Listening to the words of the Grand Elder, the face of Tian Yuyue on the side immediately changed. First of all, she really didn't expect it. The manifestation sect would directly showdown with Qin Feng about a complete merger under these circumstances. Secondly, she hadn't even guessed. The 10,000 method sect had reached this point today, and still wanted to stick to its old ways and not accept its own advice. But she could understand that, after all, the shock Qin Feng had brought them since he arrived at the 10,000 method sect was simply too great. With 2 simple strikes, the opportunity for the 10,000 laws sect to have an equal dialogue was directly dismissed. Facing Qin Feng, who was far superior to him in every aspect, straight up showdowns and putting your thoughts out in the open. Perhaps it was the last hope that the manifestation sect could remain intact. Just, regarding their choices, Tian Yuyue, who had intended to set things up, was naturally in a somewhat unhappy mood. Self-consciously, he picked up his glass and shook his head somewhat angrily, and that's when Qin Feng, who was at the center of the vortex, was even more headstrong. He didn't even understand why the Grand Elder had suddenly chatted about merging the clans. "Isn't it just to thank you for inviting yourself here today?" Before Qin Feng could say anything, the Grand Elder arrived in front of him, taking the black iron ruler on the tray in his hands. He then introduced it to Qin Feng. This object, a treasure left behind by the 3rd-generation patriarch of the 10,000 method sect, is called the End of the Sky at Hand. The treasure is not comparable to an immortal artifact, but it can be called my clan sect treasure. The 4 of us have talked it over. Let's use this at arm's length to repay you for your hand. Patriarch Qin, the treasure of the clan? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng instantly became interested. Since it dared to be called the treasure of the town, it meant that the value must be substantial, as opposed to, say, merging the mana sect and adding a whole bunch of new people to the trouble. Qin Feng saw even more of the weight of this Shinzong's treasure. The Grand Elder silently recited the mantra. Then, the iron ruler in his hand began to emit a shimmering light. When the shimmering light disappeared, the Grand Elder nodded gently at Qin Feng. "Next, please ask Patriarch Qin to watch carefully. The wonders of this treasure will surely exceed your imagination." After saying that, Grand Elder Xiao Rou nodded. Xiao Rou understood and immediately pinched her hand. To the amazed and astonished eyes of the crowd, a ray of fire suddenly attacked where the Grand Elder was. The speed of the firelight was extremely fast, instantly arriving near the Grand Elder's face. But the Elder didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, he stood still with a calm face. Pust! In the next second, the fire that should have smashed on the Grand Elder, surprisingly, it penetrated his body and smashed hard into the ground behind him. The the Grand Elder was still standing by Qin Feng's side without a single scratch on his body. This time, the crowd at the scene was amazed. Even the ever-knowledgeable Tian Yunyue was shocked by the efficacy of this treasure. Subsequently, at the request of the Grand Elder, weapons, talismans, spiritual attacks, poisonous techniques, and even formations, all sorts of attacks were coming out of the woodwork, but every time it would penetrate through his body, unable to do half the damage to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder swept his eyes over the surprised expressions of the crowd and raised his head in satisfaction. The iron ruler was then placed back on the tray. This object is called at hand, a magic treasure that can switch, at will, the space where the holder is. It seems so close, but it's so far away. It only needs to be paired with a mnemonic and continually injected with aura into the treasure, and then it can be used properly. Patriarch Qin, I'll repay you with this treasure. I wonder if you're willing. Towards the end, the Grand Elder's face seemed to have a bit of pride on it. Although this treasure of the town was about to be given away by himself, but it also proved from another aspect that the 10,000 Methods sect was not some small portal with no background. Today's difficulty is nothing more than being counted on. We'll rise again given the chance. Qin Feng was also itching to hear the efficacy of this treasure. After all, the efficacy of this treasure was just too suitable for someone like him. In the Green Cloud sect, it was not even his turn to fight and kill, but in the event of an unforeseen situation, one is in extreme need of protection from others. Safe is safe, but just a little less free. But if you have this treasure in your hand, one's safety would be absolutely guaranteed, and there would be no need to keep anyone around. Thinking of this, Qin Feng hurriedly laughed. Of course I do. I won't hide it from the Grand Elder. I'm really lacking such a treasure right now. Saying so, Qin Feng hurriedly went forward and wanted to pick up this iron ruler to observe it. The Grand Elder hastened to say, Patriarch Qin, wait a moment. I haven't lifted the password yet. You can't even touch. If you go and get it now. However, right at this moment, Qin Feng was holding the iron ruler in his hand and was curiously turning his head to look at the Grand Elder. Sorry, just now, my attention was focused on this treasure. You just said that I simply what? 066, the ability to tear through space. The second prince who stirs up trouble. The air is quiet. Inside the manifestation sect, the crowd was led by the Grand Elder. Wide-eyed, he looked at Qin Feng, who had a delighted face and was observing the iron ruler. The movement of his hand with the iron ruler was so natural and casual, but it's just so natural and casual, but it directly planted a powerful word in the hearts of the four elders. Fear, a stone's throw away. The Manifest Destiny sect's treasure of the clan. It can pry the power of space briefly, disconnecting the user's body from real space, thereby dispensing with all that is touched. In other words, when the arm's length was activated, including this treasure itself, it looks like you're still in this space, but you're actually within a different space. But Qin Feng just reached out and grabbed it. It was as if the moon, reflected in the water, had been grasped directly in the palm of his hand. What kind of operation is this? The ability to tear through space? Even in the immortal realm, one had never heard of many people that possessed the strength to intervene in space. But this one, he just did it so silky smooth. The Grand Elder stood on the side, looking directly dumbfounded. He was sure that he had indeed not disarmed the gag. So within reach is now, still in a state of activation. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but when the words came, they didn't know what to say. After thinking for a long time, the Grand Elder finally held his tongue. Patriarch Qin is unfathomable at a young age. Receiving the Manifestation Sect's treasure offering, Qin Feng's mood was exceptionally unrestrained, because this was the first one he could use so far, a treasure of his own. With the iron ruler in his arms, the banquet prepared by the Manifestation Sect was officially opened. During the banquet, the people all marveled at Qin Feng's strength and heart. Qin Feng, who had been praised to the skies, had long since gotten used to the crowd's attitude towards him. I had to raise my glass and humble myself one by one. The Sky By Moon on the side was not in much of a mood to eat or drink. She had come this time to set up the merger of the clans, but now it seems that the matter has been shelved, and there is no possibility of bringing it up again. And this also meant that the clan power in her hands would lack the presence of the 10,000 Laws sect, just as she was thinking of other ways to replenish her strength. In midair, three figures suddenly appeared. Upon taking in the figure at the head, Tian Yu's eyes instantly narrowed, because this person was none other than her royal brother, the second prince, Tian Shixing. The two people beside the second prince were also of great importance. These two were known as Elder Dan and Elder Pill. It was the person in charge of the Eastern Continent's #1 Dan sect, Spirit Herb Valley. The two were blood brothers, and had the ability to recognize immortal herbs and elixirs from birth. After embarking on the path of alchemy, his strength was even increasing, and because of its special status, it was honored by many sects. Others were skeptical about their arrival. However, Sky by Moon reacted quickly. After all, the heavenly remnant, most likely, was found by the second prince. Although they hadn't completely taken down the manifestation sect, they had brought heavy damage to the manifestation sect. Seeing the duck in his hand just fly away, the second prince would definitely not agree. So, it must have been brought in to make a scene. By the way, I want to play the game and take away some favors or something like that. In a few moments, the second prince and the others had landed in the middle of the banquet. The 4 elders of the manifestation sect rushed forward to greet them. Your Highness the second prince, Elder Dan, Elder Pill. I don't know that the 3 of you have come today, so please forgive our poor hospitality. The second prince didn't even raise his head and just glanced at Princess Moon by Moon. He then waved his hand indifferently and said with disdain mixed in his tone, just, welcome or not, I'm here anyway, so no need to be polite. When I heard that your patriarch was killed, I wanted to come earlier to show my appreciation, but I was caught up in trivial matters. I just happened to be free today, and I happened to meet the second elder of the Dan Pill, so I just came over together. With that, the second prince gave a slight nod. From his bosom, Dan Lao took out a 4-square handkerchief. Unfolding the folded handkerchief, a golden pill appeared in it. The 10,000 Methods sect is also considered an old sect, and its relationship with the dynasty has been good all these years. Knowing that you guys are in a difficult time right now, I purposely asked Elder Dan to bring a golden windless transforming pill. A Mahayana stage cultivator who takes this Dan can immediately break through to the great perfection realm. This elixir, counted as a small help from me to you. The crowd was stunned. Everyone didn't expect the second prince to come out so boldly. Even this level of elixir was used to give it away. However, the 4 elders were human after all. There's never a free lunch under the sun. You must give relative to what you want. This spiritual elixir in front of them was indeed extremely tempting to the crowd, but they won't take it on until they figure out what it's going to cost them. Thinking of this, the Grand Elder immediately changed the subject. What a bridge today! Both the eldest princess and the second prince have come to the Wanfa sect to offer their condolences. I can't thank the dynasty enough for their favor. It's just that, this elixir that you sent as a gift from you, second prince, is just too expensive. We really can't afford it. Hearing the Grand Elder lift up his sister, the second prince had no choice but to continue pretending to be invisible. Unable to do so, he gave a gentle nod to Sky by Moon. So Imperial sister is already here. Just now I was so focused on talking to come that I didn't even notice for a moment. As the second prince's words reached one side, he suddenly saw Qin Feng, who was still concentrating on eating a large elbow. Beside him, he raised his eyebrows twice in curiosity, then said in a flirtatious tone, this one, then, should be Qing Yun Sect's Qin Feng, right? I've heard that during this time, you've made quite a name for yourself on the Eastern continent, and even my royal sister appreciates you exceptionally. It's a pity that I didn't find anything outstanding at first sight today. I wonder, what are you guys doing here in the Green Cloud sect today? Regarding the second prince, Qin Feng did not have any interactions with him. Plus, he had chosen Princess Yu, so Qin Feng did not care too much about him. But now, the second prince's question was directed at Qin Feng. It would be really rude not to answer. Putting down his elbow, Qin Feng, he was considering how to reply. Xian Hai, who was Qin Feng's spokesperson, hurriedly bowed deeply. Your Highness, the patriarch was invited to come. Shut up. Xian Hai's smile was directly frozen on his face by the second prince's sentence of rebuke. The second prince's rebuke was clearly audible to everyone present. I was talking to Qin Feng. Who are you to stand up and answer? Elder Dan Medicine Elder, get me half an hour to slap his mouth, so that he'll learn a lesson. The second elder of pills led the order and immediately came to Xian Hai's side. Strong strength was not something that Xian Hai, a high realm that had been plucked up, could carry out lines of resistance. One of them directly shot out 3 silver needles from his fingertips, instantly controlling Xian Hai's movements. The other showed his arms and sleeves, with the intention of striking hard. Just in the nick of time, a voice that Xian Hai was not expecting suddenly appeared. Take your hands off Genkai. 067, the second prince's setup. Heaven and earth borrow a fireplace. Following the direction of the voice, Xian Hai turned his head to look. What he couldn't believe was this. The person who had just exited his mouth to stop the second elder of the pill was actually Qin Feng. To know, prior to this, Qin Feng had never done anything similar, and a long period of freewheeling and swinging to lay even. It also gradually made the people around him accept this character of Qin Feng. But now, Qin Feng's tone was very unkind, and his face still had a bit of anger on it. This was something Genkai had never seen before. Qin Feng opened his mouth this time. It wasn't just Xian Hai who was surprised. Even Sky by Moon looked over curiously. The impression was that although Qin Feng had great strength, he was completely good old-fashioned in character. Good old boys usually start with verbal communication when responding to such emergencies. Besides, Elder Dan and Elder Pill were considered quite prestigious people in the Eastern continent. There are countless people carrying heavy worship to see for medicine at their door every day. Facing this level of storage, even if the other person's approach is very unpleasant, you should not show your displeasure directly. Pity. All these speculations from the crowd were completely unrelated to what Qin Feng had in mind. Who is Qin Feng? Swinging pros. From the moment he returned to the sect, Qin Feng started his journey to lay flat, and along with the increase in strength of the Green Cloud sect, his quality of life is also getting better and better, as are his chances of laying down and swinging for the fences. But there is an old saying, your years are quiet because someone is carrying your weight, and in the days and nights when Qin Feng enjoyed both the swing and the fame, the one who shared the most for him was Zhen Kai. Unlike the other members of the Qin Yun sect, Xian Hai was Qin Feng's being in the sense that he was of the same generation. The relationship between the two is also not comparable to that of ordinary people. Especially, every time something good happened, Xian Hai was the first to think of his senior brother. Whenever he talked about Qin Feng, he would also try to do everything he could to elevate Qin Feng's status in any way he could. All kinds of pieces. Although Qin Feng didn't say anything, he kept it all in his mind. Nowadays, the two old clappers who somehow got it, relying on the support of the second prince, as soon as he arrived, he tried to take Xian Hai to establish his authority. This matter, others could agree to it, but Qin Feng would never agree to it. So, for a moment, he went against the norm. Suddenly his anger increased greatly, and he directly spoke out to rebuke the second elder of the pill. Being shouted at by Qin Feng like that, the second elder of pills really did stop. Even the second prince, who had come along with him, froze in place. However, since they had come prepared, they naturally wouldn't be so easily intimidated by Qin Feng. After stabilizing his mind, the second prince let out a cold snort. What? Does Patriarch Qin have any complaints about my orders? Qin Feng is not an idiot even though he swings for the fences. Right now, the only one who could maneuver with the second prince was the Princess Tian Yue. And again, he was already on the same side as the princess. Borrowing a knife may not work, but borrowing power is still possible. Your Highness, the second prince, it's really a bit inappropriate for you to directly take down my senior brother when you've just arrived at the 10,000 Methods sect. What's more, we came here today at the invitation of the 10,000 Laws sect and our guests here. You do this, I am worried that it will refute the face of the 10,000 Laws sect. What do you think, princess? After steering the topic to Princess Yaye, Qin Feng stared at the second elder of the pill with a deadly stare, fearing that they would lay their hands on Xian Hai. Seeing that he had been pushed onto the stage, Sky by Moon also spoke dryly. Well, what Patriarch Qin said is not without reason. Emperor, you do this thing, perhaps really a little inappropriate. Seeing Princess Yaye opening her mouth, Qin Feng was finally relieved. But just when he thought that things would turn around because of Princess Yu's words, Pill Elder suddenly sneered. What? Are you trying to use the name of Her Highness to overpower the two of my brothers? You are guests of the Manifestation sect? The former patriarch of the 10,000 Laws sect, but he has begged pills from our brothers. In that case, we are still the benefactors of the Manifestation sect. After Pill Elder finished speaking, Dan Elder also immediately added, the order of honor and inferiority has been a law since the beginning of time. I don't care if this man is your senior or your own brother. Today the two of us just want to move him. What can you do about it? The two elders of the pill were used to being arrogant in the Eastern continent. Plus there was the second prince at his back. In the entire Eastern continent, aside from the four great families, they were simply not afraid of anyone. Therefore, although they had heard something about Qin Feng, but not at all on the mind, in this situation alone, Sky by Moon hurriedly stepped forward and chimed in. After all, right now was not the time to completely tear his face off with the second prince. Instead of being frozen in place, it's better to make a big deal out of it. But what Sky by Moon didn't expect was, the second old man of the elixir was probably due to his age, and the older he got, the more stubborn he became. There was even a kind of willful antagonism to himself. If she said that behind this, there was no instigation from the second prince, she would definitely not believe it. Seeing that the other party did not buy her account, Princess Yu was about to get angry. However, he heard Pill Elder say to Qin Feng, an unusual cultivator of your age wouldn't even dare to breathe when he sees the two of my brothers. Unexpectedly, you even dare to talk back? Ha ha, seeing as you have great courage, I'll show you the way then. With that, Pill Elder flipped from his wrist. An ancient and simple Dan furnace appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is the heaven and earth borrowing fire furnace. A treasure for my brothers to quench their pills. By injecting one's own aura into it, one can borrow fire from heaven and earth and use it to quench the spirit pills. With that, Pill Elder pulled out some herbs and threw them directly into the middle of the Dan furnace. I have placed the material, but I want to say one more thing. This furnace requires two people to operate it together, and if they are of equal strength, the borrowed fire can only be fused together. If one side is not strong enough, then the fire borrowed will be devoured by the other side. At the same time, the one who borrowed the fire was also subjected to the pain of all the fires burning his heart. Don't you want to help your senior brother out? Step forward. Things shifted so quickly that even the people of the manifestation sect could see it. This second elder of the Dan Pill had come here to deliberately set up a trap for Qin Feng to jump into. By the looks of it, it must be that the second prince intended to teach Qin Feng some lessons, which was why he came up with this method. Xian Hai was controlled in the hands of the two old men, but he was vigorously shaking his head at Qin Feng. The pain of playing with fire. Just thinking about it is enough to suffer. Compared to that, getting a few mouthfuls of his own was nothing. More importantly, he was only an elder of the Qin Yin sect, and he was being humiliated a bit. At best, you're not learning your craft. But if Qin Feng were to lose the reputation that the Qin Yin sect had managed to accumulate with great difficulty, it's going to go up in smoke in a few moments. The second elder of pills looked at Qin Feng with contempt, as if he had already eaten him up. After all, they had used this trick of borrowing fire for trials many times. In the way of pills, the two of them, who had the upper hand, had never lost to any opponent. Moreover, using this method to teach Qin Feng a lesson would not lower his reputation if it was spread out, lest the word get out and outsiders say they are bullying the small with the big. Senior brother, never. Seeing Qin Feng frowning deeply, Xian Hai couldn't help but speak out to dissuade him. But before he could finish his words, Pill Elder once again mobilized his flying needles, ready to shut Xian Hai up completely. At the critical moment, Qin Feng hastily took a step forward. Release. It's not just a lone fire, I promise. 068. The fire is burning in the furnace, the underworld flame of the Pantheon. After having someone check for Genkai, only after determining that he was not injured did Qin Feng let go of his heart. But just after relaxing for a while, Qin Feng began to regret it again. What's this? How did you agree to this yourself, when it's clear you don't even know what borrowing fire is? These two old denizens, at first glance, are experts in playing with fire and refining medicine. If you with both of them, it's the same as ing with electricity. Seeing Qin Feng's emotions tense up once again, Princess Yeye thought that Qin Feng was still angry. Thinking that this was the first time he had seen it, Qin Feng took the initiative. It might be possible to use this to deduce Qin Feng's true strength. So, she came to Qin Feng's side and whispered her instructions. Patriarch Qin, don't be too burdened, just go ahead and compete. If anything does happen, I'll step in and stop it. Don't worry, I definitely won't let Imperial Brother and the others fool around. Qin Feng immediately rolled his eyes inwardly. Princess Greatly, if you have the ability, stop it now. What? You're not finished until you make a fool out of me, are you? Your royal brother is already fooling around, so hurry up and whisk him away. Inwardly, he cursed Sky by Moon for being unkind. Qin Feng took one step and stopped 3 times before finally arriving next to the fireplace. When the two elders of the pill saw this, they immediately looked at each other and smiled, clearly smelling like they had succeeded in their treacherous plan. Elder Dan took a step forward and gently stroked his beard. Divine fire, summon. Just by curling his fingers, a stream of native aura shot into the furnace from his fingertips. Subsequently, a medicinal scent that permeated the entire manifestation sect directly spread out. Of the 4 great elders of the 10,000 Methods sect, the third elder was more specialized in the Tao of alchemy. He could tell at a glance that something was wrong, and he was outright alarmed. Emerald medicine fire. I can't imagine that Elder Dan's strength has already reached this level. Surprisingly, he was able to use his native aura to borrow a spirit fire specialized in refining medicine from heaven and earth. When the crowd heard this, they immediately looked at the third elder. The third elder couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly continued to explain. Legend has it that there was once a valley in the Immortal realm where emeralds with green flames burned all over the valley. A great power passed by from here and refined one of the handful of flames and used it to refine medicinal herbs. I didn't expect that the affinity between this fire and the medicinal herbs tends to be perfect, and that it can also stimulate the medicinal properties to the maximum extent. What's more, the emerald medicine flame can devour other mortal flames and use them to grow your own firepower. Hearing this, even Sky by Moon tensed up. Xian Hai, who was on the side, even asked a direct question. But my Green Cloud sect has never had a Dan Dao type of cultivation. The third elder shook his head awkwardly. Borrowing fire from heaven and earth to refine medicines was originally a skill for those who majored in the Tao of Dan. Those who haven't worked on this, let alone spiritual fire, to be able to use one's own aura to set the herbs on fire was already a rare thing. If that's the case, then Patriarch Qin will definitely lose. Unless he can also invite a spirit flame of the same level. It would be like adding fuel wood to the emerald medicinal flame. While the crowd was talking, Elder Dan had already completely lit one side of the fireplace. With his hands behind his back, He glanced at Qin Feng with disdain. We're all in the Eastern continent together. And considering that you're a junior, I'll give you some lessons today. If you don't want to suffer from the burning heart of 10,000 fires, kneel down and kowtow 3 times in a disciplined manner to me now. Don't feel insulted by that. I can't count the number of people who want to kowtow to me every day. I'm just taking this opportunity to let you know that there's a world outside of people. Don't think that just because you found some kind of backer, you can act recklessly with no one in sight. This Eastern continent, it's not your turn for you fledglings to be in charge. That's a pretty obvious statement. It appeared to be knocking Qin Feng, but in reality, it was also speaking to Princess Ye. After all, the rivalry of the royals has been put in the open for a long time. As a rising power, Princess Moon by Moon, the forces that she was able to pull together were all emerging forces. There is pulling together, and naturally there is strife. Some emerging forces, with the support and authorization of the princess, also began to take a share of the continent's resources. This move made the old clans and families feel very dissatisfied. It just so happened that they were both from the first and second emperors again. Therefore, it does not even take much to stir up the pent-up resentment between the two to trigger all sorts of strife and conflicts. After all, resources are limited and anyone wants more. This time, the second prince was also well prepared. It was intended to be done in the dark, and when it was successful, to continue to replicate this operation, until most of Princess Moon by Moon's forces were swallowed. However, he didn't expect that the situation would be broken by Qin Feng, who came out of nowhere. So, the second prince simply brought 2 heavyweights with him, directly from the level of strength. Let the people of Princess Moon by Moon feel what real pressure is. Hearing Elder Dan's suggestion, Xian Hai and the others immediately looked at each other angrily. Who is Qin Feng? That was the Green Cloud Sect, a great hero in the eyes of all existing personnel. To have their idol and their faith kneel and bow down to an old man like him? It's simply delusional. But nah, it's really too inferior in terms of strength. Therefore, they completely pinned all their hopes of turning defeat into victory on Qin Feng at this moment. Same time, Qin Feng in front of the fireplace was in a completely blank state of mind. Looking into the furnace, the green flame that kept pulsing, Qin Feng was sure of it. As soon as you strike out on your own, the results you show will instantly make everyone laugh. However, if one keeps out of the way, that could turn into an even bigger joke. In the case at hand, it's a knife to stick your head out and a knife to shrink your head. Qin Feng finally realized at this moment what it meant to ride a tiger. He hate myself for not having the strength. It was clear that so many people had gotten a sudden increase in strength by following their side, but it was only himself, still in the same place, with no state of improvement at all. If you have any Mahayana stage now, even if it is a distraction stage, even if you lose, it won't be too ugly to lose. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more helpless he became, and he felt the gazes all around him staring at him, solely, with a clench of the teeth and a stomp of the foot. Following Dan Lao's example, he curled his fingers. A thin stream of native aura slowly drifted into the fireplace. Elder Dan and Pill Elder, who saw this scene, immediately laughed out loud. The irony in that laugh was almost overflowing. Seeing his aura, he finally injected it into the furnace. Qin Feng closed his eyes in embarrassment. He had already thought of the taunts and insults he was going to face later. However, in 5 seconds, in 10 seconds, 20 seconds, the imagined insults and slights that the other side pinned on him didn't happen. Qin Feng only felt that the surroundings were unusually quiet. It was so quiet that you could only hear the sound of breathing. He opened his eyes quietly and looked cautiously into the fireplace. See only, in that fireplace is usually a green emerald medicinal fire, and the other half, a fire borrowed from his own native aura. This fire was black in color, with a bizarre aura mixed in. With each beat, a mournful howling sound would also faintly come out. Even hearing just a little bit of it sends chills down one's spine. When this black fire came out, it immediately enveloped half of the furnace. What the crowd had guessed, the emerald medicinal fire engulfing the other flames, did not happen. Instead, black flames that slowly burned across the center line. Surprisingly, they have begun to seize the territory of emerald medicine fire. What was even stranger was that the 2 types of fire just touched. The green emerald potion fire then quickly contracted into a small corner, fragile as if a gust of wind could blow it out. The third elder of the 10,000 Laws sect was staring wide-eyed at the moment. The whole thing froze in place, repeating incredulously, 10,000 ghosts howl and cry, and the underworld fire of Yudu. 069, the divine flame is now in the world. Who in the world is hiding their strength? The third elder's voice was not loud, but the words he spoke were like thunder. It directly set off all the nerves of the people in the room. Yudu underworld fire. The oppressiveness of the word alone. It's hundreds of times farther than the second old man of the elixir. Tian Uus stood on the sidelines, not even bothering to blink. In his mind, he kept recalling the general history of the continent that he had read. Passing on, Within the continent of the 9 states, there were 8 types of fire of heaven and earth. Each of these 8 flames had its own unique properties and could not be replicated, and the Yudu underworld fire is, as the legend goes, the most ferocious fire from the great dark sky hell. This flame not only devours souls, but also inflicts wounds that can never be healed. When the Yudu underworld flame burns, it produces a sound like the howling of 10,000 ghosts. Any spirit beast carrying the power of death would naturally submit to the bearer once it encountered the underworld flame of Yudu. Same time, in the heaven and earth borrowing fire furnace, amazing changes also began to occur. The emerald potion fire that was still cowering in a corner, now only a faint flame remains. Although the emerald medicine flame was a spirit flame, however, whether it was in terms of power or root, it was several levels behind the underworld flame of the pantheon. Not to mention fighting each other, they don't even have the courage to fight back a little. When the second elder of the Dan Pill saw this, a cold sweat broke out on his body. What was originally a hand-to-hand competition had now led to the 8 great divine flames, and his own well-borrowed emerald potion fire was about to be completely overthrown. If this were to be destroyed, the strength of the 2 of them in the Dan Pill course would be greatly reduced. At this point, the second old man couldn't care less about face. Pill Elder, who was standing on the sidelines watching, also turned around and joined the competition. The 2 elders of the Dan Pill jointly held the fire and used their best efforts to drive away the underworld flame of the pantheon that Qin Feng had borrowed. The 2 were originally veteran powerhouses of the eastern continent. Now, they were disregarding their identities as the 2 merged together and struck out at Qin Feng, a junior, though the mouths of the people present did not say so, but the contempt in his eyes was completely hidden. Black flames that burned more and more vigorously. It was as if he was intentionally showing his strength for Qin Feng. The second elder of the pill resisted it with all his might, but he still couldn't stop it from devouring it. The 2 looked at each other, knowing that they couldn't keep their hands off each other at this point. Pill Elder immediately pinched his fingers. A white flame emerged from his hand and quickly drilled into the fireplace. As soon as the white flame entered, it changed with the green emerald medicinal fire. The 2 flames merged into one place, forming a small fire whirlwind, enhanced by white flames. The fire of emerald medicine, which had been losing ground, surprisingly began to burn again, and slowly snatched back some of the chassis. Lao San, what is that white flame? Hearing the Grand Elder's inquiry, the third elder looked at it carefully for half a day, then sighed and shook his head. No wonder in the entire continent of the 9 states, aside from the head of the pill sage residence, only the second elder of pills can refine 8th grade spirit pills. So, they've been secretly collecting all kinds of spirit flames for a long time. If I'm not mistaken, this white flame should be an aversion phosphorus fire. This anomalous light phosphorus flame belongs to the category of spirit flame, just like the emerald pill flame. Other roles, however, are quite different. It is said that anorexic phosphorus fire manipulated to the mechanism can even bring flesh from white bones and resurrect the dead. It seems that the second elder of pills has been hiding his strength all these years. Just by relying on the 2 spirit flames, they can secure their position as one of the top 5 forces in the eastern continent. Listening to the third elder's analysis, the crowd, who had just been celebrating Qin Feng, immediately became nervous. Xian Hai's palms were clenched in sweat as he couldn't help but inquire. Third elder, you just said that too. The difference between this spirit flame and divine flame is enormous. Although the second elder of the pill has 2 flames, he may not necessarily have an advantage when facing the Yudu underworld flame borrowed by my senior brother, right? The third elder shook his head regretfully as he heard this. That's true, but that's not really the case. Patriarch Qin did borrow the divine flame, but he doesn't know how to guide it at all, and he doesn't understand the Dan Dao. Therefore, one can only allow the divine flame to be freely utilized. In this state, the abilities displayed by the divine flame are 1 out of 10, but the 2 elders of the Dan Pill, they've been overseeing the Dan Dao for 100 years. I don't know how much better than Patriarch Qin is at enforcing fire. Although they only have 2 spirit flames in their hands, given the current situation, they can slowly exhaust themselves until Patriarch Qin's innate aura is depleted, and then they will be victorious. When Xian Hai heard this, he became anxious, but, before he could finish his words, Tian Yue, who was on the side, softly interrupted. Elder Xian Hai doesn't have to be in a hurry. The situation today is that the 2 elders of the pill and medicine are all out at the same time to deal with Patriarch Qin alone. Moreover, the competition is, once again, the skill of fire executing alchemy, which they are very familiar with. In that respect, they've already lost to Patriarch Qin. Even if Patriarch Qin did lose, they wouldn't have the face to continue to make things difficult. If we really do this, then we are trying to completely tear our faces off and are certain that we are going to bully the small with the big. When that time comes, I will definitely bail out Patriarch Qin. From the moment the Yudu underworld flame appeared, Qin Feng had already gained a plus in Tian Yue's heart. someone who can borrow the 8 divine flames. It's simply so worth investing in yourself. Therefore, the winning or losing result of this competition was no longer important at all to Tian Yue. In front of the fireplace, the second prince's face turned from bright to dark. I had thought that after I brought the second old man of the Danmaku, you can speak for yourself and stand firm. Directly using the most luxurious state, he took away all the benefits and taught a lesson to this Qin Feng in the process. But the current situation was the complete opposite of what he had imagined. Neither did he get any benefits, nor did he teach Qin Feng a lesson. Even for the sake of Qin Feng, the two elders of the pill would have to combine their efforts to do so. It was a disgrace. If Heaven by Moon wasn't here, the second prince was afraid that he would have called for someone to take down all the people watching the scene. The competition between the underworld flame and the second elder of pills was gradually coming to an end at this moment. With the naked eye, the crowd could probably tell. Ginger is still hot. After the two spirit flames merged and were under the control of the second elder of the pills, the Yudu underworld flame in the fire furnace was actually really suppressed in a small way. Seeing this, the second prince couldn't help but cough. The meaning is very clear. That is, let the second old man of the Dan pill hurry up and wrap up. Don't let himself continue to be embarrassed. The second elder of pills receives instructions. Directly mobilizing the two spirit flames, they launched an all-out attack against the half-furnace that Qin Feng was holding. White and green flames, directly intertwined. The tiny fire whirlwind kept impacting the black Yudu underworld flame over and over again. Suddenly, the black Yudu underworld flame, instantly all went out. The third elder said with a sigh, just as I expected, Patriarch Qin is still defeated. Wait, what is that thing? As soon as the third elder's words fell, the area within the furnace that originally belonged to the black flames, surprisingly, it began to glow with a bit of golden light. Then, a brand new kind of flame suddenly emerged from the black fire. For a while, a huge light erupted from the furnace, causing those present to be unable to even open their eyes. When the flash was over, the third elder pointed to the freighter. The mouth had turned into an O. After a long time, the third elder sat down on his chair with a plop. He slowly closed his eyes and said something intriguing. It turns out that Patriarch Qin is the one who is truly hiding his strength. 070, the second divine flame. Alchemy into pills? Hide your strength? These 4 words were not at all unfamiliar to the people around Qin Feng. In their eyes, any of Qin Feng's daily behaviors could contain deep meaning, and there was no one who knew this better than Xian Hai himself. As the first elder brother blow of the Kyushu continent, in his mind, Xian Hai had almost deified Qin Feng. He firmly believed that everything Qin Feng did had a special intention. If he explains it, it means he wants to tell you. If there is no explanation, then you are not enlightened enough. But in the face of this fire-executing fight, Xian Hai really couldn't understand it at all. However, he saw the third elder's disheveled expression just now, as the color of the flames changed. When it is completely swept away, Xian Hai probably guessed that it must be senior brother playing some trick again. Third elder, can you make it clearer? You are the only one who can answer questions for us at the moment. The third elder smiled awkwardly, then looked at the crowd. And I won't hide it from you all. When I saw Patriarch Qin at the mountain gate just now, I didn't perceive anything different about him. Now it seems that it should be my old bones that are useless. My attainments in the Dan Dao are not as out of this world as those of the two old men, but I still know some of the basics. I'm afraid that Patriarch Qin has long known that there are 2 different attributes of spirit flames that can be fused together. How else could he show weakness so truly? Now that the objective has been achieved and the 2 old men have played all their cards, Patriarch Qin doesn't intend to play on. It's just that I didn't really expect it. There really is someone under the heavens who can replicate the operation of the fire-worshipping divine sovereign back then and induce the 2 divine flames to appear. 2 divine fires? This sentence instantly sparked the curiosity of the crowd once again. The Yudu underworld flame had appeared in the world, and this kind of thing was shocking enough when it was rumored. Now listen to the third elder. Not only did Qin Feng show no signs of defeat, he also drew in a second flame to continue fighting. And the second flame, it was still at the level of divine fire? At that moment, the third elder spoke indifferently. The ancestor of all fires, the great sun is the same source, the flame that Patriarch Qin borrowed this time. If my eyesight isn't wrong, it's bound to be the true sun flame. Legend has it that the great sun Golden Crow's Dantian has been harboring its originating fire. This fire is extremely young and pure. It can sweep away the evil spirits of the heavens, and it can ward off all undesirable influences. If anything, the Yudu underworld fire is the most ferocious fire in the world. The true fire of the sun, then, is the fiercest fire in the world. Back then, the first sect master of the fire-worshipping sect, the fire-worshipping divine monarch, by merely borrowing a trace of the phantom of the sun's true flame, he was able to overpower all the evil cultivators in the 10 Directions mountain. It seems that this fire-executing competition has come to an end. With these words from the third elder, Xianhai's heart was finally put at ease, and behind him, Tian Yuyue had long since sent his brand new assessment of Qin Feng back to the palace with the help of a secret method. After this time, Qin Feng completely gained a firm foothold in Tian Yuyue's heart. It was also recognized directly by this woman. The other side originally thought that the Danmu too old man who had turned the danger into a disaster. The moment he saw the sun true flame appear, his face was ugly. Just one Yudu underworld flame was enough to catch the two of them off guard. Now another sun true fire has popped up. What's the best way to handle this? However, the sun true flame was as domineering as its name. It didn't even give the second elder of pills time to think, and directly began to devour everything within the fire furnace. The emerald medicine fire, the anaerobic phosphorus fire, was instantly and completely consumed. There wasn't even a hint of a move. Bang! Losing the flame as a medium, the second elder of the pill was directly shaken away. At this point the picture becomes very funny and outrageous. The second elder of pills, who was proficient in the Tao of Dan, stood in place awkwardly and suspiciously at this time. As a result of resisting two kinds of divine fire successively, their palms had been scorched by the flames, thanks to the two men's good strength and solid foundation. If it were anyone else, even a cultivator of the same realm, if the other party was not proficient in techniques such as fire execution and alchemy, I'm afraid that they would have already drawn fire at this moment. The scene, as it has become apparent, one side was shaken away from the furnace and was left without a fire-carrying medium. On the other hand, Qin Feng, on the other side, stood in place with a bemused and spontaneous expression, the two great divine flames swirling around in the furnace. This was a great scene that many people would never see in their entire lives. Now that the tense has gone this far, Tian Yuyue raised his eyebrows and immediately stepped forward. This competition was initiated by the second elder. Right now, the situation could not be clearer. I wonder, what else does the second elder of pills have to say? Before that, the second elder of the pill had utilized his words to secretly satirize Tian Yuyue. Now, following Qin Feng's victory, Tian Yuyue's unforgiving face poked straight into the hearts of the two men. The second elder of pills was an old and powerful man after all. Since becoming famous, when have I ever been so aggrieved? Just, right now, if you completely explode, not only will you let people look all over you, but you won't be able to do much good. At best, it forces some face, but later on, inevitably, you will be chewed on behind your back. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the second prince hurriedly stepped forward. Imperial sister is right. I never imagined that such a young talent had emerged from my eastern continent. It's truly a joyous occasion. Surprisingly, he was able to win under the trial of the second elder of the pill with ease. It seems that Patriarch Qin's path in the future will surely be smooth and unrivaled. With that, the second prince directly turned around and gave a look to the second elder of pills. Since that's the case, this heaven and earth borrowing fire furnace will be taken as the prize for Patriarch Qin winning the trial. I hope that Patriarch Qin can learn more about the Dan Dao, so that the Dan Dao of my eastern continent can be taken to another level. In a few words, the second prince had described today's picking a fight as a test from the seniors to the juniors. Although this was a very shameless statement, the second prince understood it. It's impossible to convince people just by saying that yourself. Some blood will have to be spilled to make this whole thing go away for good today. Otherwise, others don't say. This princess sister of his own is categorically not going to count out. Hearing that the second prince was going to leave the Dan furnace to Qin Feng, the hearts of the second elder of pills were dripping with blood. But there is no better solution at hand. The two of them indignantly glared at Qin Feng before following the second prince to quickly leave. An intentional farce. After Qin Feng inexplicably invoked the two flavors of divine fire, it was so easily dissolved. The crowd watching on the scene clapped their hands and applauded. The four elders of the manifestation sect also looked at each other at this moment. There seemed to be some ideas that were slowly being derived in their minds. At this moment, Xianhai had already arrived by Qin Feng's side. Master, Patriarch, the means of borrowing the two great divine flames is truly skillful and astonishing today. I'm afraid it won't be long before someone spreads the word about today. This time, our clan's reputation won't have to worry. I think that we can consider including a group of newly promoted disciples to renew the legacy of the Green Cloud sect. Qin Feng also smiled and nodded, and intended to say a couple of pretty words, but just as the crowd was basking in the joy, the heaven and earth borrowing fire furnace placed to the side suddenly began to tremble slightly. A stream of hot, white gas erupted through the air holes in the top of the furnace. The refreshing medicinal fragrance instantly drilled into the nostrils of the crowd. This time, there was no need for the third elder to open his mouth. Everyone on the scene froze, because, what this phenomenon represents. Furnace Chinese herbs, about to become Dan. 071, a small episode before becoming a Dan. Nanming Li Fire. Before the fire-wielding contest, the second elder of pills had thrown some herbs into the furnace. These herbs were not considered precious, but they were also much more advanced than ordinary herbs. Not to mention, these high-level medicinal herbs had been catalyzed by 2 types of spirit fire, after being refined by 2 more divine flames. It was perfectly understandable that the imminent Dan formation was now occurring. Seeing this, Xianhai hurriedly said to Qin Feng excitedly, "Elder brother, go and execute the furnace. A pill refined by 2 great divine flames is definitely not simple." Qin Feng also understood that the elixir must be something good. With that, it was back to the fireplace. The 2 great divine flames in the furnace were still burning non-stop at this point. After seemingly sensing Qin Feng's return, the 2 divine flames once again flourished. White-hot gases continued to erupt from the furnace. The crowd watched the furnace with unblinking eyes, anticipating the moment when the elixir would come out of the furnace. However, a quarter of an hour passed. The eyes of the crowd gradually began to become puzzled. The pills that should have been out of the oven a long time ago were still in the process of being refined at this moment. It was important to realize that something like a potion was not as effective as the longer it was refined. Continue to develop according to this situation. The elixir that should have been refined would have been directly refined into ashes by the 2 divine flames. At that moment, the 3rd elder of the manifestation sect seemed to see the problem. There was a slight hesitation. The 3rd elder whispered to Xianhai, "Dare I ask, Elder Xianhai, does Patriarch Qin have an inheritance in the way of pills?" Xianhai heard this and then immediately shook his head. Then, did Patriarch Qin have any experience in refining pills before? Genkai shook his head again. Then Patriarch Qin always has a certain amount of knowledge in regards to pills, right? This time, even Xianhai reddened his face and bowed his head. Seeing Xianhai's attitude, the 3rd elder slammed his forehead. It seemed to be pained, and it seemed to be regretted. This is nonsense. Patriarch Qin only knows how to execute fire but not how to form pills. How can this be? And at the moment, Qin Feng, who was standing in front of the fireplace, was also embarrassed. Like Xianhai, he didn't know anything about the Dan Dao. Now there was no way to know what to do next other than stand still. Hearing this result, Tian Yuyue hurriedly said to the 3rd elder, "Since that's the case, why don't you take over for 3rd elder and make this elixir happen as soon as possible?" The 3rd elder first froze, then pointed a finger at himself. "Who? Me? Rapunzel, your joke is a bit too big. Let's not talk about my attainments in alchemy, but it's just a most ordinary level. Do you know what the fire in this furnace is from? The underworld flame and the true fire of the sun. I'll be the one to execute the furnace to form pills? I have to have the ability to do that as well." The 3rd elder's words completely dumbfounded the crowd. In the heat of the moment, Sky by Moon simply asked back, "Is there no other way? Or are we just going to have to watch an elixir turn into dregs?" The 3rd elder nodded with a bitter smile. Unsurprisingly, this is the only outcome. Unless, seeing that the 3rd elder still had the excesses of breathing heavily, Tian Yuyue immediately glared at him fiercely. Being scared by Tian Yuyue like this, the 3rd elder's mouth bars immediately smoothed out. Unless, Patriarch Qin can continue to put in flames to keep the fire in the furnace in balance. It's just that, if you want to compete with the 2 great divine flames, the newly invested flames should at least be divine flames. That's why I said. Hearing this, Tian Yuyue simply worshipped his hand. Nice guy. The 8 divine flames under the heavens. Qin Feng could borrow 2 at a time, which was already considered a miracle. Now you want him to borrow another share? And just enough to balance the underworld flame. And the true sun flame? What? You're treating Qin Feng like a god, aren't you? For a moment, the excitement on the faces of the crowd shifted to pity. It was obvious that a spirit pill was right in front of him, but now it seemed that he could only admire the dregs of the pill. The other side, the white gas coming out of the furnace had become less and less. This meant that the impurities in the herbs were close to being completely refined. No more ceasefire conjugation. The next thing to refine is the elixir itself. The crowd, who already knew the outcome, all sighed as they looked towards Qin Feng. But just at this critical moment, Xianhai favored unbelief and shouted at Qin Feng, "Elder brother, borrow some more fire. Otherwise this elixir will be completely ruined." "A fire? And let yourself borrow a fire?" Qin Feng felt in his body the few remaining essence spiritual qi. He really wanted to go over right now and ruthlessly strangle Xianhai's neck and question him. "Big brother, have you forgotten that I'm not yet at the Jindan stage? Borrowing fire. Where will I get so much aura to borrow?" But things have come to this. Qin Feng was also unwilling to give up on this. After a slight internal calculation, he mobilized his few instinctive auras, once again. Then with a clench of his teeth, he injected it directly into the furnace. In an instant, Qin Feng's face began to turn pale and his spirit wilted a lot. This was naturally due to the reaction of detachment caused by too much extraction of the essence aura. But, from the moment Qin Feng injected the last trace of aura into the furnace, the temperature of the space of the entire Wanfa gate then began to rise sharply. This heat doesn't cause harm, but it can actually cause a sensory impact. You have to know that those present are all immortal cultivators. Little things like adjusting one's temperature perception can be done at will, but now, no matter how much they mobilized their spiritual energy to lower the temperature around them, that feeling of being swept away by a heat wave remained unchanged. In the next second, a point of light suddenly flashed in the sky. The point of light seemed to be pounding downward and becoming faster and faster. It was only when the point of light rushed in front of the crowd that everyone could see it. The so-called point of light turned out to be a blue fire. It was as if the fire had gotten a sense. Having just arrived at the 10,000 Laws sect, he was impatient to get into the fireplace. As soon as the blue flames went in, the two divine flames that were originally entangled together were actually really distinguished. The three flames, each within an area, could not interfere with anyone. If you look closely, you can only find out. It turned out that at the border of each strand of flame, there was a dark gap. The gap is like a space fault. It seemed like only a centimeter, but the flames just couldn't extend past it anyhow. For a while, everyone was shocked by this amazing scene. The third elder who had been responsible for giving the crowd the science, frozen in place. The old man has had too much excitement today. Countless impossible events had all become possible since Qin Feng's arrival. It had been thought that the operation of borrowing the two divine flames was Qin Feng's last resort, but what he didn't expect was that he had actually borrowed the third divine fire. Beyond the sky, beyond the realm, not in the three realms, not in the five elements. There is only one flame that travels through 3,000 worlds and possesses the power of space. South brightening fire. 072, Qin Feng made a breakthrough? Crazy brainstorming Shanghai. If one were to say, among the 8 divine flames, which one was the most offensive, then everyone's choice must have been born among the underworld fire of the Pantheon and the Red Lotus karmic fire. If we talk about the particulars of the attributes, the Sun true fire and Tai Yin true fire, then, must also be on the list. As for the more targeted ones, the fire refining karmic flame, Nirvana pure flame, and 3 flavors true flame could all be counted as well. But if one were to say, which divine fire has the most mysterious origin, Nanmingli fire is the first place that deserves it. The origin of this heavenly fire is still unknown to this day. No one could say exactly how and under what circumstances the Nanmingli fire would be summoned. It was like a lone visitor from the heavens, aimlessly touring the various realms. The ability to interfere with space was its biggest trump card and its strongest reliance. The appearance of the Nanmingli fire had caused the third elder to have lost his ability to speak, and unlike his reaction, Xianhai looked at Qin Feng with a helpless expression. A small mutter. Elder brother is also too capable of fooling around. Obviously had a solution a long time ago, causing me to worry for half a day. Anyway, under everyone's dismayed eyes, under the augmentation of the southern brightness flame, the furnace, which had been constantly trembling just a moment ago, finally entered a smooth state. Hoo hoo hoo. 3 dull sounds rang out, and the 3 divine flames in the furnace went out at the same time. The lid of the heaven and earth borrowing fire furnace was instantly lifted off by a huge wave of air and hurled 10,000 meters above the sky. However, everyone's attention was not drawn to it, for the chiaroscuro divine light emanating from the furnace is telling the people there was a magical elixir that was about to appear in front of everyone's eyes. The 7-colored light continued to rise, wrapping around the tiny elixir in the center. The size of this pill was no different from an ordinary pill, but the breath emanating from it revitalized everything in the vicinity. Just by sniffing it, Qin Feng felt that his physical strength had been restored in large quantities. Just when he wanted a closer look, the 7-colored elixir hovering in midair suddenly accelerated and flew over at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. I'll go. The word go is not yet finished. The spiritual elixir followed Qin Feng's mouth and flew directly into it. Qin Feng only felt his throat tighten, then swallowed his saliva. Gulp! Before the crowd could scrutinize the elixir, it was swallowed by Qin Feng, although it was not known what this elixir, in fact, had the effect of. But in everyone's opinion, something refined by 3 divine flames was definitely not mundane. Patriarch Qin, what do you feel now? Listening to Princess Yeye's words, Qin Feng first checked himself. The nagging statement followed. It doesn't feel like much has changed. It's pretty much the same as before. No change? Qin Feng's words caused the eyebrows of the crowd to knit together once again. A pill refined by the 3 great divine flames had no change after eating it? Isn't that pure and simple bull? Patriarch Qin, would you like to try to feel it again? Perhaps the divine elixir has just entered the body and has not yet had time to react. When Qin Feng heard this, he also rubbed his teeth anxiously. But, no matter how he felt, he just couldn't feel himself changing. Even subtle changes cannot be felt. After receiving Qin Feng's negative answer once again, the crowd fell into a silent phase. Finally, the third elder slowly spoke. Is there such a thing as a possibility? And I mean possibility. Perhaps the abilities brought about by this elixir are already possessed by Patriarch Qin. So, even after taking the elixir, It makes sense that Patriarch Qin wouldn't be able to feel a change. This explanation from the third elder caused the crowd present to nod. Maybe it really is as the third elder said. After all, the strength Qin Feng had displayed today was just too much of a supermodel. It's nothing new that he's got all sorts of secret powers hidden in his body. It's a shame about the elixir. If it was given to someone else to use, it might just give birth to another supreme powerhouse. Qin Feng opened his mouth helplessly as he listened to the analysis of the crowd. Nice guy. He himself had been busy for half a day, borrowing fire and refining pills. Now that's a good thing. The grand prize turned out to be, nothing happened? While this was barely a good thing, he always felt empty inside. Fortunately, the physical strength that had been expended due to the extraction of the essence aura had now been restored. A consolation prize, perhaps? Thinking of this, Qin Feng smiled to himself. Never mind. No accident is a great thing. In this world today, I still say that. One thing more, one thing less. These are words Qin Feng often hangs on his lips, and one of his classic excuses when he swings for the fences. Looking at Qin Feng's indifferent appearance, Xian Hai smiled helplessly and said to Tian Yuyue, my senior brother is good at everything, just a little cynical. Perhaps that's the mentality of people who have reached their realm. I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. No follow-up on the potion though. However, the strength that Qin Feng had displayed today was equivalent to giving Tian Yuyue a shot in the arm. At this moment, her mood was also great, and she smoothly took over Xian Hai's words. This is the case with all high-ranking people, not to mention that Patriarch Qin is innocent in nature and still young in age. When I first met Patriarch Qin, I was also taken aback by him. I almost really believed at the time that he only had the strength of the foundation stage. Xian Hai laughed out loud. Harm. Elder brother is forthright and doesn't care much about outside evaluations. Perhaps, when he thinks the time is right, he will manifest his true strength. As the two of them chatted, Qin Feng also walked over. However, at this moment, Qin Feng had a somewhat unnatural expression on his face. Seeing this, Xian Hai hurriedly inquired, Elder brother, what are you? Qin Feng thought about it and whispered in Xian Hai's ear, I seem to have broken through. Zhen Kai nodded. Well, it's a good thing, since you burst. Quiet. Suddenly, the Xian Hai was quiet. He just looked at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with shock. A breakthrough? Elder brother, he's broken through? One had to know that Qin Feng had always been inscrutable in Xian Hai's mind. The so-called foundation establishment stage strength was nothing more than Qin Feng's blindfold. But now, Elder brother had actually told himself personally that his realm had broken through. Does that mean that Elder brother is no longer prepared to go on in disguise? During the course of his own 100 years of seclusion, the sect had long since changed from what it used to be. Over Qin Genkai's body shook directly. Elder brother isn't pretending anymore. Does this mean that he's going to take on certain forces? Who could it be? The second elder of pills? Or the ones who didn't open their eyes before? Or perhaps elder brother is ready to officially intervene in the fight between the royal families? The more Xian Hai thought about it, the more his body trembled uncontrollably. He really couldn't believe that once Qin Feng had displayed his true strength, how much change is going to come to the Green Cloud sect. Taking a deep breath, Xian Hai's eyes, determined, wanted to join the party in general. He looked straight at Qin Feng. After speculating for quite some time, he finally spoke. Senior brother, I understand all of it. Don't worry, I'll go back and do what you want, and never let the clan hold you back. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with clear stupidity. After half a day, a word was finally returned to Xian Hai. Ah,